Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Was Trained in 6 Powers? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku Midoriya, affectionately known as Deku, had recently uncovered a startling truth. He had siblings, Ace and Sabo, and a sister named Izumi de Midoriya. Their grandfather, Feld Roger, had once been the king of vigilantes. As they delved deeper into their family's history, they stumbled upon the enigmatic will of D and the erased Void Century, exposing the world government's efforts to conceal their lineage. Determined to HRSS their newfound heritage, Izuku trained under legendary figures. He mastered Haki from Silver's Rayleigh, learned the three-sword style from Roronoa Zoro, and absorbed various techniques from Nico Robin and Zeph, including cooking and combat skills. Additionally, he honed his skills as a sniper under the guidance of God, Usopp. The worlds of My Hero Academia and One Piece had merged, creating a unique tapestry woven with devil fruit powers, quirks, ki, and rokushiki techniques. Izumi, his sister, possessed the ability to HRSS ki energy, allowing her to transform into a firebird. She developed a fighting style that combined offensive prowess with healing and protective capabilities, making her an invaluable ally. The narrative introduced a bounty system reminiscent of One Piece, featuring characters like Achiko Uraraka and Momo Yaoyorozu, who played significant roles in their adventures. As the story progressed, Izuku and Izumi's training led them to innovate new sword techniques and acquire elemental swords, each symbolizing different natural forces. Izumi also uncovered 5 hidden devil fruits, setting the stage for thrilling future escapades. New allies joined their quest, including Maadafuma, who could manipulate earth, and Kakameoi, who wielded water, and Sorano Kamakiri, who controlled air. Together, they faced challenges, forged friendships, and navigated the complexities of their intertwined destinies. Equipped with ki-infused weapons, Izuku and Izumi attended Ketsubutsu Academy, where they reminisced about their childhood in East Blue. They soon learned of 4 groups that posed a threat to the world government and its allies: the Black Dogs/Bulls, Night Raid, the Jaegers, and the Female Freedom Fighters. These factions united for 3 primary reasons. First, they were descendants of the original kingdom, which had been destroyed by the 20 kingdoms that formed the world government. After the war, the original people had gone into hiding, but they continued their legacy through their children. Second, they sought the current holder of the letter D in their names to uncover the truth about the D clan, having been contacted by Nico Robin's mother to meet at an old library. Lastly, they aimed to expose the secrets of the world government and the world nobles, who had erased Izuku's family and the original inhabitants of the kingdom during the Void Century. Izuku often reflected on the inequalities of their world. Not all men were created equal, he mused. About 70% of the population developed quirks by age 4, and 40% have consumed hidden fruits known elsewhere as devil fruits. But I wasn't so lucky. I was born quirkless, which is only 20% of the population, and because of that, I was treated terribly. But I want to change that. I aspire to be the #1 quirkless hero, a symbol of peace, and to find the legendary All Blue. My name is Izuku de Midoriya. One day, as Izuku and Izumi ran to school, their lockets glinting around their necks, Izuku paused to watch a hero battle a villain at the train rails. Wow, that's pro-hero death arms, a civilian exclaimed, as Kamui Woods fought valiantly against a giant villain. Izuku, filled with admiration, pulled out his hero journal to jot down notes about their quirks. An elderly man nearby noticed him and said, "Hey kid, you're a fanboy, aren't you?" Embarrassed, Izuku stammered, "Ugh, maybe a little." Izumi teased him, "Really, Izuku? You're a fanboy?" As Kamui Woods prepared to subdue the villain, a new pro-hero arrived and delivered a powerful kick, knocking the villain out cold. A group of men with cameras began taking pictures of her, which angered both Izuku and Izumi. Hey, you shouldn't take pictures of a lady without her permission. It's up to her if she wants to be captured beautifully, not in a disrespectful way. Their words made the cameraman pause, and a lady blushed at the compliment. Realizing the time, Izuku exclaimed, "Hey big brother, we're going to be late." They hurried to Aldred Junior School. "Alright class, as 3rd years, I will be handing out career brochures, but you all probably want to be heroes," the teacher announced, tossing the papers into the air. The entire class showcased their quirks, except for Izuku, who quietly scribbled in his hero journal. His childhood friend, Katsuki Bakugo, teased him, "Big brother, please stop muttering, it's annoying." Katsuki laughed and added, "Hey teach, don't group me with these extras." This remark incited the class's anger. "Hey Bakugo, what does that mean?" they shouted. "That's right, you applied to UA, right?" the teacher asked. "Whoa, that's one of the toughest hero schools in the country," a student exclaimed. "That's right, UA is the only place for me, my sister, and Izumi," Katsuki said with a smug grin. The teacher turned to Izuku and Izumi. "Didn't you apply for UA?" The class erupted in laughter. "What a joke, Deku going to UA. They won't be grading the written part of the exam alone." "No kidding man, he doesn't have a quirk or devil fruit, and quirkless aren't allowed to participate," another student chimed in. Although that rule had been lifted long ago, Izumi believed Izuku could take the exams and succeed despite being quirkless. Suddenly, an explosion erupted near Izuku's desk. "Deku, what the heck do you think you're doing?" Katsuki yelled, causing Izuku to stumble. "Ah, KK Kaken, do you really think they will let someone worthless like you go to UA?" Katsuki taunted. "It doesn't hurt to try," Izuku replied defiantly. "Alright Bakugo, settle down and go back to your seat before I have to send you to the principal's office again," the teacher warned. "This isn't over yet, Deku, you hear me?" Katsuki threatened. "Don't worry, I will protect you, big brother," Izumi assured him. Meanwhile, outside in the city, a voice cried out for help. "Someone help me. That guy stole my purse." A scrawny man dashed into the scene. "Fear not, civilians, for I am here." Whoa, it's All Might, the #1 pro hero, the crowd exclaimed in awe. Back at Aldra, Katsuki shouted at Izuku again. Oi, Deku, what do you think you're doing, you nerd? He angrily snatched Izuku's journal. Come on, Katsuki, that's low, man. Izumi protested. Shut up, Izumi, Katsumi sneered. Unlike you, I have a quirk, while your brother is just a quirkless loser. Izumi's eyes widened in surprise. Kaken, please give that back. Katsumi smiled sadistically, gripping his shoulder as smoke began to rise around her. Okay, I'll give it back if you drop the idea of going to Yue. If not, this will be you. With a swift motion, Katsumi slammed her palm against Izuku's journal, causing it to explode. Izuku flinched and instinctively threw it out the window. So you better not even try, got that? With that, Katsumi left the classroom. See you, Aiken and Izumi, at Yue. Don't let Katsumi get to you, Izumi said, her voice filled with encouragement. Izuku, please don't give up on your dream. You have people who will support you, like me and the 8 others back in East Blue. After picking up his burned hero journal, Izuku and his sister started to walk through an abandoned tunnel. It's been 7 years since Zeph adopted me and you, Izumi. Even though I don't look it, I know how to fight, but I can't hit a lady, that would be ungentlemanly. Suddenly, they instinctively dodged as a voice called out, Hey kids, hold still. I need to find a meat suit before he finds me. Izuku backed up but tripped over some rubble, causing the sludge villain to catch him. Just hold still, it won't be low, ga, he shouted, muffled as he struggled. Get the hell off me. Before he could kick the villain again, the manhole exploded. What the hell? Izumi exclaimed, surprised. Fear not, citizen, for I am here. Texas smash. All Might's powerful voice echoed through the tunnel, splattering the villain everywhere and causing Izuku to faint. Oh my god, Izuku. Izumi rushed over to check on him. Young man and woman, are you all right? All Might asked, concern etched on his face. Yes, All Might, thank you for saving my brother. I'm afraid if I use my firebird, I could hurt him, Izumi replied, her voice trembling. Izuku soon woke up, blinking in confusion. Hey, Izumi, where am I right now? Izu, you were in the tunnel with the sludge villain, but you were saved by All Might. W.O., is this real? Am I dreaming right now? No, young man, this is not a dream, I am actually here, All Might assured him. Izuku pulled out his hero journal, eager to ask for an autograph, only to find that All Might had already signed it. Thank you, All Might. I will treasure this for the rest of my life. My god, Izu, you need to get out of this nerd phase, it's bad for you, Izumi chided. All Might then turned around, squatting down to prepare for his leap. Now then, I should be off and throw this guy in the slammer, he said, holding up the 2 soda bottles containing the villain. Wait, I want to ask you something, Izumi interjected, glancing down, knowing what her brother wanted to ask. Before All Might could jump, Izuku grabbed onto his leg midair. Izumi watched as they disappeared, activating her ki to keep up with them. God damn it, you stupid moron. Wait for your little sister, she yelled, furious. Firebird, she shouted, transforming into a bird made of fire, her ki energy manifesting in a dazzling display. Young man, I love my fans, but this is ridiculous. Now let go. All Might exclaimed. If I do that, I'll die from the fall, Izuku replied, feeling the wind WHP against his face. All Might realized, oh, I'll land on a building, but then blood trickled from his mouth. Meanwhile, Katsumi scoffed, what was Deku thinking? A hero? What a joke. One of her lackeys lit a cigarette, speaking up. Hey, weren't you friends with Deku since you were 7? This made Katsumi furious. Shut up about Deku, and don't smoke around me, it might affect my sister's chances at UA if someone sees us. Just then, a soda bottle fell from the sky, hitting Katsumi on the head. Oh, what was that? She yelled, picking up the bottle and throwing it against the wall with her quirk. Now let's hurry up and get to the arcade already, she said, turning around to see her lackey trembling and pointing behind them at the sludge villain trapped in the bottle. That's a nice quirk you've got. Mind if I borrow it? The sludge villain taunted. On the roof of the building, Izumi found them. What the hell, you baka? She shouted, running over to Izuku and starting to hit him. All Might observed the scene with a sweat drop. Alright, now I should be off. But before he left, Izuku called out, Wait, All Might. I want to ask you a question. All Might turned around, alright, but make it quick. Izuku recalled all the people who had told him to give up on his dream. All Might, do you think someone quirkless like me can become a hero and bring smiles to people and hope to them? I want to become a symbol of hope. Izumi looked at her brother with worry, then at All Might, shocked to see the current condition of the #1 hero. When Izuku finished, he noticed smoke enveloping a deflated All Might, blood spilling from his mouth. What? All Might, what happened to you? All Might recounted the events from 5 years ago, sharing his thoughts. So no, kid, I don't think you can become a hero without a quirk. Heroes risk their lives every day saving people from villains with dangerous quirks. It's nice to have a dream, but make sure it's realistic, kid. Before All Might could leave, Izumi snapped at him. How the hell? She yelled, tears streaming down her face. Izuku had looked up to All Might his entire life. Being a hero had always been his dream. I've supported him ever since he was 4, Izumi added, her voice rising with emotion. You always said he could become a hero through hard work and perseverance. And now you want to say he can't because he doesn't have a quirk? You're the #1 hero, the symbol of peace who inspires others. What kind of hero turns around and says someone can't succeed because their quirk is useless or they never had one to begin with? Izuku has more heart and courage than most of the pros out there. Someday, you'll see the potential he has. Then Izuku spoke, his words surprising All Might and filling Izumi with pride. You're wrong. I will become a hero because a hero never gives up, no matter what the challenge. He smiled, and Izumi felt a swell of pride for her brother's determination to prove All Might wrong. Suddenly, an explosion interrupted them. What's going on? The trio turned toward the source of the smoke, and All Might noticed the sludge villain was gone. Without hesitation, Izuku and Izumi jumped off the roof to the next building, with All Might following suit, racing down the stairs toward the burning arena. When they arrived, a crowd of people had gathered to watch professional heroes battle against a sludge villain. All Might felt a wave of shame wash over him for being unable to help. I need to tell them the weak spot, Izumi, he said, but before he could elaborate, he noticed Katsumi captured by the villain, her face a mask of desperation. Without a second thought, Izuku's legs propelled him toward the danger, and Izumi sprinted after him. Damn you, Izuku. I can't wait to give you 100 hits to your head, she shouted, frustration evident in her voice. The professional heroes yelled, kids, get back here. You'll die. The sludge villain glared at Izuku, his voice dripping with malice. It's the brat. I'll kill you for what you did to my eye. He lashed out with tendrils, but Izuku and Izumi dodged skillfully, surprising everyone around them. Seizing a piece of rubble, Izuku hurled it at the villain's eye. Gah, damn it. My eye. The villain howled, losing his grip on Katsumi. Izuku and Izumi rushed forward to free her. What do you think you're doing, Deku? Katsumi yelled, her voice sharp with anger. It looks like you need help, he replied, determination in his eyes. Together, they pulled her free and tossed her to safety. You demon brats. You cost me my, the villain began, but he was cut off as Izuku and Izumi kicked him squarely in the eye, sending him staggering back. Izuku glared at the villain, his voice steady and firm. How dare you disturb the peace and instill fear in innocent civilians? Katsumi felt a blush creep onto her cheeks at Izuku's words. Meanwhile, Izuku and Izumi unleashed a flurry of kicks at the villain. Izumi fired a small firebird projectile, creating chaos. The villain collapsed from the shock, and the commotion drew the attention of Death Arms and Kamui Woods. What were you two thinking? That villain could have killed you. Izumi scolded them. We're the morons? She retorted. What about you? What were you doing while our classmates were suffocating? Nothing. Kamui Woods and Death Arms flinched at her outburst. You just stood there feeling sorry for yourselves. A real hero puts their life on the line, no matter the situation. Your quirk doesn't matter if you're not willing to risk everything to save someone. As Izumi ranted, the lady approached Izuku and kissed him on the cheek. Thanks for saving your classmate and taking down the villain. You're welcome. It's a hero's job to save someone from danger, he replied, a hint of pride in his voice. As they began walking toward their apartment, Izuku heard Katsumi yelling, Oi, Deku. Don't think I need your worthless help. Izumi shot back. If not for us, you would be dead. All you can do is say thanks, but no, your ego gets hurt by Izuku saving you. This made Katsumi fall silent, her gaze fixed on the ground. Well, at least she's safe, Izuku said, trying to lighten the mood. Yeah, right, Izumi replied, her tone still tense. Suddenly, All Might appeared before them. What are you doing here? Izuku asked, surprised. All Might opened his mouth to respond but coughed up blood, transforming back into his scrawny form. I came to apologize for what I said earlier and to ask why you ran into danger. Izumi understood Izuku's actions. I saw the fear in Katsumi's eyes, and my legs moved on their own. It wasn't just because she's a girl, I would have run for anyone, she explained. All Might smiled at Izuku's response. Even though you're quirkless, you were the only one to run into danger and manage to beat that villain. He extended his arm and smiled directly at Izuku. I want to answer your question. Izuku stood there, tears of joy streaming down his face at All Might's words, while Izumi smiled, proud of her brother. You can become a hero, and I wish to help both of you. Thus began their journey to become the world's greatest heroes. They had 10 months of intense training ahead for the UA entrance exams. Could they do it? Next time on the Hero of D, the training begins, and they meet a appealing queen. I will become the #1 hero and the future symbol of peace, Izuku declared. After the moment he shared with All Might, Izuku's phone began to ring. He picked it up saying, hello. He and Izumi quickly pulled the phone away from their ears. Little brats, what do you think you were doing? Their father scolded. Izuku quickly apologized. I guess you saw the news. We're so sorry. We couldn't help it, we saved Kaken and Katsumi. When we saw their faces, it was clear they were scared. Izumi sighed. At least a couple of you brats are safe. Well then bye. Jesus Christ, I understand why he worries about us, but we are not kids anymore, Izumi muttered. Izuku and Izumi turned back to All Might, looking confused. Sorry, that was our dad when he got angry, but he's calm now, they said in unison. All Might nodded in understanding. It's all right, young man and young woman. For the next 10 months, I'll help train both of you for the UA entrance exams. Izuku added, I can practice my firebird techniques, and you've mastered Sensei Zoro's 3-sword style since you were 7 at Ishin Dojo. So, young Midoriya is a swordsman? All Might asked, intrigued. Yes, after preschool, I asked Dad if I could become a swordsman with Izumi at the dojo we attended, Izuku replied. I went to control my ki and it was the best experience of my life, kicking so many opponents, Izumi said, her enthusiasm shining through. I had so much fun with Mr. Rayleigh, especially during hockey training, learning to avoid things while blindfolded, she added happily. Really, Izumi? I wish you hadn't brought that up, Izuku said, feeling a flashback of trauma. What is hockey? All Might inquired, genuinely curious. Oh right, you've never heard of hockey, Izumi explained. Hockey allows the user to use their own spiritual energy as armor to defend against attacks and enhance their own attacks. The person can apply it to a section of their body, over their entire body, and even to their weapons. It's a weakness to devil fruit users and has 3 forms. Izuku continued, Izumi just explained armament hockey. I'll explain observation hockey, which grants users a 6th sense of the world around them and limited precognitive abilities. Users can sense people's presence, strength, emotions, and intentions. An advanced level allows the user to see a short PRD into the future. The last form of hockey, Conqueror hockey, is something you can't learn, you're either born with it or unlock it through trauma. It grants the user the ability to overpower the will of others, overwhelming them mentally, with particularly weak-willed foes losing consciousness instantly. It's a rare form of haki that only one in several million people can use, Izuku explained. That is an amazing power you both have, All Might said, impressed. So, All Might, Izuku, and Izumi decided to meet up the next day at Dagoba Beach. The following day, they jogged in their tracksuits to Dagoba, where they found All Might in his muscular form. Ah, young Izuku and Izumi, you made it, he said before transforming back into his scrawny self. For the next 10 months, All Might instructed Izuku that he would help restore the beach to its former glory before it had become a junkyard for their training. However, he first wanted to assess Izuku's progress. This made Izuku tense up. Relax, big brother. All Might just wants to see your muscles, Izumi reassured him. All Might raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Are you showing skin or something? And no, it's not that. It's just, I don't want people to see, Izuku stammered, his cheeks flushing. All right, I won't tell anyone, All Might replied with a comforting smile. With a resigned sigh, Izuku said, all right, I'll show you. He removed his jacket, surprising All Might with the impressive amount of muscle he had developed. Big brother, wow. I knew you were strong, but this is impressive. Izumi exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with pride. All Might's mind raced. If he had one for all, he could handle 25% of its power, maybe even more than the current successor. As he circled around Izuku, he noticed a tattoo on his back. Young man, how did you get this tattoo? He asked, concern creeping into his voice. Izumi chimed in, the tattoo is a Jolly Roger. It symbolizes a promise made by our brothers that we will meet again as heroes. I stands for our first time, but he doesn't want to talk about it because of the pain, right, Izuku? She added, glancing at her brother. Izuku nodded in agreement, his expression somber. All Might decided to steer the conversation back to training. Alright, back to the subject of muscles. It seems someone trained you in how to fight. May I ask who that was? Izuku looked at Izumi, who nodded, encouraging him to share. Oh, it was our foster father who taught us how to fight. He used to be a pro hero in his time, he explained. This piqued All Might's interest. Oh really? Can you tell me his hero name? I might know him. Izuku quickly replied. His hero name was Red Leg Zeph. All Might's mouth fell open in shock. What? He used to be the number 2 pro hero before he retired. Izumi burst into laughter at All Might's reaction. You should see the look on your face. Izuku rubbed the back of his head, a sheepish smile on his face. Why yeah, crazy I know. Hey Izuku, look what I found. Izumi exclaimed, drawing his attention to 6 swords, each accompanied by magical scrolls designed to enhance the user's skills. The names of the swords were Fire/Explosion, the Suzaku, and Secret Sword, Swallow Return, Water, the Blue Dragon, Wind, the Fugodoku, Lightning, Justice Blade, Cards, Biodoku, and the Twin Mamoru Yamato, Tora Setsu and Sukahiro. These swords were known as elemental swords. 4 months later, Izuku and Izumi were ahead of schedule in cleaning the beach while still training there. All Might had brought weights and a bar for Izuku to use in the mornings. Nearby, a raven-haired beauty, Momo Yaoyorozu, approached them. Where is this dinner I've been hearing about? They say the Going Merry has the world's greatest chefs working there, she inquired. As she stopped near Dagoba Beach, she noticed a 10-year-old boy with pink hair, wearing glasses and engrossed in a worn hero journal. Excuse me, do you know where the nearest? She began, but stopped mid-sentence, captivated by the journal. Hey, what are you reading there? The boy turned to her with an excited expression. It's a journal about heroes, their quirks, strengths, and weaknesses, and how to improve or work around them. Momo leaned in closer, amazed by the detail. Incredible. How did you get this? Did you write it yourself? The boy flinched at the question, and Momo noticed. Where did you find it? She asked, her curiosity piqued. The boy sighed. I found it while walking nearby. It fell out of this bag, he said, pointing to a yellow bag. I couldn't help it. The first page drew me in. Momo frowned. It's not right to look at other people's things without their permission. The boy looked ashamed. All right, I'll help find the owner and return it, he said, determination in his voice. Suddenly, they heard grunting and the clanking of metal, accompanied by the sound of paper burning. Both Momo and the pink-haired boy walked toward the noise, surprised by the sight. My goodness, it looks like he's lifting about 9,000 tons. Incredible strength. Momo exclaimed. Izuku put the weights down and dried himself with a towel. Izumi then informed him that 2 people had been watching. The 2 turned to see Momo and the boy. Izuku blushed when he saw his journal in the boy's hand. That's my journal. Why do you have it? He asked, a hint of panic in his voice. It's okay, most people think it's pretty weird that I write these journals, the boy replied. Not really, Izumi chimed in happily. No way. It's amazing. Why would anyone think it's weird? Kobe, the pink-haired boy, added, Indeed. I think it's quite incredible how you go into detail. Thanks for the compliment, Izuku stammered, his cheeks turning crimson. Just then, 2 loud stomach growls echoed through the air. Momo blushed and looked down, while Kobe laughed nervously. Izuku and Izumi exchanged amused glances. I guess you're really hungry. There's a nearby restaurant we work at. We could eat there, Izuku suggested. Momo's eyes lit up with recognition. By any chance, do you work at the restaurant where there's a rumor about a chef from the Going Merry? Wait, really? Kobe said, his disbelief evident. I guess you'll find out. By the way, my name is Izuku Midoriya, and this is my twin, Izumi de Midoriya, he said, waving at Momo and Kobe. Oh my, I never asked your names. Momo realized. Oh, my name is Kobe. It's nice to meet you. And I'm Momo Yaoyorozu. It's nice to meet you all, she said, smiling warmly at Izuku, Izumi, and Kobe. The 4 of them began walking toward an old, run-down restaurant. Momo and Kobe exchanged glances, both thinking the same thing. Is this really the place? Oh, Midoriya's. You don't have work today. What are you doing here? And it looks like you brought some customers, the owner greeted them. These guys are hungry, so we thought we could bring them here to eat. If it's alright with you, we could use your kitchen to make them something, Izuku explained. As they entered the restaurant, Momo noticed something and asked the owner, "Hey, where are the other employees?" The old man sighed. "The young man and woman are my only employees. In the past, business hasn't been doing well, and all former employees left." Both Momo and Kobe felt a pang of sadness at this revelation. "But then they came out of nowhere and helped me out with my restaurant. Business has been booming since then. They do it for free, even though I offered them money. They said money isn't everything." Momo was amazed by Izuku's kindness, and Kobe thought he was a pretty nice guy. Just then, Izuku announced, "All done," with a proud smile. Both Momo and Kobe stared at the omelette, nearly drooling at the sight. "Dig in. There's plenty more if you want more," Izuku encouraged. Kobe was the first to take a bite. "Whoa, this is the best thing I have ever eaten in my entire life," he exclaimed, his eyes wide with delight. Kobe's eyes widened in amazement as he exclaimed, "Incredible! This is something I've never tasted before." Momo took a bite, her hand instinctively covering her lips as a smile spread across her face. The old restaurant owner observed the two with a warm smile. "So, how does the food taste from the chef on the Going Merry?" he asked, prompting both Momo and Kobe to look at him in shock. "What?" The old man chuckled. "Well, I guess I should leave you kids to talk," and he walked away. Momo turned to him, her curiosity piqued. "Wait, you're the rumored chef, but you seem so young." Izuku explained, "Well, they taught us when we were young. After all, it used to be our home a year ago." Kobe, intrigued, asked, "Why aren't you living there anymore, if you don't mind me asking?" "Our dad told us we should learn to live by ourselves, and it's closer to UA since the Going Merry is on the other side of the city coast," Izuku replied. "Oh, you're planning to attend UA? I'll be there as well." Momo exclaimed. "Wait, did you say you'll be there? Does that mean you already got accepted?" Izuku asked, while Izumi shook her head and sighed. "Yeah, I got a recommendation to UA, so I will go there." Momo felt a twinge of worry that they might think her acceptance was merely due to luck or money, but their next words surprised her. Kobe nodded in agreement. "Yeah, you must be really incredible." Izuku then asked, "Hey, Yaoyorozu, what is your quirk, if you don't mind me asking?" Izumi chuckled softly. "I guess habits never die off. Oh, my quirk is called creation. It allows me to use my body fat to create non-living objects through my bare skin, as long as I know the molecular structure." Both Izuku and Kobe gazed at her with wide eyes. "That's so incredible," Kobe said, his excitement palpable. "No wonder they see potential in you. Your quirk is amazing, and you must be really smart to use it so well," Izuku added. "Why yeah, but the bigger the object, the more skin I have to reveal," Momo admitted, turning her head away with a slight blush. Izuku felt his own cheeks heat up at the realization, while Kobe looked on in confusion. "Hey, Kobe, what's your quirk?" Izumi asked. Kobe lowered his gaze. I am quirkless, but I still want to be a hero." Both Izuku and Momo exchanged sad glances with him. "Hey, Kobe," Izumi said, trying to lift his spirits. "Have you heard of devil fruits?" He shook his head. Izuku and Momo turned to Izumi, who explained, "Devil fruits are a series of cursed fruits that, when eaten, grant the user special powers in exchange for their ability to swim." "Why their ability to swim?" Kobe asked, intrigued. Apparently, they were created by an enraged sea devil. There are over 100 devil fruits, each with unique powers. They are divided into 3 groups, Paramecia, Zoan, and Logia, Izumi continued. "They're very similar to quirks," Momo added. Paramecia types are the most common and have the widest range of abilities. There are 3 different types of paramecia: emitter types, which can emit substances from their bodies, mutation types, which permanently alter the user's body, and finally, those who can manipulate their surroundings. The next group is Zoan types, which can transform into animals or human-animal hybrids, Izumi explained. The final type is Logia, the rarest and strongest type. These allow the user to emit and transform their bodies into certain substances like ice and smoke, making them unaffected by physical blows. Izumi then elaborated on Haki and its 3 forms to Kobe, who could only respond with a stunned, "Wow." She opened a box containing 5 devil fruits. "Izumi, where did you get these devil fruits?" Izuku asked in shock, while Momo marveled at the sight of them. "They look so amazing in physical form," Momo said, her eyes sparkling. "I got them when you went to the bathroom back in East Blue," Izumi replied. "Which one do you want, Kobe?" "The Gomu Gomu no Mi, Paramecia type. The Hora Hora no Mi, Paramecia type. The Yuki Yuki no Mi, Logia type. The Bomu Bomu no Mi, Paramecia type. The Goro Goro no Mi, Logia type." "I picked the Goro Goro no Mi," Kobe declared, and he took a bite of the devil fruit. A surge of electricity coursed through him. "It worked!" Izumi exclaimed. "For more to go." "So, people with quirks can eat devil fruits?" Momo asked, her brow furrowing. "No, they can't, because it would create a clash between the quirk and the devil fruit until one power wins, and the user dies," Izumi explained. Momo's eyes widened in shock and fear as she worried about what would happen if she ever tried one. Suddenly, a punk kicked the door in, sneering, "Wow, this dump of a restaurant is a joke. It probably doesn't have any good food." "Sir, I have to ask you to leave," the old man pleaded. "I can do whatever I want, old man, so get lost," the punk retorted, shoving the owner aside. When he noticed Momo and Izumi, he leered, "Hey there, girls, come with me so we can get to know each other. Let's ditch this dump." "Pervert." Izumi shot back, anger flaring in her voice. "I'd rather stay here than go with a troublemaker like you." "I wasn't asking," he growled, reaching for Izumi's arm, but was interrupted. "Hey, you should never grab ladies without permission." Izuku shouted, his anger palpable. "What, are you her boyfriend?" the punk sneered, causing Momo to blush. "No, but I am a gentleman, unlike you, a savage beast. So you better back off unless you want things to get messy," Izuku warned, his expression serious. This only enraged the punk further. Oh, you're asking for it now, buddy, he shouted, throwing a punch at Izuku, who easily dodged it. I've warned you, Izuku said, delivering a swift kick that sent the punk sprawling out of the restaurant. Now, get out of here, he glared at the punk, who scrambled to his feet and fled, terrified. Izumi clapped for her brother, and he turned back to everyone with a smile. Everything should be fine now, he said. However, Momo looked concerned. You shouldn't have used your quirk like that, you could have gotten in trouble. Actually, I'm quirkless too, he admitted, smiling nervously. WBBB, both Momo and Kobe exclaimed in disbelief. But we saw you lifting all that weight. It shouldn't be possible unless you have a quirk, Kobe said, confusion etched on his face. No, it is possible if you try your best and go beyond plus ultra. If I can pass, it proves that we can be heroes because I believe you can be a hero too, no matter what others say, he said, his smile encouraging. Kobe felt tears of joy welling up in his eyes. Momo smiled at the heartwarming scene but then glanced at the time. I guess time really does fly when you're with friends. Wait, we are really friends? Both Izuku and Kobe asked in unison. Kobe beamed, realizing he had made 2 new friends, but he knew he needed to head home. I have to go now, thanks for the food. You're welcome, Izuku and Izumi replied. Just before he left, Izuku called out, Kobe, wait a second. He began to write on a note. Here, it's a training regimen, but if you're really serious, you have to go through hell and back. Kobe gave him a serious look and assured him, yes, I will. I won't disappoint you. Momo, reaching for her wallet, said, well, I guess I should get going too, but Izuku stopped her. No need, seeing your smile and knowing that my food is payment enough for me, he replied. Overwhelmed by his kindness, Momo thought, too pure. Well, if that's the case, then for payment, you can call me Momo. Since we are both aiming for UA, let's exchange numbers, she suggested. After they exchanged numbers, Momo started heading home. Izuku soon realized what he had just done and began to fidget, while Izumi laughed. Did I really just do that? I talked to a girl and she gave me her number, he exclaimed, his face turning bright red. Nearby, an old man chuckled, to be young again. Yes, Izuku, I am proud of my brother for defending me and Momo, but let's head back home, Izumi said. The two of them began their journey home. After 10 months of intense training, Izuku and Izumi were preparing for the UA entrance exams. Izumi was excited. This exam is going to be a breeze. I hope you saved something special for the exams, especially the element katanas. I will go all out with Firebird Ki, Haki, and Black Leg fighting. You can go all out with your Black Leg, Haki, and Katana. Can we pass the UA entrance exams? Let's find out next time. Together, they declared, we will become the #1 hero and the future symbol of peace. Outside the main building of UA, many people were walking in for the entrance exam. A young girl with a brown bob cut was trying to calm her nerves. Izuku and Izumi noticed her and decided to help. Okay, Achiko, you can do this. All you have to do is take one step, and you'll be closer to your goal of being a pro. Just breathe, she thought, approaching the ground and closing her eyes, waiting for impact, but it never came. When she opened her eyes, she saw her savior. It would be bad luck for you to trip, Izuku said. Hey, my name is Izuku Midoriya, and this is my twin sister, Izumi Midoriya, he introduced himself. Hey there. Hope you're doing well, Izumi added, waving to Achiko. Oh, I'm Achiko Uraraka. Are you too nervous? She asked. Yeah, kinda, but who isn't? We better get inside, we don't want to be late, Izuku replied. Sure, let's go, Achiko said, and the three of them headed to the entrance exam site. Present Mike walked onto the stage and began to explain how the exam would work. It was a 10-minute exam where they would need to destroy robots to earn points to pass. Just as Present Mike was finishing up, a blue-haired boy raised his hand to ask, excuse me, but in the packet, there are 4 faux villains listed, but you've only stated 3. Is this a misprint? Because if so, it's highly disgraceful of you. He pointed at Izuku and Izumi. And you too. If you're so disinterested, you should just leave and stop wasting everyone's time. Look here, pal. My brother and I were listening to Present Mike, and he was about to explain the 0-pointer, but you interrupted him. So shut up. Izumi shot back. Ah yes, thank you for your question, listener #no, that is not a misprint. The last villain is worth 0 points, so it would be best for you to avoid it altogether. Now go out there and break a leg. Can I get plus ultra? He shouted, but silence was the only response. As everyone got up to their assigned city zones, Izuku noticed that Uraraka seemed nervous. He decided to help her, but just as he was about to walk over, the blue-haired boy stopped him. She's trying to focus. Are you going to distract her? Dude, no. I saw that she seemed nervous, so I'm going to be kind and help her. I felt something was off, so I used future sight to see that the exam was about to start. In Izuku's mind, he prepared himself, putting the first blade in his mouth and the other 2 in his hands. He heard people talking about why he could have 3 swords. He sighed until he saw the gates open and rushed in. What are you all waiting for? Follow that kid. There is no court in real battle. Present Mike shouted as everyone began to flood in. Gazami Dori. Izuku slashed at 3 2-pointers and 2 1-pointers, adding to his points. Meanwhile, in Field C, Izumi rushed ahead, leaving everyone behind, and used her Firebird technique. Inferno Bird. She transformed into a fiery bird and began burning 3-pointers, 4-pointers, and 5 1-pointers, shocking everyone in Field C. She searched for more robots, knocking people out of their shock state and prompting them to run again. More points, then I'll show more of my moves. Surrounded by 4 3-pointers, Izumi smirked as the robots attempted to attack her. Using observation haki, she dodged their hits. She jumped into the air, and everyone watched, wondering what she would do. For my special move to finish you faux villains off. She summoned a bow and arrows made of fire. Higher Angel Arrow. A dozen arrows struck the 4 3-pointers, destroying them in one clean hit, leaving everyone speechless. Just then, she heard a rumble and spotted the 0-pointer towering over the buildings. Back with Izuku, a group of robots surrounded some participants, and he decided to help. Moonbeam Slicer. The move created a massive shockwave that destroyed some robots, leaving others for the participants to score points. Jesus, give me a break. 6 Swallow Flash Slash. The move unleashed 6 slashing flames that burned the robots to dust. He ran after more robots, now using his legs. Collier Shoot. He kicked a robot's head clean off, causing it to explode, and the others followed suit. As Izuku continued to slash the robots to nothing, he felt the ground shake and looked up to see the massive zero-pointer. Flashback Flash Blast Slash. He dashed toward 3 two-pointers, creating illusions of himself to increase the number of slashes, cutting them in half. In the control room, all the staff were watching the participants, impressed by what they saw at different exam sites. We have an interesting batch of first years, said a woman in a stylish outfit. Yes, especially the one with 6 swords. I've been wondering if his quirk involves the blades, another teacher added. But the young woman with a firebird power can control her abilities at will, a third remarked. Nizu, the principal, began typing on the computer to learn more about the boy's quirk. His shock was evident, and other faculty members noticed. Nizu, sir, what's wrong? You look like you saw a ghost, a teacher asked. Izuku, Midoriya and his quirk, he's quirkless, but it says he's not powerless. He has haki, black leg fighting, and creates elemental sword techniques. Everyone was shocked to discover that one student was quirkless yet possessed powers that functioned like a quirk. A scruffy man remarked, this kid and his sister are quirkless but have achieved the first and second highest scores in the exam so far. I admire them. It shows they had to work hard to get where they are instead of being lazy. His co-workers were even more astonished when he added, if they pass, I want them in my class. Izawa, known for his dislike of children, wanting a student in his class was unprecedented. Alright, we'll see. First, let's observe how they handle a real challenge, he said, pressing a large red button. Meanwhile, in the exam field, Izuku was about to leave when he heard a faint, ow. He turned around to find Uraraka trapped under some rubble. Without hesitation, he transformed and readied his blades. He pulled his arm back as if charging up. 3-sword-style secret technique, the billion-fold world trichiliacosm. A massive slash cleaved the zero-pointer in 2, sending both halves soaring into the air. He rushed over to Uraraka, concern etched on his face. Uraraka, are you alright? He removed a blade from his mouth and began sheathing his weapons as he lifted the heavy concrete off her. Yeah, I think I just twisted my ankle, she replied. He lifted her in a bridal carry and headed toward the crowd, searching for medical assistance. Uraraka couldn't help but notice how well-toned Izuku was, and a blush crept onto her cheeks. Izuku, are you alright? Your head feels like it's on fire, she said, struggling to form a complete sentence. Just then, they heard an elderly woman's voice asking if they were okay. After explaining the situation, Recovery Girl gently kissed Uraraka's head, and she felt better thanks to her quirk. As Izumi was about to leave, she heard someone trapped nearby. Turning around, she spotted a girl with purple hair and earphone jacks, her ears caught beneath some rubble. Without a moment's hesitation, Izumi transformed and prepared her fire. She leaped high into the sky, summoning a bow and arrow made of flames to shoot at the zero-pointer. Higher Angel Rain, she shouted, unleashing a barrage of fiery arrows that obliterated the zero-pointer, leaving nothing but dust in its wake. Afterward, Izumi cleared the rubble and helped the girl up, using her fire to heal her. Once the girl was better, she expressed her gratitude and introduced herself. Thank you for saving me, but I'm sorry you spent so much time helping me, Jiro said. No problem, Ujiro. That's what heroes do, save people. By the way, my name is Izumi D. Midoriya, but you can just call me Izumi, she replied with a smile, shaking Jiro's hand as they both ignored the astonished crowd around them. Meanwhile, the teachers were astounded by what they had just witnessed. A quirkless student had effortlessly defeated the zero-pointer. Aizawa smirked to himself, pleased with his decision. Time's up, Mike shouted, breaking the stunned silence. All the teachers and students in the vicinity of Izuku were left wondering, just how strong is that kid? As everyone began to head home, waiting for their exam results, Izuku and Izumi heard the doorbell ring. Izumi got up from the couch to open it, revealing a mailman holding 2 UA letters. They eagerly opened them, revealing a hologram of All Might, much to their surprise. He announced that Izuku had placed first in the exams and that Izumi had come in second, both being assigned to Class 1A. Izuku was thrilled at the prospect of surprising Momo on the first day. As the first day at UA approached, Izuku and Izumi prepared, putting on their shoes and heading out the door. They paused to look at a picture of their family on the going. Mary, smiling at the memories before turning back to continue their journey. Clenching their lockets with determination, they made their way to UA. In the hallways, Izuku felt anxious. Ugh, where is it? I can't be late on the first day. Relax, big brother. We'll find Class 1A and meet our new classmates, Izumi reassured him. Izuku quickened his pace, trying to locate his class when he accidentally bumped into someone, causing both to fall. Hey, watch where you're going, the girl exclaimed. I'm so sorry for my brother bumping into you. Izumi apologized, realizing they had collided with the renowned hero, Midnight. See you in Class 1A. Bye, Midnight. Izumi waved as she headed off to class. Sorry, I didn't mean to make you fall, Izuku quickly said, extending a hand to help Midnight up. It's quite alright, but next time, watch where you're going, she replied, taking his hand. I'm really sorry, a gentleman should never make a lady fall, Izuku insisted. My, quite the gentleman you are, Midnight teased. Thank you, but I have to find my class now, he replied, starting to leave. Hold on a second, I can help you find your class, Midnight offered. Really? I don't want to impose, Izuku said, hesitant. Not at all. I'm a teacher after all. I'm supposed to help my students, she assured him. Thank you, he said, following her. Here you go, Class 1A, and you're right on time, Midnight announced. Thanks again for your help. Izuku replied, and then Midnight recognized him. Hey, you're that quirkless boy, right? Izumi Midoriya? You're quite strong for someone without a quirk, she commented. I've trained really hard to get this strong, Izuku explained. Well then, I should be off now. Good luck. Midnight said, giving him a quick peck on the cheek before walking away, leaving Izuku blushing and flustered. As he entered the classroom, he was met with an unexpected sight. Take your feet off this instant, a girl with a cocky attitude demanded. I do what I want. What junior high did you come from, anyway? Katsumi retorted. Just my luck, Izuku muttered under his breath. I'm Tenya Lida, from Somei Academy, Lida introduced himself. Huh, an elite? It'll be more fun to crush you then, Katsumi replied, her tone challenging. Lida was taken aback. Crush me? Are you sure you want to be a hero? Meanwhile, Momo observed the scene from her desk, noticing the blonde girl's behavior before turning to see Izuku. Momo smiled as she approached him. Izuku, you're here just like I knew you would be. Izumi noticed Izuku at the door and stood up to join her. Hey Momo. It's nice to see you too, Izuku replied. Hey big brother, Izumi added. This caught Katsumi's attention as well as Tenya's. Oh, you're the one who took down the 0-pointer by yourself, Tenya said, drawing the attention of the entire class. Izuku felt a bit nervous but quickly calmed down. Hello there, I am Tenya. I am from So, he began, but Izuku interrupted. I heard that earlier. My name is Izuku Midoriya. It's nice to meet you. Momo leaned toward Izuku and asked, do you know him by any chance? Yeah, I met him during the entrance exam, Izuku replied. Tenya spoke again, his voice earnest. He admitted, Midoriya, I misjudged you. You saw right through the exam, didn't you? You're truly a better person than I am. I'm sorry for how I treated you. At that moment, Uraraka hugged Izuku from behind, her voice bright with excitement. I see you made it. I'm so happy you did. She released him with a beaming smile. Izuku felt a blush creep onto his cheeks as he thought, cute. He noticed Momo looking a bit jealous while Katsumi shot him a glare. Clearing her throat, Momo drew their attention. I'm sorry for ignoring you, Momo, Izuku said quickly. This is Uraraka, the one I saved from a giant robot. Hi there, I'm Achiko Uraraka. It's nice to meet you, she said, her smile warm and inviting. I'm Momo Yaoyorozu. The feeling is mutual, Momo replied, her tone polite but slightly reserved. Suddenly, a voice interrupted them. If you're here to make friends, then get out, a man in a yellow sleeping bag said, his tone weary. Everyone turned to see the man rise from the floor. It took 8 seconds to quiet down. We will need to fix that. I am Shota Aizawa, and I will be your homeroom teacher, he said as he emerged from the sleeping bag. The students exchanged glances, their thoughts echoing, this guy is our teacher? Now, put these on and meet me on the field, Aizawa instructed, pulling out UA sports uniforms. We will be testing your quirks, he added, his expression serious. Meanwhile, in the teacher's lounge, All Might was finishing up paperwork. That should do it. Who knew being a teacher would be this hard? He sighed. Just then, Midnight entered. Oh, hello Midnight. How are you doing this evening? All Might greeted her with a smile. Just fine. I helped a cute first-year find his class. It was that quirkless boy you said you helped train, Midnight replied. Oh I see. That's good, All Might said, but then a thought struck him. Hey Midnight, do you know who their homeroom teacher is? The last time I checked, it was Aizawa, she answered. All Might's expression turned serious. He'll target Midoriya right off the bat. I should go check on them. They both headed out to see what was happening. At the UA field, Aizawa announced, we will be having a quirk assessment test to see where you're at. Excuse me Mr. Aizawa, shouldn't we be at orientation right now? Achiko asked, a hint of concern in her voice. No, we have no time for things like that. We are here to train you as quickly as possible for hero work, such as natural disasters and villain attacks, not to have fun, Aizawa replied, pointing to Katsumi. You're the third highest scorer for villains. How far did you throw back in middle school? 67 meters, Katsumi responded confidently. Aizawa tossed the ball to her. Throw the ball again, but this time use your quirk. Katsumi took the ball and said, let's get this over with. With a fierce shout, she threw the ball, exclaiming, die. Izuku and Izumi exchanged glances, muttering, really immature. Aizawa turned to the class, announcing her score of 705.2 meters. This should serve as an example of seriousness. Whoa, 705.2 meters. That's crazy, exclaimed a blonde girl with black lightning in her hair. Oh boy, this is going to be so much fun, said a girl with pink skin. Aizawa added, fun you say? To make this more interesting, whoever gets last place will be expelled on the spot. The entire class gasped in shock, but Uraraka spoke up. Don't you think that's a little unfair? This is the first day. Life isn't fair. We are here to make heroes, not to play around while people are in danger. So if you're not serious, drop out now, Aizawa replied, causing the class to feel nervous and prompting Izuku to think, they can't do this, can they? Wait, this might be a trick like the exam. That's good, then I'll try not to draw too much attention and just do enough to pass. As the chapter ended, the scene shifted to the next day. Izuku and Izumi were having a strange day at hero school. They attended their regular classes, but all the students were eagerly anticipating one particular class, the most basic training. The atmosphere was tense as they waited, and then the doors swung open. I am here, coming in like a hero. All Might announced, causing an uproar in the class. Whoa, it's All Might. Denki exclaimed. But, can't believe All Might is teaching. This year is going to be awesome. Kirishima added. Hey look, is that his Silver Age hero costume? Tsuyu remarked. Welcome to the most important class at UA Academy. Think of it as hero basics. Here, you learn how to fight for good. Now, let's get into today's lesson, combat training, All Might declared. Finally, combat. Katsumi exclaimed, staring at Izuku with a determined smile. Training, Izuku replied, feeling a mix of excitement and nerves. Now then, you should also part 2, All Might continued. The wall revealed 21 cases. These cases contain your costume designs that you submitted to UA. Now then, go get changed and meet me on the beta ground. The boys left for the changing room, and Izuku began to think. I'm glad I called Dad to send in the final design of my hero costume that I left behind. Once in the changing room, Izuku waited for the others to leave before changing, not wanting them to see the emblem on his back. When he opened his case, his eyes widened in joy. I love this costume design. 2 weeks earlier, Zeph had received a call from Izuku asking him to mail the costume design to UA. Geez, brat, you forgot your costume design here. You don't even live here anymore, Zeph grumbled as he examined Izuku's hero design, which resembled a combination of his old costume and All Might's. This brat is copying me and All Might too much, he thought, shaking his head. He went to the dining room of the restaurant, where all the chefs were gathered. Hey boss, what you got there? Patty asked, peering over. It's something the little brat left behind, Zeph replied. What is it, boss? Karn inquired, curious. Here, take a look for yourself. He handed the paper to Karn. The other chefs crowded around to see, and as soon as they did, they burst into laughter. You're right, boss, this is just too funny, Karn said, still chuckling. Well then, I better mail this off before the brat starts complaining. Just before he could leave, Patty called out to him. Hey boss, I think I have a better idea. He showed something to everyone, causing another round of laughter and a smirk from Zeph. I think I like your idea, Patty, Zeph admitted, amused. Meanwhile, All Might was waiting for his students to arrive at the beta ground when he heard footsteps approaching. It said that clothes make the pros and you are proof. You all look so cool in them, so let's get things started, newbies, All Might declared. Wait, sir, Midoriya hasn't arrived yet, Achiko said, glancing around. Oh, can someone go get him? All Might asked, looking at the class. Just then, Izumi and Izuku emerged from the tunnel, both feeling confident in their outfits. Whoa man, what's up with the suit? Siro exclaimed. You look appealing in the dress, bestie Izumi, Katsumi added, her tone teasing yet sincere. Izumi smiled at her friend. Thank you. You look great in your costume. Izuku, pleased by the compliment, felt a rush of warmth but was soon interrupted by Achiko. Deku, I really like your costume, it looks nice on you, she said, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Momo joined the conversation, and Izumi couldn't help but smirk at the two. I have to agree with her, you really do look good in a suit, Momo added, her tone playful. Izuku stammered, thank you guys. Why your costumes look really good. He looked away, his cheeks flushed. Achiko tilted her head, a hint of uncertainty in her voice. Why you really think so, Deku? I didn't get what I wanted, so they made it skin tight, it's not my style. Momo chimed in, as for me, you know I have to expose some skin for my quirk to work. But do you really like it? I do. It makes you look really cool and nice. Izuku replied, his face turning an even deeper shade of red as he trembled slightly. This made Achiko and Momo smile, both thinking the same thing, they were glad he liked it. Meanwhile, a boy with purple ball on his head observed the scene with envy. Lucky guy, Mineta muttered under his breath. All Might stepped forward, ready to address the class. Now then, let's get started. Today's training will be heroes versus villains. Each of you will be split into teams of 2. Any questions? The class erupted with inquiries. How will you decide the teams? Is it by skill level or random? Tenya asked. Will there be a punishment like Aizawa's test? Achiko added. How much can we hurt our opponents? Katsumi inquired. Will you decide who wins the match? Momo asked, her brow furrowed in concentration. Hold on a second, All Might said, raising a hand for silence. Alright, the hero team's victory will depend on whether they secure the weapon or capture the villains before time runs out. For the villains, it's either defeat or capture the heroes. The teams will be randomly selected by lot. Now, I will demonstrate. He approached a box on the podium and drew 2 lots. Alright then, Team A will be Izuki, Midoriya and Mina Ishido. Now let's set up the rest of the teams. Team A, Izuki, Midoriya and Mina Ishido. Team B, Shoko Todoroki and Mizo Shoji. Team C, Momo Yaoyorozu and Minoru. Team D, Katsumi Bakugo and Tenya Lida. Team E, Yuga Aoyama and Achiko Uraraka. Team F, Rikido Sato and Koji Koda. Team G, Denki Kaminari and Kyokajiro and Izumi D, Midoriya. Team H, Fumikage Tokoyami and Ziu Ajui. Team I, Mashareo Ojiro and Toru Hagakure. Team J, Ijiro Kirishima and Hantasiro. After being called, Izuku began to strategize with his partner. Alright, if I remember correctly from the quirk assessment test, Ishido's quirk was acid. Mina, the pink-skinned girl, grinned. I lucked out, I got the strongest guy in our class. My name is Mina Ishido, but you can just call me Mina, I'm not into formalities. She moved closer to him, her excitement palpable. Oh, my name is Izukudi, Midoriya. It's nice to meet you, he replied, blushing at her proximity and the way her costume accentuated her features. Izuku thought to himself, she's too close. Curious about the meaning of his name, he admitted, I actually don't know what it means, my mom never told us. Mina's eyes sparkled with mischief. So it's a mystery. I guess I have to get to know you more, Midori. Izuku stammered, but she interrupted him. Hey, I said to call me Mina, she pouted, making him blush even more. Amina just called me Midori, he said, flustered. Yeah, I think it suits you because it's cute, just like you, she replied with a bright smile. Overwhelmed by her compliment, Izuku covered his face with his hands. The girl thinks I'm cute. Meanwhile, Momo and Achiko watched the interaction, feeling a pang of jealousy. Now, let's set up the match, All Might announced, placing his hands on a black and white box. Team A will be heroes, and Team D will be the villains. Team D, go prepare while Team A plans their strategy. The rest of us will watch from the observation room. As the class headed to the observation room, Achiko and Momo offered words of encouragement. Deku, I know you can do this. Give it your best. Achiko cheered. If anyone can win, I know you can, Izuku, Momo added. Thanks, you guys. I hope you win in your matchups, Izuku replied, feeling grateful for their support. Unbeknownst to them, Katsumi glared at Izuku, her jealousy intensifying as she watched Momo and Achiko. Now, Bakugo, I know we don't see eye to eye, but we have to work together to win, Tenya said, trying to reason with her. Katsumi paused before responding. Hey, for eyes, do you really think Deku is quirkless? Midoriya said so himself, and Aizawa confirmed it when he used his quirk on him. I see no reason for him to lie, Tenya replied. Katsumi's anger flared. So all this time he's been holding back? That demon old man told him never to hit me just because I'm a girl. I'll show him who's stronger. Meanwhile, outside the building, Izuku and Mina were brainstorming their plan. Ugh, do they really think we can memorize the whole layout of the building? It's too much of a pain, Mina complained. It may be difficult, but we have to be prepared for any traps they might set, Izuku insisted. I guess you're right. Hey, I want to ask you something. Why do you seem so tense around Bakugo? Mina inquired. Well, Kaken and I have known each other since we were 7. She just hates me for wanting to become the next #1 hero, even without a quirk, Izuku explained. Seems like you have a pretty big dream, Mina noted. Yeah, people say I have big dreams, Izuku replied shyly. Wait, does that mean you have another big dream? Mina asked, her curiosity piqued. Yeah, it's to find the legendary sea, the All Blue, Izuku said, his excitement evident. I think I've heard of it before. It's the place where all seas come together, right? Mina recalled. Izuku's eyes lit up. You know of it? That place is a miracle sea for a chef like me. As they spoke, Izuku unintentionally moved closer to Mina, causing her to blush. Realizing their proximity, he quickly apologized. Sorry, I didn't mean to get so close. No, it's fine. If it helps us win, then keep doing your thing, Mina encouraged. As they prepared to move forward, Izuku noticed Katsumi emerging from around a corner, ready to attack Mina. He quickly grabbed Mina and shielded her from the blast. Mina, are you alright? You're not hurt or anything, he asked, concern etched on his face as he looked through the smoke at Katsumi. Why, I'm fine, Mina replied, her cheeks flushed again. Good, now go ahead. I'll catch up with you after I deal with Kaken, Izuku said firmly. Okay, I'll see you soon, Mina said, running past Katsumi. What is with this guy? 1 second he's cute, then he gets hot, Katsumi thought as she dashed away. As the smoke cleared, Katsumi stood in her hero costume, causing Izuku to blush once more. K Kaken, I won't fight you, but I won't be a punching bag, he declared, then began to run in the opposite direction. Damn it, Deku. Get back here and fight me. Katsumi yelled as she chased after him. The following day, Izuku and Izumi walked slowly toward UA. Izuku felt exhausted from a restless night, having barely slept with 3 girls in their apartment and Izumi teasing him relentlessly. All he could do was cover his face in embarrassment throughout the night. Izuku sighed, I'm so tired. I can't believe there were 3 girls at our apartment. The worst part is that Mina took a picture of me and Zeph on her phone. It's so embarrassing. Izumi chuckled. Come on, Izuku, it's funny. When Mina took the picture, Momo and Achiko were eating at our place. By the way, I received a message from our childhood friends from East and South Blue asking how we are and how UA is. I told them I invited 3 girls for dinner, and they were incredibly jealous. Izuku raised an eyebrow. What? They keep up with you on social media? How are my 3 bros and those 6 girls doing? Izumi explained, they're on Instagram and doing fine, balancing hero training with regular high school. As they approached the school gates, they noticed a mob of news reporters gathered outside. What's going on? Why is the media here? Wait, they must be here because they heard All Might is working at UA as a teacher, Izuku speculated. Izumi sighed. When they tried to walk through the gate, they were bombarded by reporters. Screw this, bye brother, she said, waving her hand dismissively at the reporters. Hey kid, what's it like being near All Might? One reporter asked. What is it like to have All Might as a teacher? Another added. Izuku replied, sorry, but I have to go or I'll be late for class if I don't leave now. Just then, a female reporter approached him and grabbed his arm. Hey, come on, can't you stay a little while and answer a few questions? I'll make it worth your while. Izuku felt his face heat up as he mumbled incoherently until he felt someone tugging at the back of his uniform. Hurry up, you nerd. You're blocking the way. Katsumi shouted. Sorry, Kaken, I didn't mean to block you, Izuku apologized. The reporter then recognized the 2 teens. Hey, aren't you 2 from the sludge incident? Are you boyfriend and girlfriend? She exclaimed. Both Izuku and Katsumi blushed at the suggestion. No way. I wouldn't date this nerd if he was the last guy on Earth. Katsumi retorted, stomping away while still blushing. Izuku kept a respectful distance from Katsumi as they walked to class, trying not to upset her further. Once inside, he took his seat and rested his head on his desk with a sigh. His friends noticed and approached him. What's got you down, Midori? Mina asked. Midoriya, what's the problem? You seem troubled, Tenya added. Deku, if you're in trouble, you should tell us, Achiko encouraged. Izuku, you should know we're always here for you if you need us, Momo reassured him. Thanks guys. It's just that there was an incident at the front gate, Izuku explained. Ah, it must be about the news reporters. There are quite a few of them outside, Tenya said. More like a ton, Lita. I could barely get in without being bombarded for answers, Izuku corrected. Seriously, they keep coming at us for answers about All Might, Mina added. Indeed, there are many outside looking for information about All Might, Momo agreed. Well, one of the reporters was persistent, but Kaken came and dragged me away. She thought we were a couple, Izuku continued. Izumi laughed. That's so funny. There's no way that could happen. Momo and Achiko slammed their hands on his desk, causing Izuku to flinch. That's absurd. Why would anyone think you 2 are a couple? The way she treated you wouldn't be how couples act, Momo questioned. Yeah, Deku, if anyone saw how she treated you, they wouldn't think that, especially after what she did yesterday, Achiko added. Midoriya, you've known Bakugo since you were kids, right? So why does she act this way toward you? Tenya chimed in. Oh, I know. Midori told me why she acts this way during our combat practice. It's because both of them want to be the #1 hero, Mina explained. Wait, really? Deku, that's a pretty big deal. Achiko exclaimed. Indeed, it's an incredibly difficult challenge, especially considering you're quirkless. How much harder can it be? Tenya acknowledged. Izuku, what is your reason for wanting to be the #1 hero? Momo asked. At first, I just wanted to be a hero to help people, but I want to inspire those who are weak or quirkless to change society's view on them. If the #1 hero has no quirk, maybe people will start treating them better and realize they can be heroes too, Izuku replied. His friends were in awe, and Izumi smiled at Izuku's reason for wanting to be the #1 hero. But the silence was broken by Mina. Wow, Midori, we aren't heroes yet, but you're already talking like one. Maybe you'll be a new symbol alongside All Might, she said. She's right, Deku, and I can't wait to see what type of symbol you'll be, Achiko added. What do you mean? Izuku asked, confused. It's clearly obvious, Izuku, from your reason, Momo replied. Then all three answered his question in unison. Hope. This made Izuku blush, as they believed he could be a symbol of hope. Before they could continue talking, Aizawa entered the classroom. Everybody get to your seats and be quiet, class is starting, Aizawa instructed. The students quickly rushed to their seats to avoid trouble. Huh, it took you 6 seconds this time. It seems you're slowly improving. Anyway, I reviewed the footage from yesterday's combat training, and I have to say you did decently. Oh, Midoriya, next time don't be so reckless, and just so you know, I can read lips, so I know what you said. This made Izuku lower his head in embarrassment. Alright, students, we have a special task for you that will help decide your future, Aizawa announced. The students began to look worried. Is this going to be another quirk assessment test? They asked. Aizawa clarified, today we will decide who will be class president. Nearly everyone cheered at the news and began raising their hands to campaign for themselves until Tenya came up with an idea. Hold your horses. I believe we should vote for our class president, Tenya said. But wouldn't everybody just vote for themselves? Sato replied. Yes, but if someone gets more votes, it means people see their leadership potential, right, Aizawa? Tenya explained. I don't care, as long as you keep quiet, Aizawa responded as he zipped into his yellow sleeping bag. Everyone agreed on the outcome, even though they all knew that Tenya wanted the position the most. When the votes were tallied, Izuku received the highest number, while Momo garnered 2. Katsumi exclaimed in disbelief, what the heck? Who voted for the nerd? Meanwhile, both Achiko and Mina whistled in surprise. Aizawa concluded the voting with a firm declaration. Alright, it's been decided, Midoriya will be the class president, and Yaoyorozu will be the vice president. Izuku felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. How did this happen? Momo leaned closer and whispered, don't worry Izuku, you'll do fine, offering him a reassuring smile. Aizawa then instructed the class, alright then, head out to the cafeteria, we will continue this after you eat. Hurry up. As they settled at a table, Izuku shared lunch with Tenya, Achiko, Momo, and Izumi. I can't believe I got 4 votes. Who even voted for me? He mused aloud, noticing Achiko's beaming smile at the mention of the votes. Wait, Achiko, did you vote for me? He asked, curious. Yup, that. I thought you'd be a good leader because you always put others before yourself, Achiko replied enthusiastically. Tenya nodded in agreement. Indeed, that's the same reason I voted for you. Izuku turned to Momo, his eyes wide with surprise. Wait, you too, Tenya? Does that mean? Momo interrupted him gently, sorry Izuku, but I voted for myself. I really wanted the position. Izuku's brow furrowed in confusion. Then who? Just then, a familiar voice chimed in. Oh, that was me. Mina exclaimed, setting her food down and wrapping her arms around Izuku in a friendly hug. Amina, he stammered, his cheeks flushing. Izumi remarked with a teasing tone, wow, I'm not surprised to know she voted for you. Momo and Achiko exchanged unimpressed glances. A voice from the group added, well, it looks like someone is happy to see you, Mina. Everyone turned to see a pair of floating glasses hovering nearby. Mina introduced her friend, oh yeah, this is Toru Hagakure. I told her all about you, Midori, and how your cooking puts lunch rushes to shame. Toru grinned and said, yeah, I heard you're a really good cook, and I have to say, you were really cute as a kid. She pulled out her phone to show a picture of young Izuku with Seth, causing him to blush and look down as Toru and Mina giggled. Tenya scolded Mina, Ashido, you shouldn't be showing private pictures of our classmate without their permission. Mina pouted, Lita, you're no fun. Izumi chimed in, OMG, you look cute when you pout, which made Mina blush even more. Achiko tried to comfort Izuku after the teasing. Well, at least you know who voted for you now, Deku. Suddenly, Izuku lifted his head. Actually, there's still one more vote I don't know about. Mina asked, wait, Midoriya, you didn't vote for yourself? Izuku replied, a slight blush creeping onto his cheeks. No, I voted for Momo. I thought she was better suited for the position. This made Momo smile brightly. Thank you, Izuku, for believing I was suited for the role, she said warmly. Tenya remarked, Midoriya, this only proves that people believe in you. Achiko added, but the question now is, who was the other person who voted for Deku? Mina turned to Toru and asked, hey, did you vote for Midori? Toru shook her head. No, I voted for myself. The group was left wondering who had voted for Izuku until Achiko decided to change the subject. Hey, I've been meaning to ask you, Lita, but are you a rich boy? Tenya sighed, I worry about how people would treat me if they knew my family. Everyone leaned in closer, intrigued by Tenya's family background. The Lita family has been heroes for generations. Have you ever heard of the hero Ingenium? Izuku's eyes lit up with recognition. I've heard of him. He's the speed hero and a highly respected figure with 65 sidekicks. Wait, don't tell me. Yes, he is my eldest brother, Tenya stated proudly. Wow, Lita, your family sounds incredible. Izuku exclaimed. I dream of being a hero just like my brother, Tenya said earnestly. This is actually funny, Lita. We have something in common, Izuku noted. How is that, Midoriya? Tenya asked, looking at him with curiosity. My brother is actually a hero/vigilante who graduated from a hero school not that long ago, Izuku explained. Really? What is his hero name, Deku? Achiko inquired. Oh, his hero name is, but before he could finish, the bell rang. Izumi looked around, puzzled. What is going on? A senior student answered her question. That's the UA alarm. It only goes off if there are intruders, and in the 3 years I've been here, I've never heard it. Panic began to ripple through the cafeteria as everyone rushed to their feet. In the chaos, Izuku, Izumi, and their friends were jostled around, and Izuku found himself shoved against the window. He caught sight of news reporters outside the gate. They must have set off the alarm, but how did they get in? I have to tell everyone, or this might get out of hand, Izuku thought urgently. He pushed himself forward, using 2 nearby people to propel himself higher so he could grab the ledge of the cafeteria entrance. Everyone calm down. It's nothing to worry about, he shouted, but no one seemed to hear him. Anxiety gripped him as he realized his words were falling on deaf ears until he saw Toru get pushed down, igniting a spark of anger within him. Quiet, he bellowed, glaring at the crowd. Everyone, it's all right. It's just the media, so calm down. We are here to become heroes, right? We should act like it. Gradually, the crowd began to settle and return to the cafeteria. Izuku jumped down from the ledge and rushed to help Toru up. Hey, are you all right? He asked, concern etched on his face. I'm fine, thank you for helping me, Midori, Toru replied, her voice light. Izuku felt a slight blush creeping onto his cheeks. Well, all the other girls call you by your nickname, so I should do the same, she said with a giggle. Izumi chimed in. She's right, the girls do call you by your nickname. Not you. Too, Izumi, he protested. Sorry, but not sorry, she replied playfully. Achiko grinned at him. Hey, Deku, I can't believe you did that. You were so cool. Izuku began to shake, realizing the weight of what he had just done. Did I really do that? Tenya stepped in to help. You girls can take your time. I'll help Midoriya settle down in the classroom. As Izuku and Tenya walked back to class, Momo, Achiko, and Izumi were trying to convince Mina and Toru to delete the picture of Izuku. Ashido, you should delete the picture. Deku seems embarrassed by you having it, Achiko urged. I have to agree with Achiko. It's not right to Izuku, Momo added. Toru suggested. Hey, how about we tell him that we deleted it? Achiko frowned. Why would we lie to Deku? Momo wore a stern expression. I see no reason to lie to Izuku. Mina, with a mischievous grin, said, well, if you don't, I'll send you the picture of Midori to keep it even. Achiko and Momo blushed but quickly turned to see if Izuku was still there. They looked back at Mina and nodded. Fine, we won't tell Deku, Achiko conceded. As long as you don't show it to anyone, we will be fine, Mina added. Izumi sighed. Fine, I won't tell him but I will forget about it. When Izuku reached the classroom, he felt a chill run down his spine. Aizawa had something else to say. Aizawa stood at the front of the classroom, his voice cutting through the chatter. All right, class, settle down. I have another special announcement to make. Tomorrow, we will be going to USJ for rescue training. The news sent a wave of excitement through the students. Denki exclaimed, this is going to be awesome. Kirishima added, now this is where we separate the men from the boys. Tsu chimed in, finally, I can show my worth, ribbit. Aizawa used his quirk to silence them, then continued, there will be 3 teachers accompanying you. I am one of them, and the other 2 will be All Might and 13. The classroom buzzed with anticipation about the trip to USJ, but the lesson continued until it was time to leave. Only Izuku and Momo, the class president, remained behind when someone entered the classroom. Excuse me, are you Class 1A's class president? A voice asked. Both Izuku and Momo turned to see an orange-haired girl standing there. Oh, that's me. I'm Izuki Midoriya, the Class 1A president. It's nice to meet you, Izuku said, extending his hand. Momo smiled and added, and I'm Momo Yaoyorozu, his vice president. It's a pleasure to meet you. The girl smiled back. It's nice to meet you. I'm Itsuka Kendo, Class 1B's class president. Izuku nodded. It seems that we will be working together. He noticed Itsuka was looking at him strangely. Hey, can I ask you a question? Itsuka inquired. Yes, Izuku replied. Why do you seem so nervous? Momo interjected. It's because he's shy around new people. It takes him a bit to get comfortable. Well, how about this? We can tell each other our quirks to get to know one another. I'll go first. My quirk is called Big Fist. It lets me enlarge my hands at will. As Itsuka spoke, she noticed Izuku's eyes light up with excitement as he scribbled in his hero journal. He seems excited, she said, smiling nervously at Momo. Momo explained, the thing is, he's really into quirks. That journal he has is filled to the brim with different quirks and information about them. He probably has my quirk written down. Surprised, Itsuka decided to ask Momo about her quirk first. So, what is your quirk anyway, Yaoyorozu? Oh, my quirk is called Creation. It allows me to use my body fat to create any non-living object as long as I know the molecular structure, Momo replied. It seems like a pretty handy quirk. No wonder you ended up in Class 1A, Itsuka remarked. Momo shrugged. Well, I wouldn't say all of us have impressive quirks. Curious, Itsuka turned to Izuku, who had just finished writing in his journal. Hey, Midoriya, what is your quirk? She asked, causing him to smile nervously. Actually, to tell you the truth, I'm quirkless, he admitted. Itsuka's expression shifted from disbelief to realization. Wait, you're serious? But how did you get in? It should be impossible for someone quirkless to pass. I wouldn't underestimate Izuku, Momo interjected. He may not have a quirk, but he has trained his body more than anyone else. Huh, you don't look it. You're more skinny than muscular, Itsuka commented. Why are girls so honest? Izuku muttered, feeling a bit hurt. Momo defended him, saying, he may look it, but he can put a huge dent in those villain robots with a single kick. Intrigued, Itsuka asked, to tell you the truth, Izuku, I've never seen your fighting style before. Actually, I base it off my dad's fighting style. I call it black leg style and three sword style, along with elemental sword techniques, Izuku explained. What is the fighting style mainly used for, Izuku? Itsuka inquired. Well, it mainly consists of kicking attacks. How come you don't throw in some punches, Midoriya, to get more hits on your opponent? Itsuka asked. I can't do that. Why is that, Izuku? For a moment, Izuku hesitated, but then he answered, it's because I swore to never use my hands for fighting. To a chef, their hands are sacred tools that should never be used in a fight. I see. I guess that's why your kicks are powerful. You must have trained your legs the most, Itsuka said, her surprise evident. Why yeah, I did, Izuku replied, noticing her astonishment. Wait, you're a chef? She asked, surprised. Yes, he is. Izuku is probably the best chef in the world, Momo interjected. Is your cooking that good, Midoriya? Itsuka asked. Well, it's not as good as my dad's cooking, but someday I will be a better chef than him, Izuku said, determination in his voice. Don't sell yourself short, Izuku. You are already an incredible cook, and I know you will get better, Momo encouraged. Thank you, Momo, Izuku replied, grateful for her support. As Izuku glanced at the clock, he realized it was time to go. I guess we should be going now. It was nice to meet you. I hope we work together, he said, nervously shaking Itsuka's hand. Likewise, Momo said as she shook Itsuka's hand. I think we'll do just fine working together. Itsuka smiled at them. Hey Izuku, why don't we ride the train together? Momo suggested. Okay Momo, he agreed. As they left the classroom, Itsuka couldn't help but think about Izuku. He seemed a little timid and plain, but also quite interesting. Perhaps she would keep an eye on him, maybe he was a little cute. Later, Izuku reflected on the day's events as he sat on the bus heading to the USJ building for rescue training. Hey, Deku, Achiko called, breaking his thoughts. I was meaning to ask you a question. Why are you wearing your sports uniform and not your hero costume? Well, you know, it got pretty damaged during combat practice, and I'm waiting for the support course to improve it, Izuku explained. Momo added, well, that makes sense. It was just a regular suit, so when Izuku jumped into an explosion, it took a lot of damage. Izumi chimed in, still, he's a big idiot for pulling a stunt like that. She playfully hit Izuku on the head, causing everyone to sweat drop. Kirishima joined the conversation. But you have to admit it was really manly. Even though you're quirkless, you're stupidly strong. It's still better than my quirk, it can do some damage against some villains, but not as flashy as other quirks. Not at all. Your quirk is incredible, it's definitely pro-material, Izuku insisted. He's right, Kirishima. You have an amazing quirk, you just have to work hard, Izumi added. You really think so? Kirishima asked, his eyes brightening. I know so. I bet you can make it in the top 10 if you keep training your awesome quirk, Izuku encouraged, smiling. Thanks man. I bet you'll be an awesome hero too. Kirishima replied, grinning widely. Tsuyu observed, you seem so calm, but you always want to help people, ribbit. Izuku turned to see Tsuyu had spoken. Azui. Sorry, Midoriya. I say things without thinking. Call me Tsu, she said. It's okay Tsu, he replied. Hey Midoriya, can I ask you two a question? Tsuyu asked. Yeah, sure, it's Tsu. Izuku and Izumi responded in unison. Tsuyu observed the two Midoriya siblings, noting the locket they both wore around their necks. I noticed that you two always wear that locket. Why is that? She asked, her voice tinged with curiosity. Izuku glanced at Izumi, and together they replied, well, someone very special to us gave it to us. The mention of this special person piqued the interest of the girls nearby, while Kaminari and Mineta jumped from their seats in excitement. Don't tell me, Midoriya. You already have a girlfriend. Kaminari exclaimed. Mineta added, you lucky guy. I bet you've already. But before he could finish, Jiro swiftly covered their mouths, silencing them. Meanwhile, Momo and Achiko exchanged glances, both contemplating the possibility of Izuku having a girlfriend. Does Deku already have a girlfriend? Achiko asked, her hands clenched together in anticipation. Momo thought to herself, maybe I should tell him sooner, tightening her grip as she pondered the implications. At that moment, Katsumi interjected, her voice filled with disdain. Like hell anyone would like that nerd. Denki, attempting to lighten the mood, spoke weakly, it's funny that we just met you, but we can already tell your personality is a bit rough. Do you want to say that again? Katsumi shot back, her temper flaring. Tsuyu then turned her attention back to the Midoriya twins. Hey Midoriyas, who is this special person? Izuku's expression shifted as he replied, oh, she belonged to our mom, now that she's gone. He looked down, and Izumi noticed his somber demeanor. Momo and Achiko sighed in relief, but Tsuyu's next question cast a shadow over the moment. Where is she now, ribbit? Tsuyu asked innocently. The twins fell silent, their gazes dropping as the weight of the question settled over them. The atmosphere grew heavy, and finally, Izumi spoke softly. Is in a better place now. I'm sorry to bring this up. I say things without thinking, Tsuyu began, but before she could finish, Izuku and Izumi looked up at her, offering reassuring smiles. It's fine, Tsu, Izuku said. My mom wouldn't want us to be sad, she'd rather see us smiling. With that, the tension in the air dissipated, and everyone let out a collective sigh of relief. Just then, they noticed the bus had come to a stop, and Aizawa stood up. Alright class, we're here now. Get off, he instructed. The students disembarked and stood in front of the USJ building, where they were greeted by Pro Hero 13. Good evening, Class 1A. I've been waiting for you, 13 announced. Izuku couldn't contain his excitement. I can't believe it. It's the Space Hero 13, who has rescued so many people around the world. Izumi nudged him, saying, come on Izuku, you need to stop this fanboying, it's not good for your health. Achiko chimed in, yeah, I know, Deku. She's my favorite hero. Alright, Class 1, let's move inside, 13 directed, leading them into the USJ, where they marveled at their surroundings. As you know, I designed the USJ to help train future heroes for natural disasters and rescue operations, 13 explained. Aizawa approached 13 with a question. Hey, where's All Might? Shouldn't he be here already, or is he taking another interview? 13 leaned in to whisper to Aizawa. Actually, All Might did too much hero work and used up all his power. She held up 3 fingers. Izuku and Izumi exchanged knowing glances, realizing why All Might was absent. Aizawa turned back to the class. Alright class, it seems All Might won't be here until around the end. 13 continued. As you know, your quirks have the potential to help people, but they can also be destructive. Today, we'll teach you how to use your quirks in natural disaster scenarios. Suddenly, the lights in the building went out, and a purple portal began to open in front of the fountain as villains emerged. Whoa, they even have fake villains. Kirishima exclaimed, excitement bubbling in his voice. Stay back, those are real villains, Aizawa warned. Wait, seriously? How did they get past the alarm? Kaminari asked, his excitement quickly turning to fear. They must have hacked the system. Kaminari, use your communicator to contact the school about this, Aizawa instructed, his tone serious. Kaminari fumbled with his communicator, frustration mounting. Dang it, it's not working. They have a quirk that's interfering with the transmission, Aizawa explained. Meanwhile, on the villain's side, a man with hands covering his body spoke to another who resembled a monster. Kurogiri, where is he? Where is All Might? That's strange, the information we stole from UA said he should be here, Tamura, Kurogiri replied. Aizawa overheard their conversation and pieced together the situation. So you guys were the ones who let the media in yesterday, you used them as a distraction. Yes we did. We are the League of Villains, and we are here to eliminate the symbol of peace, Kurogiri declared. Whoa, they can't be serious, can they? Mineta stammered, clearly frightened. 13, get the students out of here. I'll deal with these villains, Aizawa commanded, leaping down to confront them. Alright students, you heard what Eraserhead said. We have to go now, 13 urged. The students rushed for the exit, but Kurogiri blocked their path. Sorry, but I can't let you leave. Well, not alive at least. Katsumi charged at Kurogiri, shouting, like hell you can kill me, you villain. You idiot. We don't know what his quirk is. Izumi yelled in alarm. Kurogiri smirked. How about I split up your group to make it more interesting? He opened a warp gate beneath the students, scattering them throughout the USJ, with Izuku landing in the water area. Where am I? I have to get back to the entrance and help my friends, Izuku thought, scanning his surroundings. Suddenly, a man with a shark head lunged at him. Just as Izuku prepared to kick, Tsuyu swooped in, kicking the attacker in the head and wrapping her tongue around him. She then swam upward, gently placing Izuku on a boat. He must have done something to her, Izuku realized, watching Tsuyu climb aboard. Thanks, Azui, for helping me, he said gratefully. I thought I told you to call me Tsu Ribbit, she replied with a hint of annoyance. Sorry, Tsu, Izuku apologized, but then he noticed they were surrounded. Hey, you guys don't actually think they can kill All Might, do you? Mineta asked, panic rising in his voice. They wouldn't be here if they didn't. I think that big guy from earlier is their ace in the hole, Izuku replied, his expression serious. Tsuyu nodded in agreement. Midoriya is right, they also knew All Might was supposed to be here. Then we should wait for the pros to come and save us, Mineta suggested, his voice trembling. I don't think we can wait. These villains will try to attack us at any moment, Izuku countered. What are you suggesting, Midoriya? Tsuyu asked, her brow furrowing. I'm suggesting that we fight back, Izuku declared. Are you crazy? You expect us to fight those villains? Mineta exclaimed, wide-eyed. It's our best option to get back to our friends, Izuku insisted. Midoriya is right, it's our only option, Tsuyu agreed. I guess Mineta and I should use our quirks. I'll go first. My quirk is Frog. It lets me do the same things a frog can do. How about you, Mineta? Mineta explained, my quirk is called Pop-Off. It allows me to pull the ball from my head and stick them to anything except myself. Both Izuku and Tsuyu stared at him in disbelief. I know my quirk seems lame compared to the others and their awesome abilities, Mineta continued. Izuku finally spoke up, surprising both Mineta and Tsuyu. It might actually help us. Really? They asked in unison. Yes, I have a plan that will get us out of this situation, Izuku explained. Tsuyu inquired, what's the plan, Midoriya? I'm going to jump and make a powerful slash to create a wave of water. Tsuyu, you'll grab Mineta and jump across the water while using your tongue to pull me with you after my attack. Mineta, you'll throw your ball into the water. Tsuyu nodded, understanding. I see what you're planning, Midoriya. Using Mineta's ball will hopefully get the villains stuck together, making it difficult for them to move. Mineta exclaimed, wow, this might actually work, Midoriya. Are you ready? Izuku asked. Both Tsuyu and Mineta nodded in agreement. Izuku climbed onto the railing of the boat, preparing to jump. I guess I'll finally get to test this move in battle sooner than expected. With all his strength, he leaped into the air, pulling out his sword. As he slashed at one of the villains, he shouted, Hi-Ugi Tenha Fujinzin. The force of the slash created a pillar of water. Following his lead, Tsu and Mineta executed their parts of the plan, and soon the villains found themselves stuck together. Mineta laughed at them. That serves you right, villains. Now that that's over, we should check the front entrance to see if any of our friends are still there, Tsuyu suggested. You're probably right, Tsu, but we should stay at the edge of the water to avoid drawing too much attention, Izuku replied. As they made their way around to the entrance, they spotted their teacher, Aizawa, engaged in a fierce battle with a villain whose hands covered him. At first, it seemed Aizawa had the upper hand until Tamura grabbed his elbow, causing it to decay as Tamura praised him. You're really amazing, Eraserhead. Even though you're more of a stealth hero, you've done splendidly fighting a group by yourself. But I have to say, I'm not the boss, Tamura taunted. Suddenly, a monstrous villain approached Izawa and easily grabbed his arm, breaking it with a sickening crack. Gah! Izawa exclaimed. Hero, let me introduce you to our genetically modified anti-symbol of peace, or as we like to call him, Nomu, Tamura said. Meanwhile, Lita, Achiko, and Mina, along with the rest of Class 1A, were helplessly watching 13 slowly turn to dust. Driven by urgency, Lita used his quirk to dash for the door. Kurogiri attempted to block him, but the students intervened, giving Lita enough time to escape and alert UA about the situation while Izawa continued to struggle against the Nomu. I can't just stand here, I have to help him, Izuku declared, ready to jump out of the water. But Tsuyu grabbed his arm. Midoriya, I know you want to help Izawa, but we can't. That thing is way too strong even for you. Frustrated, Izuku stood still, knowing he couldn't do anything to help. Kurogiri warped next to Tamura to discuss their dilemma. Tamura, one of the students, has escaped and is off to tell the teachers at UA. We have to go now, Kurogiri warned. Damn it. If you weren't our escape route, I would have disintegrated you by now. All right, let's go, Tamura replied. Mineta exclaimed, guys, did you hear that? The villains are going to leave. But I have a bad feeling about this, Tsuyu said. So do I, Tsu, Izuku agreed. But first, let's destroy the symbol of peace's pride and joy, Tamura said. Out of nowhere, Tamura charged at Tsuyu with blinding speed, aiming to disintegrate her face. Tsuyu closed her eyes, expecting the worst, but when she opened them, she saw Izuku blocking Tamura's hand with his leg, which was beginning to decay. I won't let you hurt a lady, Izuku shouted. As he prepared to kick, he yelled, Kodalet! A force of wind and dust erupted from his kick, sending both Tsuyu and Mineta back. So, how did you like the main course? Izuku taunted. But as the smoke cleared, he realized the Nomu had taken the hit instead. That's a pretty strong kick you've got, but it's not enough for him since he has shock absorption. Now then, Nomu, crush him, Tamura commanded. The Nomu tightened its grip, breaking Izuku's leg with a sickening crack. Gah! He gasped as the Nomu dropped him to the ground. But first, let's have some fun with him, Tamura said. Izuku struggled to get up, pain radiating from his broken leg. Stop this, Izuku. You're hurt, his sister Izumi urged. Ignoring her warning, Izuku declared, do you really think it's enough to kill All Might? You're mistaken. Tamura sneered, Teeth Nomu, get this brat. The Nomu charged at Izuku, punching him in the gut and sending him flying. Meanwhile, Tsu and Mineta were still recovering from the force of Izuku's kick. Do you think Midoriya got him with that kick? Mineta asked. I hope so, Tsuyu replied. But as the dust settled, they watched in horror as the Nomu appeared, lifting Izuku by his leg. Mineta, we have to save him, Tsuyu urged. Are you crazy? Did you not see what he did to Izawa and how he took Midoriya's attack like it was nothing? Mineta argued. Their hearts sank as they heard the sickening sound of Izuku's leg snapping, only to worsen when they saw him being sent flying again by the Nomu's punch. Izuku coughed up blood as he hit the ground. Izuku winced from the pain in his legs as he faced the Nomu charging at him. This guy is strong, almost like All Might, he thought, preparing himself. He grabbed the Nomu's arms, struggling with all his strength. Tamura shouted, What the hell, Nomu? You should be destroying this kid by now. This is pathetic, Izuku replied, his voice shaky. If this Nomu can't beat someone as quirkless as me, then you have no shot at All Might. Stop lying. There's no way you're quirkless. The Nomu was designed to kill All Might. Tamura scratched his neck in frustration. Then you did an awful job at it, Izuku shot back. Meanwhile, Katsumi and Kirishima approached the center, witnessing Izuku's struggle. Whoa, look, it's Midoriya, he's facing a big guy. Kirishima exclaimed. What the hell is that nerd thinking? Katsumi added, frustration evident in her voice. Tamura's irritation grew, but then he began to laugh. I think it's time we give our Nomu a little snack. Nomu, why don't you have a bite? Before Izuku could react, the Nomu bit around his neck. Ayawa. Izuku screamed, his voice echoing as his classmates watched in horror. Tamura noticed Izuku loosening his grip on the Nomu. Katsumi, paralyzed with fear, could only whisper. Now, Nomu, crush this brat. Tamura commanded. The Nomu grabbed Izuku by the head, pulling him down and slamming him to the ground. While Tamura laughed. Wasn't that entertaining? Tamura remarked as he walked toward the entrance, preparing to issue another order. And not wait. Izuku managed to stammer, struggling to keep his resolve. Tamura turned, shocked to see Izuku still fighting, blood trailing down his arm and face. How is this possible? The Nomu was designed to kill All Might. Why is he still alive? He's cheating, Tamura muttered, scratching his neck furiously. Kurogiri, observing the scene, inquired, just who is this boy? Izuku, overhearing the question, replied, Izuku. Tamura frowned. What? Izuku clarified, that guy asked who I am. Fine then, tell me who you are before I kill you, Tamura demanded. I'm Izuku Midoriya, a chef. But the most important thing about me is that I am the man who will be the next #1 hero, the man who will save people with a smile. Tamura's anger flared. So you're a fan of All Might? If that's the case, you will die like he. Before he could finish, the front entrance door slammed open. Fear not, students, for I am here. All Might declared, his expression serious. Kurogiri noted, it seems All Might has finally arrived. And this is where he will end, Tamura sneered. As the villains began to chatter, All Might swiftly knocked them out, grabbing Izawa, Tsuyu, and Mineta. Alright you two, take Eraserhead to the entrance, it's safer there, All Might instructed. Tsuyu, watching Izuku, called out, All Might, please help Midoriya. All Might turned to see Izuku beaten and covered in blood, his heart filled with rage. He positioned himself protectively in front of Izuku. I'm sorry I couldn't save Izawa, I wasn't strong enough, but I can still help you, Izuku said weakly. You did more than anyone asked of you, young Midoriya. I'm sorry for not making it sooner, All Might reassured him. Tamura interrupted. What a touching moment, but Nomu here is going to crush it, and both of you. You have a chance because justice will always prevail, All Might declared. Your talking is only pissing me off. Nomu, kill All Might right now. Tamura commanded. The Nomu charged straight at All Might, who maneuvered to protect Izuku from the oncoming attack. Damn it, this guy is stronger than I thought. It might take longer than expected, and the worst part is I'm going over my limit, All Might thought as he exchanged a barrage of punches with the Nomu. To everyone watching, they seemed evenly matched until All Might pushed himself beyond his limit, making his punches faster and stronger than before. He ended the fight with one final punch that sent the Nomu flying, shaking the entire building. Everyone was left in awe, and All Might laughed. In my heyday I would have taken 5 punches, but today it took 300 mighty punches, he said, catching his breath. So this is what it takes to be the #1 hero, Izuku murmured, gazing at the ceiling. This isn't fair. He's cheating. Tamura yelled furiously, scratching his neck. It's over now, villains. You have lost, All Might declared. Damn it. Sir lied to me. He hasn't gotten weaker, he's just as strong as before. Kurogyri, warp us out of here, Tamura ordered. Hold it, Tamura. We have not lost. Look, the Nomu wasn't able to beat him, but he has weakened. Our forces are recovering. You and I can take him down. We haven't lost our chance. We can still defeat the symbol of peace, Kurogyri insisted. It seems today will be your end, All Might, Tamura said, starting to giggle. Both Tamura and Kurogyri charged at All Might. In it, I can barely move in this form, and I'm over my limit, All Might thought. But from the corner of his eye, he saw Izuku, whose eyes were filled with determination as he forced himself to run, blood spilling from his body. He went for a dive kick, aiming for Kurogyri's neck brace. Young Midoriya, don't do it. All Might shouted. Too late, All Might. I'll disintegrate this brat to dust. Tamura sneered. Just then, a warp gate opened in front of Kurogyri's neck, with Tamura's hand emerging from the gate. Everyone expected Izuku to be dead, but when they saw his eyes, it was as if a demon was staring right at them. Get away from All Might. Izuku shouted. He's using Conqueror's Haki since we were born with it, Izumi explained. Without hesitation, Tamura pulled back his hand, and Kurogyri closed in, actually afraid of Izuku. This led to Kurogyri getting hit in the collar, and Izuku fell flat on his back. Ow, he said weakly. Meanwhile, All Might stared at Izuku, trying to comprehend what had just happened. Why, young Midoriya, I've never seen that come out of you before, All Might stammered. What was that? Tamura, are you all right? Kurogyri asked as he got up. Tamura didn't respond but started to laugh. I know why we lost, Kurogyri. They have a secret character on their side, and boy is he a surprise. Just when things couldn't get any worse for the villains, more heroes arrived for backup, with Tenya right next to them. My fellow classmate, I have arrived with the cavalry, Tenya announced. The heroes began to take down the villains scattered throughout the USJ building. Tamura, we have to leave now, Kurogyri urged. As he opened a gate, he slowly pulled Tamura into it. Before they left, Tamura had one last thing to say. All Might, you may have won this time, but next time we will kill you. He then turned his head in Izuku's direction. And you, I hope we meet again, Midoriya. With that, they disappeared through the gate. It isn't over yet, it's only the beginning. Young Midoriya, I'm worried about what that villain said to you, All Might said, glancing at Izuku. Both of them thought their worries were over until they heard Kirishima approaching. Yo, Midoriya. Hang in there, I'll help you up, Kirishima called out. Both All Might and Izuku mentally panicked because All Might was half transformed, and his secret might be discovered by Kirishima. It's good that you're worried about your classmate, but this is terrible timing, All Might said urgently. But before Kirishima could get close enough to see All Might, a wall of cement blocked his path, created by Cementos. Alright, whatever you say, teach, Cementos said as he started running to the rest of the class. Both Izuku and All Might let out a sigh of relief. Your secret is safe now, All Might, Cementos assured him. Thank you, Cementos. I don't know what I would have done if he saw me, All Might replied. Don't worry about it, I'm a big fan. But now we should get you and Midoriya to Recovery Girl, Cementos suggested. Meanwhile, everyone was standing outside with the police, who were asking about the whole event. Officer Tsukachi addressed them. Thank you all for sharing your accounts. It seems you all have a few scratches, except for the boy with broken legs and a giant bite mark. When the girls heard this, they immediately began to ask questions worriedly. Is Izuku alright? Momo asked. Will Deku be okay? Achiko added. Midori can still be treated, right? Mina asked, her voice tinged with concern. Yeah, Toru replied, her worried expression deepening. Will they be able to heal Midori? Where is Midoriya now, Ribbit? Siyu inquired, her eyes scanning the room. Alright, everyone, settle down, Tsukachi said, raising a hand to calm them. I have to say, he seems pretty popular with the females. The girls blushed at this, except for Tsuyu, who maintained her usual stoic demeanor. He will be fine, he's with All Might right now, heading to recovery as we speak. A collective sigh of relief swept through the group, as they believed their troubles were finally over. In reality, however, it was just the beginning. Meanwhile, in an unknown bar, a gate opened, and Tamura and Kurogyri stepped out. They heard a voice emanating from a nearby television. Tamura, Kurogyri, where is the Nomu I gave you? The voice demanded. I'm sorry, sir, Kurogyri replied, but we have lost. All Might sent the Nomu flying, and we didn't have enough time to retrieve him. I see, the voice said, disappointment evident. All that hard work I put into making him as strong as All Might. Tamura, you're awfully quiet. I'm surprised you're taking your loss so well. It's because I found a secret character, Tamura responded, a hint of excitement in his tone. A secret character? Tell me more about this secret character you met, the voice urged. He is a student and was able to hold off the Nomu until All Might arrived, Tamura explained. It seems he has a powerful quirk that I'll have to take from him, the voice mused. You can't, MST, he doesn't have a quirk. He's quirkless, Tamura clarified. After Tamura's statement, his emissary fell silent for a moment before finally speaking again. Are you sure about this, Tamura? Yes, Gisa. He even said it himself. By any chance, do you know the boy's name? Yes, his name was Izuku. Thank you. When we capture him, we'll make him join the league. Meanwhile, All Might lay on one of the nurse's office beds, while Izuku occupied another, with Recovery Girl scolding him. This wouldn't have happened if you hadn't overworked yourself earlier today, Recovery Girl chastised. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry about that, All Might replied, his voice weary. Well, at least you were able to save that boy from getting hurt further. It's over now, so don't put too much pressure on yourself. And as for you, young man, what you did was reckless. My word, you have so much stamina. If you weren't careful, you could have ended up in a body cast. All Might and your brother are a terrible influence on you. Both All Might and Izuku felt a wave of shame wash over them. Either way, you still need to rest up. I wasn't able to completely heal you. That bite was really deep and wide. So tomorrow, you better come bright and early so I can take care of it, Recovery Girl instructed. Yes, Recovery Girl. I'm sorry for making you upset, Izuku said, his voice filled with remorse. Recovery Girl sighed. At least Zeph was able to teach you more manners than your brother. I swear he was so reckless with his fire at first. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Hello, may I come in? Tsukachi's voice called from the other side. Go straight ahead, Sonny, Recovery Girl replied. When the door opened, Officer Tsukachi stepped inside. Hello there, All Might. How has it been? Tsukachi asked, his eyes widening as he noticed All Might's condition. All Might started to cough up blood at the sight of him. Wait, All Might, it's all right for him to see you like this, Tsukachi reassured. Of course, Officer Tsukachi is an old friend, and he knows about one for all. What brings you here? All Might asked, trying to regain his composure. I came to tell you that we captured the villain who sent information about the League of Villains, Tsukachi explained. Sadly, we don't have much information about them. I see, All Might replied thoughtfully. Tsukachi then turned to Izuku and smiled. So you're the famous Izuku Midoriya. Oh my, you're quite popular, he remarked. What does that mean? Izuku asked, confusion evident on his face. Oh, don't worry about it. I have to say you're awfully brave to face that thing all by yourself, but next time, stay away from danger. We don't want you getting in trouble for using your quirk without a license. Izuku fell silent at Tsukachi's words, while All Might began to chuckle. All Might, what's so funny? Tsukachi asked, puzzled. It's because I'm quirkless, Izuku interjected, surprising Tsukachi. What? But how? That thing was made to kill All Might. It should be impossible for you to stop him and still be standing, Tsukachi exclaimed. Don't underestimate young Midoriya, All Might said firmly. He's worked harder than anyone I know to achieve his strength. I don't know if I'm that strong, Izuku replied, his voice uncertain. Hey, stop underestimating yourself. You're much stronger than you think, All Might encouraged. I have to agree with All Might, Tsukachi added. Kid, what you did is something nobody else could do. You fought a monster just as strong as All Might. To tell you the truth, I'm impressed. Thank you, sir, Izuku said, a smile breaking through his earlier uncertainty. Young Midoriya, today you and your classmates had your first experience with real villains, so I hope you all learned something from this experience to help you and others grow stronger, All Might advised. I will take today's experience and use it to make me stronger, just you wait, All Might, Izuku promised. That's good to hear. Now get some rest, you need to recover. After 2 weeks, class will start again, All Might said, his voice gentle yet firm. Hours passed and the sun had set. As Izuku prepared to leave Recovery Girl's nurse room and head toward his apartment, he spotted a group of people at the front gate. To his surprise, he recognized his sister and some girls, along with Lita, waiting for him. What shocked him the most was that Katsumi was also there, with Kirishima urging her to stay. Guys, what are you doing here? Izuku asked, his brow furrowing in confusion. Before anyone could respond, Mina charged toward Izuku and hugged him tightly, ignoring his injuries. Midoriya, never do that again. You scared me when I saw you getting beaten by that monster, she exclaimed, her voice filled with concern. Izumi playfully hit Izuku on the head. That was for being an idiot. Mina, what are you doing? Ow. Izuku yelped in pain as her hug pressed against his wound. Mina, let go of Izuku this instant. Momo shouted, her voice filled with urgency. Mina, if you keep hugging him like that, you might make the wound worse, Toru added. Please, Mina, let go, Izuku pleaded, wincing. Hey, I'm just worried for my friend, Mina pouted, crossing her arms. Thank you guys for checking on me, Izuku said, grateful for their concern. Of course, Midoriya. We are your fellow classmates and your friends, Tenya replied, his tone earnest. Izuku then noticed Tsuyu staring at him, and he decided to walk up to her. Hey there, Aju. I hope you didn't get hurt. Before Tsuyu spoke, she tilted her head down, her expression sad. I'm sorry, Midoriya. I'm the reason you got badly hurt. Izuku shook his head, determined to set the record straight. That's not true. I jumped in, it was my decision. It's not your fault, and I don't regret saving you, Azui. So please, don't be sad. Tsuyu smiled gently at him. You're kind, Midoriya. And I told you to call me Tsu Ribbit. Izuku nodded, a sweat drop forming on his forehead. Alright. Kirishima approached with a grin. Yo, Midoriya. It's great to see you're alright. Oh, by the way, Bakugo had something to say to you. Izuku's eyes widened in surprise. Wait, really? Kaken is worried about me? His heart raced, but he didn't notice Katsumi's growing anger at the suggestion. Like hell I would. Katsumi shouted, suddenly punching Izuku on his injured shoulder. Ow 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 ow. Izuku crouched down, cradling his shoulder in pain. The others gasped in unison, Bakugo/Katsumi, except for Tsuyu, who gently patted Izuku's back. Midoriya, are you alright? Tsuyu asked, concern etched on her face. Fine, Azui, Izuku replied, though his voice was shaky. I told you to call me Tsu, she reminded him softly. Why yeah, he said, attempting a smile despite the pain. Tenya interjected, his tone serious. Bakugo, you shouldn't hit a fellow classmate, he said, mimicking a hand-chopping motion. Momo chimed in, Lita is right. Izuku isn't fully recovered. Yeah, Deku has already been through enough for today, Achiko added, her voice filled with concern. Bakugo, you JRK. Why do you have to be mean to Midori? Mina exclaimed, her frustration evident. Yeah, Mina's right, Toru agreed, shaking her arms in exasperation. Katsumi snapped, will you dumbass shut up? You deserves that for running into danger like a dumbass. With that, she stomped away, leaving Kirishima to apologize. Sorry guys. I thought Bakugo might be worried about him, Kirishima said as he walked off. Momo sighed, shaking her head. I will never understand why Izuku sees her as a friend. The other girls nodded in agreement. Midoriya, is your shoulder alright? Tenya asked again, his concern unwavering. Yeah, thank you for asking Lita, Izuku replied, trying to sound more composed. Just then, Izuku's phone began to ring. He picked it up, but his hand trembled when he saw the caller ID. Izumi noticed his reaction. Midoriya, are you alright? You're shaking, Tenya asked, his brow furrowing with concern. It's our dad, Izuku stammered. Whoa, it's your old man. Don't just stand there, answer it. Mina urged, excitement in her voice. Izumi tried to interject, wait me, but was cut off by a low, angry voice. Little brat, Zeph said on the other end. Hi Zeph, I guess you saw the news, Izuku replied nervously. What the hell were you thinking? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Zeph shouted, his voice echoing with anger. Zeph, I have a good reason for why I was hurt so badly during the USJ attack, Izuku explained, his heart racing. It better be a good explanation, brat, Zeph insisted. Well, one of my classmates was about to be attacked, and I jumped in the way to save her. I ended up fighting that monster you saw on the news, Izuku said, hoping to justify his actions. At least you kept your pride as a man for taking that blow for a girl, Zeph remarked, making all the girls think, is Izuku's dad where he got his chivalry from? Oh yeah, all the idiots in the kitchen want to talk with you, Zeph continued. Before Izuku and Izumi could respond, they heard a chorus of chefs calling out their names. Izuku/Izumi, the chefs cried. Their classmates exchanged glances, wondering just how large Izuku and Izumi's family was. Guys, calm down. I'm fine, I promise, Izuku said, trying to reassure them. Are you too sure? Patty asked, her voice still shaky with tears. Yes, Patty, I'm fine, and Izuku is fine, Izumi reassured her. Patty's right, we saw an image of you covered in blood on the news, Karn added, also in tears. It's fine now, recovery girl healed me, so you guys don't have to worry, Izuku explained, hoping to ease their fears. Before they could respond, Zeph interrupted again. Will you idiots give me back my phone? No, the chefs cried, followed by the sound of two people getting kicked in the head. Now then, brat, you better not get into more trouble, you hear? Zeph warned, his tone serious. Hey, Izuku replied, feeling a mix of relief and anxiety. Well then, bye for now. See you very soon, Zeph said before hanging up. Izuku and Izumi's friends were left speechless. Well, I guess you know what my family sounds like, Izuku said nervously, rubbing the back of his head. Well, we did say they are a little rough around the edges, Izumi added with a small smile. I think it's about time we start heading home, Tenya suggested, breaking the silence. Everyone agreed and began to make their way home. However, as Izuku and Izumi walked side by side, they couldn't shake the feeling of unease at Zeph's parting words, see you soon. Megumi Komiya, a 17-year-old girl, was quirkless, just like Izuku. After hearing stories of a quirkless boy defeating powerful foes, her cousins Anna and Rina confirmed the truth of those tales, leading her to develop feelings for Izuku. Megumi was also a member of the student council and one of Mary's childhood friends. A week after the USJ incident, Class 1A gathered to hear Aizawa announce the upcoming UA Sports Festival, an event that would provide them with a chance to gain recognition from pro heroes. Achiko shared her motivation for wanting to become a hero. She wanted to earn money to help her parents live a happy life. Izuku, Lita, and Izumi supported her aspirations. Soon after, Shinso and Class 1B declared a rivalry against Class 1A, a challenge that Izuku and Izumi were eager to accept to prove their worth. As Izuku slept, Shoko called out to him. Momo gently tapped his shoulder, waking him from his slumber. Morning already? Izuku mumbled, sitting up in his gym uniform. Look, it's clear that you're stronger than me, Shoko said, her tone serious. I don't know what happened to you in those 10 months, but I'm going to beat you and your sister Izumi. Izumi laughed, drawing everyone's attention. That's rich, Shoko. You think you can beat me and my brother? I could take you on without even using my quirk. Shoko, visibly upset, replied, we're not here to make friends, we're here to become heroes, and this is a free-for-all. Your ignorance will be your downfall, Izumi retorted, her expression serious. I like that you're challenging me because I'm always up for a good fight, Izuku said. But I've worked hard to get here, and you're not going to get in my way. So try your best, you might win but you'll have to give it your all. Just then, Lita burst through the door. Everyone, game faces. We're entering the area. The students marched down the hall as Present Mike announced them alongside Aizawa. In the center of the arena, a stage rose from the ground, revealing Midnight standing atop it. The crowd and students blushed at her outfit. Someone should really tell Ms. Midnight to change what she's wearing, Kirishima suggested. Yeah, that should come with a warning, Denki added. Tokoemi questioned, is that really appropriate apparel for a high school event? Izumi hit Mineta on the head for his inappropriate comments. Silence. The representative for the first years is Izuku, Midoriya, Midnight announced as Izuku walked up to give his speech. I may be quirkless, but this proves that even if you lack a quirk or have a weak one, you can succeed as long as you work hard. Class 1B, I encourage you to try your hardest to win because that gives you a challenge. Good luck. The crowd fell silent before erupting into cheers, though some booed. How can they allow a quirkless person into school? One voice complained. They could have chosen a kid with a strong quirk but picked a quirkless one instead, another added. Fed up with the negativity, Izumi stepped up to the stage and took the mic from Izuku. Shut up, you fake heroes. You have no right to say a person without a quirk can't become a hero. You only care about money and fame, not saving people. It's best you leave because nobody will miss you. Some of you have the audacity to say a quirkless person can never be a hero. This is why I hate quirks, since I was 4 years old. They've been so overrated that people forget there are more powers than just quirks. Calming down, she apologized to her brother, who assured her it was okay before she left the stage. The audience was shocked into silence, while the fake heroes seethed at being called out by a teenager. After a moment, Midnight regained her composure. Alright, for the first event, it shall be. The screen spun to determine the first event, landing on an obstacle course. An obstacle course. This will be a 3 kilometers race around the stadium. Everyone, get ready. As the chapter concluded, Ojiro teased the readers about the next week's chapter. Can Izuku win this race, or will he lose? Find out next time on the Hero of D, Obstacle Race. I will become the #1 hero and the future symbol of peace. Izuku declared. Present Mike announced, alright, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the first event of the sports festival, the obstacle race. Students, get yourselves ready because this is going to be one intense race. Izuku explained, detailing the obstacle race and how to win it. This is going to be difficult, not only for the students but for all the challenges that the teachers have put on the track. Go! Present Mike shouted. As soon as he said go, Izuku used his future sight to predict Shoko's ice attack. When Shoko froze the other contestants, Class 1A managed to dodge the attack, while the rest of the students were either stuck in the ice or slipping on it. Mineta was bouncing off the ice with his purple ball to avoid slipping. I outsmarted you, Todoroki. Now take my ultimate attack, Grape. He began, but was quickly cut off when a robot slammed into him, sending him flying. Izuku and Shoko arrived just in time to see Todoroki freezing some of the robots while Izuku jumped on top of them, planning to use them to hop out. However, Katsumi jumped in his way. Get the hell out of my way, Deku, she shouted, blasting him back to the ground. Ow, that hurt a bit, Izuku thought. But I can't forget that Kakin is here too, so I have to keep my guard up. He noticed one of the robots charging at him and dodged it, kicking its head off and causing it to collapse. Spotting the robot's arm, he thought, I can use that as a shield just in case Kakin tries to blast me again, and tore off the arm before running ahead. Meanwhile, in an old apartment, Gran Torino watched the sports festival and spotted Izuku and Izumi, the grandchildren of Joel D. Roger. He wanted to see how impressive the twins could become. During all this, Izuku remained in 3rd place, but the other students were starting to catch up. They confronted the 3 0-pointers from the entrance exam. Not this thing again, Achiko said. Where does the school even get the funds to build these things? Momo added. Todoroki was still in the lead when one of the 0-pointers came in for an attack, only to be frozen by Shoko as she kept running forward. Look, she left an opening we can run through, someone shouted. They started to run through the opening but hesitated when they noticed the 0-pointer was collapsing. Dang it, how are we supposed to get through here now? Kaminari complained. Izuku jumped on the robot, trying to break the ice for better grip, while Bakugo blasted herself over the robot to get ahead of him. Why am I not surprised those 3 got ahead? Kaminari muttered. As Todoroki approached the tightrope area, she glanced back and saw both Izuku and Katsumi right behind her, with Katsumi slightly ahead. I knew it. Those 2 would be my closest competitors at the start of this race, she thought. Upon reaching the tightrope, she decided to freeze it, gliding across to avoid the pitfall and landing safely on the platform to access the other tight ropes. Meanwhile, Izuku used his skywalk ability to soar over the pitfall, astonishing everyone as it appeared he was flying. Katsumi propelled herself over the pitfall, landing firmly in the next area. When Izuku finally reached the next section, he noticed that both Todoroki and Katsumi were in the lead, while the other students struggled to navigate the landmines scattered across the ground. Just as he was about to take a step forward, he noticed something unsettling about the terrain. They put landmines here. How can I run without accidentally stepping on one? He thought anxiously. At the Revolutionary Army's Red Line office, 2 men were intently watching the event unfold. One wore a hat and a shirt adorned with a tattoo that read ASE, while the other, sporting a top hat and blonde hair, had a scar running down the right side of his face. These 2 were Izuku and Izumi's brothers. Come on, Izuku, you've faced tougher challenges than this, Ace urged. Who do you think will win the sports festival? My money is on Izumi. I have faith that Izuku will take this whole event and show everyone that you can be a hero even without a quirk, Sabo chimed in. Come on, Izuku and Izumi, I know you can win this. Just focus on one thing, victory, Ace encouraged. Lost in thought while the other students navigated the minefield, Izuku watched as Todoroki and Katsumi moved closer to the finish line. Okay, stop overthinking. I need to take action. I have to secure 1st place. All Might and my family have supported me so much, I can't let them down. As he contemplated victory, he recalled a conversation with his brother before he left for UA. Hey, Izuku, I want to talk to you before I leave, Ace had said. Sure, what is it? Izuku replied. I want you to remember that you can't always think things through. Sometimes, you just have to act, Ace advised. But how can I win without a strategy? Izuku asked. You do need to think about your next move, Ace responded. And what would that be? Isn't it obvious? You have to believe you will win and let your body take action. Do it with a bang. Returning to the present, Izuku found inspiration in his brother's words. Thanks, Ace. Now I know how to win. He began digging into the ground, leaving many, including Gran Torino, puzzled. What is that kid doing? He should be navigating the course, not digging. Gran Torino exclaimed. No, I think he's onto something, Rayleigh interjected. Wait, do you think he's planning something? Gran Torino asked, intrigued. Yeah, but you'll see soon enough, Rayleigh replied with a grin. Meanwhile, at the Revolutionary Army's Red Line office, Ace smiled at the television while Sabo looked on in shock before breaking into a smile himself. He followed your crazy idea, Portgas, Sabo sighed. That's my brother for you. But I did tell him to do it with a bang, Ace replied proudly. Back in the race, students passed Izuku in the mind zone, trying to decipher his actions. Oh no, don't tell me Izuku is following that idiot Ace's idea. I swear, when Ace comes back, I'm going to beat him up, Izumi thought, her frustration palpable. As Jiro passed by, she wondered, what are you planning, Midoriya? Meanwhile, Katsumi was closing the gap between herself and Shoko. Hey, you're declaring war on the wrong person. Katsumi shouted, both of them now vying for first place as Izuku finished digging up the necessary mines. With determination, Izuku thought, with this much explosive force, it'll propel me far enough to take the lead. I have to do this now, or else Todoroki and Kaken will be too far ahead to catch up. Taking a few steps back, he used the robot's arm as a shield and charged at the mines, striking them with his shield and triggering a massive explosion that drew everyone's attention. Whoa, what was that? Achiko exclaimed. Out of the corner of their eyes, they spotted something soaring through the air. Wait, is that Deku? Achiko asked, her eyes widening. As Izuku flew toward Todoroki and Katsumi, his eyes shone with determination. I will win no matter what, he declared silently. The audience was stunned as Izuku used the mines to launch himself into first place. Midoriya has blasted himself into the lead. Will he maintain it? Present Mike announced, his voice booming. Rayleigh laughed heartily. That's my student, doing something so outrageous. Gran Torino remarked. He reminds me of you and Roger, you two were always getting into wild antics. You may be right about that, Rayleigh conceded. Ace and Sabo cheered in the office. That's it, Izuku. Show them what you've got. Ace shouted. The people around them cast strange looks, prompting Sabo to ask, what? We can't cheer for our sibling. Back in the race, Izuku sped past Todoroki and Katsumi, but they were not about to give up. Get back here, you nerd. Katsumi yelled, closing in on him. As Izuku began to lose momentum and felt himself starting to fall, he thought, okay, they're closing the gap. If I fall, they'll get ahead of me. I only have one option left, get ahead and slow them down. With Todoroki and Katsumi right behind him, Izuku grabbed the cord of his robot arm and propelled himself forward, slamming his arm down to hit the ground and trigger another explosion. The blast caused both Todoroki and Katsumi to flinch, slowing them down and allowing Izuku to surge ahead out of the mine zone. This race is insane. What are you teaching your students, Eraserhead? Present Mike exclaimed. I didn't teach them, they've always been like this, Aizawa replied, a hint of exasperation in his voice. That makes it official, you are a terrible teacher, Eraserhead. Present Mike declared. What? Aizawa protested, bewildered. Soon, Izuku was racing toward the tunnel, closely followed by Todoroki and Katsumi, all three pushing themselves to reach the finish line. Who will be the first to cross the finish line? Will it be Midoriya, Todoroki, or Bakugo? Nobody knows, we'll just have to wait and see who emerges from the tunnel first, Present Mike announced. Their question was soon answered as Izuku burst forth from the tunnel. And we have our answer. The winner of the first event is our quirkless boy wonder, Izuku Midoriya. Present Mike shouted, his voice filled with excitement. The audience erupted in cheers for Izuku, though some were less enthusiastic. In Fusha Village, East Blue, a group of adults gathered at a bar, captivated by the UA Sports Festival. OMG, guys, come here. You have to see this on TV right now, one of them exclaimed. What's going on? Another asked. Look at the screen, came the urgent reply. Is that Izuku? Someone gasped. That's him. He just won the first event. He'll have to worry about the second and final event, but I know he will win the whole thing and make East Blue proud. Someone better tell the girls and guys that their childhood friend is at UA and just won the first event. Meanwhile, Ace and Sabo celebrated Izuku's victory. Yeah, Izuku. I knew you could do it. You put on one heck of a show. Ace exclaimed, his excitement palpable. I can't wait for the next event to see Izuku and Izumi win. Sabo added, his enthusiasm matching Ace's. Izuku, breathing and amazed at his first-place finish, noticed Todoroki quietly standing in second place while Katsumi fumed over her third-place finish. Damn it. How did I end up in third place while that nerd got first? She muttered, frustration evident in her voice. As the rest of the students began to arrive, Achiko was the first to congratulate Izuku. Deku, you were incredible. You got first place, she cheered, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Congratulations, Izuku. Oh, one more thing, Izumi chimed in, playfully hitting Izuku on the head. Oh, what was that for? He protested, rubbing his head. Idiot. You were listening to Ace's crazy idea, weren't you? She teased. Izuku nodded, and Achiko giggled at the brother-sister interaction. Thanks, Achiko. It's nothing that amazing, he replied, trying to downplay his achievement. They both spotted Momo emerging from the tunnel and rushed to congratulate her, leaving Lita still pondering how he had lost. Hey Momo, congrats on making it this far. Achiko called out. As Izuku was about to join in the congratulations, Momo spoke up. Izuku, please help me. She turned to reveal Mineta clinging to her back. Mineta, this isn't something you should do to a lady, Izuku said, attempting to pry Mineta off. No way. I'm not letting go, this is heaven. Mineta protested, refusing to budge. Sorry, I didn't want to do this, but you left me no choice, Izuku said, determination in his voice. Wait, what are you? Mineta began, but Izuku swiftly knocked him out. Momo, are you all right now? Izuku asked, concern etched on his face. Yeah, I am now, thanks to you, she replied, though her sports uniform was slightly askew. Momo, your shirt, he stammered, turning away, his cheeks flushed. Sorry. I didn't mean to, she said, feeling a mix of embarrassment and happiness at Izuku's reaction. However, their moment was interrupted by some audience members making rude comments. No way that guy won fair. One bystander shouted. Yeah, he must have cheated in the tunnel, another added. He was only following those girls, there's nothing special about him, a third chimed in. Izumi, livid, shot them a fierce glare. Shut up and go away, she snapped. Izuku chose to ignore the negative comments. Soon, the rest of the students who qualified for the event began to gather as Midnight prepared to announce the next event. Alright, students. The next event has already been decided, a cavalry battle. The person in first place will be worth 10 million points, Midnight announced, her voice ringing out. Izuku felt the weight of being a target. Why me, he wondered, anxiety creeping in. In the next chapter preview, Lita spoke up. Hello. It's me, Lita, telling you guys about next week's chapter. Can Midoriya find teammates for the next event? Can he win? One way to find out on the next episode of the Hero of D, Cavalry Battle. I will become the #1 hero and the future symbol of peace. Izuku declared, determination shining in his eyes. As the chapter came to a close, Lita read the title card. After Izuku finished the obstacle and won, he waited for the others to arrive. Midnight announced that the person in first place was worth 10 million points, making Izuku the next target in the cavalry battle. Alright, students. Now that you know the stakes, I'll explain the rules. The cavalry battle is a team effort where you form a team of 3 to 4 people, and the objective is to steal other teams' headbands to earn points until time runs out. So get started and form your teams, she instructed, cracking her WHP. Students rushed around trying to find teammates, but Izuku struggled to find someone to join him. Hey Ojiro would, he began, but was interrupted. Sorry Midoriya, Ojiro said as he walked away. Izuku sighed, realizing that no one wanted to team up with a guy who had 10 million points, they'd be targets too. Then he heard someone behind him. Hey Deku, let's work together. Achiko called out. Aizu, do you want to team up? Izumi asked, joining the conversation. I thought you were teaming up with others, Izuku replied, surprised. Nah, they're annoying, except for our classmates in Class 1B, she said dismissively. Thank you sister, Izuku said, relief washing over him. No problem Izuku, she replied with a smile. Thank you, Achiko, he added, grateful for her support. Yeah, I think we should team up with people we like, Achiko agreed. I think I know who should join us too, Izuku said, turning toward Lita and walking over. Hey, Lita, why don't we team up? He asked hopefully. Yeah Lita, with you on our team, we'll win for sure. Achiko chimed in. But then Izuku and Achiko were met with disappointment. I'm sorry, but I have to decline your offer. I'm joining Todoroki's team, Tenya said, his tone apologetic. I see, Izumi replied, shooting a challenging look at Shoto, who returned the stare. But why Lita? Achiko asked, confusion on her face. Because I've been losing to you, Midoriya, since the beginning of the sports festival. That's why I'll be trying my best to beat you, Tenya explained. I understand Lita. I'll do my best not to lose, Izuku replied, accepting his decision. Good luck, Tenya. You'll need it, Izumi said, her competitive spirit shining through. Lita smiled at their responses. So I guess today we are rivals, he said, determination in his eyes. Yeah, for today. After this, we go back to being friends, Izuku replied, extending his hand for a handshake. Indeed. See you in the finals, Tenya said, shaking his hand firmly. Izumi smiled at the exchange. Same here, Izuku added, feeling a sense of camaraderie. As Lita walked back to his team, Achiko said, so I guess we'll have to look for other people since Lita is on another team. Yeah, but that shouldn't be too hard, right Achiko? Izumi replied, optimism in her voice. Suddenly, they heard someone behind them. You're the person in first place, right? Let me join your team, a girl exclaimed, stepping right in front of Izuku. She had pink hair and a variety of gadgets, her enthusiasm infectious. Izuku thought, she's way too close. Izumi glanced nervously at her brother. Oh no, someone is too close to my brother, and she's on our team. Achiko's eyes widened in recognition. Wait, I remember you. You're that girl I saw at the pitfall. Mei smiled brightly. Yup, I'm Mei Hatsum from the support course. I want to use your first place position to showcase my gadgets to the companies looking to hire us when we graduate. Izumi frowned, a sense of unease creeping in. I have a bad feeling about this. Achiko, confused, asked, wait, you brought gadgets? Mei eagerly replied, here, take a look at all the gadgets I brought. She began to showcase her inventions to Izumi, Izuku, and Achiko. Achiko sighed, feeling neglected. She's not even interested in me. Just then, one of Mei's gadgets caught Izuku's attention. Wait, is that the air jacket? He's an awesome hero. Izuku exclaimed. Yeah, I know. I made this with my own little twist, Mei said proudly. Meanwhile, Achiko watched their interaction, a twinge of jealousy stirring within her. Alright, we have 3 people, including myself. We just need one more for my plan, and I think I know who, Izuku said, determination in his voice as he started walking toward a specific person. Join our team, he called out. Izumi, quick on her feet, created a fake copy of the headband worth 10 million points and handed it to Izuku while keeping the real one hidden. As the cavalry match was about to begin, Izuku felt confident with his full team, Achiko, Hatsum, Izumi as the backrunner, and Tokoyami as his frontrunner, with Izuku himself as the rider. Alright, let the match begin. Midnight announced. Almost immediately, the other teams charged at Izuku's team, eager to steal his points. This whole competition is basically a race to 10 million points. Sorry man, I'm going to win this, Tetsu declared. Izumi responded firmly, sorry, Tetsu and others, but I have to do this. Sorry Midori, but I'll be taking those points, Toru chimed in. Guys, let's move. Izuku shouted. Izumi raised her hand, flames flickering to life. Firewall. She summoned a wall of fire to block the other teams. Girls, put your heads down, we're about to take flight, Izuku instructed, activating the jetpack. With Izumi's Firebird and Achiko's quirk making them weightless, they soared into the air. Firebird. Izumi shouted, transforming her team into a magnificent Firebird, drawing gasps from the crowd. Jiro, now's our chance. Toru called out. Yeah, I got it, Jiro replied, sending her earjacks toward the headband, but Tokoyami's dark shadow blocked her attempt. I don't think so, Izumi declared, unleashing a barrage of fire arrows. Higher Angel Arrow. The arrows shot toward Jiro and the other students, effectively separating them. Dang it. I should have known when she used the Firebird technique, Jiro muttered in frustration. Thanks, Tokoyami, Izumi, and Dark Shadow for helping us, Izuku said gratefully. Thanks, Midoriya, but you'll be the one leading, Tokoyami replied. You're welcome, big brother Izuku, but you have your sister to rely on, Izumi teased. Thanks, Izumi, I owe you, Izuku said earnestly. Oh, you better. Izumi shot back playfully. However, their moment of camaraderie was interrupted as they began to descend, only to find themselves confronted by Todoroki's team, along with what appeared to be Shoji standing alone. Wait, is Shoji all by himself? Where is his team? Izuku asked, puzzled. Izuku, Shoji's team members are in his shell. Izumi explained as both teams closed in on Izuku's group. Just as they were about to make a break for it, Achiko suddenly cried out, Guys, I'm stuck. Izumi quickly used her fire to melt the Mineta ball that had ensnared Achiko's foot. It's a Mineta ball, but I melted it off Achiko's leg. As Izuku looked closely at Shoji, he noticed Mineta hiding behind Shoji's arm shield. Hey Midoriya, I'll be taking those points, Mineta called out. Suddenly, Tsuyu's tongue shot straight at Izuku's headband, but he dodged effortlessly. Pretty impressive reflexes as always, Midoriya, Tsuyu remarked. Siri, they got Tsuyu. We have to go before more teams start coming toward us, Izuku urged. Okay, I've had enough, Izumi declared, her determination flaring. Firebird, God Arrow. She launched a massive Firebird arrow at Shoji's team, creating a wall of fire to halt their advance. Dim, Izumi's ki energy is on another level, Shoji muttered, impressed. As Izuku activated the jetpack again, it inadvertently caused one of Hatsume's gadgets to break. Oh no, my gadgets! Mei exclaimed in dismay. I'm sorry Hatsume, but they did come in handy. I know all the companies are interested in them now, Izuku reassured her. Yeah, you're probably right about first place, Mei conceded. Achiko, feeling overshadowed, whispered, I'm the one, and Izumi is doing the most work. She forgot my name, Izuku thought, but his thoughts were interrupted when they spotted Katsumi launching herself toward them. Get back here, you demon nerd. Katsumi shouted. Izumi quickly countered, Fireball? She hurled a fireball at Katsumi, who dodged it, resulting in an explosion that left a crater. As chaos erupted around them, Present Mix's voice boomed, Wow, just look at Midoriya go. Now let's see how the other members of Class A are doing. It doesn't look good, even for Bakugo. Katsumi had just lost her headband to a Class B team. I was right about your class, it's just filled with arrogant people who only focus on each other, never noticing others around them, Monoma taunted. What's your point? Katsumi shot back. I just find it weird that the damsel in distress wants to be a hero, Monoma continued. What was that? Do you want to die? Katsumi yelled, furious at Monoma's comment. Izumi's anger flared at Monoma's words. Shut up, Monoma, you egotistical JRK. I will kick your sorry butt. Kirishima, let's show this guy what this damsel in distress can really do, Katsumi said, rallying her teammate. Man, I'm kind of worried if Midoriya ends up with Bakugo, Kirishima admitted. Meanwhile, Izuku and his team thought they were in the clear until a wall of ice suddenly surrounded them, forcing them to confront Todoroki's team. Izumi and Shoko locked eyes, tension crackling in the air. Midoriya, I'm here for your points, Shoko declared. Guys, keep your guard up and be ready for anything, Izuku warned. As Shoko's team charged, attempting to snatch his headband, Izuku led his team to back away to the left while Bakugo pursued Monoma's team. Get back here! Katsumi shouted. You're quite the stubborn one, but all you've got is brute strength, Monoma taunted. This provocation pushed Katsumi over the edge, and she launched herself toward him. You're going to pay. One of Monoma's teammates created an air shield, thinking it would block her. I guess it's time to go, Monoma said, but they halted when they saw Katsumi break through the shield with her quirk. It's not over yet, she declared, grabbing all the headbands, including her own. Well, it's up to the others now, Monoma said, retreating with his team as Katsumi soared back to her own group. Alright, but you got the points. Kirishima cheered. We're not done yet, we're going for the top now, so find that nerd. Katsumi instructed. Meanwhile, Izuku's team continued to evade Todoroki's advances. Demon it, he's just backing away. If I use my ice, I'll freeze Lita too, and will be immobilized. This is just wasting time for him to win again, Shoko thought, frustrated. After the confrontation with Todoroki, Izuku headed to the cafeteria to focus on the next event over some food. However, he found no available seats until he heard someone call out to him. Midori, over here. Mina shouted. Izuku turned to see nearly all the girls sitting at one table. Hey, it seems this place is packed. I can't see any open seats, he replied, scanning the crowded room. Toru pointed out, well, there's still an open seat. Izuku looked confused. Jiro chimed in, you can sit with us. Feeling embarrassed, Izuku hesitated. Are you sure? Momo smiled reassuringly. Yes, of course. Out of all the boys, you're the most gentlemanly. Achiko added, and you're our friend, Deku. Su nodded. I don't think any of us would mind you sitting with us. Mina scooted down to make room for Izuku. As he settled into his seat, Toru asked, Hey Midori, where were you? I was talking with someone, nothing too important, Izuku replied, trying to downplay it. Momo shook her head. I have to disagree. It took you almost all of our lunch break, it must have been important. Su interjected, I saw Todoroki come in late too. Mina leaned forward. What's the deal with that, Midori? Jiro pressed, what were you two talking about? Izuku clenched his fist, a serious expression crossing his face. It's something I can't say. Izumi picked up on his mood. It must be about the quirk marriage Shoko mentioned. I can tell by that face. The girls exchanged glances, noticing Izuku's behavior. Achiko asked, "Hey, Deku, are you alright?" Toru added, "Yeah, you seem a bit different." Izuku relaxed slightly, trying to think positively. "It's fine, there's nothing to worry about. It was just about who will win the sports festival." Mina nodded. "Okay, I guess that makes sense." Jiro agreed, "Yeah, if someone like Todoroki declared war on me, I'd be freaking out." After a while, they heard Present Mic's voice over the intercom. "Alright, students. I hope you're all charged up because the next event is starting. Head to the stadium." As they stood up, most of the guys noticed Izuku sitting with the girls. Denki exclaimed, "What the heck? Why is Midoriya sitting with the girls?" Mineta added, "That lucky guy, surrounded by all these girls." Siro commented, "I didn't think Midoriya had the guts to sit with them." Izuku felt the jealousy radiating from Kamiyari and Mineta, but Izumi shot them a warning look. They made their way to the stadium, where Izuku was soon greeted by his classmates. To his surprise, all the girls from Class 1A were dressed in cheerleader uniforms, except for Izumi. Present Mike exclaimed, "Whoa, look at Class 1A, they're going all out for this sports festival." Aizawa questioned, "What are they thinking?" Izuku blushed at the sight of his classmates in cheerleader outfits. "What made them do this?" Jiro groaned, "These perverts tricked us. Why did we even listen to them?" She threw her pom-poms to the ground in frustration. Katsumi added, "I can't believe you all got me to wear this." Toru encouraged, "Well, let's make the most of it, right Mina?" Mina grinned. "Yeah, I have an idea." She whispered a plan to Toru. Suddenly, Mina called out to Izuku, "Hey, Midori, watch us." Both Mina and Toru began to cheer for him. Midori is the man. If he can't do it, no one can. "Go, Midori," they shouted in unison. All the guys stared at Izuku, knowing that was what Mina and Toru called him. He couldn't help but blush and smile. Sue asked, "Are you okay, Midoriya?" "Yeah, it's just so embarrassing but it's great being called out," Izuku admitted. Sue continued, "What do you think about the uniforms? Are they weird?" Izuku shook his head. "No, they're not weird, they really look good on you all," he said, blushing. "Thanks, Midoriya, but I think you might want to tell that to Momo and Jiro," Sue suggested. Izuku turned to Momo and Jiro, who were sulking as they crouched. Sue gently nudged him toward them. "Wait, Sue, what are you?" Izuku began. "Tell them something to lift their spirits," Sue urged. Now standing in front of Momo and Jiro, Achiko was patting both of them in an attempt to comfort them. "It's okay guys. I don't think people will judge us for being tricked," Achiko reassured them. Izuku approached, trying to offer comfort. "Hey there, I see you got tricked. I'm going to guess it was Mineta and Kaminari." As Izuku pieced it together from their smug grins, both Mineta and Kaminari felt a chill run down their spines when they saw Izumi, clearly upset with her classmates in cheerleader uniforms. She swiftly confronted them. Momo exclaimed, "Izuku, this isn't what it looks like. I'm not that kind of girl," her face turning red as she waved her hands. "I know you aren't. If it makes you feel better, I think you look really good in it," he replied, blushing. Momo's expression softened. "You really think so?" She turned away, smiling shyly. Izuku believed his words had worked, but not in the way he thought. He decided to try to help Jiro next. "Hey there, Jiro, I hope you're doing well," he said. "What do you think, idiot? Not only did I get tricked by those two perverts, but now I'm a laughing stock," she exclaimed, grabbing Izuku by his collar, looking like she wanted to punch him. "That's not true. I think people will notice you more if the heroes want to intern you," he insisted. "Not even. They'll be looking at other girls, not me. I don't have that much to compare to the others," she retorted. "Well, that's not true," Izuku countered. "Then tell me what I have," she demanded, frustration evident in her tone. Your legs are really nice, and your waist is very attractive," he stammered. "What is it with these guys making me feel this way?" she said, blushing. Izuku opened his eyes, only to be poked by Jiro's earjacks. "What did I do?" he exclaimed, covering his eyes in surprise. "That was for being an idiot," she said, still blushing. As Izuku rubbed his eyes, he noticed Achiko pouting and looking jealous. "Achiko, what's wrong?" he asked. "Oh, nothing, Dek. It must be nice to be complimented by someone," she replied, pouting. Remembering a lesson from Zeph about complimenting women, if you compliment one, you should acknowledge the others too, Izuku said. "Achiko, you look really nice too. Honestly, I think it brings out your beauty." He turned completely red, steam practically coming from his head. "Are really, Deku? Well, I don't know about that, but thank you," she said, floating while covering her face. Izuku then heard Katsumi's voice. "I don't think I should go near Kakin for now," he thought, turning to Todoroki. "I don't think Todoroki needs help. She looks completely fine," he observed, noting her usual indifferent expression. Present Mic's voice boomed again. "Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we have the setup for the battle portion of the festival. Now, students, take a look at the screen to see who you're up against." The big screen displayed the matchups, but during this, Ojiro and a student from 1B dropped out, replaced by Tetsu and a girl with vines for hair. Finally, Izumi read the name of her opponent for the fight. Shinso? If I remember correctly, that's the guy who placed fourth during the cavalry battle," she noted. Suddenly, she heard someone behind her. "You're Izumi, right?" Shinso asked. Izumi was taken aback but quickly gathered her thoughts. Before she could respond, Ojiro covered her mouth, urging her to remain silent. "Izumi, don't say a word to this guy," he warned. Shinso, sensing the tension, shrugged. "Alright, I see that I'm not wanted, so I'll go." He turned to leave, and Ojiro released his grip on Izumi. "Why did you do that, Ojiro?" Izumi asked, confusion etched on her face. "Sorry, but there's something not right about him," Ojiro replied. Meanwhile, Katsumi stared at the screen, her curiosity piqued. "Who is Uraraka?" she muttered, not particularly invested in the answer. Achiko, overhearing her, thought in disbelief, "What the heck? She doesn't even try to remember her classmates' names." After the event was announced, the teachers allowed the students in the finals to rest and prepare for their matches. Izumi contemplated her upcoming fight. I'm first to fight in the starting round against Shinso. Based on what Ojiro told me, I know how to beat him, but I want to see if he has haki. As she walked down the hallway, she encountered All Might in his true form. All Might, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be in the teacher's watch box? She asked, surprised. Yeah, but I wanted to come down to wish you and your brother luck and share a few words, he replied. Thanks, All Might. You've helped me so much, I'm really grateful, she said, bowing slightly. All right kid, you don't have to go that far, I barely helped, he chuckled. That's not true at all. My friends are the reason I made it this far. Without them, I don't think I would be here, Izumi insisted. All I'm saying is that it's not like I helped you and your brother directly. Your friends didn't train you, that was your choice. Remember, only you decide what happens now. You should be going, All Might encouraged. Thanks again. I will win this and make it to the finals to beat my brother, she declared confidently. As she stepped into the arena, she faced Shinso. All right audience. It's time for the first match of the tournament. Present Mike announced. In the right corner is Shinso, a student from Class 1C, and he looks tired. In the left corner, we have Izumi D. Midoriya, known as Firebird. Now that we've introduced the competitors, let's get the match started. Begin. Izumi focused her thoughts. I just need to concentrate, and I'll win this match, she reminded herself, recalling Ojiro's warnings about Shinsu's brain-controlling quirk. Some spectators were less than supportive. She should never be in you, one jeered. Another added, get her out of the ring. Geez, why are these two rooting against Izumi? It's disgusting. Present Mike exclaimed. Shinso smirked. It's funny, isn't it? I'm fighting a girl I actually somewhat respect from Class 1A, but it must SCK that the two people rooting against you are so negative. Izumi remained silent but charged at Shinso, throwing a punch that he blocked with a dark substance emanating from his hand. The impact sent shockwaves through the stadium, surprising Class 1A, 1B, and the audience. Izumi smiled at Shinso. So you have haki, Shinso. I'm surprised you didn't use it for the entrance exam, she remarked. I'm shocked to see another haki user in UA. That means you and your brother are haki users, right? Shinso replied. Yeah, it's true. Now let's see who has the best haki, Izumi challenged. I'm not going to lose just because you're a girl, Shinso declared. Oh, trust me, you should never underestimate me, Izumi retorted confidently, activating her armament haki and coating her arm in a protective layer. In the stands, Denki exclaimed, guys, did you just see that? Yeah, Izumi's arm just turned black. Mina added, shocked by this new ability. Izuku watched his sister's display of haki with pride, catching the attention of the rest of Class 1A. Achiko was the first to ask, Deku, what's that on Izumi's arms? Oh, that's haki, Izuku explained. Haki? Tsu inquired. What is haki? Momo asked, intrigued. Yeah, I want to know why you're smiling when Izumi uses it, Tenya added. Izuku took the time to explain haki and its three forms, mentioning that both he and Izumi possessed it but hadn't used it until now. Katsumi felt frustrated to learn that her best friend and crush had a power comparable to a quirk but had kept it hidden. Back in the arena, Present Mike shouted, I can't believe my eyes. Izumi and Shinsu are fighting like they're at war. Aizawa commented, I'm surprised, Mike. Izumi can fight like this with that dark substance around her arm, and Shinso is doing the same. This is why the entrance exam isn't rational enough. Izumi continued to throw punches at Shinso, who blocked her strikes, creating shockwaves in the arena. Using observation haki, Izumi predicted Shinsu's moves, and he did the same in return. Giving up already? Shinso taunted. No, I'm just getting started, Izumi replied, landing a punch to Shinsu's gut that sent him flying near the edge of the ring. They exchanged a flurry of punches, generating shockwaves that astonished the audience and their classmates. In the stands, Setsuna exclaimed, OMG, look at this fight. I can't believe this, the fight is amazing. Kendo added. This is insane, and it's just the first fight, Monoma remarked. I feel a strong pressure from Izumi and Shinso, Yui noted. Izumi is very intense, just like her brother, Reiko commented. I love this fight. I want to see more. Pony cheered, her words flowing in English, which left her classmates puzzled. Ibra prayed for both competitors to be okay after the fight. Jiro remarked, this fight is crazy, but you know Izumi would want a challenge. Yeah, that's Izumi for you. We've fought each other many times, Izuku added. This is the most manly fight I've ever seen. Kirishima exclaimed. Meanwhile, at East Blue Schools on Dawn Island, one student remarked, that's Izumi. She's in UA with Aizu, right? Yeah, Maki, I know you're happy that Izumi and Izuku are together, but we need to tell others, another replied. Oh, you're right, Shinra, Maki said. Let's hope for the best for Izuku and Izumi, Shinra added. I know Aizu is going to win the whole event, Maki declared confidently. Of course you would say that because you love him, Shinra teased. Maki blushed and stuttered, ever. I like Izuku. Stop lying to yourself, Shinra replied. I can't deal with you right now, Maki retorted. Look at Izumi holding her own against a tired opponent, Shinra pointed out. Both of them are using haki to almost full capabilities, Maki observed. You know Izumi would win easily, but she wants to have fun in the fight, Shinra said. Back at the sports festival, Shinso declared, oh, I love this, but I think it should end right now. Oh, I agree, Izumi responded, creating fire with her haki and infusing it together before rushing toward Shinso. Fire blue smash. As Shinso saw two figures with fire fists beside Izumi, he asked, who are you? Izumi landed a punch that sent Shinso flying out of bounds. Midnight announced, the winner of the first match is Izumi de Midoriya. After the match, both competitors shook hands to conclude the fight. Izumi turned to Shinso and asked, why do you want to be a hero? Shinso, taken aback by the question, replied, because my heart has always wanted me to be a hero ever since I was a kid. A blush crept across his cheeks, surprised that someone, especially a girl, had asked him such a personal question. He began to walk away, but Izumi called out to him. I hope to see you later in the year, she said, smiling and waving. Nearby, a random hero remarked, that kid's quirk is amazing. I wish I had it. Another hero added, what are they thinking, putting him in general studies? Shinso felt a mix of surprise and happiness at the attention. Izumi continued, you have my phone number. Call me when the sport festival is over. Shinso reciprocated, giving her his number and making the same promise. As Izumi walked back to the stands, she paused, catching a glimpse of two boys with white hair. Who are they? She wondered. I better tell Izuku. Once she reached the stands where her class was seated, her friends immediately surrounded her. Kirishima exclaimed, Hey Izumi, that fight was incredible. Denki chimed in, no kidding. The intensity of that hockey power was amazing. Izuku, with a proud smile, said, I knew Izumi was going to win. Toru remarked, the hockey clash created so many shockwaves, it stunned the audience and us, Izumi. Mina added, it's a good thing you won. I would hate to see you lose in the first round. Kirishima suggested, yeah, I think Bakugo, Todoroki, Tokoyami, and Izuku would be awesome matchups for you. Izumi smiled appreciatively. Oh, thank you guys. I appreciate it. Mineta interjected, I don't know about that. Todoroki is way stronger with her ice. She could beat the Midoriya twins. Achiko countered, hey, don't say that. We don't know if Deku and Izumi would lose. Momo added, but you have to admit, it would be a tough fight for Izuku, but not for Izumi. Jiro reluctantly agreed, I hate to admit it, but she's right. During this exchange, Izuku remained silent, which concerned the girls. Tsu asked, Midoriya, are you okay? He muttered a response. Jiro commented, there he goes again. Momo suggested, well, we should sit down to watch the next match. Mina said, yeah, it's between Shiro and Todoroki. Now we get to see what we're up against. Toru added, hopefully, it will show us how to beat them. Soon, both Todoroki and Shiro entered the arena, preparing for battle. Midnight announced, now let the match begin. Shiro sighed, man, I'm too tired. He launched his tape from his elbows at Todoroki, wrapping around her and swinging her close to the edge of the arena. Todoroki, unfazed but with anger in her eyes, responded, sorry. She used her ice quirk to stop him, freezing him in place and creating a massive ice edge that reached the end of the stadium. The audience fell silent, except for Izumi, who remained unimpressed. Midnight declared, Hanta Shiro is unable to move, so the winner is Shoko Todoroki. Todoroki approached Shiro to unfreeze him. Sorry, I was angry, she said. Meanwhile, Izuku contemplated his upcoming match. This power I'm up against will make it hard since I can't hit her. I have to find a way, or I won't stand a chance. The next match featured Ibra against Denki Kaminari, and Kaminari lost badly, wearing a silly grin. Following that was Hatsum vs. Lita, where Hatsum showcased her inventions before forfeiting the match, leaving Lita as the winner, though he didn't feel like one. Alright guys, see ya. I'm going to fight. Good luck to you too, Midori. Mina said with a smile. Soon, it was time for the fight between Mina and Aoyama, but Aoyama ended up losing with his breathes down. Izuku encouraged, good luck Momo. Momo smiled as she headed for her match. During this time, Izuku noticed Achiko fidgeting. Are you okay, Achiko? He asked. Yeah, I'm just a little nervous. After all, I'm fighting Bakugo in the next match, she replied. Yeah, I nearly forgot about that, but I believe you'll do fine, Izuku reassured her. I don't know how you can stay calm, Deku. You have to fight Todoroki after my match, Achiko said. I'm completely nervous too. It's just that I've learned to keep a good poker face. If I show my true emotions, they'll know they can win, making it even harder for me, he said seriously. Achiko asked, are you really not going to fight Todoroki? I'll figure something out. I have to find a way to break through her ice and push her out of bounds, Izuku replied. Izumi interjected, Izuku, you have to hit her. You have no chance otherwise. I understand the old rules about women, but I want to be treated as an equal. Izuku responded, I understand, but I still feel like I have no chance against her. Then Achiko posed a question to Izuku. Deku, if you had to fight a female villain who was trying to kill you, what would you do? Izuku replied, then I'd have to fight back. Achiko insisted, you can't just say you'll die, you have to fight back and set aside your chivalry, Deku. Izuku said, I'm sorry but I can't. That lesson was drilled into my head, and someone showed me the kindness of a woman. He clenched his locket, recalling a moment from his childhood when his mother comforted him while she was in bed, connected to N4. Mom, please don't die. We need you to be alive, and it hurts me and Izumi seeing you sick, he had pleaded. As Izuku and Izumi cried, Izumi added, Mom, please, we need you alive. I promise to stop giving you trouble. Inko had reassured them, it's all right. I am here, so please don't cry, Izuku and Izumi. I hate seeing you two sad. As long as I am smiling, everything will be fine. Now, would you like to watch your favorite All Might video? Yeah, thank you mommy/mom, they had replied, trying to stop crying. Inko smiled and said, just remember that the strongest heroes smile through the worst. That's what All Might does and you want to be heroes, right, Izuku and Izumi? Yeah, they had chorused. That's good to hear. Now here, take this as an early birthday present. She took off her locket and placed it around Izuku and Izumi's necks. Mommy, are you sure? You said it was really important to you, Izumi had asked. Yes, I want to give it to you too. This locket holds love because it belonged to my father, but I never got the chance to meet him because he passed away before I was born. Before he died, he gave it to my mother to hold until I was old enough to wear it, but sadly, she never told me his name, except for the D in his name, just like you have. Izuku and Izumi opened the locket to find the initial D inside. Hey mommy, what does the D mean in the locket? Izuku asked, his curiosity evident. I want to know. Izumi chimed in, her eyes wide with anticipation. Inko smiled gently at her children. It has the same meaning as our middle name, but I'm not going to tell you until you're older, she replied. That's not fair, mommy, Izuku protested, a hint of disappointment in his voice. As they reminisced about their mother, both Izuku and Izumi couldn't help but smile. Achiko, noticing their expressions, remarked, "Is Deku talking about his mom?" She glanced at the locket they were holding. Soon, Momo entered the arena, preparing to face Tokoyami. Alright, if both sides are ready, let the match begin, Midnight announced. The match commenced with Momo summoning a shield using her quirk. However, Tokoyami unleashed his dark shadow, launching a relentless barrage of attacks that knocked her shield away. Momo struggled to create a new one while being bombarded until Tokoyami finally paused. Why did he stop? But now's not the time to think, she muttered to herself as she quickly fashioned a pole. Midnight's voice rang out. Momo Yaoyorozu is eliminated. She is out of bounds. Tokoyami wins the match. Disappointment washed over Momo as she processed her defeat. Man, I feel bad for Momo, Achiko said, her sympathy evident. Yeah, but she can't let it destroy her, Izuku replied, trying to encourage her. Well then I'll be going now. Hopefully, I win my match, Achiko said, determination in her voice. Good luck, Achiko. I know you'll have a plan to win, Izuku called after her as she walked away. Momo approached Izuku and sat down beside him. Izuku, I'm sorry I gave a terrible impression of my skills and decision-making, she said, her voice filled with regret. No, it's alright. You did really well, Izuku reassured her. How can you say that? I lost in the first match, and the only reason I even got into the matches is that I listened to Todoroki's instructions. I didn't even think for myself, Momo lamented. Momo, don't bring yourself down. If you think that way, it will be the only thing you can do. Don't let this loss define you. You learn more from losses than victories. Use that, and you'll be an incredible hero in the future. I know it, Izuku encouraged her. How do you know this? Momo asked, genuinely curious. I know this because I lost so many times when I was a kid. I think I've lost more than 100 times, but I learned from it, he explained. Thank you, Izuku, for telling me this. I promise I'll do better throughout the year and in next year's sports festival, Momo said, her resolve strengthening. I'm happy to hear that, he replied with a smile. Just then, President Mike announced the upcoming fight between Achiko and Bakugo. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we have a match between Achiko Uraraka and Katsuki Bakugo, he declared. I'll make this quick, Katsuki said confidently. What's that supposed to mean? Achiko shot back, her determination unwavering. Now then, let the match begin, Midnight said, signaling the start. Achiko charged at Katsuki, keeping low to the ground. I'm going to win this, she exclaimed. But Katsuki responded with an explosion, forcing Achiko to the ground. Undeterred, she got back up and continued her charge, only to be met with more explosions. At one point, a hero called out to Katsuki, "Hey, just knock her off the bounds, we know you're better." Katsuki ignored the advice and kept attacking Achiko. "You're acting like a bully," another hero shouted. "Just end this now," a heroine added, and soon the crowd began to boo Katsuki. "I have to say this is a little too much, but I have to agree with them," Present Mike admitted, only to be interrupted by Aizawa. "What the heck, man? What was that for?" Present Mike exclaimed. Aizawa took the mic and spoke firmly. "Who started this? If you're a hero, you should hang up your cap and look for a new career. Bakugo is taking her opponent seriously, not letting her guard down. If you're calling her a bully, then look at yourself in the mirror." The crowd fell silent after Aizawa's statement. "Well, I didn't think I'd see you defend your students," Present Mike remarked. "Just shut up and watch the fight," Aizawa replied curtly. "And you're back to your grumpy self," Present Mike noted. As the match continued, Achiko's charging attacks began to falter. "You don't know when to stay down, do you, round face?" Katsuki taunted. "You're really a tough opponent, but I have to thank you because you gave me the chance to win," Achiko said, putting her fingertips together. This caused debris to float in the air as she levitated amidst the smoke from the blast Katsuki had fired at her. The crowd gasped, thinking Achiko had turned the tide. But Katsuki raised one hand and unleashed a massive explosion, obliterating the debris and sending Achiko crashing to the ground. "No way, that was everything I had. I have to win for Izumi, Izuku, and my parents," Achiko thought as she struggled to rise. Katsuki prepared to attack again but halted when she saw Achiko collapse. Midnight rushed to check on her. "Uraraka is unable to battle. Bakugo will advance," she announced. Izuku, hiding his rage, gripped the edge of his seat. He quickly calmed himself, maintaining a poker face as he stood up. Izumi, noticing her brother's anger, urged him to fight Todoroki with everything he had. "Hey, Momo, I'm going to check on Achiko," Izuku said, determined. The sports festival was nearing its conclusion, with matches determining which students would advance to the semifinals. Izuku was set to face Todoroki, unaware that Zeph had just arrived in the crowd to watch him. Zeph muttered to himself, "Those idiots. I can't believe they made me come here. This is no different from watching at the restaurant." Midnight announced, "All right then, if our competitors are ready, let's begin." Without warning, Todoroki launched an ice attack at Izuku, but he countered with haki, shattering the ice and shocking both Todoroki and the audience. Zeph observed, "I guess the brat is going full force against the ice, but he has a strategy." Izuku rushed toward Todoroki, aiming to punch her, but she blocked it with ice, which he quickly destroyed. "Man, that was close. If I hadn't used haki, you wouldn't have been able to stop me. But you can't beat me unless you give it everything you've got," he declared confidently. "Did my father tell you to say that?" Todoroki shot back, sending another wave of ice at him. Once again, Izuku used haki to obliterate it. "This fight has nothing to do with your father. I'm saying this because everyone is giving it their all," he insisted. "So am I, but I won't use that BSTRD's quirk," she replied defiantly. Izuku charged at her once more, but she retaliated with ice. He broke through it with haki, urging, "Come on, Todoroki, give me everything you've got." "You're getting annoying," she retorted, frustration creeping into her voice. Zeph and Izumi watched the fight unfold with bated breath. Meanwhile, at Babel's hero school, Anna and Megumi were glued to the match. Look at this fight now. Anna exclaimed. Is that the UA Sports Festival? They're in the semi-finals. Megumi replied, excitement evident in her tone. Yeah, but the announcer says Izuku is quirkless, Rina added, her concern palpable. Really? But I remember they don't accept quirkless people at this school, Anna exclaimed, her shock evident. But is Izuku the kid Iruma was telling us about? Megumi wondered, a blush creeping onto her cheeks at the thought of Izuku. Yeah, it makes sense, but we can't be sure until we confirm it. He's cute too, Rina added, her own cheeks flushing. Anna, can you get the student council president and Iruma to come here so we can confirm that kid is Izuku? Megumi asked. Sure, no problem. I'll go now, Anna replied, blushing as she thought about how attractive Izuku was. Meanwhile, in the arena, Izuku charged at Todoroki, managing to grab her and throw her. However, she quickly used ice to slide back onto her feet, remaining in the fight. Achiko watched anxiously. Oh no, it doesn't look good for Deku, she said, her concern palpable. Momo encouraged him. Izuku, you can do this. You need to add a win to your belt, you can't lose anymore. Jiro chimed in. Midoriya, if you win, I'll smile through this. Mina and Toru cheered. Midori, you can win. Izumi shouted. Come on, Izuku. I know you can beat her. Todoroki challenged him. You say everyone is giving it their best to win this tournament, but you're holding back. I know you are because when you threw me, you could have landed a clean hit. Izuku replied. Yeah, you're right. I'm not here to fight you unless I have no other choice. Alright, I'll use my quirk and take you out, she declared, initiating her attack, though it was slower than before. Izuku noticed the change. Wait, it's going slower than before. That means she's starting to reach her limit. He used observation hockey to navigate the ice more easily and caught a glimpse of Zeph in the crowd. What is Zeph doing here? Rushing toward Todoroki, he attempted to throw or hit her, but she created an ice wall for protection. Izuku broke through it with a kick. I see now your quirk has limitations. Your body isn't used to how much colder it gets over time, but your other quirk balances it out by regulating your body temperature. If you're not going to use it, then you don't deserve to be the #1 hero. Why are you trying so hard to make me use my father's quirk? She asked. Because it's yours, not his. You decide what to do with it. So decide now what kind of hero you want to be. As she processed his words, memories of her father's harsh training and her mother's encouragement flooded back to her. Shoko, you want to be a hero, right? Just don't let it change who you are, her mother, Rei, had said. I can't believe how much I've forgotten, Shoko had replied. You are not a prisoner of your lineage, Rei reminded her. As the flashback ended, Todoroki landed, steam rising from her before flames took their place, defrosting her. Izuku couldn't help but smile, even as Endeavor and the crowd began to cheer. Yes, Shoko. You finally accepted your flames. Now you can surpass All Might just as I planned, Endeavor proclaimed. Amidst the cheers, some in the crowd shouted that Izuku didn't belong there and should leave. Class 1A and 1B were appalled by the comments. Okay, this is going too far. Izuku came here to be a hero and protect these people, but they're mocking him, Mina said, her frustration evident. No kidding, this is infuriating, Kirishima added. Some are wishing death on Midoriya and Izumi, Toru remarked. This can't be good for Midoriya's self-confidence, Jiro said, concern etched on her face. After all this, Izuku reached his breaking point. All of you, shut up, he shouted. Some of the antagonists were knocked out as Izuku unleashed waves of energy at them. Back at Babel's hero school in West Blue, Anna remarked, oh dear, I guess Japan still hasn't learned how to treat the quirkless. Yeah, it's disgusting. We are one of the biggest quirkless communities in West Blue, so they have no right to tell anyone to harm themselves, Rina replied. A boy with blue hair and blue eyes, wearing a straw hat and uniform, approached with his girlfriend, the student council president. A tall girl with red hair stood beside her boyfriend. Oh hey, Amari and Iruma. We're watching the UA Sport Festival semifinals. Megumi greeted them. Is that boy with green hair and freckles Izuku, the one you were talking about? Anna asked. What? Let me see. Iruma shouted, and Rina and Megumi moved aside so he could get a better look. Realization dawned on him as he recognized his childhood friend in UA with Izumi. Thus, Izuku made it to UA with Izumi, their dream school. I'm so happy for them, Iruma exclaimed. Thank you, Iruma. You can go now, we'll tell you the results, Anna, Rina, and Megumi said in unison. Thanks guys. See you later, babe, Iruma said, kissing Amari, who blushed at the affectionate gesture while their childhood friends awed at the moment. Back in the arena, after a moment of silence, Izuku realized he had used Conqueror's Haki and turned it off. Damn it, I'm still using Conqueror's Haki, he muttered. Midoriya, are you alright? I've never seen that from you before, Shoko asked, concern in her voice. I'm fine. I'm sorry you had to feel that, but let's focus on the fight. Come at me with full force, Todoroki. I won't hold back, Izuku replied, determination shining in his eyes. He took a boxing stance, spinning his right leg to create flames with his haki, surprising Shoko and the crowd. Alright then, I'll give you everything I've got, she declared. Both prepared for their best attacks. Todoroki charged her fire while Izuku moved to the edge of the arena, ready to charge forward. This attack uses everything I have. I can't lose, not in front of All Might and Zeph, who have supported me all this time. I can't let them down or let Shoko down, he thought. They launched their final attacks. Midnight, we have to stop this. If not, someone will get hurt. Cementos shouted, creating a wall to block them. Right? Midnight agreed, tearing her costume to release sleep gas. Diable jam, flambeage shot. Izuku shouted. When their attacks hit the wall Cementos had created, it shattered, causing a gigantic explosion. In the stands, Mineta exclaimed, what the hell? As he was blasted away by the force. The wind soon died down, but smoke covered the ground and arena. After the match, Izuku checked on Shoko before returning to the stands, where he was greeted by his classmates. Geez, that match was intense. I seriously didn't think Midoriya would win, Denki said, still catching his breath. But he did win and secured a position in the finals. Sato added, excitement in his voice. Did you see his back? What was up with the tattoo and scars? Kirishima asked, eyes wide with curiosity. It seems Midoriya is hiding his past from us, Tokoyami observed thoughtfully. The tattoo is a Jolly Roger, it's a pact between brothers and sisters. I means Ace, Sabo, me, Izumi, and Izuku. I'll let Izuku explain the scars, Izumi clarified. But didn't you see how Midoriya's eyes look different? It wasn't just me, it probably scared some of the audience too, Mineta remarked, still in shock. Achiko frowned at Mineta. Hey, don't say that about Deku. But it's true. Mineta protested. When he was glaring at some of the audience, I thought he might hurt someone. I never thought anyone could outglare Bakugo. Denki sighed, reluctantly agreeing. I hate to admit it, but Mineta is right. This doesn't help Midoriya's situation with the bad people in the audience. Izumi shot Denki a sharp look. Shut up. You're just as much of a pervert as Mineta, and if you keep it up, I'll give you a punishment myself. Achiko interjected, but still, he's not a villain. Deku is one of the nicest guys I've met. Kirishima nodded in agreement. We know that. To tell you the truth, I think they deserve it. By the way, is Midoriya coming? Tenya asked, shifting the topic. Izumi glared at Mineta. I don't understand how you got into the hero course when people with better quirks didn't. Not only that, you're a pervert and a scaredy cat. I should ask Mr. Aizawa to give your spot to Shinso and remove you from the hero course, she added, her voice dripping with disdain. Mineta felt upset, sensing that he was missing out on being a hero and on his HR. As time passed, the arena was repaired, and Present Mike returned to the speaker. Okay, our hour break is over. Let's finish the rest of the matches so we can reach the semifinals. Mina sighed. Man, I wish Midoriya was here to watch the rest of the event with us. I know he's still checking on Shoko, Momo replied. Well then, see you guys in the semifinals, Mina said, making her way to the arena. Sue chimed in, I think Midoriya is coming to watch the event with us. This made the girls more anxious. Meanwhile, Izuku was with All Might, who was explaining One for All and how it is passed down through generations. In Hosu, in a dark alley, a man with a blade in his hand stood over his victim, who was clad in a white armored suit, blood covering the ground around them. You false heroes make me sick, Stain spat. That's why I'm going to purge you all and bring hero society back to its former glory. He swung his sword toward Ingenium. Demenet, I'm sorry Lita. I let you down, Ingenium murmured, his voice filled with regret. Before the blade could make contact, a ball of fire shot toward the hero killer, forcing him to leap aside. A teenager with brown hair and green eyes, dressed in a white and black shirt with a green jacket, blue jeans, and a blue mask, stepped forward. Who the hell are you? Stain demanded. None of your business, hero killer, the teenager replied coolly. Are you a hero? Stain sneered. No, I'm not a hero, but I am Akio, the blue spirit, he declared. I'm here to save him and take you down. So, I guess you're just another false hero, Stain retorted. I don't care what you call me. I just want to stop your rampage. Without warning, the hero killer charged at Akio with his sword, but Akio dodged and countered with a fiery punch to Stain's gut, sending him crashing against the alley wall. I have to admit that punch was strong. I thought you would break my ribs, Stain said, slightly impressed. Yeah, I was holding back. I didn't want to kill you, especially with backup on the way, Akio replied. Oh, is that so? Then I'll just have to leave. With that, the hero killer leaped onto the walls and made his escape. Akio was about to pursue him but stopped when he remembered the injured hero beside him. Hey, how bad are your wounds? Can you feel your legs? Akio asked urgently. I can barely move them, Ingenium admitted, wincing in pain. We need to get you to a hospital now. Akio lifted Ingenium onto his back. I'm ashamed of being a hero. I couldn't do anything against the hero killer, and I let my little brother down, Ingenium confessed, his voice heavy with guilt. You're an older brother too? Your brother would be happier knowing you're alive than dead. As older siblings, we have to be strong. We can't let our brothers protect us, Akio reassured him. You're right. Thank you. My name is Tensei Lida. What's yours? Ingenium asked. I'm Akio. How old is your little brother? Akio inquired. He's why do you ask? Tensei replied. Because that's the same age as my brother, Akio said. Which hero school is he going to? Tensei asked. Oh, he's not in a hero school. He's babysitting our younger siblings along with our sister, Akio explained. Thanks for saving me back there, Tensei said gratefully. No problem. That's what heroes do, Akio replied. As they arrived at the hospital, a nurse rushed out. My goodness. Someone bring a stretcher and call a doctor immediately. Soon, the nurse returned with a stretcher, and Akio helped place Tensei on it. Stay strong, man. Do it for your brother, Akio encouraged him. Thanks, I will, Tensei promised. See you later, friend. Akio extended his fist for a fist bump. Right, friend. Tensei smiled and returned the gesture. As the nurses took Tensei into the operating room, Akio left the building, determined to find the hero killer. Hero killer, he muttered under his breath. The following week, the finals of the UA Sports Festival were upon them. Who would win? Would it be Izuku, Izumi, Kirishima, Tenya, or Katsumi? The audience would soon find out in the Hero of D Sports Festival Final Event Act 5 Finals. I will become the #1 hero and the future symbol of peace, Izuku declared, his determination unwavering. After the incident with the hero killer in Hosu, the media buzzed with chatter, but the attendees at the sports festival remained unaware. All Might decided to share his greatest secret with Izuku, but that would be explained another time. Soon, Izuku made it back to his class section, mentally preparing himself. Okay, if the entire country saw my scars, my friends will have questions. I'll tell them the truth. He took a deep breath to calm himself as he entered the classroom, where his classmates called out his name. Izuku, Midoriya, Deku, they yelled in unison. Hey guys, how are you doing? Izuku greeted them. We're good, how about you? Zero replied. I'm good, Izuku said, smiling. Either way, you missed the last 2 matches, but all you need to know is that Tokoyami and Lita won theirs, Denki informed him. Yeah, and I lost against Tokoyami, Mina added with a pout. Oh, I guess we have 5 people in the semifinals. Wait, who's next? Tojiro chimed in. Oh, it's Bakugo and Kirishima. As he spoke, both Katsuki and Kirishima walked into the arena to start their match. When the match began, Katsuki charged at Kirishima aggressively, using her explosions to wear him down until she fired the final blow, causing him to pass out. Geez, she's more aggressive now. What happened to her? Denki exclaimed. Why is Kaken more aggressive? Did something tick her off? Izuku wondered aloud. While Izuku was lost in thought, he felt someone tap on his shoulder. He turned to Setsuyu standing next to him. Midoriya, I don't want to be rude, but I wanted to ask you something about the scars on your back. Izumi explained about the Jolly Roger, so no need to worry about that, she said, her tone serious yet gentle. Izuku noticed the concerned gazes of his classmates and let out a sigh as he sat down. He took a moment before deciding to share his story. All right, I'll tell you, he said, looking around at their anxious faces. Kirishima leaned forward, his brow furrowed with concern. Are you sure about this, man? Yeah, Izuku replied, nodding. We have to trust each other. I'll tell you about my past and sooner or later, it will come out anyway. Jiro spoke up, her voice gentle. Okay, but you can stop if you don't want to continue. Izuku took a deep breath. You all know how I was treated as a kid, especially after some of the crowd reactions. Sato nodded sympathetically. Yeah, it must have been tough on you. Honestly, it was, Izuku admitted. But during my younger days, Izumi and I weren't even in Japan until I turned 7. Back then, I was bullied by our old friends after they found out I was quirkless. They used their quirks against me and whipped my back, which was painful and left me bleeding. But Izumi always used her ki to heal me. Mineta raised an eyebrow. Wait, why didn't your mother try to stop them? Izuku and Izumi exchanged a glance before Izuku answered, because she was too sick. If she moved around too much, she would get exhausted. Achiko's eyes widened with concern. What made her so sick? It was cancer, Izuku replied, his voice heavy. Toru asked, how did she get cancer? I don't know how she got it, Izuku said, shaking his head. Izumi added, I think someone poisoned our mom. The revelation left the entire class speechless. Tenya broke the silence, his voice filled with disbelief. How can you be sure, Izumi? There was no way our mother would have developed cancer so quickly, Izumi explained. She died shortly after, and I asked our friend's mother, who is a doctor. She said our mom was poisoned. Mina, visibly concerned, asked, when did she die? Izuku clenched his fists as painful memories resurfaced. As she died on my 4th birthday. Izumi covered her face with her hands, tears streaming down her cheeks as she remembered their mother with a bittersweet smile. Momo placed a comforting hand on Izuku's shoulder. I'm so sorry, Izuku. It must have been horrible. We're sorry we asked. No, it's fine, Izuku replied, trying to reassure them. But it only got worse when they found out I was quirkless. Tsu leaned in, her eyes wide with concern. What did they do to you? They increased the beatings, Izuku said, his voice trembling. But Izumi saved me. She used her ki to give them scars and scare them away. Jiro looked remorseful. I'm sorry we asked, but we're glad that you and your sister are with us. Kirishima nodded vigorously. Yeah, if you ever feel down, let me know. We're here for you. Thanks, guys, Izuku said, feeling a warmth in his chest. But to tell you the truth, that was one of the reasons I wanted to be a hero, to stop people like that so no kid without a quirk has to go through what I did. Achiko smiled encouragingly. And when that day comes, we want to be by your side to help you. Izuku shook his head. You guys don't have to. Of course we do, Toru insisted. We're your friends, so we have your back. As the other students nodded in agreement, Izuku felt a surge of happiness at having such wonderful friends alongside him and Izumi. Just then, Present Mic's voice boomed over the intercom, announcing the semifinals. Alright people, it is time for the semifinals. Here are our participants and their matchups. The screen displayed the matchups. Izumi D, Midoriya vs Tenya Lita. Bakugo vs Tokoyami. And they are all from Class 1A. Present Mic continued. Denki leaned back in his seat, excitement bubbling in his voice. Man, this is close to the finals. Whoever wins these next 2 matches will face Midoriya. Tenya stood up, determination in his eyes. I guess I should be going. Good luck, Lita and Izumi. Izuku called out. Yeah, do your best, Lita and Izumi. Achiko added enthusiastically. I will do my best, Tenya replied. I'll try to follow your example in my match against Izumi. As Tenya made his way to the arena, Izuku suddenly thought of something. Wait, where was Katsuki during all of this? Was she waiting in the waiting room? Soon, Lita and Izumi entered the arena, and Midnight announced the match. Lita, following Izuku's example, used his engines to speed toward Izumi, grabbing her by the side of her shirt to throw her. However, he was stopped when Izumi struck him in the stomach with armament haki. I'm sorry about this, she said, preparing for an armament haki punch to Lita's face, knocking him out. Midnight declared Izumi the winner, and she carried Lita to Recovery Girl's office before returning to the stands. So Izumi is in the finals, Achiko said, her eyes shining with pride. I knew she would be, Izuku replied just as Tenya returned, looking troubled. Midoriya, Uraraka, I have to go now. There was an incident with my brother, and I need to see him, Tenya said, urgency in his voice. I hope everything will be alright, Lita, Achiko said, concern etched on her face. If anything happens, just know we're always here for you, Izuku added. Thank you both. I will keep you updated, Tenya said, managing a small smile before leaving. Please, Ingenium, stay strong for Lita's sake, Izuku whispered to himself. Next up was the match between Katsumi and Tokoyami. Katsumi quickly discovered Dark Shadow's weakness and secured her victory. Looks like it's going to be the strongest girls in our class in the finals, Kirishima remarked. We knew it would be one of them, Shiro agreed. Izuku then made his way to the ring for the triple threat match. Momo, who do you think will win between Izuku, Katsumi, and Izumi? Jiro asked, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. I want to say Izuku. How about you, Jiro? Momo replied. Same here, Izuku, Jiro said, her confidence unwavering. All the girls of Class 1A agreed that Izuku would win the sports festival. Meanwhile, Izumi and Izuku were in the breakdown area, preparing for their match. Suddenly, the door burst open, and Katsumi entered. Well, it's just you, me, and Deku. Get ready for a tough match, Katsumi declared, a fierce determination in her eyes. I know you didn't mean it, but I'm going to give it my all, even if you are my best friend, Izumi replied, her resolve firm. You and your brother always bring your best to the match, Katsumi said with a grin. As everyone awaited the match to begin, the three finalists made their way to the arena. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we've finally made it to the triple threat match we've all been waiting for, Bakugo vs Izumi vs Izuku. Let's get this match started. Present Mike announced, his voice booming with excitement. The music played as Katsumi, Izuku, and Izumi stared each other down, waiting for the first move. Izumi rushed toward Izuku, and their haki clashed, sending shockwaves through the arena. Katsumi fell to her knees, captivated by the spectacle unfolding between Izuku and Izumi, which left both Class 1A and 1B as well as the crowd in awe. What's happening? Izuku and Izumi are clashing and producing lightning. Denki exclaimed, his eyes wide. Momo nodded, her expression serious. That's the haki clash between two users of Conqueror's haki. It's like watching two kings fight, Jiro added, her voice filled with admiration. Izumi wants to test her haki against her brother and see if she's improving, Tsuyu explained. But they're forgetting about Katsumi. Achiko pointed out, noticing Katsumi struggling to stand. No, she's struggling to stand, Kirishima said, concern creeping into his voice. I can feel the shockwaves from here, it's powerful, Kendo remarked, her eyes wide. This haki is incredible, Yui added, her voice trembling with excitement. It's even scarier when you think about it, Reiko said, her eyes glued to the arena. It's more intimidating than I thought, Pony chimed in, her expression a mix of awe and fear. Back in the fight, Izuku and Izumi stepped back from each other and turned to Katsumi, who was still struggling to stand. Did you forget I was here, Deku and Izumi? Katsumi challenged, her voice laced with determination. Who do you want to fight first? Izumi asked, ready for action. It's you, Izumi and Deku, Katsumi replied, her eyes narrowing. Fine by me, Izuku said, bracing himself. Sure, but first. Izumi rushed toward Izuku and landed a punch to his face, sending him flying near the out-of-bounds area. Let's start, Izumi, Katsumi declared, her excitement palpable. Firebird, exploding atomic crash. Izumi shouted as she leaped into the sky, spinning into a giant fireball and launching fire arrows at Katsumi. Katsumi propelled herself toward Izumi, using her explosions to counter the attack. Izumi activated her armament haki to shield herself from the blast. She landed back on the ground, while Katsumi struggled to regain her footing but ultimately fell again. As Izumi prepared to strike, Katsumi surprised her with an explosion that knocked Izumi back. Though bruised, Izumi remained on her feet. With her armament haki activated, Izumi punched Katsumi, then turned to see Izuku staring her down, signaling that he was ready. A smile spread across Izumi's face. Armament hardening. Izuku shouted, coating his arm in haki as he rushed toward Izumi. She blocked his attack with her leg, but he retaliated with a punch to her face, followed by a kick to her gut that made her spit blood. He then delivered a final kick to the back of her head, sending her flying near the out-of-bounds area. Izumi stood up and approached her brother, but suddenly stopped, spinning her right leg. Izuku's eyes widened in surprise. Surprise, Izuku, she exclaimed. No way, you learned Diable Jam too? He asked, astonished. Yes, brother, but let's see how we handle this, she replied confidently. Diable Jam, Premier Hachis. With that, she kicked Izuku in the face, followed by a gut punch and a left hook. As she prepared to knee him in the face, he blocked with his knee and countered with a punch, then kicked her in the side of her face. He grabbed her left arm and threw her aside, nearly sending her out of bounds. The crowd erupted in cheers for the thrilling triple threat match. Classes cheered for both Izuku and Izumi, hoping they would prove to the world that they could be heroes. Katsumi, having recovered from being knocked out by Izumi's new move, launched a series of explosions at both Izuku and Izumi, culminating in a massive blast aimed at them. To her surprise, Izuku and Izumi stood firm, albeit bruised and bloodied. I have to give you credit, Kaken, Izuku said, breathing heavily. That was the biggest explosion I've ever felt, but you'll need more than that to take me out. The same goes for me, Katsumi, Izumi added. With that, she unleashed her Conqueror's haki, knocking Katsumi out once more, this time for the remainder of the fight, allowing Izuku and Izumi to continue. The two engaged in a flurry of punches and kicks, creating shockwaves felt by Class 1A, Class 1B, the teachers, and the crowd for over 30 seconds. Izumi called out to her brother, urging him to end the fight with one decisive move, and Izuku agreed. Let's finish this once and for all and show who the strongest is, Izumi declared. I couldn't agree more, Izuku replied as he soared into the sky to prepare for their final move. Pole of Friar, Spectre. He unleashed a barrage of fiery kicks toward Izumi. Despite her attempts to dodge, she was hit in the gut, followed by more kicks that caused her to spit blood. A final kick sent Izumi crashing to the ground, knocked out. As Izuku landed, Midnight announced, the winner of the sport festival is Izukudi, Midoriya. The crowd erupted in cheers, celebrating what they deemed the match of the year. After some time, Izumi and Katsumi regained consciousness and attended the award ceremony. Midnight began, alright, it's time for the medal presentation. Lita was tied for 4th place but had to leave for family reasons. We wish him the best, but now, the medals will be presented by none other than All Might. I am here. All Might declared as he arrived. Midnight quickly apologized for interrupting him, and he graciously accepted. Now, let's have our special winners receive their medals, All Might said as he approached Katsumi, placing the third-place medal around her neck. All Might, don't you dare put that medal on me. I won't accept third place. Katsumi protested. Now, young Deku, you need to learn from your mistakes if you want to grow, All Might replied, playfully putting the medal in her mouth to silence her. Next, he walked to Izumi and placed the second-place medal around her neck. Young Izumi, you did splendid work, but you need to be more aware of your surroundings. Thank you, All Might. I will do that, she responded. Finally, All Might approached Izuku, placing the first-place medal around his neck. Young Midoriya, you said you would win the sport festival without a quirk, and you proved the whole country wrong. You showed that a person with no quirk or a weak one can be a hero if they work hard enough. Thank you, All Might. I appreciate your words, Izuku replied. Alright then, I think it's about time we send them off properly. Are you ready? All Might asked. The crowd responded with enthusiasm, plus ultra. Thanks for the hard work. All Might said, prompting the audience to erupt in applause. As the day came to a close, everyone returned to class. Aizawa announced, alright everyone, you will have the weekend to rest and heal up after the sport festival. Class is dismissed, you can all go home now. As the students of Class 1A left, Izumi decided to stay behind for some training. While doing one-handed push-ups, she thought she was alone until she heard a voice. Wow, are you always training when you have free time? Shinso asked, standing next to her. Izumi's heart raced, and she felt herself blush. Oh, hi Shinso. What are you doing here? She stammered. Well, I was on my way home, but I kept hearing grunts so I decided to check it out. Why are you training? Aren't you hurt? Shinso inquired. Yeah, but I want to grow stronger after losing to my brother. There's still a gap between us, Izumi explained. Hey, do you mind if I join? Shinso asked. Yeah, go ahead, she replied. After several push-ups, Shinso was exhausted. How can you do that with one arm? I'm already tired, he said, breathing. I was just like that, but I had one thought in my mind. I wanted to become a hero. I didn't care if the training was tough, I was willing to do it to accomplish my dream, Izumi shared. Shinso stayed quiet for a moment before starting to do push-ups, trying to keep up with Izumi. Unbeknownst to them, Principal Nizu and Aizawa were watching through the window. Oh my, that girl's spirit is quite infectious, Nizu remarked. Yeah, it really is, Aizawa agreed, glancing at Shinso. You better make some room for your class because you're getting a new student. A certain student will help train him, Nizu said with a smile as he watched Izumi and Shinso train. They had initially protested, but then Izuku turned to his father, Zeph, and asked if he could adopt them into the family, allowing them to take their last name. With determination, Izuku declared, I will become the #1 hero and the future symbol of peace. The day after the UA Sports Festival was a tremendous success for UA and the heroes, showcasing incredible quirks, powers, and the unwavering determination of the students hoping to be noticed by the heroes. The day began at the Midoriya household, where Izuku was the first to wake up. He got out of bed and headed to the kitchen to prepare breakfast for himself and his sister. As he cooked eggs and pancakes, the delicious aroma drew Izumi from her slumber. While cooking, Izuku answered a phone call that had come in. Good morning, Izumi greeted him. Good morning, Izumi. How did you sleep after training? Izuku asked. Izumi blushed, recalling how her brother had watched her help Shinso. It was good. Did you hear that? Yeah, it was the phone. I'll answer it now, he replied, surprised by the familiar voice on the other end. Hello, Izuku and Izumi. Congratulations on winning the sports festival. Oh, and Izuku, I have a girlfriend. She's the student council president here at Babel's, Iruma said cheerfully. Hello, Iruma. It's great to hear from you. Wait, you have a girlfriend? Izuku asked, taken aback. Yes, why? Iruma responded. Izumi interjected, how is Babel's? It was a tough experience, Iruma admitted. Dang, that sounds as challenging as UA, Izuku remarked. Izumi added, it's hard to see you in a relationship, but I'm happy for you, Iruma. I hope she treats you well. When can you visit us? I don't know, Izuku and Izumi. I wish I could come there, but how's you? Iruma asked. It's a good experience, Iruma. Just prove the country wrong that quirkless people can be heroes. Izuku encouraged. I know you can prove Japan wrong. I'll let you know when I can visit. Goodbye, Izumi and Izuku. Talk to you later, Iruma said. Goodbye, Iruma. It was nice talking to you, they replied as the call ended. Izumi sighed. It was nice to talk to him since we left West Blue at ages 7 and 6. I know Iruma will pull through and make it to Babel's, Izuku said confidently. Oh, Izuku, the refrigerator is empty. Can you buy some groceries so we can be set for next month? Izumi asked. Okay, Izumi. Please watch the house and I'll be back, he replied. Sure, no problem Izuku, she said as he left for the mall to shop for their necessities. On his way home, Izuku spotted something that reminded him of a childhood friend from Fusha village. As he approached, he saw 3 teenagers and 4 kids with torn clothes living in an alley. Hello. Can I help you guys? Izuku asked. No, I don't want to bother you, Akio replied. Big brother, we need shelter and food, Kai said. I know, but this world is tough, Akio responded. How do you guys not have a home? Izuku inquired. We were abandoned by our mother, who is a drag dealer in Miami, Florida, Itsuki explained. She believes we are worthless, Yuki added. That's why we're here, Kai said. The 3 girls, Mai, Akana, and Kanna, cried, feeling unloved by their mother. Izuku felt a wave of sadness for them and decided to ask for their names. What are your names? He asked gently. My name is Akio, and the girl in red is Yuki, he said. I'm Itsuki, the second boy introduced himself. My name is Kai, the younger boy added. I'm Mai, one of the girls said. I'm Akana, another girl chimed in. And I'm Kanna, the last girl finished. My name is Izuku Midoriya, and I'm a hero in training. It's nice to meet you all, he said. I have a question for you. Would you like my father to adopt you and take our last name? Akio turned to Itsuki and Yuki, then to the younger siblings, and they all responded eagerly, yes, we would love to. Let's go to my house so you can meet my sister, Izuku said, leading them home. Once there, Izuku explained the situation to Izumi, who was surprised and angered by the thought of their mother abandoning them. So, you're going to ask Dad to adopt them and let them take our names? Izumi asked. Yes, Izumi. They need a family and love, Izuku replied. After some thought, Izumi agreed. Izuku called Zeph, who answered, What do you want, brat? Can't you see I'm cooking? Yes, Dad, but I have a question for you, Izuku said. Zeph paused his cooking intrigued. What is it? Can you adopt 7 siblings? They can take our last name, Izuku asked. There was a brief silence before Zeph replied, Yes, I would adopt them and let them take your last name. Thank you, Dad. I owe you big time, Izuku said, turning to the siblings. Good news, everyone. You are now part of the Midoriya family. Welcome. The siblings were overjoyed at the prospect of living a normal life free from neglect. Izumi began cooking for their new family members, and Izuku started asking them about their quirks and powers. Itsuki and Akio then asked if they could bring their girlfriends along. What are your guys' quirks? Izuku asked. Akio replied, My quirk is firebending. It's one of the 4 elemental bending arts, allowing me to control fire. It's unique because I can generate the element myself. Kai said, My quirk is elemental manipulation. I can combine all 4 elements to create one of the most powerful quirks and manipulate them. Mai chimed in, My quirk is magic. I can create any type of magic for good and to end fights. Itsuki added, I'm quirkless, but I have haki, both armament and observation haki. I can also manipulate water and black flames. Akana said, My quirk is wind manipulation, which lets me control the wind for various uses. Yuki explained, My quirk is fire manipulation, allowing me to control fire. Kanna added, My quirk is dragon. I can transform into a dragon and use dragon powers. Akio then asked, Hey Izuku, can I bring my girlfriend? Itsuki added, Me too, Izuku. Sure, just call me brother. Izumi and I can't wait to meet them, Izuku replied. Izumi interjected, Wait a minute, you guys have girlfriends? How did you meet? Itsuki smiled, You'll find out when they get here. Akio said, I'll call them and let them know the location. After Akio and Itsuki called their girlfriends to share their new location and introduce their new siblings, the doorbell rang. Akio and Itsuki answered, surprised by how their girlfriends looked. Hey babe, you look appealing, Itsuki said. Thank you, Itsuki. This house is nice. I can't wait to meet the new siblings, Cerberus replied, blushing at the sight of Itsuki in his regular clothes. You look gorgeous, Ichika, Akio said, beaming at his girlfriend. Ichika smiled at Akio, her cheeks flushing slightly as she admired his casual attire. Thank you, Akio. You look handsome too, she said, her voice warm with affection. The couples enjoyed a delightful dinner together, introducing each other to Izuku and Izumi. They shared stories about their lives, their experiences at UA, and how Akio had met Ichika, while Itsuki recounted his first encounter with Cerberus. As they conversed, Izuku and Izumi learned much more about their new siblings, feeling an overwhelming urge to protect them from any potential threats. As night descended, it was time for everyone to rest. How are you guys liking your new siblings? Akio asked, looking at Itsuki and Yuki. They're cool, Itsuki replied. They're studying at UA, the biggest school in the country. Yuki added, they love and care for each other, showing us affection unlike our real mother. Itsuki nodded. We love them and hope for the best for them. What about Cerberus and Ichika? Akio and Itsuki asked in unison. Ichika and Cerberus chimed in, we love them, they're the best friends anyone could ask for. That's good, love them. Just as much, Akio encouraged. Me too, good night guys. See you tomorrow, Itsuki said as he settled in for the night. Izuku and Izumi felt a sense of happiness about their new siblings, their resolve to protect them from evil and false heroes growing stronger. As the new week began, Izuku and Izumi prepared for school. Izuku woke up early, feeling a sudden urge to make 3 bento lunches. For some reason, if I'm making a bento, I should make 3, he mused to himself. After finishing the lunches, they headed to the train station and boarded the train to school. During the ride, they overheard a group of people discussing them. You guys did a great job at the sports festival, one guy remarked. Nice job getting first place, another added. You were so cool in the finals, a third voice chimed in. A girl exclaimed, you gave me more confidence. Izuku was taken aback by the praise, while Izumi smiled, pleased for her brother. Suddenly, a child tugged on Izuku's uniform. Excuse me, Mr. and Miss, but my papa wanted to say sorry for yelling at you, the child said, looking up with wide eyes. Izuku and Izumi turned to see the child's father, who appeared embarrassed. They exchanged smiles with him. Tell your papa that I forgive him. Here, take this, Izuku said, pulling a green apple-flavored lollipop from his pocket and handing it to the child. Really? Thank you, the child exclaimed, running back to his father. Izuku smiled throughout the train ride, feeling a sense of acceptance. Once they arrived at school, he opened his umbrella, and he and Izumi dashed through the rain. As they did, they spotted Tenya running toward them. As UA students, we should be at school 10 minutes early, Tenya declared, his tone serious. Something seems off with Tenya, Izumi whispered to Izuku. He seems to be acting normal, Izuku replied, though he couldn't shake the concern he felt about the hero Ingenium and the recent events in Hosu involving the hero killer. Once inside, they put away their umbrellas and shoes. Izuku turned to Tenya as Izumi headed toward their class. Hey, Tenya, are you doing all right? Izuku asked, concern lacing his voice. Yes, I'm perfectly fine. You don't need to worry about what happened to my brother, Tenya replied, walking away toward their classroom. Tenya, why aren't you telling me the truth? Izuku called after him, using his observation haki to sense Tenya's true emotions. Soon, Izuku arrived in the classroom and noticed an extra seat in the back, but no one seemed to acknowledge it. Most of the students were discussing the attention they had received. Hey guys, we're famous right now, Mina said, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Yeah, I know everyone is talking about us, Denki added. As the conversation about their newfound fame continued, Aizawa entered the room. Good morning, class, he said, his voice steady. All right, settle down. I have a special announcement. What might that be, Aizawa? Tsu asked, her curiosity piqued. The news is that someone will be transferred to our class, Aizawa stated. The students looked terrified, except for Izumi and Izuku. Does that mean someone will SWH out? Izuku asked, his brow furrowed. All right, you can come in now, Aizawa said, gesturing for the newcomer to enter. Shinso walked in, wearing his usual expression. Izumi rushed over to hug him, causing him to blush slightly. Hello, I'm Hitoshi Shinso. I'm not here to make friends, and I don't care for anyone except Izumi and Izuku. I respect them, he introduced himself. Why this guy and not a smoking hot babe? Mineta piped up, earning dirty glares from the girls. Oh yeah, Mineta, you're out of the hero course. I asked Mr. Aizawa and he confirmed it, so bye, Izumi retorted, waving goodbye to him. Aizawa quickly wrapped up Mineta and sent him to the principal's office, leaving class 1A shocked by Izumi's lack of remorse. This special occasion is because Principal Nizu saw Shinsu's potential and decided to transfer him to our class, but under one condition, Aizawa explained. And what's that condition? Momo asked, intrigued. That the Midoriya twins will help him train, Aizawa replied. Wait, why me? Izuku asked, bewildered. Yeah, me too, Izumi added. It's because we saw that you motivated Shinso to work harder, Aizawa stated. Both Izumi and Shinso were surprised that Aizawa and the principal had noticed them training after the sports festival. Either way, Shinso, take your seat at the end of the class. I have something to show you, Aizawa instructed. He pressed a button on the remote in his hand, revealing a leaderboard. This is the total number of heroes that want to intern with you after seeing your performance at the sports festival. Look, Lita, they want us. Achiko exclaimed. Look, Izuku is first and Izumi is second. Denki added, his excitement palpable. That's the opposite from the end of the sports festival, Jiro noted. It's probably because they don't want to work with a literal range bomb, Siro commented. Who asked you? Katsumi shot back. Wow, Izuku got more votes from the pros, Tsuyu remarked, her eyes wide. This news made Izuku and Izumi happy. They were receiving the most votes from the heroes. Quiet. Even though some of you didn't get offers, you will still be interning. I'm done. I have another announcement to make, Aizawa said, his tone serious. The students leaned forward in anticipation. If the first news was good, this has to be bad, they murmured among themselves. We will decide your hero names for your internship, Aizawa declared. This caused an uproar of excitement throughout the class. Take this seriously because if you don't, he began, but was interrupted when Midnight entered. You'll have hell to pay, Midnight chimed in, a playful smile on her face. Yes, Midnight will help you decide on your hero names for your upcoming internship. The whole naming process wasn't in my department, Aizawa said, returning to his sleeping bag. Alright, now that Eraserhead is right about being careful when picking your name, it might be your hero name for life, Midnight continued. Enough about me, let's get back to your hero names, Akio added. Thank you, Akio. Now I'll have Akio pass around a whiteboard so you can write them down and present them to the whole class, Midnight instructed. The thought of presenting their names made the students nervous, but they quietly brainstormed until Aoyama stepped forward. Prepare yourself. My name is I Cannot Stop Twinkling, he announced dramatically. This left everyone questioning his seriousness, and even Akio couldn't help but snicker. Next up was Mina, her excitement bubbling over. I'm next. Check out my name, Alien Queen, she declared proudly. Midnight was immediately startled by the conversation. You mean that horrible movie with the acidic blood? No way, she exclaimed. Really, Midnight? That's such a cool name, Akio replied, his enthusiasm evident. I know, right? Modroy's brother gets it, Mina added, nodding in agreement. Next up was Tsu, who confidently declared, I had this name in my head for a while, so my hero name will be Froppy, the rain season hero. The announcement was met with cheers from all the students. It was a name they could easily accept. Then it was Izumi's turn. My hero name will refer to my key, the Phoenix hero Izumi, she stated proudly. Oh, I love your hero name. It perfectly reflects your power. Midnight responded, her eyes sparkling with approval. Yes, Miss Midnight, thank you. Izumi replied, her smile brightening. Kirishima stepped forward next. My hero name will be Red Riot, the sturdy hero. Midnight nodded knowingly. Oh, I see you're paying homage to the chivalrous hero Crimson Riot. Yeah, he's one of my favorite heroes, Kirishima admitted, his admiration clear. As this unfolded, Izuku pondered his own hero name. Redleg? No, that's not it. It's basically Zeph's name. I want to pay homage to him as well, but what? He tapped the board with a black marker, an idea beginning to take shape in his mind. Black leg, that's a start, but it needs something else at the end. What could it be? I can't quite name it, it doesn't sound right, he mused. Soon, everyone else presented their names, and all were approved except for one. Katsumi boldly announced, Queen Explosion Murder. Midnight shook her head. Yeah, that's a hard pass. As the group continued, only 4 students remained deep in thought about their names until Achiko stepped forward. This is the name I came up with, Uravity, she said, smiling nervously. I love it, Midnight responded, her approval evident. Relieved, Achiko returned to her seat but turned to Izuku as she walked back. Good luck, De. I hope you find the right name, she encouraged. Her words sparked an idea in Izuku's mind about what should be part of his name. Midnight glanced around the room. Alright, we have 3 left. Both Ida and Midoriya are still coming up with their names while Bakugu has to rethink hers. As Midnight spoke, Ida stared at the board, recalling what the doctor had said about Tensei's legs, how trying to use his engines could paralyze him for life. It was around the same time Tensei had suggested the hero name Ingenium, but as Ida began to write it down, he hesitated. No, I'm not ready to be called Ingenium just yet, he decided. Just then, he felt a hand on his shoulder and turned to see Akio standing beside him. Oh, Akio, is there something you want to tell me? Ida asked. Yeah, take your time. I know one day you'll feel ready for the name Ingenium. I know your brother would want that too. I learned what to say to him after he talked about you when I visited the hospital, Akio replied, his tone supportive. Wait, you were the one who took him to the hospital? Thank you for saving my older brother, Ida said, gratitude evident in his voice. Don't mention it. I'm a hero/vigilante after all. It's my job. Just don't do anything crazy, Akio advised. Leaning closer, Akio whispered, like how you plan on getting revenge on the hero killer. Ida's eyes widened in shock. Akio knew what he was thinking. How did you know? He asked. I can see it in your eyes. Mine were the same when something similar happened to me, Akio explained. Tenya fell silent and approached the front to present his name. Meanwhile, Izuku noticed something was off. Ida, please let us help you, he urged. All right then, Midoriya, are you almost done? Midnight asked. Yeah, I just finished, Izuku replied, walking up to reveal his hero name. Akio leaned against the wall, waiting to hear his little brother's choice, but was taken aback by what he saw. Izuku, what are you doing? You hated that name, Akio exclaimed. Yeah, I used to hate it, but something happened that made me remember it has a different meaning. That's why I like it again. Someone showed me, Izuku explained, a smile spreading across his face as he glanced at Achiko. Only Akio and Izumi noticed this moment, and they exchanged smiles. Oh you dog, Izuku, when did you get brave with girls? Akio teased. So this is my hero name, Black Leg Deku, the hero that can. Izuku announced, his voice filled with determination. Meanwhile, All Might was in the staff room, buried in paperwork. Man, who knew being a teacher was hard? He muttered. Hey, All Might, Cementos called out. Yeah, what is it? All Might replied, looking up. Take a look at all the offers the first years are getting. This one will make you happy for our student Midoriya. He got one more offer, Cementos informed him. Oh, is that so? Let me see who wants him, All Might said, intrigued. But when he looked at the screen, shock washed over him. What the why? He exclaimed, unable to comprehend what he was seeing. Meanwhile, Aizawa and Midnight were preparing to leave. All right, you have 4 days to submit your answer, Aizawa stated. As he was about to exit, Izuku called out to him. Wait, I want to ask you a question. Fine, make it quick, you're cutting into my nap time, Aizawa replied, his tone impatient. Is there any way I can improve my costume? Izuku asked earnestly. You can go see Power Loader in the support room to see if he can make some changes to your costume, Aizawa instructed, grabbing a remote and pressing a button. A new suitcase appeared before them. That should be it. If that's all, I'll be going now, Aizawa said, turning to leave. As he departed, Izuku felt an arm slip around his shoulders. How's my little brother doing? Akio asked playfully. Akio, stop calling me little. I'm not small anymore, Izuku protested. Yeah, Akio, Izuku is not small anymore, Izumi chimed in. Wait, what do you mean anymore? Drew asked, confused. Overhearing the siblings, Akio chuckled. Oh, back in the old days, he was a short stack with our brother Ace. Momo interjected. He couldn't have been that small. Just look at him now, he's close to some of the tallest boys in our class. Izumi then left for class 1B to gather the girls. When she returned with them just in time to reveal a younger Izuku, Akio said, Here, take a look. He pulled out a picture from his wallet. This is a picture of Ace and Izuku when they were kids. Ace was 11 years old, so Izuku was 8 here. Everyone took a moment to examine the picture, and they couldn't help but agree with Akio's observation. Wow, Midoriya, you were really short for a boy that age, Kirishima remarked. Yeah, you were short, Midoriya, Ibra added, her cheeks flushing. I can't believe he was so short, Yui chimed in, also blushing. Pony, Kendo, Setsuna, and Kinoko echoed. Wow, Midoriya, you were really short, their faces turning pink. It's scary that he was so short, Reiko commented, blushing as well. But we know he hit a big growth spurt, Siro pointed out. OMG, you were so tiny and adorable. Mina exclaimed. I guess you were cute, Jiro admitted, her cheeks reddening. Midoriya, you were so tiny back then, Tsu added, blushing as well. Most of the girls fell silent, having already seen a picture of Izuku as a child, and some even had one saved on their phones. Akio, can you stop embarrassing me? I have to go somewhere, Izuku said, trying to brush off his brother's teasing. Where are you going? Akio asked, curiosity evident in his tone. I'm going to see if Power Loader can make improvements on my costume. Wait here, I need to grab something. As Izuku rushed to his bag, he quickly retrieved his hero journal and 3 bentos. Here, take this, Izumi and Akio. I made 3 bentos for a reason, he said, handing them out. Are you sure your quirk isn't knowing when I'm hungry? Akio remarked with a smug grin. Wow, you're funny, Akio, Izuku replied sarcastically, surprising everyone with his relaxed demeanor around his brother. Either way, I'm going now, he added, heading toward the support room with his new costume and journal in hand. Meanwhile, Mina sighed. Man, I want to eat lunch with Midori. Hey, can I talk to you girls alone for a bit? Akio interjected. Akio, you should head. I will talk with the girls from class 1A and 1B, thank you, Izumi replied, understanding the situation. Akio nodded, took his bento, and started to walk away. Yeah, I don't see anything wrong with that, Momo agreed, and they waited for all the boys to leave the room. Oh, Izumi, what did you want to ask us? Jiro inquired. Oh, I just wanted to ask you a simple question, that's all, Izumi said, her tone casual. Okay, go ahead and ask us, Izumi, Toru encouraged. Do you guys like my brother? Izumi asked, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Of course we like Deku, he's our friend, Achiko replied. No, Achiko, that's not what I meant, Izumi clarified. Then what did you mean, Izumi? Tsu asked, tapping her chin thoughtfully. I mean like, in a romantic way, Izumi explained, causing the girls from class 1A and 1B to blush. Girls, we don't have to answer that. Let's just go, Mina urged, but as she pushed the group toward the cafeteria, her phone slipped from her pocket. Izumi picked it up and noticed Mina's wallpaper was a picture of Izuku as a child. She turned to the group, surprising both Tsu and Jiro. Wow, you girls really like him, don't you? Izumi teased. To save you from embarrassment, I have a suggestion. Why don't you all share him and form a H-chunk? He would be the one to accept it, and I can talk to him about it. I know he wouldn't want your friendship destroyed over fighting for one guy, so that's a solution to your problem. The girls shook their heads, speechless, especially Mina, who was blushing a deeper shade of pink. Meanwhile, Izuku stood in front of the support room, hoping Power Loader was there and wouldn't mind if he ate his bento while discussing improvements to his costume. He took a deep breath, mentally preparing himself before opening the door. Here goes nothing, he murmured, but as he opened the door, an explosion sent him stumbling backward. So this is my life now, he said with a wry smile. Smoke filled the corridor, and as he tried to get up, he realized something was on top of him. He quickly pushed it off. Whoa, it's soft but squishy, he remarked. When the smoke cleared, he was shocked to find he was holding Mei's arm. Oh hey there, Muscles, what are you doing here? She said, completely unfazed by the situation. Izuku, still in shock, stammered, I'm sorry. His face turned red as he waved his hands in embarrassment. From the smoke-filled room, a voice called out, Hatsum, how many times do I have to tell you to make sure it's safe before you use it? But it's no fun if I don't test it out myself, Mei replied defiantly. Either way, who did you hit this time? Power Loader asked, stepping closer. Oh, I hit Muscles this time, Mei said nonchalantly. Muscles? Who's that? Power Loader asked, squinting at Izuku before recognition dawned on him. Hey, you're that quirkless kid who won the sports festival. What are you doing here? Oh, I'm here to see if you can help upgrade my costume, Izuku explained. I'm sorry, but I have to go somewhere. I can have Hatsum help you. Just make sure she doesn't explode any more of her so-called babies, Power Loader said as he left. Okay, Muscles, what do you want me to upgrade? Mei asked, turning her attention back to Izuku. Hatsum, why do you call me Muscles? He inquired, still flustered. Because that's all I saw from you during the sports festival, especially with that dual-haired girl, she replied with a grin. Wait, you watched the rest of the matches? I thought you only wanted to show off your babies, Izuku said, surprised. Mei blushed slightly but maintained her usual smile. Oh, I just watched because I want to collect data for new hero gadgets. Never mind that, let's go in and start working on them. Izuku thought to himself, she doesn't even realize how that sounds. Meanwhile, back with the girls of class 1A and 1B, Izumi was integrating them into the conversation. The girls were considering her idea of a HRM with Izuku. Achiko turned to Izumi and asked, do you think your brother would love us all the same, or does he have a favorite? The girls looked down, anxious that it might be true. Izumi reassured them, knowing my brother, he would treat all of you the same. The girls smiled, comforted by the thought that Izuku would be fair. That's why I proposed the HRM idea, so you won't ruin your friendships over a boy. Do you understand? Izumi continued. So, are you all up for the HRM for Izuku? And just so you know, there's no number one girl. The girls realized Izumi was speaking the truth and began to consider the HRM idea. Momo then spoke up, I accept the HRM idea. The rest of the girls were shocked that Momo agreed, but soon they all followed suit. Great job everyone. You've saved your friendships. You should confess to him after school and meet me at the school gate. Now, let's go for lunch, Izumi encouraged. The girls hugged her, thanking her, and headed to lunch as one big group. Back with Izuku and Mei, Izuku marveled at all the hero gadgets surrounding him. I can't believe you made all of this, he exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Yup, all these gadgets are mine. Now, let's see what you want to add to your hero costume, Mei replied, her enthusiasm infectious. Izuku handed his journal to Mei, who was surprised by some of the machines he had designed. Wait, are all these ideas yours? She asked, her eyes wide. Yeah, is there something wrong? Izuku replied, a hint of concern in his voice. Not at all. One of your ideas is a staff that produces thunderclouds, and you can activate it by shooting a tiny ball of electricity. Looking at the blueprints, it could actually work. Where did you learn this? Mei asked, genuinely impressed. I read all sorts of books when I was a kid, Izuku admitted, a hint of pride in his voice. Nice. Mei exclaimed. Yeah, but that's not the upgrade I wanted, it's one of the simpler ones. He turned to the page with his desired upgrade, ready to discuss his vision. Mei observed Izuku thoughtfully. Oh I see. That makes sense with your fighting style. The iron leg brace with melt guards would give you strong kicks and more defense. Yeah, that's what I want, Izuku replied, nodding in agreement. That's simple enough. Just change into your hero costume so I can measure how long to make the piece, Mei instructed. Okay, but can you turn the other way while I change? Izuku asked, a hint of shyness in his voice. I promise, cross my heart, Mei assured him, secretly crossing her fingers behind her back. Izuku walked a few feet away, ensuring she wasn't looking. I guess I'm good now, he said after a moment. As he lifted his shirt, he felt Mei's hands brush against his abs. Wow, these are really dense. I could say you can grate cheese on these. Mei exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise. And Mei, what are you doing? Izuku stammered, his face turning bright red. I saw these muscles at the sports festival, and I never expected you to have them, she explained, her curiosity evident. As she continued, her hand moved a little too high, inadvertently brushing against his scars. Izuku bolted forward, startled. Was that the scars? Mei asked, her tone shifting to concern. Yeah, he replied, his voice weary. The atmosphere in the room changed, becoming heavier. I'm sorry for doing something I shouldn't have, Mei said, her expression turning sad. This surprised Izuku, he had only ever seen her smile before. No, you didn't do anything bad. I usually try to hide them, so I'm a little jumpy about it, he reassured her. I saw them at the sports festival, so I shouldn't have touched them, Mei admitted, her gaze dropping. It's fine. I'll show you a closer look, Izuku said, fully removing his shirt. Are you sure? Mei asked, taken aback. Yeah, sooner or later, more people will know about my scars, so I better get used to it, he replied, steeling himself. Mei moved closer and gently touched his scars, wincing at the thought of the pain he had endured. Why would someone do this to another person? She asked, her voice filled with empathy. To them, I wasn't worth caring about, Izuku explained, his tone heavy with resignation. It just hurts me to see this on such a nice guy, Mei said softly. I think I should change now. This situation is sending the wrong message, Izuku said, feeling increasingly uncomfortable. Mei looked confused at first but then realized that being alone in a room with a boy was one thing, but a half-naked boy could send mixed signals. Yeah, I'll leave you alone to change, she said, a small blush creeping onto her cheeks. Okay, but please close your eyes, he requested. As Mei closed her eyes, a thought struck her. Wait, his shirt is off. Does that mean he's going to take off his briefs? Maybe I should take a peek for research purposes, she mused, moving one of her fingers. But when she peeked, she caught Izuku looking at her while holding his briefs up. I thought you said you wouldn't look, he said, blushing furiously. Mei turned away, smiling but also flushed. Sorry. Izuku stared at her for a moment, ensuring she wouldn't look again. After a while, he was dressed in his updated hero costume. Huh, I never expected you to be a suit guy, Mei remarked, surprised. I guess that happens, Izuku replied, a little shy. But it's actually pretty smart, she continued. What do you mean? He asked, intrigued. Well, since it's a suit, it doesn't hug the body as much as spandex does. Your opponents won't know what kind of fighter you are, Mei explained. Yeah, people think I'm scrawny all the time because of that, which surprises my opponents, Izuku admitted. Okay, let's get to the measuring, Mei said, her focus returning to the task at hand. This is kind of uncomfortable, Izuku said, glancing down and noticing Mei was a little too close for comfort. He quickly looked away, his face completely red, and noticed a bunch of snacks on Mei's desk. Hey, Mei, why do you have all those snacks on your desk? He asked, bewildered. What are you talking about? Those are my lunch, she replied, moving her arms defensively. Izuku was shocked that Mei referred to all that junk food as her lunch. But that isn't food at all. That's all I can do. I don't know how to cook, and I've been eating this for a long time, she explained as she finished measuring. Then take my lunch. It's better for you, he offered, passing her the bento. Oh, this looks tasty. Don't mind if I do, she said, taking a bite. For a moment, Izuku could have sworn he saw flowers around her. This is the best food I've ever eaten, but it's going to SCK that I'll only get this once, Mei said, continuing to savor the meal. I'll make you your lunches, but promise me you won't go back to eating that junk food, he insisted, a sweat drop forming on his forehead. Okay, but in return, I'll be your personal mechanic, she declared. You don't have to do that, Izuku replied, shaking his head. Hey, you're the one making me this tasty food. I have to repay you somehow, and I'm not taking no for an answer, she insisted. Fine, just keep your word about not eating all that junk food for lunch. Speaking of which, lunch break is almost over and I have to go soon, he said, glancing at the clock. Oh, that's fine. Just leave your costume here, I'll make the upgrades while you're gone, Mei said with a smile. Thanks, I guess I should change now. But as Izuku said this, he felt a cold chill behind him. When he turned, he saw Mei's hands poised to pounce. Luckily, he managed to evade her playful attempt and hurried back to class. The atmosphere felt different, and he swore he caught glances from the girls. Soon, the day came to an end. Out of nowhere, All Might appeared. I am here in a bizarre position. All Might, what are you doing here? Izuku asked, surprised. I came to talk to you about something important. Come with me, All Might instructed. Izuku followed All Might to a secluded area. So, what is it that you want to talk about? He asked, curious. I wanted to tell you that you got an offer, All Might revealed. Really? From who? Izuku inquired, his interest piqued. It's from my mentor, Gran Torino. He knows about One for All Might explained, his tone serious. Wow, really? Izuku exclaimed, noticing All Might's legs beginning to shake. You should take this offer. It's probably for the best for both of us, All Might said, sounding anxious. Who is this guy? Izuku asked, shocked that someone could make All Might feel this way. But this is probably for the best for you. Seriously, this is the only offer you got. It's up to you if you're willing to take it, All Might reiterated. Without hesitation, Izuku replied, yes, I am. If this can help me get stronger and become a better hero, then I'm willing to do anything. With a determined expression, All Might smiled without fear. I'm glad to hear that, young Midoriya. After exchanging goodbyes, Izuku walked out of the school and was met with a stunning sight, the class 1A and 1B girls, along with Izumi, waiting for him. Girls, what is this? He asked, bewildered. Izumi approached Izuku and whispered, Izuku, I think the girls are confessing to you and will share, so you don't have to worry about them fighting each other. You're welcome. Thank you, Izumi. I owe you, he replied, feeling grateful. The girls from class 1A and 1B gathered around, their expressions serious. Izuku, we have something to tell you, they said in unison. Yeah, what is it? Izuku asked, his heart racing. The girls from class 1A and 1B shouted in unison, we love Izuku, Deku, Midori, and we're willing to share you, so will you agree? Without a moment's hesitation, Izuku replied, yes. I accept and I love you girls back. His face flushed crimson as he added, but there's one more thing, I get to invite any girl into my HRM and there's no disagreement, right? The girls nodded eagerly in agreement and took turns giving him a kiss. We will have our first dates after the internship finishes, they promised. I would love to, Izuku responded, a smile spreading across his face. After the girls left for their homes, Izuku and his sister Izumi headed to share the news about his new girlfriends with their siblings. Hello, it's me, Kanna, bringing you a preview of next week's chapter. The internship is here. Can Izuku survive his internship with Gran Torino? Find out next time in The Hero of D. It was the day everyone began their internships, and Class 1A gathered at the train station while Aizawa explained the rules for their time at each internship. The girls from classes 1A and 1B had just declared their feelings for Izuku and agreed to share him. Alright, you are not allowed to use your quirks in public, and you aren't allowed to wear your hero costumes in public unless your internship permits it, Aizawa instructed. Yes, sir, Mina replied, excitement bubbling as she clutched her briefcase. A little clearer, Mina, Aizawa prompted. Yes, sir, she said, slightly annoyed. Alright, you know where your internships are, so get going on your trains, Aizawa concluded. As Izuku prepared to board his train, he suddenly felt a warm hug from behind. Ah, Midori, I'm going to miss you. The rest of the girls will miss you too, Mina said, squeezing him tightly. Mina, you're too close. You're pressing against me, he stammered, his cheeks turning bright red. Is that so? I don't think they need to be closer, she teased, leaning in even more. Mina, stop at this instant. We agreed that when the internship is over, Izuku will take us and the girls from 1B out on dates, Momo interjected, trying to regain control of the situation. No kidding, he looks like a red tomato, Jiro added with a smirk. You guys are no fun, I just wanted to hug Midori, Mina pouted. Izuku felt something soft pressing against his chest and looked forward to see a pair of floating clothes. Toru was approaching. Teacher, what are you doing? He stuttered. Come on, Toru, this isn't what we agreed on, Izumi said, exasperated. I'm just doing the same thing as Mina, giving you a goodbye hug, Toru replied innocently. Hey Toru, you copycat. Mina exclaimed. Sorry, Izumi, I just wanted to hug your brother, Toru said, her voice sincere. I understand, Toru and Mina, Izumi replied, trying to mediate. Come on, guys, leave Izuku alone, you're making him uncomfortable, Achiko chimed in. You're just saying that because you wanted to hug him, Mina shot back, causing Achiko to blush furiously. That's not true at all. Now let go of him. Achiko insisted, starting to pull Mina away. You too, Toru. Jiro added, attempting to pry Toru off as well. Mina and Toru protested in unison. In the midst of the chaos, Momo decided to pull back on Izuku to help, but Achiko and Jiro managed to pry Mina and Toru off him. In the process, Momo ended up on the ground, and Izuku fell awkwardly, landing between her arms. Izumi couldn't help but smirk at the situation. Izuku! Momo exclaimed, her face flushed with embarrassment. Izuku was too flustered to respond, stammering incoherently. Hey, look what you did to Midori, you broke him, Mina teased. That's not our fault, you wouldn't let go, Achiko retorted. Jiro, feeling irritated, noticed Izuku's reaction and playfully jabbed her ear jacks at him. At my eyes. Why, Jiro? He exclaimed, falling back to the ground. Because you deserve it, Jiro replied with a smirk. Izumi noticed Jiro's irritation and urged her to calm down. Jiro eventually agreed, realizing she had overreacted. Girls, just hug Izuku and say goodbye to him, Izumi instructed. The girls gathered around Izuku, giving him heartfelt hugs and bidding their farewells. Are you alright, Izu-chan? Tsu asked, concern in her voice. Yeah, thanks, Tsu, Izuku replied, taking her hand. We should probably head to our trains, we're causing a scene, Tsu suggested. Izuku and Izumi looked around, noticing everyone staring at them, especially Kaminari, who appeared frustrated. However, when he turned around, he felt a dark aura emanating from Izumi, who was giving him a death stare. Well, I think I should go now, Izuku said, starting to walk away but stopping when he spotted Lita. Hey, Lita, I guess your internship is at Hosu, he noted, observing where Lita's train was headed. Yes, it is, Tenya confirmed. Izuku paused for a moment before asking Lita a serious question. You're going after the hero killer, aren't you? Tenya decided to be honest since Izuku had already figured it out. Yes, I am, so don't try to stop me. I have my mind set. I'm not trying to stop you, Izuku replied, surprising Lita. Then why did you bring it up? Tenya asked, puzzled. Because if you do go after the hero killer, let me know. I want to make sure my friend stays alive, Izuku said earnestly. Lita didn't respond until he was on his train. I'll think about it, he said as he took his seat. I hope you will, Lita, Izuku replied before boarding his own train. After a while, he finally arrived at his internship location, shocked to find the agency building old and dilapidated, as if it were about to fall apart. Is this really it? He wondered aloud. He approached the building door and opened it slowly. Hello, I'm Izuku, Midoriya, I'm here for my internship. As he fully opened the door, he was startled to see an old man lying on the ground, surrounded by what looked like blood and intestines. He's dead. Izuku screamed. But then the old man lifted his head. I'm alive, Gran Torino said, his voice surprisingly calm. He's alive. Izuku yelled again, his heart racing. Eventually, Izuku calmed down enough for Gran Torino to explain that he had merely spilled sausage covered in ketchup on the ground. Izuku nodded, trying to make sense of the situation. I guess that makes sense, he replied. Gran Torino looked at him with curiosity. What's your name, sonny? Izuku hesitated for a moment. Oh, it's Izuku Midoriya. Gran Torino leaned in, straining to hear. What did you say? I said I'm Izuku, Izuku began, but was cut off. What was that? Gran Torino asked, his brow furrowing. Izuku said nervously, feeling the weight of the old hero's gaze. Gran Torino's expression shifted. What? Izuku, he clarified, realizing the old hero might be a bit forgetful. Gran Torino's eyes lit up. Ah, Tashinori, is that you? Izuku shook his head. Excuse me, sir, but I'm going to step outside to make a quick call. He left his briefcase behind and walked out the door, intending to contact All Might. As he stepped outside, he thought, I have to tell All Might this guy isn't in the condition to train anybody. Just then, he heard Gran Torino call out to him. Huh, kid, I never expected you to be the suit type, but personally, I don't like them, Gran Torino said, surprising Izuku. Sir, did you just? Izuku started. I did what, sonny? Gran Torino feigned ignorance, but Izuku was growing tired of the act. Please, sir, take me seriously. I came here to get stronger, not just for myself but for the people I want to protect the most. All Might doesn't have much time left, so if you're not taking me seriously, then I'll be leaving. Gran Torino regarded him thoughtfully. I see. If that's the case, I'll take you seriously then. He jumped to the ledge of the top door. Now, newbie, show me what you've got. A smile crept onto Izuku's face. But first, put on your costume so we can get ready for combat training, Gran Torino instructed. Izuku quickly changed into his updated hero costume, bracing himself for the challenge ahead. Alright then kid, are you ready? Gran Torino asked. Yeah, Izuku replied confidently. Then you've got 30 seconds to land a hit on me. Gran Torino started a timer and began jumping around the room at high speeds. Are you ready for this, kid, or are you going to give up? Izuku paused, making Gran Torino think he had given up. In reality, he was carefully timing Gran Torino's jumps and direction. Finally, he made his move, closing the distance and using his left hand to try to grab Gran Torino. The old hero reacted, using his jet feet to move back, but Izuku sprinted forward, grabbing his cape before he could escape. He pinned Gran Torino down and tapped him on the nose. So how did I do? Izuku asked, a smile spreading across his face. Gran Torino glanced at the timer and noticed that Izuku had managed to catch him in under 10 seconds, which made him smile in return. Not bad, kid, if I say so myself. Huh, my friend found some talent. As Gran Torino stood up, Izuku inquired, wait, what do you mean? Well, I'll tell you since I know you can keep a secret pretty well, Gran Torino said. Izuku rubbed his head nervously. I don't know what you mean. Don't play coy, kid. You know the truth about All Might. So how long have you known? Since 10 months before the entrance exam, Izuku admitted. That idiot. One for all is supposed to be a secret, but at least he told a kid who doesn't gossip, Gran Torino remarked. Gran Torino, can we go back to the person you were talking about? Izuku asked, eager to change the subject. Oh yeah, I'll tell you his name. You probably remember Dark King Rayleigh, Gran Torino said. Izuku's eyes widened at the mention of the name. Dark King Rayleigh. He was mine and Izumi's teacher for hockey training and helped us steer it. Gran Torino nodded. I see you were his student. You know he was the right-hand man to the Vigilante King. Izuku was taken aback. He and his sister had no idea their uncle was connected to such a legendary figure. It's not a big deal, Gran Torino added. Not a big deal? He's a living legend. I have to tell Izumi. Izuku exclaimed. You know quite a bit about them, don't you? Gran Torino asked. Of course. They were legends in their day, said to be as strong as All Might, Izuku replied eagerly. Hey kid, I want to ask your opinion on the Vigilante King. Do you think he was a good guy? Gran Torino inquired. Well, to tell you the truth, I look up to him because, unlike the other heroes of his time, he wasn't afraid of situations that seemed impossible. That's why I want to be kind of like a hero, Izuku said, looking down with a smile. Gran Torino contemplated this for a moment. Hey kid, stay here. I'm going to get something. Gran Torino went to his bookshelf, grabbed an old book, and tossed it to Izuku, who caught it frantically. Here, kid, if you really like Roger, then take it, Gran Torino said. Wait, Roger, was that his name? Izuku asked, puzzled. Yup, but you might have some difficulty reading this. The guy wrote it in some gibberish that I can't understand, Gran Torino explained. Izuku opened the book, and his eyes widened at the sight. Hey kid, is everything alright? Gran Torino asked, noticing his reaction. I can read this writing, Izuku replied, excitement bubbling within him. You can read it and understand it? Gran Torino asked, surprised. Yeah, I can read it, Izuku confirmed. Then why not try it out? Gran Torino encouraged. Alright. Izuku squatted down, touched his fist to the floor, and concentrated hard. He stomped one of his feet to the ground, and Gran Torino noticed a bit of steam rising from Izuku. Hey kid, are you alright? Can you move? Gran Torino asked, concern creeping into his voice. I'll see if I can, Izuku replied, struggling to maintain his focus. What the hell did you write in that book? That speed is so similar to All Might's, Gran Torino remarked, astonished. Ouch, that hurt, Izuku said, wincing. Hey kid, what did you do? Gran Torino pressed. I don't know. It said to concentrate, and my heart raced. That's all I can describe, Izuku explained, breathing. That's fine. Now clean yourself up, you're covered in concrete dust. We'll be taking a break, Gran Torino instructed. Oh, okay, Gran Torino, Izuku said as he tried to get out of his costume. Just as he was ready, Gran Torino spoke again. By the way, All Might and Roger were on completely different levels. I guess that makes sense. All Might is the strongest, Izuku replied. That's not what I meant. Roger was on a higher level than All Might by a lot. The same can be said about Rayleigh, Gran Torino clarified. Izuku stood in silence for a moment, processing the idea that someone could be stronger than All Might. Meanwhile, in Hosu, the hero killer stood over the ledge of a building, staring down at the streets. Stain muttered to himself, these streets are covered in fakes. Suddenly, he swung his blade at the purple mist that appeared. Kurojiri emerged, saying, do not worry, I mean no harm. I'm only here to offer you something you want, Stain. You're from the League of Villains, aren't you? Stain asked, his tone challenging. Yes, I am. If you please, come through the portal. My employer wants to have a little chat with you, Kurojiri replied. And if I don't go? Stain countered defiantly. I can assure you that you won't regret coming with me, Kurojiri said confidently. Stain paused for a moment, contemplating his response. Fine, I'll go. But if this turns out to be a waste of my time, I will kill you. Kurojiri chuckled softly. I doubt that, he replied as Stain stepped through the swirling purple mist and emerged in an empty bar. Tamura greeted him with a casual tone. So, you're Stain, right? Yes, but first, I need to know your name, Stain replied, his eyes narrowing. I'm Tamura Shigaraki, and I want to propose a partnership for you to join the League of Villains. Stain crossed his arms, skepticism etched on his face. I won't join unless you have a solid motivation behind this. What do you want to accomplish? That's simple, Tamura said, his voice filled with conviction. I want to kill All Might. I aim to crush everything I despise, and All Might is at the top of that list. Stain shook his head slowly. I see. So this was a waste of my time. You're just a child who craves destruction. How can you be a leader? He began to unsheath his blade, but Kurogiri prepared to create a portal to send Stain back. Just then, the television flickered to life, and a voice emanated from it. AFO, Kurogiri, stop. This is the only way he can learn if Tamura wants to reach his full potential. Kurogiri hesitated, watching the scene unfold. Meanwhile, Izuku was in a dark alley, struggling to practice a new technique he had discovered in the book Gran Torino had given him. Damn it, why isn't it working? He muttered to himself. I'm following the book's instructions. I'm trying to increase my heart rate, but every time I attempt to move, I lose control and crash into something. I have to keep trying. This will help me grow stronger, I know it. Izuku trained tirelessly through the night until dawn broke, at which point he made his way back to Gran Torino's house. What happened to you, kid? Gran Torino asked, noticing the exhaustion etched on Izuku's face. I was training, trying to MSTR that new technique, Izuku explained, his voice weary. Stop overthinking it, kid. If you do, you'll never figure it out. How about we take our minds off it with some taiyaki? Go clean a plate, Gran Torino suggested. Okay, Izuku replied. As he began to clean, he gazed out at the forest, reminded of a stream flowing downward. The water flows freely, but a river does the same without interference. Suddenly, a spark ignited in his mind, and he turned to Gran Torino. Gran Torino, I finally figured it out. I'm like a river. No, you're not. Are you sure you're okay? Gran Torino asked, raising an eyebrow. No, that's not what I meant. Let me show you. Izuku got back into position, feeling a surge of determination. By stomping one of my feet, it acts like a lever, allowing my blood to flow freely. I've been trying to force it, but I should let it move on its own. He stomped his foot, and this time, more steam erupted than before, causing his body to emit a faint glow. Gran Torino smiled, surprised. So I guess you finally mstread this technique. I don't know if I've mstread it, but it feels like an entire river is. Rushing through my body at high speeds, Izuku said, excitement bubbling within him. I think I can control it, but I need to be careful with my newfound strength. Then why don't we test out this new strength of yours? Gran Torino suggested, pulling out a timer. Yeah, Izuku replied, a confident smile spreading across his face. Let us begin, Gran Torino said as he started the timer. In less than a second, Izuku managed to scratch Gran Torino's cheek, creating a gust of wind that slammed into the wall, leaving a dent. No problem, kid. It was your first time testing it this way, so something was bound to break, Gran Torino reassured him, wiping away the blood from the scratch, still smiling. Really, you were right about this kid. He's a monster, but at this rate he might be more terrifying than a demon, Gran Torino thought to himself. Ah, the taiyaki fell on the ground, Izuku said, looking dismayed. What did you do? Go to the store now to get more. Gran Torino yelled, his voice filled with urgency. I will become the #1 hero and the future symbol of peace, Izuku declared, determination shining in his eyes. The first day of the internship was a whirlwind of experiences for Izuku. He was being trained by All Might's former teacher, and during this time, he had gained the Book of the Vigilante King, which contained a technique that would bring him one step closer to being strong enough to protect those he cared about. I'm tired, Izuku admitted, rubbing his eyes. I guess this technique is a double-edged sword. It gives you both a power and speed boost, but it drains your stamina quickly. So far, you can only maintain it for 1 minute, Gran Torino explained. Suddenly, Izuku's stomach growled loudly, causing him to blush in embarrassment. And it also consumes the energy your food provides, so basically, it makes you hungrier, Gran Torino added with a smirk. Do you think I can make myself something to eat? Izuku asked hopefully. That's fine, but if it falls on the ground, don't eat it like you did with the taiyaki, Gran Torino warned. Sorry, it's the way I was raised, to never waste food. It can be the most valuable thing there is. I learned that the hard way, Izuku replied, grabbing some bread. As he held the bread, a memory flashed through his mind of a piece covered in mold, causing him to stare at it for a long moment. Hey kid, you alright? You've been staring at that bread for a while, Gran Torino asked, noticing Izuku's distraction. Sorry, I was just remembering something, Izuku said, shaking off the memory. That's alright, but we need to continue your training. We have to increase your time limit with that technique. By the way, what are you going to name it? Gran Torino inquired. I don't really know. It's strange that he never gave it a name, Izuku replied, frowning. Well, it was the year before his execution, so I guess he never got the chance. But I have to say, it added a gear to your step, Gran Torino remarked. A gear? Izuku echoed, confused. Because you only had one gear before, which made your body move quickly and powerfully, but this adds another gear. You're literally a well-oiled machine, Gran Torino explained. Izuku picked up the book and began to read, but something unexpected happened. After skimming a few words, he closed it with a disappointed expression. He covered the book with armament hockey to prevent it from burning. What's the matter, kid? Gran Torino asked, noticing his frustration. It says nothing, Izuku replied, his brow furrowing. What are you talking about? There was writing, Gran Torino said, puzzled. No, I mean it has the word nothing written on the pages except for the technique I just learned, Izuku clarified. This revelation only frustrated Gran Torino further. That BSTRD. He played these kinds of tricks when he was alive, and now he's pulling them while he's dead, Gran Torino muttered, recalling an argument he had with Roger in his younger days. What the hell are you talking about? I'm saying your name right, Gran Torino had once insisted. No, you're not, Roger had replied, his tone defiant. Then tell me, Gran Torino had challenged. I won't until you get my name, Roger had retorted, leaving Gran Torino exasperated. Can you at least give me a hint? Gran Torino asked, his voice tinged with impatience. All right, Roger replied, there's a special meaning in my name. Gran Torino's frustration boiled over. How the hell is that supposed to help me, Gold Roger? He yelled. Just figure it out, you're smart, Roger retorted, his tone reminiscent of the anger he had directed at Gran Torino in both the past and the future. Okay kid, Gran Torino said, shifting gears. I think it's about time we take what you learned to the streets. Wait, are you sure about that? Izuku interjected, uncertainty creeping into his voice. Of course. I'm giving you permission, and you're not breaking the law. It only really matters if you have a quirk, and you don't, just that technique. I guess you're right, Izuku conceded. But we have to go to Hosu, there's not much crime here, Gran Torino added. As soon as Gran Torino mentioned Hosu, Izuku's thoughts turned to Ida. He silently pleaded, Ida, please tell me I'm your friend, while staring at his phone. Unbeknownst to them, trouble was brewing. Stain had Tamura pinned to the ground, his blades pressing dangerously close. Kurogyri, send this guy back now, Tamura commanded. Sorry, but I can't, my body isn't responding, Kurogyri replied, his voice strained. I'll get rid of you now, Stain sneered. You have no goal, you only want destruction, and that's why you'll always be a low grunt. With that, Stain moved his blade near Tamura's face, prompting Tamura to grab it. You touch this hand, I will kill you, Tamura warned, his grip causing the blade to decay. Rising to his feet, Tamura declared, if it's conviction that you want, then how about this? I want to create a society without all might to prove how fragile it is. I won't kill you today, Stain mused. I want to see how you grow, but if I see fit, I will come back and kill you. Kurogyri, can you make a portal now? Tamura asked. Yes, I can finally move, Kurogyri confirmed. Good, take him back, Tamura instructed. Kurogyri opened a portal, sending the hero killer back to the roof in Hosu, with Tamura following closely behind. I won't be joining your League of Villains, so don't bother me, Stain said, leaping from roof to roof as Tamura watched. Kurodri, bring me some of the nomus, Tamura ordered. But why, Tamura? Kurogyri questioned. Because I want to show the world what happens when you mess with the League of Villains by taking down the hero killer. Very well, Kurogyri replied. Soon, Kurogyri's portal expanded, and 3 different types of nomus emerged. Now, nomus, cause some havoc. If you see the hero killer, take him down, Tamura commanded. The nomus rushed into the city, creating chaos. Meanwhile, Gran Torino was on a train to Hosu, and Izuku was engrossed in a book, still focused on his training. Kit, stop. You said there was nothing written in that thing, Gran Torino said, glancing over. I know, but there has to be something more, Izuku insisted. Well, if you ask me, you're wasting your time, Gran Torino replied, looking out the window with a content expression. Izuku continued flipping through the pages, noticing something unusual about the end of the book cover. He felt it carefully. I knew there had to be something more, he murmured. He skimmed the title of a page. Huh, it looks like I found a section on advanced forms of hockey. That's interesting, and it seems to be divided into 3 parts. But I need to focus. Ida is planning to confront the hero killer. He put the book away and checked his phone for messages from Ida, but found none. Ida, please, I don't want to lose anyone, especially my friend, he thought anxiously. Suddenly, a Nomu crashed into the train, holding an unconscious hero. What the? A Nomu? Why is it here? Izuku exclaimed. Stay back. Gran Torino shouted. Gran Torino launched himself at the Nomu, jumping off the train, while Izuku rushed to the hole in the train, watching Gran Torino confront the creature. He turned to see Hosu engulfed in flames. No way. If they have a Nomu, it has to be the League of Villains, Izuku realized, preparing to use his new technique as the conductor approached him. Young man, please stay in your seat, the conductor urged. Before the conductor could grab his shoulder, Izuku's body was enveloped in steam, and in the blink of an eye, he was gone, leaping onto a building and running toward the fire. Please, Ida, be alright, he whispered. Meanwhile, Stain lurked in an alley, preparing to attack a hero. That idiot is making an appearance. I'll deal with him after I'm done here, he muttered. I'll kill you. Native shouted defiantly. Choose your next words carefully, hero, Stain warned. Just as Stain was about to strike, someone attempted to sneak attack him but failed, revealing Ida's face. What? You're just a child. Get out of here, I don't kill kids, Stain said dismissively. You're covered in blades and wearing a blood-red scarf. You must be the hero killer, Stain. I've been looking for you. Ida declared. Stain interrupted. Your eyes reek of vengeance. You want to be a hero, but you're nothing but a fake. You don't see me as a threat? I am Ingenium, the hero who will avenge my brother. Ida proclaimed, standing tall. Then I'll just have to eliminate 2 fakes tonight, Stain replied, launching another attack. But Ida's efforts were futile. Stain pinned him to the ground, stabbing his arm. You're weak. Did you really think you could beat me? Stain taunted. I don't care. You hurt my brother, an incredible hero who sacrificed everything for others. He was my role model, and you took that from him. Ida shouted, his voice filled with anguish. Stain pointed to the injured hero. So you're not even considering saving him? Ida stammered. That proves you're not worthy of being a hero. You're nothing but a fake, so I'll end this now, Stain declared. As Stain pulled back his blade, liking it, he prepared to deliver the final blow. Suddenly, a flash of steam hit Stain in the face, knocking him back into the alley. The source of the steam was Izuku, who had turned off his technique. Midoriya, what are you doing here? You had steam coming off your body, what's going on? Ida asked, bewildered. Not now, Ida. Can you move? Izuku replied urgently. I can't, I'm completely paralyzed, Ida admitted, panic rising in his voice. Ida, tell me what he did to you, Izuku pressed. He cut me and then liked the blood, Ida explained, his voice trembling. Izuku's eyes widened as he realized the implications. I thought the hero killer had something to do with blood. He must cut his victims to lick their blood so his quirk can work. As Izuku explained, the hero killer finally stood up, wiping the blood from his nose where Izuku had struck him. You caught me off guard, kid, but I won't let that happen again, Stain said, his eyes narrowing. I won't let you hurt anyone, neither my friends nor the hero you were about to kill, Izuku declared, sending a text message to all his friends about his location. Stain smirked, his voice dripping with malice. I'm sorry boy, but I'll have to kill your friend. He's nothing but a fake. But you, I won't kill. So far, what I've heard from you makes you worthy of the title hero. Izuku's resolve hardened. I won't let that happen. Tenya, his expression urgent, urged, Midoriya, leave. This has nothing to do with you. Izuku shook his head firmly. Sorry Ida, but this is what heroes do. They intervene when others say not to. Stain's eyes glinted with challenge. Then show me that quirk of yours to fight and save these fake lives. Izuku replied, sorry, but it's not a quirk, it's a technique. I will show you. He recalled Gran Torino mentioning his second gear and decided on a name for the technique. Second gear. He shouted as he activated it, steam rising from him as he glowed with haki. Tenya stared in awe at the sight of his friend. I only have 30 seconds. It took me half my time to find this place, so I can't waste any more. Without hesitation, Izuku pointed one hand forward. Stain raised an eyebrow, his tone mocking. Are you really going to make this difficult for me? Just as he prepared to move, Izuku landed a clean hit with armament haki before Stain could react. Jet Muton! Izuku shouted, sending Stain staggering back. However, Stain quickly pulled his daggers out and stabbed them into the ground, slowing himself down until he came to a complete stop. I was wrong, Stain admitted, a smile creeping onto his face. You aimed because you knew I wouldn't be fast enough to dodge. I guess I should take you seriously. But first, tell me your hero name. Izuku stood tall. It's Black-Leg Deku, the hero that can. Black-Leg Deku? Stain echoed, his grin widening. I deem you worthy of the title of hero. Now, here I come. Meanwhile, atop a nearby building, Tamura and Kurogiri watched the fight unfold. Kurogiri, look. The secret character is here, and he's fighting that BSTRD Stain, Tamura exclaimed. Kurogiri nodded, his tone serious. And it looks like he's even stronger than the last time we saw him at the sports festival. Tamura's eyes gleamed with ambition. Kurogiri, get one of the Nomas here. I want to plan something for when their fight is over. Back in the heat of battle, Stain was ready for Izuku this time, using observation haki to dodge attacks and counter effectively. However, when Izuku attempted to strike Stain with a haki-infused punch, he lost focus. Damn it. I was too focused on attacking to land a clean hit, Izuku muttered, frustration evident in his voice. Stain raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What's going on? Why did you stop using that trick? Izuku sighed, his breath heavy. I'm sorry, but it takes a bit of my stamina, so I can't use it for more than a minute. Stain chuckled darkly. Is that so? I guess this will make it easier to take down those fakers. Izuku's determination flared. Don't think you'll beat me. I can still fight, even if I have to do it alone. Just then, Stain charged at Izuku, but flames erupted from behind him. Everyone turned to see Todoroki. Don't worry Izuku. You don't have to do this alone, Todoroki called out. Shoko, you made it. Izuku exclaimed, relief washing over him. Next time you send a message, be more descriptive instead of just sending a random location to your friends and us, she replied, a hint of exasperation in her voice. Tenya interjected, his voice rising in urgency. Midoriya, Todoroki, please stop this. I'm the one who chose to go after Stain. It isn't your problem. Izuku shook his head. No, it is Ida, because this concerns my friend's life. No matter what people say, I won't turn my back on them. Midoriya. Tenya began, but Shoko cut him off. Don't worry Ida. I'll help keep you and the hero safe with Midoriya. Izuku nodded, determination etched on his face. Let's get back to bringing you down. Stain grinned, his eyes glinting with excitement. Let's see if you can. Stain charged at both Izuku and Todoroki, but Todoroki sent ice hurtling toward him. Stain broke through it easily, and it was Izuku's turn to rush forward. As Stain prepared to use his blade, Izuku countered with haki against the onslaught of slashes. Stain noticed that Izuku was moving much slower than before and recalled what Izuku had said about second gear draining his stamina. That trick you used earlier will be your downfall, he taunted. There won't be a downfall because even if I'm tired, I will find the strength to fight, Izuku retorted, his voice steady. And don't forget about me. Shoko added, sending ice at Stain, causing him to step back. DMN, I'm exhausted. If this keeps up, I won't be able to move at full speed. Second gear is really a double-edged sword. I need to move slowly to regain stamina, Izuku thought, recalling a man in a butler's suit with glasses and a goatee. Young Enter, do you wish to learn? The butler had asked. This memory gave Izuku pause. This is a technique for heroes, but it might be the only way to regain my stamina, he realized. Stain's voice broke through his thoughts. So what are you children going to do now? Tenya pleaded. Please just go. I don't want you to get hurt. Don't worry Ida. He won't be able to hit me, Izuku assured him. Stain smirked. What do you have, another trick? Yeah, an old one I never use, but here goes nothing, rhythm echo. Izuku declared. He began to walk slowly, and everyone noticed that the sound of his footsteps had vanished. Suddenly, multiple versions of him appeared. What's going on? How are there so many Midoriya? Tenya exclaimed, bewildered. I'm seeing this right now, Shoko added, equally astonished. Stain's eyes widened in shock as he recalled a technique. How does this kid know this technique? It's used for assassination. It erases the sound of the user's footsteps and creates the illusion of multiple users. Not just any assassin can learn it, it's even difficult for professionals. How did this kid learn it? Just who is this kid? At this point, multiple Izukus surrounded Stain. So, how do you like this trick? They chorused. Meanwhile, back in a random alley in Hosu, an illusion of Izukus surrounded the hero killer while Shoko and Tenya stood on the sidelines, staring at this new development. Stain cursed under his breath. Diamond kid, you're showing some skills I didn't expect. Only the very best assassins know that technique. The revelation left everyone speechless, realizing the technique Izuku was using was meant for assassination. Shoko thought, but why does Midoriya know it? Tenya added, I know, but to go as far as to make a child learn moves to kill, what did those people want to make Midoriya? In that moment, Izuku decided to strike back at the hero killer. As he did, it looked like the other fake Izukus were about to attack. Stain growled, which is the real one? Out of nowhere, Stain struck one of the Izukus, but it went straight through, allowing the real Izuku to land a solid hit on Stain's right side. Stain grunted, kid, with your brains and strength, your opponent should not be taken lightly. Yeah, I won't let you get any cuts on me, Izuku replied defiantly. Alright, let's see if you can keep those words, Stain challenged, pulling out 2 daggers and throwing one at an illusion. Sorry, but you missed, Izuku said, smirking. Who said I was aiming at you? Stain retorted. Izuku turned to see where Stain had thrown the dagger and realized it was meant for Tenya. Panic surged through him as he stopped his illusion and sprinted toward Tenya, but luckily, Shoko was there to block the dagger with her ice. That was a close one, Izuku muttered as he stood in front of Tenya, both of them watching in horror as a dagger hurtled toward Shoko's throat. Shoko, they shouted in unison. Without a moment's hesitation, Izuku sprinted forward, knowing he wouldn't be able to guard against the attack. Damn it, I was being sloppy, he thought, but I won't let one of my friends die, even if it means damaging something I value. As Shoko turned to see the dagger so close to her, she instinctively closed her eyes, bracing for the worst. When she opened them again, she was shocked to find the dagger embedded in Izuku's hand. Stain then charged at Izuku, yanking the dagger from his grip and scratching Shoko's face in the process. Both Izuku and Shoko collapsed, paralyzed by the effects of Stain's quirk. Not bad for your first try against me, kid, Stain taunted, his voice dripping with disdain. I can tell you're worthy of the title of hero, but make sure not to follow me. He then turned his attention to Izuku, stabbing daggers into his legs through the openings in his guard. Next, Stain faced Shoko. I don't know about you, he sneered, but you did come to help, so I guess you're worth living. Finally, he approached Tenya. I'm going to finish what I started. He drew his blade, ready to strike Tenya, but just as he was about to attack, Izuku shouted at him. Don't you dare get that blade closer to him. Sorry kid, but I have to do this. He's nothing but a fake. Now, why don't you tell us why you wanted to be a hero, faker? Stain replied mockingly. I wanted to be a hero just like my brother, Tenya said, feeling utterly helpless. Really? Then you're nothing but a copycat, Stain shot back. You say you want to be a hero like your brother, but you don't mention saving others. When you had a chance to save the hero I was about to kill, you were only focused on revenge. You're nothing but a joke. Izuku's fury ignited at Stain's laughter and the sight of Tenya shedding tears. Don't you dare laugh at his dream, he yelled. Harnessing his conqueror's haki, Izuku unleashed a wave of power that forced Stain to drop to his knees. What happened next left everyone speechless. Izuku began to move slowly, struggling against the paralyzing effects of Stain's quirk. How is this possible? It hasn't even been more than a minute. Stain exclaimed, watching in disbelief as Izuku gripped the 2 daggers embedded in his legs and pulled them out, blood gushing from the wounds. He fought to stay upright, determined to confront Stain. How can you stand? Why are you fighting so hard for this fake? Stain sneered. Because he is my friend, and I won't let you hurt him, Izuku replied firmly. The atmosphere in the alley shifted, becoming chilling enough to make Stain tremble, as did both Ida and Shoko. What the hell? Why am I trembling in front of this boy? Stain muttered, while Shoko added, what is this cold sensation coming from? In a desperate attempt to regain control, Stain swung the back end of his blade at Izuku, hoping to knock him out. Ida could only watch in horror. Damn it. I can't just stand here and do nothing. Both Midoriya and Todoroki came here to save me, and because of me, they're bleeding. I have to get up and fight. As Ida thought this, the effects of Stain's quirk began to fade. He activated his engines and launched himself at Stain. Midoriya, dodge. Ida yelled. Izuku reacted just in time, falling to the side as Ida struck Stain, sending him back. Midoriya, can you still get up? Ida asked, concern etched on his face. Yeah, I can, but this might help, Izuku replied, shifting into his second gear position and steaming once again. Second gear. Are you sure about that, Midoriya? Ida questioned, worry creeping into his voice. Yeah, this will help me move faster, even though the paralyzing effect makes it difficult. To tell you the truth, I probably only have about 30 seconds left. That's fine, Ida said, determination in his eyes. Yeah, you're right. That's all the time we need to beat this guy. Both Ida and Izuku charged at Stain, launching a full-on assault. Ida struck first, hitting Stain in the side, while Izuku aimed for his legs. Stain leaped to dodge Izuku's kick, landing against the wall. So these are the students of UA? Not bad, especially you, Blackleg. You're the one I have to take seriously, Stain remarked, inching closer to Shoko. Before anyone could react, Izuku sprinted toward her, wincing in pain from his wounds but resolute. I won't let you hurt her again, he shouted. Who said I was going after her? Stain replied, revealing his intention to escape. Damn it. I won't let you get away. Izuku leaped onto the wall to intercept Stain, preparing for his signature move. Don't forget that I'm also here. Ida shouted, charging up his engines. Concessor. Izuku yelled, covering his legs in armament haki. Recipro burst. Ida added as they both kicked Stain, Izuku aiming for his head while Ida targeted his ribs. In the chaos, Izuku's mouth guard slipped from his hero costume. Despite being paralyzed, Shoko managed to use her ice to give Izuku and Ida a chance to escape from Stain. She then attempted a fire attack, dangerously close to burning them as they took cover behind the ice. Everyone keep your guard up. We aren't done, Izuku began, but he stopped short when he saw Stain unconscious, leaving everyone speechless. We won, Ida said, astonished. Yeah, Shoko added, still in shock. We beat the hero killer, Izuku declared. They quickly tied up Stain, but Izuku felt a pang of sadness as he looked at the defeated villain. Why take this path? You could have chosen differently, and so many lives could have been saved. What made you take this path, Stain? They waited for a moment until the paralyzing effect wore off, then began to walk out of the alley, with Izuku helping Native while Ida and Shoko dragged Stain. Kid, I should be helping you. Your legs aren't in the best shape, Native said. Nah, this is nothing. I've been through worse, Izuku replied, recalling the USJ attack and memories from his past. I meant to ask you, Midoriya, what was that you did back there? You were covered in steam, Ida inquired. Same here. I was wondering if you were a late bloomer, Shoko added. No, actually, it was a technique I learned from this book, Izuku explained, reaching into his bag to retrieve the book on armament hockey. See? The technique is right here. I can't read it, Ida said. I can see the pictures showing how to do the technique, Shoko noted. Izuku placed the book back in his bag just as they were confronted by heroes sent by Todoroki's father, Endeavor. Todoroki, are you alright? One hero asked. Wait, is that who I think it is? Another hero exclaimed. There's no doubt about it, it's the hero killer, Stain, a heroine stated. We need to call the police to take him in. We can't let this opportunity slip away, one of the heroes declared. But first, let's get you kids to the hospital, another hero chimed in. Just then, Gran Torino appeared seemingly out of nowhere. Kid, what the hell happened to you? He shouted, his gaze landing on Stain. Boy, tell me what happened now, Gran Torino demanded, his intense stare compelling Izuku to respond. I came to help my friend, that's all. I ended up fighting Stain and got hurt in the process, Izuku admitted nervously. Gran Torino sighed heavily. You kids today have way too much energy. But on the bright side, you're alive. Now let's get you all to the hospital. Suddenly, a winged Nomu snatched Izuku, leaving everyone in shock. In the distance, Tamura watched with a smirk. Yes, we got him. Now to convince my favorite secret character to join us, he said to himself. As the Nomu made its escape, blood leaked from it, splattering onto the heroine's face. To everyone's astonishment, Stain broke free and licked the blood off the heroine, causing the Nomu to collapse from the paralyzing effect of his quirk. Stain quickly caught up with the creature, stabbing it in the eye and seizing Izuku. Did the hero killer just save the kid? One hero exclaimed. No, he's just getting a hostage, another replied. What do we do now? A third hero asked, panic rising. Stain turned to face the heroes. I do this to root out the hypocrites so only the true heroes can show themselves, he declared. Meanwhile, Tamura seethed with anger. Demented. Why did that BSTRD do that? Not only did I lose a Nomu, but he took the chance to try and bring the kid to our side. As this tense standoff unfolded, Endeavor arrived on the scene. What are you all standing around for? The villain flew here. Wait, is that the hero killer Stain? He shouted. Endeavor, Stain acknowledged, his voice dripping with disdain. I will stop you right here, right now, Endeavor declared, preparing to strike. Stop, Todoroki. Gran Torino shouted, trying to intervene. Come and get me, you fake, Stain taunted. As he spoke, everyone felt his bloodlust, a wave of fear rippling through the crowd, except for one person. All you fakes come at me because the only man I will let kill me is All Might, Stain continued. Izuku interrupted, his voice firm. No hero is worthy to kill. We aren't supposed to kill anyone, that's what it means to be a hero, to protect. He felt a pang of sadness for Stain, but the only response Stain could muster was a smile. After the chaos, only 2 people remained standing and able to move. Soon enough, the police arrived, ready to put HNDCFFS on Stain, but they hesitated. Izuku stepped forward, taking the HNDCFFS and fastening them onto Stain. As he did, he heard Stain murmur quietly, "You are worthy." Izuku was left speechless, contemplating his worthiness as a hero. Meanwhile, Tamura and Kurogiri observed the scene from a distance. It seems we might want to gather some information on those students, Kurogiri suggested. Yeah, and I know we need to get intel on the secret character, Tamura replied. Kurogiri opened a warp gate for Tamura. We should go now, he urged. You're right, but next time, we will have to bring someone with us. Tamura agreed as he stepped through the gate, which slowly disappeared behind him. The day after the Stain incident, Izuku and his friends were at the hospital, recovering from their injuries. Some were more serious than others, but they all pondered what would happen next. So, how are your injuries holding up? Izuku asked. I'm surprised they let you in our room, Todoroki, Tenya replied. I'm fine. The real question is how you and Izuku are doing. You were seriously injured, I was only scratched, Shoko added. I guess you're right, Tenya conceded. I'm still sorry for not stopping that, Shoko, Izuku said, his voice filled with regret. No, it's fine. You did all you could. It was my fault for letting my guard down, Shoko reassured him. Tenya spoke in a serious tone. But we all know what will happen next. Izuku and Shoko exchanged knowing glances, understanding Tenya's implication. We all know what we did was illegal, something students of UA shouldn't do, Tenya stated. I don't know, Lita. Remember, I am quirkless and I have hockey, Izuku countered. Tenya nodded at Izuku's response. Well, if it wasn't for one of us, you know since Midoriya doesn't have a quirk, it would be ruled as self-defense, Shoko pointed out. No, I won't let them go easy on me. If you guys get in trouble, then I should too. It's only fair, I fought Stain as well, Izuku insisted. Are you sure about that, Midoriya? Tenya asked, concern etched on his face. Yeah. If you guys go down, I'll go down too, Izuku affirmed. Midoriya, you are truly a loyal friend. I'm glad we became friends, Tenya said, a hint of admiration in his voice. Thanks, babe. I appreciate your consideration, Shoko said, leaning in to kiss Izuku, causing Tenya's eyes to widen in surprise. Izuku explained his relationship with Shoko and the rest of the girls, and Tenya nodded in understanding. Just then, Gran Torino and Manuel entered the room with a man who had a dog head. Gran Torino, Izuku greeted. Manuel, I'm sorry, Tenya added, feeling a bit guilty. Quiet down, you kids. We have serious news coming from the chief of the police department, Gran Torino instructed. Hello, children. I'm Kenji Tsuragami, and I'm here to talk to you about the whole stain incident. The man introduced himself, causing tension to rise among the young heroes, except for Izuku. Kenji reminded them, as you know, it's illegal to use your quirk for hero duties without a license. But we only did it for self-defense, Izuku protested. That may be true, Kenji replied, but without a license, it's still dangerous. What if the media found out that 2 UA students use their quirks? It would give the impression that anyone can do it whenever they want. Shoko interjected, so you're saying that Lita and I should have just stood there and watched Izuku fight the hero killer? Kenji sighed, understanding their frustration. I get how you feel, but we can't let this slide. We can argue that your friends acted in self-defense since he doesn't have a quirk, but for you too, I have to impose a punishment. Izuku quickly added, if you punish them, you have to do the same for me. I was the one who fought the hero killer. I can't call myself their friend if I leave them to deal with this alone. You too have a loyal friend, Kenji remarked with a hint of admiration. If I didn't know better, I'd say he's more loyal than a dog. At that moment, Shoko stared at Izuku, imagining him with dog ears. Cute, she said, a small smile forming on her lips. But I do have another option for all of you, Kenji continued. Tenya asked, what is it? We can remove any trace of you 3 from the hero killer incident and give all the credit to Endeavor. Shoko clenched her fist at the mention of her father. This means you won't earn any credit and no one will know about you, Kenji explained. I hope this option helps. I don't want to ruin future heroes with high potential. Without hesitation, they agreed to the plan. Good, then I'll be leaving to make my report. You 2 young men will have your licenses suspended for a month, Kenji stated. I'm sorry, Gran Torino, Izuku said, his voice filled with regret. Don't worry about it, kid, Gran Torino reassured him. He's right, Manuel added. We'll only have our licenses suspended for a month, so you don't have to blame yourself either, Lita. But I'm still sorry about this, Tenya insisted. It's all right, Manuel replied. We should leave you guys alone so you can heal up. With that, the adults left the room, leaving a silence that was soon broken by Izuku's phone ringing. Oh, it's Achiko and the girls, he said, glancing at the screen. You should answer it, Tenya encouraged. She probably heard about the stain incident online. And you did send the location information to her, which proves you were at the stain incident, Shoko added. Izuku answered the call. Deku, are you all right? Achiko's voice came through, filled with concern. I'm fine, Achiko. We are all okay, he assured her. That's great news. I'm glad none of you got hurt, she replied, relief evident in her tone. Yeah, we were lucky that Endeavor was there, Izuku said, a hint of frustration creeping into his voice. Shoko clenched her fist again, annoyed that her father was receiving credit for something he didn't deserve. Yeah, lucky Todoroki's dad was there, Achiko echoed. Thanks for calling me on your free time. When I get back, I owe you and the girls a date, Izuku promised. No problem. You and Lita are my best friends, but I have to go now, Achiko said. Okay then bye, Deku, she added before hanging up. Just as Izuku expected her to end the call, he heard her say something to someone nearby. I hope you get better, she said, sounding flustered before the line went silent, leaving Izuku blushing. Not only did I talk to a girl on the phone, but I think someone told her to give me a kiss, he said, a mix of excitement and embarrassment flooding through him. Midoriya, your face is all red. I'll get you some water to cool down, Tenya exclaimed. You can get red so easily, Izuku, Shoko teased. Sorry, it's just that I'm still terrible with girls, he admitted, his cheeks still burning. During their conversation, Shoko noticed Izuku's hand, the one he had used to try and save her. Hey, Izuku, can I look at your hand? She asked softly. Sure, he replied, extending his hand toward her. Shoko gently held his hand, her fingers brushing against the bandages. I'm really sorry, Izuku, that your hand was so badly injured because of me, she said, her voice filled with remorse. It's fine, my injury should be completely healed in a week. They said there wouldn't be any noticeable difference when I use this hand, but I'm the one who should be apologizing because your face was hurt, he countered. Don't worry about it. My face was already ugly before it got cut, Shoko replied, touching her burned scar lightly. That's not true, you're appealing, Izuku said, his voice barely above a whisper. He blushed madly as he spoke, realizing how bold his words had been. Sorry, I didn't mean to say that so boldly, he stammered. No, it's fine, Shoko said, her own cheeks flushing as she stared at him, her heart racing. She remembered how she had fallen in love with him after he helped her through her nightmare. This feeling is the same one I felt when Izuku called to me during the finals, she thought. The reason I used my flames made me feel warm and happy. Can this be what love is actually supposed to be? Then, Shoko got up and sat right next to Izuku, placing her hand on his shoulder. Hey, Shoko, what are you doing? He asked, surprised. Without answering, Shoko slowly leaned closer to him, their lips just inches apart when the door suddenly opened. All right, I was able to find the water. What did I miss? Tenya said as he entered, quickly assessing the situation. I'm sorry for interrupting. I'll be leaving, he said, closing the door behind him. Wait, this isn't what it looks like. Ah, forget it, Izuku muttered, leaning in to kiss Shoko. She was surprised at first but then returned the kiss, her heart soaring. Meanwhile, Gran Torino was making a call to a certain criminal friend of his. Rayleigh, you finally picked up, Gran Torino said, his tone casual. Sorry, the missus is being a handful right now, Rayleigh replied, sounding slightly distracted. Either way, I wanted to tell you that your student I took in for his internship is actually surprising me, Gran Torino continued. You remember that thing Roger gave to me? Oh yeah, I was laughing that. You weren't able to read it, Rayleigh chuckled. Wait, you're telling me you can read that gibberish like the kid was able to? Gran Torino asked, surprised. I see the kid was able to read it, but I figured he would be able to read it, Rayleigh explained. How did you know he could read? Gran Torino pressed. Okay, can you stop being cryptic? You and Roger were like this even when we were young, Rayleigh said. Sorry, we had a lot of secrets to hide so we got used to talking in riddles. But either way, how much stronger is Izuku now? I have to say he's definitely much stronger than where he started, and if I have to say, he is almost as fast as All Might, Gran Torino replied. That's good to hear that he's slowly becoming a more powerful hero, Rayleigh said, pleased. Anyway, I have to end this call soon and talk to someone else, Gran Torino said, preparing to hang up. That's fine. By the way, did you finally learn how to say Roger's name right after 42 years? Rayleigh teased before hanging up. Gran Torino grumbled to himself, that he tried to make fun of me. He quickly called All Might. Hey Toshi, why in the world did you let your secret out to a teenager? Gran Torino asked, his voice laced with frustration. I'm sorry, but it was my fault. It was a situation I couldn't control, All Might replied, sounding apologetic. At least the kid isn't a blabbermouth, Gran Torino remarked. He only let your secret slip because he thought I was senile. From what I saw, he's another person we can trust with one for all. That's good to hear, but how are you two? All Might inquired, concern etched on his face. I heard what happened in Hosu with the League of Villains and the hero killer stain. I'm fine, but the kid did get banged up pretty good, Gran Torino replied. I need to talk to you about the League of Villains. I believe I know who's in charge, especially after seeing those Nomu. It's the same man who put a hole in your stomach and killed one of my closest friends, as well as your predecessor. All Might's fist tightened at the mention of the man who had taken someone who had been like a mother to him. All for One is making a return, Gran Torino continued. It may be small now, but it will grow over time, especially with the message from the hero killer. I have to say, his tenacity is a lot like yours. You couldn't move when we found him. Gran Torino recalled that not everyone had been paralyzed by fear. Izuku had spoken back to the hero killer without the slightest hint of trepidation, which surprised him. Well, not everyone was frozen. The kid was the only one who spoke back to him without fear, Gran Torino added. Yes, even though Midoriya doesn't look it, he might have the strongest will and ambition, All Might said proudly. But that may also be concerning. We should worry about this, Gran Torino cautioned. Why should we be concerned? All Might asked, his brow furrowing. Because during all that, a Nomu tried to capture the kid. I think the League wants him for some reason, and what I'm thinking is not good for Hero Society, Gran Torino explained. You think they'll try to lure young Midoriya to their side? All Might asked, alarmed. It's something I don't want to say, but yes. That's why you have to keep a watchful eye on him. He keeps improving more and more each day, and it would be disastrous if he switched sides, Gran Torino warned. I can assure you that won't ever happen. Young Midoriya will never follow the path of villainy, All Might promised. I hope you're right, All Might, Gran Torino said before hanging up. Days passed, and it was time to return to UA. Fortunately, Izuku was somewhat healed by then. He stood in front of Gran Torino's building, preparing to say goodbye. I'm sorry that I wasn't able to do anything while I was in the hospital, Izuku said, his voice tinged with regret. It's fine, kid. You've already learned enough from me. I have nothing else to teach you, Gran Torino replied. Still, thank you for the internship, Izuku said gratefully. Alright, you should be going now, Gran Torino urged. Izuku began to walk toward the train station but was called back by Gran Torino. Izuku had just returned from his internship and was sitting in his classroom, waiting for the lesson to start. Some of his classmates entered after their internships, the most noticeable being Katsumi, whose hair was straightened. Haha, oh my god, what happened to your hair? Kirishima and Siro laughed. Shut up, it's stuck this way. Katsumi snapped, clearly annoyed. I say it's an improvement, rage bomb, Siro teased. What did you say? Katsumi shot back, and suddenly her hair reverted to its spiky form. It's back. Kirishima and Siro laughed again. Izuku noticed Izumi waiting for Shinso, who looked more tired than ever. Hey Shinso, are you alright? Izumi asked, concern in her voice. Yeah, the teacher actually picked my internship with a hero who had a grueling exercise schedule, Shinso replied, blushing as Izumi stood close. Too close. And she looks appealing up close. Wait, what am I saying? His face flushed even more. Izumi, are you alright? You look red, she observed. Yes, I am Izumi, he stammered, still blushing. Anyways, oh yeah, that reminds me. I have your workout schedule for you and for me to train you, Izumi said, her tone brightening. Oh, thanks, Izumi, Shinso replied. But as soon as he glanced at it, the life seemed to drain from him. Are you trying to kill me, Izumi? He asked with a straight face. Why would you ask? I just have a workout schedule that was similar to mine when Izuku and I were kids, she explained. Wait, they did this when they were kids? Shinso asked, incredulous. But lower the weight you would carry to a rock the size of a stack of 5 books, but it was still a lot compared to what my dad had me do, Izumi clarified. Wait, how much did he make you guys carry? Shinso asked, a sweat drop forming on his forehead. If I remember correctly, at the start of my training, my dad made me and Izuku carry a boulder that was about the same size as me when I was a kid, if not bigger, she said with a smile. What the hell? How are Izumi and Izuku not dead? They were just kids back then. Suddenly, Shinso placed his hand on Izumi's shoulder. Izumi, you are a saint. Come on, Shinso. I can heal after your training, she reassured him. Shinso nodded in response, not saying anything further. Kaminari chimed in. So, did you see the video of the hero killer? Yeah, weren't Midoriya, Lita, and Todoroki at the whole thing? Ojiro added. But it was dealt with quickly by Endeavor, Mina interjected. Either way, his philosophy and the way he acted were so cool, Kaminari said, excitement in his voice. This only made Lita quiet. Shut up, man, Jiro said, rolling her eyes. Oh yeah, I'm sorry, Lita. I didn't mean it, Kaminari replied, backtracking. No, I can understand why you think he's cool. It made me realize that I'm nowhere close to being a hero, so we have to work even harder than before, isn't that right, Midoriya? Lita said, determination in his tone. Yeah, you're right, Lita. That's why we'll work harder than before, Izuku affirmed. Great, look what you've done, Jiro remarked. No kidding, Shinso added. Their conversation was abruptly interrupted when Aizawa walked into the classroom. Quiet down and sit down, he commanded. They complied immediately. But It seems you're getting better at the routine, but it pains me to say that. Some of you caused trouble during your internship with your mentors, Aizawa said, his gaze fixed on Shoko, Izuku, and Lita. Don't ever do that again, or you'll be expelled, he warned. Now, go to the changing room and put on your costume. All Might is waiting on the training grounds, Aizawa instructed. Izuku pondered, I wonder what's ahead for us now that we're back at UA. Meanwhile, at the bar, it was nearly empty, save for two figures, Tamura and Kurojiri. Kurojiri broke the silence, informing Tamura that one of their associates had found two new members who were arriving that day. Tamura raised an eyebrow, expressing skepticism. He had learned that they couldn't simply recruit any random villains off the street. They needed a group of elite and experienced allies. Kurojiri observed that Tamura seemed to have grown mentally since meeting a certain boy. Yeah, but right now, I'm frustrated that the hero killer is getting all the attention, Tamura replied, his irritation evident. They better meet my expectations or I'll just get rid of them. Just then, the bar door swung open, revealing a man with gray hair and a missing tooth, followed by someone whose body was marred with burn marks, and a blonde girl who had been watching the sports festival. Oh, Jiren, you're here, and you brought our new applicants, Kurojiri said. Yeah, I'll introduce them, Jiren replied. On my left is this guy. He hasn't been involved in any major crimes yet, but he has taken a liking to the hero killer's philosophy. The name is Dabi, the man said, glancing around. Is this really the association the hero killer was a part of? Jiren continued, and the little lady on my right is involved in numerous murder investigations where all the victims had their blood completely drained. The name is Himiko Toga. She chimed in eagerly. I want to be just like Stain. I want to meet Stain. I want to kill Stain. Tamura's expression soured. Just great. So the build-up was just for a burned victim and a crazy girl. These two are a waste of my time, but I'll give them a chance. He prepared to disintegrate them, but Dabi interjected, yeah, I don't think so. Flames erupted from his hand, while Toga pulled out a knife, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Oh, this is going to be fun for me, she said. Before anyone could react, all three struck, but none of their attacks landed, thanks to Kurojiri opening gates for each of them. Sir, I beg you to reconsider your decision, Kurojiri urged. Fine, they can join, but they better not slack off, Tamura relented. Oh yeah, that reminds me, Jiren said, pulling out a photo of Izuku from the sports festival. You mentioned some students from UA. Yeah, that kid caught my eye the most. When I looked into his eyes, there was no fear of death. It was more like he knew he could beat me, which was confirmed at the sports festival when he glared at the audience, Tamura explained. As soon as he finished speaking, Toga's eyes lit up with recognition. Wait, you mean Zuzu, right? She asked, practically bouncing with excitement. Who the heck is Zuzu? Dabi questioned, confused. It's the same guy Tamura is talking about, the one with green hair who only fights with his legs, right? Toga clarified. Yes, but why are you calling him Zuzu? Kurojiri inquired. Because I want to meet him. Out of everyone, his scary eyes are so dreamy, she said, clutching her knife tighter with a psychotic smile. I think that's enough for today. Lay low, because we are planning something big, so be ready for anything until then, Tamura instructed, and they nodded in agreement. Good, now we just need more members to join, he added. Meanwhile, back at UA, all the students were in their hero costumes on the training ground, which was scattered with buildings and pipes. Suddenly, Izuku felt chills run down his spine. All Might announced, all right students, today we are going to see how much you have improved during your internships. Ah man, this is going to be awesome, Kirishima exclaimed. The objective is to get to me at the center of the area from the edge. The fastest person to reach me first wins. Think of it as a situation where someone is in danger, and you have to be the fastest to help them, All Might explained. Seems pretty basic, but I guess it makes sense, Jiro remarked. Alright, let's get rolling. The first 5 will be Ida, Ojiro, Siro, Ashido, and young Midoriya. Get into position. All Might commanded. Meanwhile, the other students gathered in the viewing area, where a large screen displayed the runners. So, who do you guys think will win? I think Ojiro will take it, Kaminari said. My money is on Siro. This place is perfect for his quirk, Kirishima added. I say Deku gets last place, Katsumi chimed in. Izumi, please be quiet, Izumi replied, trying to keep the peace. I hate to say this, but Izuku will have obstacles blocking his path. I think Kirishima is right, Siro will win, Momo stated. Yeah, but at least Midoriya might get second place, so he'll still be close, Jiro said optimistically. Achiko added, Ida wasn't hurt that badly, so I think he still has a chance. Suddenly, they saw Izuku on the screen in a strange position as the timer counted down. Huh, do you think he learned a new stretch to help him move better during his internship? Kirishima wondered aloud. What they saw next surprised them. Izuku began to glow slightly, steam rising off him. Whoa, what's going on? Kirishima exclaimed. Is it just me, or is Midoriya literally smoking? Kaminari asked, wide-eyed. No kidding. Where did he go for his internship? Toru added. Do you think it's a quirk? Jiro speculated. What big changes will this bring? Achiko pondered. I want to see how it works, Izumi said eagerly. But Katsumi felt frustrated. So all this time, you did have a quirk, she muttered. Finally, Todoroki spoke up to clarify. That isn't a quirk. Wait, what are you talking about? Don't you see what we're seeing? Kaminari asked, confused. No, it's not a quirk. He told me it's from a book, and I have to say, it's a pretty strong technique, Shoto explained. How strong is it exactly? Momo inquired. I think it's better that you see it with your own eyes, Shoto replied. Katsumi stared at the screen, struggling to believe Shoto. Finally, the buzzer went off. Okay, let's see what second gear can do at full speed, Izuku declared. As all the runners began, Siro was already in the lead. Huh, I got this in the bag, Siro said confidently. Then they felt a rush of air, and in the blink of an eye, Izuku was about to land on the railing of the building where All Might stood. What the hell? How did Midoriya get ahead of me? Siro exclaimed. Is that Midori? Mina asked, astonished. Since when is he that fast? Ojiro wondered. As Izuku prepared to land, he marveled at the speed second gear provided. I still can't believe second gear gives me this kind of speed, but I have to land now, he thought. However, he slightly overshot his landing. As he landed on the railing, his foot slipped forward. He muttered. The end result was Izuku face down on the ground right in front of All Might. Note to self, be careful about my surroundings when using second gear to avoid this, he thought, feeling embarrassed. Soon, All Might picked him up, and the other runners finally made it to the finish line. Congratulations, young Midoriya. You are the winner of the test. I'm impressed by how much all of you have improved. Now, head to the viewing area so that others can take their turn, All Might announced. But this was just the beginning of Izuku's troubles. When he reached the viewing area, his classmates bombarded him with questions. Midori, what was that? Since when could you do that? Mina exclaimed, her eyes wide with curiosity. Seriously, dude, don't tell me you're a late bloomer, Siro added, a teasing grin on his face. Did it happen during your internship? Ojiro inquired, leaning closer. Izuku felt a wave of nervousness wash over him. Fellow classmates, let Midoriya have some space to explain, Tenya interjected, trying to restore order. Actually, Ida, Jiro chimed in. Todoroki gave us the info about what Midoriya just did, so it's only Mina, Ojiro, and Siro who don't understand. Oh, that's good. Now nearly all of us know, Tenya replied, relieved. Wait, you know about this, Ida? Achiko asked, her brow furrowing in confusion. Yes, it was when Stain attacked, and Midoriya used it to help me, Tenya explained. Oh, I see. Both you and Todoroki were the first to know, Momo said, nodding in understanding. Okay, enough of that. Now tell us, Midori, where did you learn that? Mina pressed, eager for answers. You see, Izuku began hesitantly, during my internship, the hero I was working with gave me this book that had the technique I'm using now. I was actually surprised to see it work. So do you still have this book? Shinso asked, his interest piqued. Yeah, do you have it, Midoriya? Come on man, share the power. Kaminari urged. Sorry, but I can't because it's in a different language, Izuku replied apologetically. What are you talking about? Midoriya didn't have a quirk to start with. It's fair that this technique is kind of like a quirk, so now we're all even, Jiro pointed out. I guess you're right, Sato conceded. Soon afterward, the rest of the group took their tests, and they all found themselves in the changing room, removing their hero costumes. And either we've all seen it, Shinso remarked casually. Okay, Izuku replied, beginning to take off his hero costume. Meanwhile, on the girl's side, Mina was changing when she felt a draft. Turning to the wall with a poster, she lifted it and discovered a hole. Guys look, there's a piping hole, she called out excitedly. Wait, did a guy make that? Toru asked, her eyes wide with surprise. No, it was covered on our side, and it doesn't look like it's covered on the boy's side, so that means a girl made this in the past, Mina explained. But who would do that, Ribbit? Sue wondered aloud. Meanwhile, in the teacher's lounge, Midnight sneezed unexpectedly, causing Mina to wear a mischievous grin. Hey, why don't we look through it, she suggested, her eyes sparkling with mischief. This caused nearly all the girls to blush, except for Izumi, who remained unfazed. What are you talking about? That is indecent. We shouldn't be doing this, Momo protested. Yeah, you're taking this too far, Jiro added, shaking her head. Ah, come on. You all want to see Midoriya's abs again, don't you? Mina teased. Mina, you shouldn't. This is an invasion of Izuku's privacy, Achiko warned, her expression serious. Well, if none of you are going to look, then I'll have a private view of Midoriya, Mina declared, moving closer to the hole. Just as she was about to look through, the hole was suddenly covered with ice. I would like you not to stare at my fiancé, Shoko said with a straight face. This revelation left everyone in shock. Wait, what? The girls exclaimed in unison. The boys, overhearing the commotion, began to wonder what was happening on the girls' side. You can't be serious, right, Todoroki? Toru asked, incredulous. Yes. We've kissed, so that makes us engaged, Shoko replied matter-of-factly. Oh no, she's way too straightforward. This is bad, one of the girls whispered. Izumi, stop it. You have dates with my brother, along with your classmates who want to date him too, so please stop the fighting. Izumi interjected, trying to restore some order. With that, Izumi left the locker room, followed closely by the other girls. Soon enough, the day came to an end, and Izuku met up with All Might in his scrawny form in the teacher's lounge. Alright, young Midoriya, it's time that I tell you the full truth about my quirk, All Might said, his tone serious. Wow, I still can't believe that you're telling me this, All Might, Izuku replied, his heart racing. To understand where One for All started, we have to talk about a quirk called All for One. This was around the time when quirks were still new. You see, there were two brothers. One of them was the bearer of All for One. His quirk had the ability to take away quirks and give them away, but he started to use his quirk to manipulate others and commit villainous acts. Some of those he gave quirks to couldn't handle the burden and became mindless, just like the Nomus. Izuku listened in stunned silence. But his brother, who was quirkless, was willing to stop him but failed. However, he wasn't going to obey. He gave his little brother a quirk. Nobody knows why he did it, maybe to try and control him or out of pity. The quirk he gave him was a stockpile quirk that allowed him to accumulate power. But what does this have to do with One for All? Izuku asked, trying to connect the dots. You see, everyone thought the younger brother had no quirk, but in fact, he had a quirk that allowed him to pass down quirks. He knew he couldn't defeat his brother, but he could pass down both of their quirks, and eventually, it would be strong enough to take his brother down, causing the BRTH of the quirk One for All. It's funny, isn't it? The greatest light coming from the darkness, All Might explained. Yeah, it is, Izuku agreed, feeling a sense of awe. At that moment, Izuku felt a headache, and for the first time, he saw two boys that Izumi had mentioned. One boy was reading a hero comic, surrounded by a white aura, while the other was playing chess, enveloped in a black aura. Suddenly, the boy playing chess looked at Izuku and spoke. Hello, father. Then Izuku snapped back into reality. Young Midoriya, are you alright? All Might asked, concern etched on his face. Yeah, I was just processing what you told me, but the thing that bothers me is that the bearer of All for One is gone, so there's no need for One for All, Izuku said, his brow furrowing. No, the user of All for One is still alive. All Might corrected him. The reason for that is because he has a quirk to slow down the effects of aging. We thought he was dead, but we now know he's the mastermind behind the League of Villains. That's why my successor will have to fight this man one day. The man who killed my predecessor, Izuku explained, determination in his voice. Then, if you don't mind, I want to help with this, he said, bowing respectfully. This surprised All Might. I may not be your successor, but I want to help stop this great evil. I'll do my best and won't hold anybody back, so please let me help you, Izuku pleaded earnestly. All Might was at a loss for words, feeling a pang of regret. Even though this has nothing to do with you, your will to help is appreciated. I wish I had just waited a little longer, All Might admitted, his voice heavy with emotion. After a long silence, All Might finally gave Izuku his answer. Yes, I would be grateful if you helped us in this great battle ahead, but for now, go home. It's getting dark, he said. Thank you, All Might. I'll be going now, Izuku replied, a sense of purpose swelling within him. As he left the teacher's lounge, Izuku couldn't help but reflect on what he had seen and the weight of the responsibility that lay ahead. Izuku pondered the strange encounter he had experienced. Why did I see those kids, and why does it feel like I had a conversation with the one surrounded by that dark aura? He decided he needed to share this with Izumi. As the week came to a close, Class 1A was preparing to head out for lunch when Aizawa made an important announcement. Alright, students, as you know the exams are approaching, so you better be prepared for anything. Understood? Yes, sir, the class responded in unison. When you pass, your reward will be the opportunity to attend the camp trip, Aizawa continued, igniting excitement among the students. Denki exclaimed, no kidding. Camping during the summer is the best. Mina chimed in, camp, camp, camp. I can't wait. Aizawa quickly added, don't celebrate just yet. If you fail the exam, you'll be stuck attending summer classes with me. The enthusiasm in the room faded, leaving everyone looking pale. Mina rallied the class. Everyone, let's do our best. Yeah. Class 1A echoed. The bell rang for lunch, and Aizawa declared, alright, everyone, it's lunch. Go eat, and don't come asking me questions. I'll be taking my nap. Achiko turned to Izuku and Izumi. Hey, Deku and Izumi, let's go get our lunches together. Sorry, Achiko, but I have to go somewhere for a bit. I'll come back to eat with you guys, Izuku replied, grabbing something wrapped in a rag from his bag before leaving the classroom. Mina wondered aloud, where do you think Midoriya is going? I don't know, but he'll be fine, Jiro assured her. Momo added, we should go. If we don't leave now, there won't be any seats available. Yeah, you're right, Momo, Toru agreed. The girls nodded and headed off for lunch, while Izuku made his way to the support department. This time, I think I should listen. If Hatsum is making anything, I don't want a repeat of last time, he thought. He pressed his ear against the door, hearing nothing. I guess it's safe to open, he decided. However, as soon as he opened the door, an explosion sent him stumbling backward. Why me? He groaned. Well, I guess that needs more improvements. Hey, Muscle, where are you? Mei Hatsum called out, realizing she was sitting on Izuku's head. Hey there, sorry you got caught in the blast, she said, looking down at him. Panicking, Izuku turned his head away and managed to get Mei off him, handing her a lunchbox. Here you go, H. Hatsum. Flushed and flustered, he dashed to the cafeteria, leaving Mei a bit confused as she began to eat her bento. Well, I guess his reaction makes sense. He is a boy and I'm a girl, she mused, but quickly dismissed the thought, reminding herself that she was dating Tenya Ida. When Izuku finally arrived at the cafeteria, Tenya greeted him. Midoriya, you made it here quicker than we thought you would. Achiko added, yeah. And Deku, why is your face all red? It's a long story, but we should eat, Izuku replied, sitting down and placing his bento on the table. Shoko noticed, oh Midoriya, you brought your own bento. Yeah, I thought, why not make something myself? I've always believed that home-cooked meals taste better, Izuku explained. I see. Let us eat then, Tenya said. As Izuku prepared to eat, he felt a sudden chill and turned to see Shoko using her quirk to cool him off. Shoko, what are you doing? I'm just cooling you off. You're still a bit red, she replied. Izumi chimed in. Shoko, Izuku is not sick, he's just blushing. Maybe she's clueless. She chuckled to herself. Oh, thank you, Shoko, Izuku said, noticing something different about her. Hey, Todoroki, is it just me, or is your hair slightly longer? He asked. Oh yeah, I thought your hair looked longer, Achiko added. I just forgot to get it cut. I think it's better if I have short hair, Shoko explained. Is that so? But I think it would suit you, Izuku said. Oh, is that so? I think I'll wear it long for a while to see if I like it, Midoriya, she replied, blushing at his compliment. Yes, Todoroki, what is it? Izuku asked, noticing her flustered expression. I would prefer it if you called me by my first name, she said. Are you sure about that? Izuku questioned. Yes, I prefer that we get to know each other better, she insisted. Achiko felt a pang of worry about how close Shoko was getting to Izuku, but Izumi reassured her. Achiko, I know you're worried, but remember, my brother will love you girls the same. Don't stress about it. Achiko nodded, taking Izumi's advice to heart. They began to eat, but Izuku couldn't shake thoughts about the upcoming final exams, aside from the writing portion. Suddenly, he used his observation skills to dodge a hit from Minoma. Fuming, Minoma was about to insult Izuku's class when he was unexpectedly knocked out by a punch from Izuku, who had swiftly used his skills. Sorry about Minoma, guys. I swear there's a black hole where his heart is supposed to be, Itsuka said, dragging Minoma's unconscious body away. Don't worry, Itsuka. I would kick his butt until he moves out of the hero course, Izumi said with a smile, knowing she would do just that to Minoma. No problem. I just need to punch him with armament hockey, Izuku replied. I think this will help him learn how to act like a human being. Either way, do you know what we're doing for the exam? Itsuka asked. No, we have no clue at all what we are supposed to do for exams, Izuku admitted. Well, I heard from a senior that it involves combat with robots, Itsuka revealed. Really? Thanks, Kendo, Izuku said appreciatively. No problem, she replied, continuing to drag Monoma away. Well, thankfully that's all over now, Tenya said, relieved. Let's get back to finishing our lunch, Izuku suggested. You're right about that, Shoko agreed. Achiko added, we have to hurry though, lunch is almost over. Before long, they finished their lunches and returned to class, eager to share the news. That's awesome. We're fighting robots. Denki exclaimed. Yeah, so that means we can go all out without worrying about hurting anybody, Mina added enthusiastically. But we can't slack off on our studies, some of us are struggling, Tenya reminded them. Suddenly, Mina rushed over to Izuku. Midoriya, please help me study, she pleaded, hugging him tightly. Mina, you're way too close to me again, Izuku stammered. Yeah, me too, Suro chimed in. Ojiro remarked, I still can't believe you got first place on the last test. I thought either Yaoyorozu or Ito would take it. Hey man, don't you remember what Midoriya told us? He said he read a lot of books when he was a kid and probably studied related topics too, Sato reminded them. A group of Izuku's classmates surrounded him, eagerly asking for tutoring. Ojiro was the first to speak, affirming, yeah, if you don't mind. Denki chimed in, reminding everyone, and don't forget that we get a tutoring session with a cook, so you better make some good food for us during our break. Shinso added, hey, count me in. Either way, you have to help me with training. As the conversation unfolded, Momo observed that Mina was the only girl in the group. She felt a twinge of concern, knowing that Mina might take the opportunity to be alone with Izuku. Momo then suggested, hey, why don't I join you, Izuku? I'll help you tutor. It's better to have 2 tutors than 1 in a group. Izuku looked surprised. Really, Momo? You'll help, he asked. With a bright smile, Momo replied, yes. And why not have the tutoring session at my home? Izuku's eyes lit up with an idea. Hey, why don't we make this a class tutoring session so everyone can prepare for the written portion? Tenya, always quick to support a good plan, exclaimed, that's brilliant, Midoriya. Not only will this help everyone's scores go up, but it will also lighten the load. I'll help you tutor as well. Izuku looked around, asking, so, does everyone agree on the class tutoring session? The response from Class 1A, except for Katsumi, was a resounding, yeah. Just then, Katsumi called out to Izuku. Oh, Deku, you better give it your all during the exams. This is where we'll see who's better. Izuku replied, but I don't want to go against you, Kaken. Katsumi insisted, well I do. It will be decided by how many robots we destroy, so I can prove I'm stronger than you. Kirishima added, yeah, this is going to be easy, especially since it's just robots. It's all about how much you destroy. Unbeknownst to them, Aizawa was listening intently. He thought to himself, so, they think they know about the exam. I think I need to change it now, it seems I have to fix some flaws in my students. Meanwhile, at a nearby bar, the villains were gathered, waiting for something to happen. Tamura grumbled, how long will Jiren take to get here with that information we told him to get 3 days ago? Kurojiru reassured him, he'll be here soon enough. Tamura continued, so, do you think he actually has more information about the kids than we do? Kurojiru replied, don't worry. Jiren is the one with the most connections, so he's bound to find someone who knows something or can get more leads about the boy or the girl the boss wants to learn about. Tamura sighed, seriously, there is no information about them before the age of 7 and 6. They basically came out of nowhere. Kurojiru pondered, this only leaves me with the question, who are they really? Just then, the bar door swung open, revealing Jiren. Of course I do. I am a man of my word, but I have to tell you this information wasn't easy to collect, he said. Kurojiru inquired, and why is that? Jiren explained, well, you see, nobody knew anything about them when I asked. But then I dug deeper into the underworld, and it was noticeable that people knew something but were too terrified to speak. Tamura pressed, what would make them so terrified to ask? Jiren replied, the one thing they all had in common was that they wanted nothing to do with the Marines and Roger's kid. He continued, soon enough, I finally found someone who would give me information, and what they told me will surprise you. They are related to the Marine hero Garp the Fist and the revolutionary hero Monkey D. Dragon, who is known as the worst criminal in history. Tamura scoffed, so, 2 of them are related to the Marines and the revolutionary? Big deal. They are not a threat. Jiren countered, that's where you're wrong. Their mother is the poison butterfly, once feared as a woman hero in the underworld and East Blue. Kurojiru's eyes widened at the name Jiren mentioned. Jiren then pulled out a file containing all the information about Izuku and Izumi, passing it to Tamura. This information will surprise you, and make sure this stays between us. If their mother's family finds out we know the connection, we're all dead, he warned. Tamura opened the file and began to read. At one point he was in complete shock, but soon enough he started laughing. This is only getting more interesting by the minute, he exclaimed. Meanwhile, back at UA, it was almost time to leave. Aizawa addressed the students, all right, you are all dismissed. Make sure to study and train over the weekend, don't slack off. As everyone began packing up, Izuku felt a tap on his shoulder. It was Kirishima. Hey, Kirishima, what's up? Izuku asked. About the study session, sorry, but I'll be studying with Bakugo, Kirishima replied. No worries, you don't have to feel bad about it, Izuku said. Thanks man. I knew you would understand. Kirishima then walked over to Katsumi. Hey there, study partner, he said cheerfully. Katsumi shot back, what are you talking about? I'm not studying with you. Kirishima smirked. So, I guess you want Midoriya to know your true feelings. He was unaware that Katsumi had already confessed to Izuku. You wouldn't dare, she said, blushing and irritated. Okay then, Kirishima started, but was interrupted by a punch to the gut from Katsumi. Fine, I'll tutor you, so just be quiet, she said, dragging Kirishima out of the classroom. Yeah, and maybe while we're studying we can come up with ideas for you to ask Midoriya out, he whispered. Shut up, Kirishima, Katsumi replied, giving him a light punch on the head. After a long day, Izuku and Izumi arrived home, where they met their siblings and began basic indoor training to kick off their training schedule. Then Izuku realized something. I'm going to a girl's house, he said with a smirk. It was the first day of the weekend, and Izuku and Izumi were getting ready for the class study session. When they arrived, all their classmates were there except for Kirishima, Katsumi, and Shoko. The most noticeable thing was their reaction to Momo's house, or rather, her mansion. It's so big! Achiko exclaimed, nearly falling over. I knew Momo acted like a high-class girl, but I never expected her house to be this big, Jiro commented. I've never seen a place this large, even compared to UA, Izuku added. Wow, this place looks amazing, Izumi said in awe. Denki suggested, so should we ring the gate speaker? The gate speaker responded, certainly. We came this far for our education, so let us commence. As Denki pressed the button, Momo's voice came through. Hello, who is this? Hello, Yaoyorozu. We're here for the study session, Tenya replied. Great. Just wait a second, I'll open the gate for you, Momo said. Soon enough, the gate opened on its own, allowing everyone to walk up to the front door. Siro asked, do you guys think it'll be bigger on the inside than outside? Jiro replied, just calm down. We shouldn't be overreacting, we see a palace and we're inside of it. Toru added, yeah, I guess you're right. Then the door opened, revealing Momo on the other side. Hello everyone, welcome in, she greeted warmly. One by one, Momo's classmates began to arrive, marveling at the grandeur of her mansion and its elegant decor. Among them was a striking woman with long black hair, who bore a striking resemblance to Momo. Hello dear, Momo's mother greeted warmly. Are those your friends from school that you mentioned to your father and me? Yes, they're here for the study session I talked about, Momo replied. Denki leaned over to Siro and whispered, that's her mom. It's clear she inherited the best traits. Yeah, no kidding, Siro agreed. However, their banter was quickly silenced by Jiro's ear jacks and a playful punch from Izumi. And this is why you perverts aren't getting girlfriends, Jiro remarked. Momo's mother chuckled at the lively atmosphere created by the teenagers. You all are quite the energetic bunch. I hope you make yourselves comfortable. The dinner hall should be a perfect place for your study session. Thank you, mother. We'll head there now, Momo said, leading her classmates to the dinner hall. They were all taken aback by its size, except for Izuku, who seemed unfazed. Oh, this isn't too uncomfortable for all of you, Momo said, glancing around. Not at all, right Achiko? Mina chimed in. Achiko, still in shock, couldn't muster a response. Guys, we lost Achiko, Toru noted, shaking her gently. Soon enough, they settled down to study, but during the session, some of Izuku's classmates playfully tried to make him wear fake glasses. Hey Midoriya, why don't you try these? Siro suggested, holding up a pair of fake glasses. But why? Izuku asked, puzzled. Because both Ida and Momo wear glasses. Why not complete the look? Denki replied. Come on Midori. It'll be fun, you'll know what it's like to feel like a teacher, Mina encouraged. Just without the grumpy attitude and threats of detention, Toru added. Please Midori. Mina and Toru pleaded in unison, with Mina giving him puppy eyes. Seeing Toru do the same, Izuku eventually relented and took the glasses. Fine, but just don't laugh at me if I look weird, he said. You're way too easy to manipulate, Shinso remarked. You're one to talk, Shinso, Izumi retorted, laughing at the blushing boy, who was being forced to train. When Izuku finally put on the glasses, all the girls blushed. Whoa man, not bad. You actually don't look half bad, Sato exclaimed. Really? Izuku asked, surprised. I can say without a doubt they suit you, Tenya added. Let's go ahead and get back to studying, Momo suggested, her cheeks flushed along with the other girls, who were trying not to focus on how cute Izuku looked in glasses. They spent the next hour tackling their most challenging subjects, and after a while, Momo decided it was time for a break. I think that's good enough for now. Let's take a break, she announced. Yeah, my brain is fried, and my stomach is starving, Denki admitted. Momo, you don't happen to have any snacks around, do you? So you asked. Well, not on hand right now, but we can make some. Most of the chefs have the day off, so we'll have to do it ourselves, Momo replied. Everyone turned to Izuku and Izumi. Alright, I'll make you guys some food, but you'll have to wait, Izuku said. Fine, just for you, Shinso, Izumi added. Thank you, Deku. Achiko exclaimed. Midoriya, you are the best. Right, Izumi? Jiro said. Thank you, Jiro, Izumi replied. Thank you, Izuku. I'll show you the way to the kitchen, Momo said, leading the way. As they exited the dinner hall, Izuku, Momo, and Izumi made their way to the kitchen. Hey Momo, what would you like to eat with the sandwiches I'll be making? Izuku asked. Oh, I have the perfect tea blend that will go splendidly with the sandwiches. I'll get it, Momo replied. Without further ado, Izuku and Izumi began preparing the sandwiches while Momo searched for the tea in the cabinet, using a stool to reach the higher shelves. Frustration grew as she struggled to find it. Where is it? I swear it was here earlier, she muttered. After a moment, she turned to Izuku, with Izumi listening intently. Izuku, what do you plan on doing after graduation from UA? Do you want to be a hero? I haven't given that much thought. I guess it'll just be that, being a hero, Izuku answered. Don't you want to have a family? You can still be a hero and have a family, Momo suggested. I would love that, but I don't think I would be a good father, he confessed. Why do you say that, Izuku? Momo asked, intrigued. So Big Brother has self-doubt, Izumi chimed in. Because I fear I would fail our future kids. With all your girls loving me, you need a strong man to support you and your future children, Izuku explained. You're incredible. Even though you were told you were nothing, you didn't let those people hold you back. You rise above, and I'm not the only one. The girls, our friends, and even your own sister believe you are so much more than the title people put on you, Momo encouraged. Despite her words, Izuku still had doubts. But am I really more than a failure? Just then Momo found the tea blend, but it was stuck. She pulled on it, but it barely budged. With a bit more force, she placed her foot on the ledge of the counter and pulled with all her strength. In doing so, she lost her balance, but Izuku noticed and rushed to her side. Momo, he shouted as he hurried to catch her. Just as he reached her, his foot slipped, causing both of them to fall, with Momo landing on top of Izuku, their faces just inches apart. Momo, are you alright? Izuku asked, concern lacing his voice. Why what about you? She replied, her cheeks flushed. Don't worry about me, I'm fine. I'm just glad you're okay, he said with a smile, causing Momo's heart to race as she instinctively leaned closer to him. Momo, he said softly. Before he realized it, she kissed him on the lips. Surprised, he returned the kiss until they were interrupted by Izumi's teasing voice. I thought we were making lunch, not having a makeout session. Izumi exclaimed, causing the two to separate, both blushing furiously. Momo's mother chimed in, I never knew my daughter was this forward. A mother. Momo exclaimed, flustered. Izuku quickly got up and bowed, feeling embarrassed. I didn't mean for this to happen, I was just trying to stop your daughter from falling, that's all. Oh, don't worry dear. I saw the whole thing, Momo's mother reassured him. Then I'll go back to cooking with my sister. Thank you for having us again, Izuku said. That's fine, but do you mind if I borrow my daughter for a moment? Momo's mother asked. Not at all, Izuku replied. Okay then, sweetie, come with me, Momo's mother said. No, not at all, mother, Momo protested as they walked out of the kitchen. Momo's mother asked straightforwardly, do you love him? Mother. Momo was completely flustered. Sorry, sweetie, but I'm just asking a simple question. I saw how you acted back there. Momo stood silent, her cheeks red. So, do you? Her mother pressed. Finally, Momo answered, I do, but we are in an open relationship. He is with me and several girls from my class. Don't worry, I know he will treat you girls right, her mother said as she walked away. Just please don't give me grandkids too soon. Momo blushed at the thought of her and Izuku having children. Mother, she exclaimed. Soon, Izuku, Izumi, and Momo returned with sandwiches and tea. Oh man, this looks delicious, Toru exclaimed. But what did you expect? Midoriya and Izumi made them, Mina added. Have we ever mentioned how grateful we are for your cooking? Siro asked. Come on, guys, this is nothing, Izuku replied, smiling at the compliments. Shinso, how are the sandwiches? Izumi asked. They're delicious, Shinso replied, blushing as he added, Man, Izumi, you look gorgeous. As time passed, the food disappeared, and they finished studying. Thank you for helping us study, Class 1A said, except for Izumi, Lida, and Momo. It was nothing, it's expected for UA students to help each other, Tenya said. You're right, Lida. Hopefully, this helps everyone with the written portion of the exam, Izuku added. There's no need to worry, this should be more than enough to help everyone, Momo reassured them. Yeah, you're right, Momo. I feel like I can pass this test, Mina said. Then you guys have nothing to worry about because we won't fail this thing, Sato declared. I guess we should go then, Denki suggested. Soon, everyone went their separate ways, but as Izumi walked away, Shinso caught up with her. Hey, Izumi, since we spent most of the time studying, why don't we train the whole day? Tomorrow? Shinso proposed. Yeah, we definitely should. We have to prepare for anything, Izumi agreed. So what time are we starting? Shinso asked. We're starting around 5 a.m., Izumi replied. Yeah, there's no way I'm getting up that early, Shinso said, but Izumi just smiled at his response. The next thing Shinso knew, he was standing on the UA field at 5 a.m., where they had special permission to train, with Izumi handing him a bag of rocks to carry. I still can't believe you actually got me out here this early in the morning, Shinso said. Either we start training, or we waste time. Let's begin with a 5-meter run, and you'll be carrying this, Izumi instructed, passing him the bag. Ding, this is heavy. You said you did more than this when you and your brother were 6 and 7 years old. Shinso complained. Yeah, but you have to keep up with me while I'm running, Izumi challenged. That's impossible. If I try to do that, I'll be exhausted with these rocks weighing me down, Shinso argued. Okay, I guess you don't want to be in the hero course after all. I'll just tell Aizawa this, and you can go back to general studies, Izumi teased, which irritated Shinso. Hey, I never said I wouldn't do it. Just start running, and I'll catch up to you, Izumi, he replied. Alright, let's see if you can stay close to me the whole time, she said, starting to run. I'm sorry, Shinso, that I had to say that. You need motivation, so I used what I learned from Ace when he convinced me and Izuku to join one of his schemes, Izumi explained. After a while, they finished the 20-meter run. Izumi looked as fresh as ever, while Shinso was exhausted but still managed to keep up. How do you not look tired at all? Not even a sweat, Shinso asked, bewildered. To tell you the truth, I've run more than this at a much higher speed. To me, it felt like walking. It feels much easier now than before the whole sports festival, Izumi explained. What do you think caused it to feel easier? Shinso asked. My ki and I had to learn the black leg fighting style from Dad to keep up with Izuku. I needed to increase my stamina, Izumi replied. Well, ain't that handy for you, Shinso said. Well then, why don't we start the other phases of training? Izumi suggested. Yeah, whatever, as long as I get to take off this bag, I'm good, Shinso said, reaching for the bag. Sorry, but you still have to wear it, Izumi said, putting her hands together in apology. Fine, but you're going to make sure this training helps me pass, Shinso said. It will, I'm sure of it, Izumi assured him. They continued with the rest of the exercises until they finished, and by that time, it was already half the day. Izumi gave Shinso a quick break to regain his energy. Hey, Shinso, you can take off the bag now, Izumi said. All right then, he replied, taking off the bag. Try running now, she encouraged. It was the day of the final exams. After 3 days, everyone had just finished the written portion of the test, and the only thing left was the combat portion. They were all set for the training camp. Man, I definitely passed this written portion for sure, Mina said. Yeah, no kidding. I didn't leave anything blank, so that's a good sign, Denki added. Alright, quiet with your chit-chat and put on your hero costumes because we're starting the next phase of your exams, Aizawa instructed. Soon enough, everyone had their costumes on and was standing on the training ground for the combat portion of their test. To their surprise, all their teachers were standing right in front of them. Whoa, why are all our teachers here? Siro asked. Out of nowhere, Principal Nizu popped out of Aizawa's scarf. I'll be the one to explain this. As you heard, you will be fighting robots for this exam. Yeah, bring out those robots. Denki shouted. I'll melt their butts. Mina added. I'm sorry, but this year I'll mix things up a bit. You will be fighting the teachers, Nizu announced. This surprised everyone except Izumi. We don't have a chance against them, they are pros, Toru said. Alright, I'll announce the teams and who will be fighting, Aizawa said. Match number 1. Ijiro Kirishima and Rikido Sato vs Cementos. Match number 2. Siu Ajui and Fumikage Tokoyami vs Ectoplasm. Match number 3. Tenya Lida and Mashireo Ojiro vs Power Loader. Match number 4. Shoko Todoroki and Momo Yayorozu vs Me. Match number 5. Achiko Uraraka and Yuga Oyama vs 13. Match number 6. Mina Ishido and Denki Kaminari and Shinso vs Principal Nizu. Match number 7. Kyoka Jiro and Koji Koda vs Present Mike. Match number 8. Mizo Shoji and Toru Hagakure vs Snipe. Match number 9. Hantasuro and Izumi Midoriya vs Midnight. Match number 10. Izuku Midoriya and Katsumi Bakugu vs All Might. Izuku and Katsumi exchanged shocked glances. Wait, what? They exclaimed, realizing they would be working together and had to fight All Might. Suddenly, All Might jumped down from the sky right in front of everyone. That's right, your opponent is me, young Midoriya and young Bakugu, but we'll be giving you a handicap. We will be wearing weights that are about half our body weight, designed by Mei Hatsum from the support department, All Might explained. Wow, she's doing good for herself, Izuku remarked. All Might explained the rules, stating, to pass, you must either have one of your teammates escape to the gate or put the capture cuffs on us. Aizawa interjected, let's get started with the first team while the rest of you figure out your strategies. Izuku felt a wave of confusion wash over him as he realized he was paired with Katsumi, the one person he thought would never listen to him. All Might noticed his unease and recalled a meeting about team setups. In a flashback, Aizawa had announced, I've decided how we should set up the teams and who will face whom. Midnight had questioned, are you sure about this, Aizawa? It will make the exam nearly impossible to pass. Snipe added, but do we really have a choice? Villains are getting bolder, and trouble keeps popping up. Aizawa had replied, he's right. We have to prepare them and show how serious a villain can be if they are out of their comfort zone. That's why I decided to base one of the teams on relationships. Midoriya and Bakugu will face All Might. All Might had been surprised by Aizawa's decision. Aizawa then warned, so you better not hold back Midoriya, just because you have a soft spot for him. The flashback ended. I'm sorry, young Midoriya, but I won't be holding back, All Might said, bringing Izuku back to the present. Izuku attempted to devise a strategy with Katsumi, but she distanced herself, unwilling to collaborate. Frustrated, he decided to head to the observation room to watch other matches until it was his turn. Upon arrival, he spotted Achiko and Recovery Girl. Oh Deku, you're here. I thought you would come up with a strategy, Achiko exclaimed. Yeah, but Kaken doesn't seem to want to listen, Izuku replied. Same with my partner, he's focused on something else, Achiko said, recalling Aoyama gazing at himself in the mirror. Recovery Girl chimed in, it looks like the first match is about to begin. Both Izuku and Achiko turned their attention to the screen, where the match between Kirishima and Sato against Cementos had just started. Match number 1. Kirishima and Sato vs Cementos. Cementos unleashed his quirk, sending hardened cement toward them, but Kirishima and Sato broke through it with their own abilities. However, Cementos continued to bombard them with cement, eventually wearing them out and giving him the opportunity to encase them. The robot announcer activated. The match is over. Ijiro Kirishima and Rikido Sato have been defeated, it announced. That quick? Ichiko asked, surprised. Izuku shook his head in disappointment and sighed. It's only the first match and they already need me, Recovery Girl remarked. But it makes sense, Izuku said. Wait, what do you mean? Achiko inquired. I mean that Cementos would clearly win because he has endurance with his quirk compared to Kirishima and Sato. They would have had a chance only if they had used their heads and devised a strategy, Izuku explained. Next up is Tsuyu and Tokoyami. They have a good chance of passing, Achiko noted. Maybe, but there's one flaw that might hold them back, Recovery Girl cautioned. They were too engrossed in the next match to consider what that flaw might be. Soon, Ectoplasm began to create copies of himself. Match number 2, Siu Ajui and Fumikage Tokoyami vs Ectoplasm. Dark Shadow, take them out. Tokoyami commanded. Without hesitation, Dark Shadow dispatched the copies in front of him, only to be surrounded by more. Meanwhile, Tsuyu climbed the wall and used her tongue to lift Tokoyami to the second floor. Thank you, Ajui, Tokoyami said gratefully. It's no problem, Tokoyami, Tsuyu replied. Back in the observation room, Izuku realized their flaw. I think I know what you're talking about, Recovery Girl, he said. Wait, what is it? Achiko asked. It's Tokoyami's flaw. Yes, he may be strong with Dark Shadow at long range, but he's lacking in close combat, Izuku explained. You are correct, young man. This exam will hopefully show him this, Recovery Girl agreed. After battling more copies, they finally located the gate with Ectoplasm right beneath them. You may have made it this far, but how will you handle this? Ectoplasm taunted. He unleashed more Ectoplasm, forming a gigantic copy of himself. As it approached, it opened its mouth, ready to take a big bite, but Tsuyu quickly used her tongue to grab something. In the end, they found themselves trapped in the giant Ectoplasm. You don't have to tell me twice, Dark Shadow said. As he prepared to act, Ectoplasm charged at Dark Shadow, engaging it in combat. Tokoyami, as soon as I tell you, please bring back Dark Shadow. I have a plan, but don't look this way, it's really gross, Tsuyu instructed. Just as she seemed ready to spit something out, Tokoyami called, Dark Shadow, come back. As Dark Shadow returned, it appeared to retrieve something from Tsuyu. Tokoyami commanded Dark Shadow to fight again. Then, as Ectoplasm kicked Dark Shadow, Tokoyami realized their plan was to get through the gate and put the cuffs on Ectoplasm's leg. The match is over. Fumigage Tokoyami and Tsuyu Azui have passed the exam, the robot announced. I'm so happy they passed, Achiko said, beaming. Yeah, me too, Izuku agreed. Tsuyu arrived in the observation room just in time for the next match to begin. Hey there, Tsu, you did great in your match, Achiko praised. Yeah, you were able to stay calm through that. You'll definitely be a great hero, Tsu, Izuku added. Good job on passing, Tsu, Izumi said. Thanks, Izumi. Thank you, Achiko, Izuchan, but I think the next match is about to start, Tsuyu replied. The next match featured Lita and Ojiro against Power Loader. They managed to win by using their quirks to get Ojiro through the gate, but Lita ended up with his head stuck in the ground. The match is over. Tenya Lita and Masahiro Ojiro have passed the exam, the robot announced. They were so cool, and Lita was impressive, but I feel like he ended up in a weird position afterward, Achiko remarked. Yeah, I won't lie about that, Ribbit, Tsuyu added. At least they had passed, and the next match was between Momo and Shoko. Soon enough, Lita joined them to watch the upcoming match. Ah, Midoriya and Uraraka, I see you're here, so that means you must have watched my match, am I correct? Lita asked. Yeah, you were awesome, Lita, Achiko replied. Your plan was really well thought out, especially at the beginning, Izuku added. Thank you, but I think we should focus on the screen. Todoroki and Yaoyorozu's match just started, Lita suggested. Match number 4, Momo Yaoyorozu and Shoko Todoroki vs Mr. Aizawa. Meanwhile, Momo and Shoko were navigating the city battleground, keeping an eye out for Mr. Aizawa. As they ran, Shoko noticed Momo creating something with her quirk. Yaoyorozu, what are you doing? Shoko asked. Oh, I'm just making these Russian dolls so we can tell when Aizawa is near, Momo explained. Good idea. Let me know if your quirk acts up and follow me, Shoko instructed. But as Momo followed Shoko, she suddenly halted. Yaoyorozu, why did you stop? Shoko inquired. Todoroki, I want to ask you something, Momo said. What is it? Mr. Aizawa could be here any second, Shoko replied, glancing around. This has to do with you calling Izuku your fiancé, Momo said, her curiosity piqued. Fortunately for Shoko, the microphone was off, so no one, especially Midoriya, could hear her. What about it? He is my fiancé, why would you ask that? Shoko replied defensively. But do you truly care for Izuku that way at all? Momo pressed. What do you mean by that? Shoko asked, puzzled. I mean, does your heart race every single second you're close to him? Do you think about him nonstop? Do you want to spend every moment together? That's when you're truly in love. I felt that way since I met Izuku, and as I got to know him better, I realized that if someone were to choose between us, Izuku wouldn't want that. His sister, Izumi, made us confess to him and be part of his HM. Yaoyorozu, Shoko began, but she halted when she noticed Momo had suddenly stopped making the dolls. Yaoyorozu, you're not making the dolls anymore, Shoko pointed out. Oh no, Momo replied, her voice tinged with concern. Just then, Aizawa appeared above them. Yeah, you probably should have focused on that instead of your love life, he said, his tone flat. Why you? Shoko started, but as she prepared to use her ice quirk, she found it wouldn't work. Yeah, that won't work. I used my quirk to erase your quirk for a bit, Aizawa explained. In the midst of this, Aizawa swiftly used his capture tool to tie up Shoko and hang her from a light post. Yaoyorozu, run, she shouted. As Momo began to flee, Aizawa pulled an eye drop from his pocket and started using it. You know this won't hold me for long, I'll just burn as soon as your quirk wears off, Shoko warned. Yeah, I think you'd rather hang there and feel the pain drop down, Aizawa replied coolly. As he threw spikes underneath her, Shoko quipped. What, are you trying to be a ninja or something? Funny, but let me be clear, you thought you were helping Yaoyorozu by executing your plan and not letting her do anything. Next time, consider other people's feelings, Aizawa said, moving to pursue Momo, who was running and completing her thoughts. Should I run or go back and help Todoroki? What should I do? Momo thought. Then she remembered what Izuku had told her during the sports festival. I've been letting my failure consume me and cloud my judgment. Izuku has failed so many times, but he never let it get to him. I can't let it do the same to me if I want to become the person I aspire to be. There you are, Aizawa said as he caught up to her, throwing his scarf to wrap around Momo's wrist. In an instant, she used her quirk to create something that freed her from his grasp, allowing her to escape while Aizawa stood there, impressed. Hey, clever girl. She knows I can't use my quirk like I used to, so she waited for an opening. This might actually be interesting. After running, Momo made her way back to Shoko. Todoroki, hold on. I'll get you down and come up with a plan to beat Mr. Aizawa. As she spoke, Shoko recalled Aizawa's earlier words. Alright, tell me your plan, Shoko said. However, Aizawa was right above them again. It seems both of you are on the ground now. What will you do? He taunted. Momo replied confidently, we'll do this. She threw Russian dolls at Aizawa, who struck them, only to be surprised when they contained flash grenades that caused him to close his eyes. This gave them a chance to escape. Hurry, let's go. Aizawa muttered. That was a pain, but it won't stop me. As he chased them, Shoko patiently waited for an opening to use her quirk against him. Finally, she created a giant ice wall. When Aizawa got past it, he saw both of them underneath black cloaks. Sorry, but you won't get away from me this time. He tossed his scarf at the cloaks, but it turned out to be a decoy with Momo preparing to fire a catapult. Unfortunately, she missed the lever. Oh no! This gave Aizawa a chance to come back, but Momo launched the catapult again, this time with a scarf-like object surrounding him. Todoroki, this is your chance. Shoko responded eagerly, right? She unleashed a burst of fire in that direction. Momo declared triumphantly, Aizawa, we've won this. The scarf I fired at you is made of special metal that returns to its original shape when heated. As she spoke, the scarf encased Aizawa, capturing him. They quickly placed cuffs on him to conclude the exam. The robot announced, Momo Yaoyorozu and Shoko Todoroki have passed the exam. Aizawa admitted, I have to say, you two did an impressive job. Yaoyorozu deserves most of the credit. She came up with the plan, Shoko added, feeling proud of her partner. Momo couldn't help but smile, pleased that her plan had worked and they had passed. Yaoyorozu, are you alright? Shoko asked, concern etched on her face. Yes, I'm fine, Momo replied, though Shoko seemed confused. Are you sure? Shoko pressed. Geez, teenagers are always dramatic, Aizawa commented, shaking his head. As the exams continued, Momo decided to watch the upcoming matches from the observation room. Momo, you were incredible. Achiko exclaimed. I never thought you would have such an amazing plan, Tsuyu added. Your plan was really well thought out, Tenya said. Momo replied modestly, I won't say that, I could have failed because I missed hitting the lever for the catapult. Izuku chimed in, but you passed and I'm glad you did, Momo. Thank you, Izuku, she smiled. Izuku then asked, by the way, what were you and Shoko talking about during one point of the exam? Momo turned red. It was nothing important, nothing at all, she stammered, trying to change the subject. Hey, Achiko, your match is up, right? Yeah, I should be going now, Achiko replied. Good luck, Achiko, Izuku said encouragingly. Do your best, Tenya added as Achiko left the observation room for her exam. In match number 5, Achiko Uraraka and Yuga Aoyama faced 13. The exam started well until 13 used her quirk to try and SCK them in. I can't hold on for much longer, Achiko said, panic rising in her voice. Don't worry, my naval laser will solve this, Aoyama assured her. But when he fired his laser, it ended up being SCK into the black hole. What are we going to do? Think, Achiko, what would Deku do in this situation, she pondered. You're thinking about Midoriya right now, aren't you? Aoyama teased. Wait, how did you know? Achiko asked, surprised. Isn't it obvious? You like him, he said confidently. As Achiko blushed, she lost her grip and was SE into the black hole. But in that moment, she remembered all her training with Gunhead and used it to pin 13 down. This allowed Aoyama to free his other arm, and finally, Achiko managed to put cuffs on 13. The robot announced, Team Achiko Uraraka and Yuga Aoyama have passed the exam. On the way back, Aoyama said something to Achiko before she returned to the observation room. Good luck with Midoriya, he said with a smirk. But Achiko ignored Aoyama as she returned to the observation room. Uraraka, well done. You passed as well, Tenya congratulated her. Yeah, Achiko, you found a way to win, Tsuyu added, beaming with pride. Izuku felt a wave of relief wash over him as he turned to Achiko. I'm glad you passed, Achiko. But what were you and Aoyama discussing that made you let go of the railing? Achiko's cheeks flushed a deep red as she waved her hands dismissively. It was nothing at all. Izuku raised an eyebrow, noticing the unusual blush on both Momo and Achiko. What's going on with Momo and Achiko? They're really red today. The next match was about to begin, featuring Mina, Kaminari, and Shinso against Principal Nizu. Mina grinned, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Man, I feel bad for how easy this will be. Denki chuckled in agreement. Yeah, no kidding. I won't even use my quirk on the little guy, that would just be bullying. Shinso rolled his eyes. Wow, you two are clueless. Mina shot him a glare. Hey, who are you calling clueless? Denki chimed in, yeah, you're still the new guy here, so we're your seniors in this class. Shinso crossed his arms, unimpressed. Then why do you think this will be easy? We're up against the principal, the one who made the exam harder. Denki shrugged. So what? The principal is just a little guy. Shinso shook his head in disbelief. And you wonder why I call you clueless? Hey! Denki and Mina protested in unison. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed through the arena as the building began to collapse around them. Run! Shinso shouted, and they all dashed away from the falling debris. Meanwhile, Nizu sat far away in a wrecking ball machine, casually sipping tea. A genius villain can win with the right timing, he declared with a maniacal laugh. Recovery Girl began to explain Nizu's past to the students in the observation room. You see, Principal Nizu was subjected to experiments by humans, and now he's using this to fuel his revenge against them. The students exchanged wary glances, acutely aware of the danger of getting on Nizu's bad side. Mina, determined to make a move, burned a hole into a nearby building with her acid. Come on guys, over here. Good thinking, Mina, Denki replied as they both entered the building, but Shinso hesitated outside. Come on, hurry up. Mina urged. Yeah, hurry up. Denki echoed. Shinso shook his head. I'm not going in there. Why not? Mina asked, puzzled. Oh, I don't know, maybe because the principal is destroying the buildings? He retorted, starting to run again. What does he know? Mina muttered, glancing back at Shinso. Denki added, we'll be fine on our own without him. Just then, they heard rumbling, and the building began to cave in. Shinso looked back, watching the structure fall. I told them it was a bad move, he muttered to himself as he continued running through the chaos until he spotted a gate that was still wide open. Huh, I guess the principal was kind enough to leave one gate open, he remarked. Suddenly, the speaker crackled to life, and Nizu's voice echoed ominously. My, Shinso, you came so close to the exit, but I won't let you pass that easily. With that, Nizu used the wrecking ball machine to cause more buildings to collapse around. What do I do? Shinso panicked. In that moment, memories flooded back, of all the people who had doubted him and the hard work he had put in to get into Class 1A, especially with Izumi's unwavering support, which made him blush. No, I'm not failing this exam. I'm passing, he declared with renewed determination, sprinting as debris fell around him, kicking up clouds of dust. Did he make it through? Tsu asked anxiously. He was so close. Achiko replied, her eyes wide with concern. To think he was so close to his goal and had it stripped away like that, Tenya added, shaking his head. No, you're all wrong, Shinso made it. Izumi insisted, her confidence unwavering. Izuku nodded in agreement, his eyes glued to the dust cloud. Momo looked at Izumi curiously. How do you know, Izumi? I can feel it, she replied, her intuition guiding her. Soon enough, the dust settled, revealing Shinso lying on his back across the finish line. The result is Shinso has passed the exam, while Mina Ishido and Denki Kaminari have failed, the robotic voice announced. Wow, Shinso actually passed. Momo exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. I just knew he would, Izumi said, a proud smile on her face. Moments later, Mina burst into the observation room, tears streaming down her face as she hugged Izuku tightly. Midoriya, I failed. What am I supposed to do now? I don't know, Mina, Izuku replied, his voice filled with sympathy. Momo chimed in, well, maybe you should have taken the exam more seriously. Mina shot her a glare. Momo, you don't have to rub it in. Just then, Shinso entered the observation room and approached Izumi. Izumi, I want to tell you something. Oh, tell me, she replied, her heart racing. Shinso took a moment to gather his thoughts as Class 1A watched their interaction with bated breath. Izumi, I want to thank you for helping me train for this exam. I'm grateful, and there's one more thing I want to say, he began, his voice steady despite the fluttering in his chest. Okay, Shinso, Izumi encouraged him. Blushing, Shinso pressed on. When I first fought you, I thought you were just cocky, but then you supported me after the fight and helped me get to where I am now. Izumi D. Midoriya, I love you. Izumi's eyes widened in shock, her cheeks turning crimson, as did the rest of Class 1A. Izuku and Recovery Girl exchanged knowing smiles, imagining Izumi blushing in her hero costume. Shinso, I love you too, Izumi finally confessed. As she leaned in to kiss him, he kissed her back, and the room erupted in celebration of their new relationship. Katsumi shot Shinso a fierce look that seemed to say, break Izumi's heart, and you'll regret it. Mina and Toru jumped up and down, shouting, ship. The next match was set, Kyoka Jiro and Koji Koda against Present Mike. Alright, Koda, I'll use my quirk to listen for Present Mike while you use the animals around to attack him. Sound good? Jiro instructed, and Koda nodded in agreement. As they moved forward, Present Mike stood at the gate and unleashed a loud noise attack, forcing them to cover their ears. Damn it, this guy is way too loud, Jiro exclaimed, turning to Koda. Hey, why don't you call your animals to attack him? Koda used sign language to explain that Present Mike was too loud and that the animals would be too scared to approach. Jiro then spotted an ant and had an idea. Hey, Koda, can't you control bugs too? She asked, showing him the ant. But when Koda saw the ant, he screamed in terror, leaving Jiro surprised. Wait, you're scared of bugs? Koda nodded vigorously, still terrified. Hold yourself together, man. You have to command these bugs, Jiro urged. She connected her ear jack to a nearby rock and sent a powerful sound wave, causing the rock to explode and reveal a swarm of bugs underneath, which only made Koda scream more. When Present Mike paused, they seized the opportunity to uncover their ears. Koda, hurry up. This is our chance to attack back. Jiro urged. But Koda shook his head, and when Mike yelled again, they covered their ears once more. Jiro had had enough. She uncovered her ears and connected her amp to her shoes, sending a noise wave back at Mike, slowly canceling it out. Koda, you came here to become a hero, right? We have to learn to break through our fears. I learned that from someone who can be pretty reckless sometimes. Koda noticed blood trickling from Jiro's ear due to her battle against mixed noise waves. She's bleeding and it's my fault. I came to UA to become the best hero, so I have to go beyond plus ultra. Koda declared, finally giving orders to the bugs. Listen to me, little bugs. Go attack the man causing this awful noise. Jiro was taken aback. Wait, you can actually talk? Present Mike, still standing at the gate, remarked that the bugs were nowhere near him. However, he soon noticed something emerging from the ground, and before he could react, he was swarmed by bugs, causing him to faint from fear. This allowed Jiro and Koda to reach the gate. The robot announced, Jiro and Koda have passed the exam. RG commented, I still can't believe he let himself be beaten by some bugs. Tenya added, but it was still an incredible plan. After a while, Jiro joined the others and watched the match alongside Toru and Mizo. Match number 8 featured Mizo Shoji and Toru Hagakure against Snipe. The match proved challenging until they devised a plan for Mizo to distract Snipe while Toru, remaining invisible, put the cuffs on him. This clever strategy led both Toru and Mizo to victory. The robot declared, Mizo Shoji and Toru Hagakure have passed the exam. Momo noted, so far, all the matches are over, there are only 2 left. Jiro replied, yeah, and 4 have already failed the exam. Soon, Toru joined them, her excitement palpable. The first thing she did was hug Izuku. Toru, you did it. Yay, she exclaimed. Izuku blushed, taken aback. Deku, you're hugging me. Yeah, what's the problem? Are you saying you don't want to hug me? She asked playfully. No, it's just that even though you're invisible you're... Well, you know, he stammered, turning red and looking away. This prompted reactions from the other girls. Momo exclaimed, Toru, get off Izuku now. Achiko added, yeah, look how uncomfortable Deku is. Mina chimed in, hey, I'm supposed to tease Midoriya. Jiro said, Toru, have some boundaries. Tsu remained calm, observing the scene unfold. Okay, I'll stop hugging him. You guys are no fun, Toru said, finally releasing Izuku. After the drama settled, it was time for the match featuring Izumi and Siro against Midnight. Match number 9 pitted Hanta-Siro and Izumi D. Midoriya against Midnight. As the match began, Midnight used her quirk to release sleeping gas. Siro quickly employed his tape to launch Izumi away from the area. However, before he could escape, Midnight opened his helmet, allowing him to inhale the gas, which caused him to fall asleep. In a surprising turn of events, Izumi used her Conqueror's Haki to knock out Midnight, shocking Class 1A once again. The robot announced, Izumi D. Midoriya has passed the exam and Hantasiro has failed. Tsu remarked, that was the 9th exam. Jiro added, yeah, now that makes 5 people who failed. Mina said, hey, don't rub it in. Momo noted, but it also means Izuku's match is up. Toru asked, are you going to be alright? Izuku replied, yeah, so don't worry. I'll give it my all. Achiko encouraged him, good luck, Deku. Tenya added, indeed, I hope you pass. As Izuku made his way to the testing area, he couldn't help but reflect on his complicated relationship with Katsumi. Why does Kaken hate me so much? He wondered, recalling their first encounter when they were both young and lost at the playground. Hey, why are you crying? A young Katsumi had asked. Because I'm lost with my sister, and we don't know where we are, Izuku had replied. Then why don't you and your sister hang out with me until your parents come to get you? Any parent would look here, she suggested. So, Izuku and Izumi played with Katsumi until Zeph finally found them. They seemed to get along well, but fate had it that they ended up in the same school. That's when Katsumi discovered Izuku was quirkless. So, you're quirkless, huh? Better stay behind me if you don't want to get hurt, she had teased. At that point, Katsumi began to mock Izuku for being quirkless, coining the nickname Deku. She was a bit mean to him, but then came the incident at the tree over the small river. Hey, follow me, you slowpoke, she called out. Kaken, be careful. Izuku warned. As Katsumi crossed the slippery area, she fell. Kaken! Izuku shouted, jumping in to protect her from the fall. He took the impact himself, blood trickling from his head. Kaken, are you alright? He asked, concerned. But Katsumi didn't respond. Is everything okay, Kaken? He pressed. Katsumi finally got up, her expression shifting to anger. I didn't need your help, Deku, she snapped. With that, she used her quirk to blast him away. Hey Kaken, what was that for? Izuku cried, fear creeping into his voice. The situation escalated when Ace and Izumi came looking for him. Ace called out, hey Izuku, it's time to go home. Izuku, what happened to you? Izumi exclaimed, shocked at the sight of her brother on the ground, blood on his head and blast marks on his clothes. Hey, what the hell are you doing to my little brother? Ace shouted, rushing down with his quirk activated, while Izumi followed closely behind. This isn't what it looks like, Izuku protested. Stop defending her, she's nothing but a bully. Ace retorted. Izuku looked at Ace, desperation in his eyes. But I can't hit her, she's a girl. Zeph said never to hit a girl. Don't buy into that nonsense. I see someone who needs to be put in her place, Ace insisted. Izumi looked at Ace in disbelief. If you do, I'll tell Zeph, and he's already angry enough with you, Izuku warned. Fine, I'll stop, but you're coming with me now. Let go, Izumi, Ace said, dragging Izuku away. As he glanced back at Katsumi, her angry expression seemed to mask something more vulnerable. This moment marked a turning point in their friendship. Standing at the gate, Izuku looked at her one last time. Kaken, I hope we can become friends again, he thought. As the final exams approached, only one team remained, Izuku and Katsumi. They were set to face All Might and anxiously awaited the gate to open. Kaken, we need a plan to escape from All Might, Izuku urged. Shut up. I'm going to beat All Might, no matter what it takes, Katsumi shot back. Kaken, you have to run away. You're not ready, Izuku insisted. This only infuriated Katsumi further, and she attempted to hit Izuku. He instinctively used his haki to protect himself, causing her pain. Don't look down on me, Deku. Just because you're stronger doesn't make you better, she yelled. It's not about that, All Might is on a completely different level, Izuku replied. It doesn't matter. I'm going to win by defeating All Might, you hear me? Katsumi declared defiantly. While they argued, everyone in the observation room noticed their teamwork was faltering. Why does Katsumi always have to fight with Izuku? Momo wondered aloud. Katsumi had no right to hit him, Mina added. Seriously, they have no teamwork. It's like Mr. Aizawa wanted them to fail, Jiro remarked. Do you think Deku will be alright? Achiko asked, concern etched on her face. It's hard to say, but he needs to figure out how to work with Bakugo, Tenya replied. Easier said than done, Tsu noted. Yeah, no kidding, Toru agreed. Meanwhile, Izuku and Katsumi continued to argue as All Might prepared to unleash a smash. Kaken, if you do this, you're going to fail the exam. Izuku warned. I said shut up, Izuku. I'm going to win. Katsumi shouted back, her determination unwavering. Would you stop yelling? This is why we can't have a real conversation. Izuku pleaded, frustration evident in his voice. Suddenly, a blast of air shot toward them, and Izuku instinctively grabbed Katsumi, using his haki to dodge the blast that obliterated nearby buildings. Damn it, he's not holding back, and the weight isn't doing anything to All Might. Izuku exclaimed. Just then, they heard All Might's booming voice. Who cares if I destroy a few buildings? I'm a villain, so you better be prepared, heroes. Katsumi looked on, her eyes wide with apprehension. He's so intimidating. I don't care. Kaken, run now. Izuku urged, his voice urgent. Katsumi shook her head defiantly. No way, I'm backing down. Nothing will stop me. All Might smirked, clearly enjoying the challenge. Is that so? Then come at me, hero. Without hesitation, Katsumi charged at All Might, determination fueling her every move. I'm going to give it my all Might. Take this stun grenade. A blinding flash enveloped the area as Katsumi launched herself into the air, preparing to attack from above. However, All Might caught her by the face, his grip unyielding. I'm sorry, young Bakugo, but that won't work on me that easily. Katsumi shouted defiantly, I don't care. I'm going to beat you no matter what. She aimed her hand at All Might and fired an explosion at his face, but it barely left a mark. All Might observed her tenacity with a hint of amusement. Most people would focus on getting free from my grip, but young Bakugo is so fixated on defeating me that she hasn't even tried. Just as he was about to slam her to the ground, Izuku activated second gear with armament haki and punched All Might in the side of the face, sending him flying. He quickly grabbed Katsumi and ran, but she struck him in the eyes, causing him to drop her. What do you think you're doing, Deku? I said I was going to beat All Might, got it? Katsumi yelled. And I'm saying if you do that, we'll fail the exam. Izuku replied, urgency creeping into his tone. They both turned to see All Might charging at them. Kakin, move. Izuku pushed Katsumi aside just as All Might struck him in the gut, knocking him out of second gear. Don't think I forgot about you, All Might said, grabbing Katsumi's head and slamming her to the ground. Kakin! Izuku shouted, charging at All Might to help her. But before he could reach her, All Might let her go and disappeared. Suddenly, they heard All Might's voice from above. Looking for me? All Might descended toward Izuku, using a broken railing to pin him to the ground. Now you can't run away. I'll deal with young Bakugo. As Katsumi slowly got up, she muttered, in it, I can't believe I let that guy save me again. Goddamn in it. All Might continued, it bothers you, doesn't it? How much young Midoriya has improved. Think of it like a video game. Some characters have incredible skills that help you through, but when your character lacks those skills, it makes things harder. Your knowledge and experience make you stronger. Does that make sense? Will you finally work with Midoriya to salvage this exam? Katsumi replied defiantly, I'd rather lose than. Let that guy help me again. Then good night, hero, All Might said, preparing to knock Katsumi unconscious. But before he could, Izuku got up, activated second gear again, and grabbed Katsumi. Don't you dare say that, Kakin. Before All Might could strike, Izuku dashed into an alleyway, carrying Katsumi. Let go of me, Deku, she protested. Katsumi hit Izuku again, forcing him to release her. He decided to turn off second gear to conserve stamina. I didn't need your help, she insisted, her voice firm. If I hadn't done that, All Might would have knocked you out, Izuku replied, trying to reason with her. I never asked for your help. Katsumi shot back. I can't just stand by and watch you get hurt, Izuku said, his concern evident. Stop trying to protect me. I never asked for it. I'd rather lose than get your help, she retorted. Without a word, Izuku punched the wall behind her with armament hockey, causing it to break. Never say that you'd rather lose. That's not the Kakin I knew growing up. I looked up to you because you had the courage to do things I never could. You're incredible, Kakin, so never say that again. Please, let's work together. Katsumi could only grunt, her mind drifting back to the day she, Izuku, and Izumi met in the playground. She had planned to meet her friends, but when they got into trouble, she decided to play with the twins instead. One of them, a green-haired boy, was crying. Hey kid, why are you crying? She asked. Because I'm lost and don't know where we are, he replied, his voice trembling. Why don't you two come play with me until your parents find you? I'm Katsumi Bakugo, she offered. Oh, I'm Izuki Midoriya, he stammered. My name is Izumi de Midoriya, the other twin added. The four kids played together until Katsumi decided to show them her quirk. Hey Midoriyas, look at this. Tiny explosions erupted from her palms. Whoa, Kakin, you're incredible. Izuku exclaimed, his eyes wide with admiration. That's a nice quirk, Izumi added, impressed. Yeah, I know. Wait, did you call me Kakin? Katsumi asked, a hint of surprise in her voice. Because I think it suits you, Izuku replied with a smile. How come? She inquired, curious. Because I think it's cute, just like you, he said, his sincerity making her blush. Izumi shook her head at her brother's obliviousness, causing Katsumi to look away, flustered. Shut up, you idiot, she muttered, while Izumi laughed at her best friend's reaction. Huh, Izuku said, unaware of the effect he had on her. Just then they heard Zeph's voice. So that's where you've been, you little brats. Hurry up, we still have to fix up the baratai, Zeph called out. We're coming, Zeph. Sorry, Kakin, I hope we can play again soon, Izuku said as he and Izumi ran to Zeph. The next time they met was at the start of a new school year when Katsumi learned that Izuku was quirkless. So you're Midoriya. I guess I'll have to protect you with your sister's help, she said, her tone teasing yet serious. You really mean that, Kakin? Thank you, Izuku replied, his gratitude making her blush. Katsumi thought to herself, what the heck? Why do I like it so much when he looks and smiles at me like that? It makes my heart race. Finally, it was the day of the log incident. Hey Deku, hurry up, she called out. Kakin, be careful. You could fall, Izuku warned. Don't worry, I'm fine, she replied confidently. But then she slipped on the log, causing her to fall. Izuku rushed after her and caught her, taking most of the impact. Katsumi was speechless. He's bleeding, she realized, panic rising in her chest. Kakin, are you alright? Izuku asked, concern etched on his face. Why are you asking me that? You're the one who's hurt, she exclaimed, her voice rising. Katsumi got up, brushing herself off. Good, you're alright. I was so worried that you got hurt. How can I become a hero if I couldn't save you? Izuku said, his voice filled with determination. Both Izuku and Katsumi imagined a terrifying scenario where Izuku was fighting a villain and getting hurt. You can't be a hero if you bleed so easily. I won't let you, no matter what happens, Katsumi declared, her resolve firm. Just then, Izumi arrived and saw the aftermath of the incident. As he dragged Izuku away, Katsumi was filled with dread. Please, I don't want you to die, she whispered, her heart racing. In that moment, Katsumi finally came back to reality. Katsumi crossed her arms, a stubborn look on her face. Fine, I'll work with you, but I won't like it. Izuku smiled, relief washing over him. Thank you, Kakin. I think I have a plan that will help us win. Meanwhile, All Might was still searching for them, his brow furrowed in concern. Where could they be? He muttered to himself. Just then, Izuku emerged from an alleyway, floating in the air. I've had enough, Kakin. I'm not going to hold back anymore, he declared, determination shining in his eyes. You took the words right out of my mouth, Katsumi replied, her voice fierce. Now die, Deku. With that, she launched herself at him, ready to attack. All Might, witnessing the unfolding scene, raised an eyebrow. Wait, is young Midoriya actually going to fight young Bakugo? He wondered aloud, confusion evident in his tone. In the observation room, the spectators exchanged bewildered glances. Tenya exclaimed, wait, I thought Midoriya said he would never hit a woman. Jiro added, yeah, I'm glad he's taking our advice, but this is the worst time to do it. Mina shook her head. This isn't good, they're going to fail if this keeps up. Izumi, watching intently, remarked, this is Izuku and Katsumi's plan to beat All Might. As Izuku kicked, Katsumi swiftly adjusted her position to avoid the hit, landing on his leg. All Might, get ready for this. Izuku shouted, channeling his energy. Armée de l'air power shoot. With armament hockey enveloping his leg, he launched Katsumi with all his strength toward All Might. Don't think it's just that. Katsumi called out as she neared All Might. Aiming her gauntlet at him, she pulled the pin, triggering a massive explosion. All Might, momentarily taken aback, realized they used the information they know about young Midoriya, how he vowed never to hit women. The stunt they pulled caught me off guard. He was blasted by the explosion, but as the smoke cleared he spotted Izuku right in front of him, holding the other gauntlet that belonged to Katsumi. I'm sorry, but take this, Izuku said, pulling the pin. The explosion that followed caused even more damage due to its proximity, pushing All Might back. Amidst the chaos, Izuku and Katsumi began to run away. Kaken, why didn't you tell me how much recoil this has? It nearly broke my arm if I didn't use armament hockey to protect it, Izuku complained, wincing. Shut up. At least we got him with those 2 blasts, that should slow him down, Katsumi retorted. Meanwhile, everyone in the observation room was impressed by the display. Momo exclaimed, incredible. Not only did they hit All Might, but they were able to trick him. Yeah, and they're starting to act like a team, Mina added, her excitement palpable. However, their brief victory was short-lived. As Izuku and Katsumi approached the gate, All Might suddenly appeared beside them. I have to say, I'm proud to see you actually work together, but I won't let you escape, he declared. Before they could react, All Might destroyed the gauntlets and kneed Katsumi in the jaw. Kaken! Izuku shouted in alarm. Izuku attempted to kick All Might, but the hero easily caught his leg. At the same time, Katsumi charged at All Might, only for him to use Izuku to body slam her. It seems that you both have improved since the start of the year, but not enough to win, All Might stated, his voice steady. Shut up. This isn't over yet, Katsumi shot back, turning her hand toward All Might and firing a giant explosion that forced him to release Izuku. Alright, get out of here, Izuku now, she urged. I'm not leaving you, Kaken. Izuku protested. You don't have a choice. Katsumi insisted, grabbing him by the collar of his suit and blasting him toward the exit. All Might, however, was quick to react, launching himself at Izuku and striking him, altering his trajectory. Holy see, I think he almost broke my back, Izuku groaned as he struggled to get back up. Just then, Katsumi approached All Might with a determined grin. Your fight is with me, All Might. I'm the one who will take you down, she declared, firing more giant explosions at him. The strain on her arm was evident as she fought through the pain. Izuku was almost at the exit when All Might caught Katsumi and pinned her to the ground. I have to say, you've done excellently, but you can't win, All Might said, his tone firm. No, you're wrong. I will defeat you and become the next #1 hero, you hear me? Katsumi shouted, her determination unwavering. Watching her, Izuku felt a surge of motivation and activated second gear once more. You're saying this as if you're alone in all this, All Might replied, but before he could react, Izuku landed a kick straight to All Might's face, causing him to release Katsumi. I'm sorry, Kaken, I couldn't leave you behind, Izuku said, grabbing her and starting to run toward the exit. All Might was about to pursue them but hesitated as his time in his buff form was running out. Not bad, you two did a good job. And young Midoriya, I have to admit that did hurt, All Might said, rubbing his jaw. After the exhausting exam, it finally came to an end when Izuku carried Katsumi through the gate. The robot announced, Team Izuku D, Midoriya and Katsumi Bakugo have passed the exam. This marked the conclusion of all exams, and everyone experienced a mix of defeat and victory, learning to solve their own problems. Izuku waited for Katsumi in the nurse's office. All Might, you reckless idiot. You could have broken this boy's back if it wasn't for the power he has, Recovery Girl scolded. I'm sorry about that. I was in a rush and didn't have time to adjust my strength, All Might replied apologetically. Okay, I'll let this one slide, but if you or the boy do something irresponsible, you'll hear from me, got it? Recovery Girl warned. Yes, ma'am, All Might responded. For now, let's let these two rest. I think they've earned it, she added. Katsumi woke up and saw Izuku looking at her. Izuku, I need to tell you something, she said, her voice trembling slightly. Sure, go ahead, Katsumi, he encouraged. Katsumi took a deep breath. Izuku, I'm truly sorry for all the bullying I put you through over the years. I was so worried that if you fought against a villain, you might get hurt because I wasn't strong enough to protect you. Would you ever forget me? Tears streamed down her face, revealing her regret. Izuku was taken aback by her confession. After a moment of contemplation, he recognized her sincerity. I forgive you, Katsumi, and I think you deserve a reward. He walked over to her and kissed her gently. Katsumi was surprised but quickly returned the kiss. I love you, Izuku, she whispered. I love you too, Katsumi, he replied, a smile spreading across his face. As they celebrated their victory, news broke about a serious incident involving a teacher from Sinnu Private Academy. The report detailed the arrest of Hajime Tanaka, who had used his quirk to harm students. Class 1A and Class 1B were appalled, hoping for justice for the victims. The parents of the victims demanded accountability, highlighting the importance of protecting those in need. I will become the #1 hero and the future symbol of peace, Izuku vowed, determination burning in his eyes. Midoriya and Izumi. Midoriya were resolute in their mission to protect their friends. The news had just broken that Hajime Tanaka, a notorious criminal, was sentenced to death by firing squad for his heinous acts. The students of Class 1A and 1B were taken aback by the severity of the punishment, yet they understood it was necessary for their safety. As the news reporter announced the execution, a wave of relief washed over the students. They gathered at the execution site, where Hajime was bound to a pole. One member of the firing squad asked if he had any last requests. Hajime's response was chilling, laced with arrogance and malice. The squad member expressed his disgust before giving the order to fire. A barrage of bullets ended Hajime's life, bringing a sense of closure to those he had harmed. Izuku reflected on the punishment, feeling it was justified, and suggested they celebrate their newfound freedom. The atmosphere shifted from somber to festive as both hero classes joined together in celebration, grateful for their safety. The following day, excitement filled the air as Class 1A and 1B prepared for a trip to camp. Mina clung to Izuku, pleading to join him. Kaminari, feeling playful, attempted to hit Izuku but missed. Siro encouraged everyone to remain calm, just as Aizawa entered the classroom alongside Miss Midnight and Vlad King, prompting the students to settle down. Aizawa informed the class that despite some failures in the combat portion of the exam, everyone would still attend the training camp. This revelation surprised the students, who were thrilled to learn they would not be separated. Aizawa admitted he had stretched the truth about the exams, but the students were too happy to care. Midnight then announced that Class 1A and 1B would need a vacation before summer camp, prompting Izumi to raise her hand. She suggested a place she had dreamed of visiting since childhood, the Grand Line. The room fell silent, and Izuku's eyes widened in surprise. Ibra asked for clarification, and Izumi explained the Grand Line's significance as a legendary sea route. Excitement spread as Izumi shared her longing to explore the Grand Line and uncover its mysteries. The girls celebrated the idea, and the boys were equally enthusiastic. Midnight confirmed the Grand Line as their destination. As the day came to a close, the students buzzed with anticipation for their upcoming adventures. Ojiro expressed his excitement about the trip, while Mina echoed his enthusiasm. Tenya noted that they would be gone for a week, and Izuku planned to prepare for both trips. Kirishima suggested a weekend shopping trip to gather supplies, and the idea quickly gained traction. With plans set, the students looked forward to their shopping adventure, eager to embark on their journey together. "This is the newest mall, and it has everything," Mina exclaimed. "I should probably get new outdoor shoes," Denki added. "I need some sunscreen," Tur chimed in. "Yeah, I need a new duffel bag to carry all my stuff," Jiro said. "I'll come with you," Momo offered. "Hey, why don't we split up and come back around 3? Kirishima suggested. Everyone agreed and went their separate ways, leaving Izuku standing alone. Soon, someone approached and draped an arm around him. "Hey, you're that quirkless kid from the UA Sports Festival. You won the whole event," Tamura said, a smirk on his face. "Tamura Shigaraki? Nice try to fool me," Izuku replied, narrowing his eyes. "But you already know who I am, don't you, Izumi Midoriya?" Tamura revealed his face to Izuku. "Why don't we sit down and have a chat?" He tightened his grip around Izuku's neck. "Why are you here, Shigaraki?" Izuku demanded. "You could say this is a chance meeting since you and your sister are the children of the once #1 hero in East Blue, Poison Butterfly, Inko D, Midoriya, right?" Izuku's eyes widened at this revelation. "How do you know that?" he asked, anger rising within him. "I have someone who researched your and your sister's history," Tamura replied. "Now that I have you here, I want to ask you a question. What's the difference between me and the hero killer?" "Why would you ask that? Isn't he one of your guys?" Izuku shot back. "Not all, but the news made it look that way. To tell you the truth, that guy annoys me. So, do tell me the difference." "I don't understand you. Your goals are villainous. Unlike you, the hero killer had a purpose, even if it was wrong. He never mindlessly destroyed what he wanted. I understood him because we both looked up to All Might, and unlike you, he never ran away from his mission and stuck to his beliefs." Izuku noticed Tamura's expression change, but he remained calm as Tamura tightened his grip. "Thank you, Midoriya. You've opened my eyes. I now see the problem. Why there are people who thoughtlessly smile without a care in the world. It's All Might's fault. I couldn't thank you enough, but there's another thing I want to ask you." "What is it?" Izuku glared at Tamura. "I want to invite you to join the League of Villains." Izuku was taken aback by Tamura's proposition. "But why would you ask me? I'm trying to become a hero. It's obvious. Don't you remember how they treated you at the sports festival? They mocked and ridiculed you, but we won't. We see the potential in you. You're more than just a quirkless nobody. I won't join. I'm going to become a hero just like All Might and bring you down, you hear me?" Izuku continued to glare at Tamura. "I still don't understand why you and your sister look up to All Might. After all, he is the reason your mother is gone." Izuku knew this was a lie. "Nice try, Shigaraki. You came with your friends, didn't you? Why don't I say hello to them?" Tamura's expression turned menacing. "If you lay a single finger on them, I will stop you," Izuku warned, focusing his energy on Tamura. "And how do I know you're not bluffing?" Tamura challenged. Before Tamura could react, Izuku broke his arm, his hand poised to pierce Tamura's throat, drawing blood. "Because you'd already be dead." But just as Izuku was about to deliver the final blow, he heard two familiar voices. "Deku!" Achiko called out, her voice filled with terror. "Izuku!" Izumi shouted, equally frightened. This made Izuku look at her, and he released his grip. "What were you about to do?" Achiko asked, concern etched on her face. At that moment, Tamura began to back away. "It was a good chat, Midoriya, but I have to go now. Next time, you will join the League of Villains." "Shigaraki, you need to understand Izuku will be a hero and never a villain like you," Izumi declared defiantly. Furious at Izumi's statement, Tamura left. Afterward, Izumi informed Achiko that the man they had just encountered was Tamura Shigaraki. They quickly alerted the mall authorities, who closed the establishment and called the police, leaving Izuku to be questioned until nightfall. "You're brave for staying calm," Tsukachi remarked. "I feel like I should have done things differently," Izuku admitted. "Nonsense. You did everything right because there weren't any casualties," Tsukachi reassured him. "Did I do everything right?" Izuku asked, uncertainty creeping into his voice. "All right then, you've told us everything. You can go home now, Tsukachi concluded. As Izuku opened the door, he was met by All Might, who appeared around the corner. Young Midoriya, I'm glad that you're okay, All Might said, relief evident in his voice. Thanks, All Might. I'm glad you came to see me, Izuku replied. Tsukachi then stepped forward, informing them, Midoriya, I have an officer ready to take you home with your sister. Izuku and Izumi climbed into the car, and Tsukachi drove them home. The following day, Izumi reached out to Iruma, inviting him to meet at Dagoba Beach. It was her class's vacation for the entire month of May as they prepared to enter the Grand Line. Are you guys ready to enter the Grand Line? Izumi asked eagerly. Yes, we're ready for the Grand Line, came the enthusiastic response from Class 1A and Class 1B. That's good everyone, Midnight chimed in. You can relax now, Aizawa added. No fighting, Vlad King warned. Suddenly, a voice rang out, Izuku, Izumi. Everyone from classes 1A and 1B, along with the teachers, turned to see a figure wearing a straw hat, a red shirt, and blue jeans leap down in front of them. He rushed forward and hugged Izuku and Izumi tightly, tears streaming down his face. It's been so long since we last saw each other, Iruma exclaimed. Izuku and Izumi embraced him back, their own eyes glistening with tears. The rest of the group watched in shock. Ready to go now, Izuku and Izumi? Iruma asked, his excitement palpable. The twins nodded eagerly. Let's go, they shouted in unison, brimming with anticipation for their next adventure. After their encounter with Shigaraki, the heroes were thrilled to be heading to the Grand Line, unaware that this would mark the beginning of an incredible journey. I will become the #1 hero and the future symbol of peace, Izuku declared passionately. As they gathered, Izuku, Izumi, and Iruma shared a warm hug, while their classmates and teachers observed, curious about the new dynamics unfolding before them. Who is he, and how do Izuku and Izumi know him? They wondered. Izuku turned to Iruma, asking, how's life in Babel's? It's good. Plus, my devil fruit is going well with hockey, and I have a girlfriend. Iruma replied, beaming with pride. Izuku and Izumi were taken aback, falling to the ground in surprise before quickly getting back up. You have a girlfriend? Izuku exclaimed. How? Izumi added, equally shocked. I'll tell you once we go inside the Going Merry to introduce you to my crew, Iruma promised. Just then, a voice called out, Iruma. Iruma turned pale as someone jumped off the ship and playfully hit him on the head, causing a cloud of dust to rise. As it cleared, a taller girl appeared. I'm sorry, Ameri, Iruma said sheepishly. Who is this? Izuku asked, intrigued. This is my girlfriend, Ameri Azazel, Iruma introduced proudly. Izuku and Izumi's eyes widened in surprise. I am Ameri Azazel, student president of the Babel School Council. My quirk is enhanced strength, she explained. Izuku extended his hand. Nice to meet you, Ameri. How do you know our childhood friend? At the beginning, he was in the Misfits class and often got into trouble with his homeroom teacher, Ameri recalled with a smile. Wow, Iruma, I didn't know you were a troublemaker. Izuku laughed. I'd rather not talk about that, Iruma replied, slightly embarrassed. When did you fall in love with Iruma? Izuku asked curiously. He helped me find confidence in myself and win re-election for student council president, Ameri said proudly. Izuku nodded, happy for his friend. Just then Anna, another friend, interrupted, her face flushed. As she spotted Izuku. OMG, it's him from the sports festival, she exclaimed. Rina and Megumi, also friends, joined Anna, blushing as they approached Izuku. What's all the noise about? Rina asked before stopping in her tracks, captivated by Izuku. The three girls rushed forward and tackled him to the ground, leaving everyone else in shock. Who are these girls? The students of Class 1A and 1B wondered, feeling a mix of jealousy and confusion. Anna introduced herself. I'm Anna Komiya, and this is my sister Rina and our cousin Megumi. We're all quirkless, but we'd love to date you. Izuku thought for a moment before responding, sure, no problem. The three girls jumped for joy, while Ameri and Iruma shook their heads in disbelief. I'm so sorry guys. These girls are Ameri's childhood friends, Iruma explained. Class 1A and 1B nodded in understanding. Aizawa, observing the commotion, asked, why are they hugging my student? They've had a crush on him since he and the girl in white and red fought against each other, Iruma replied. Just then, Mike introduced himself as the vice captain of the Straw Hats, followed by Marui, the crew's navigator. We need to get moving. Marui called out to her crew. As they prepared to set sail, Iruma and the others watched the news, while Izumi and Aizawa took a moment to rest. Wow, you're impressive, Iruma remarked to Marui. Of course. Now get down, will you? She replied. No way. You're not taking my spot. Iruma insisted. Marui, studying the charts, said, the entrance to the Grand Line is up a mountain. Class 1A and 1B gasped in unison. A mountain? Marui reassured them, don't worry, there's a canal here. Momo asked, a canal? The adventure was just beginning, and they were ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Don't be ridiculous. A ship can't sail up a mountain, Alice exclaimed. Well, that's what the map says, Izuku replied. Listen, guys, Marui's right when it comes to charts and navigation, Izuku continued. But you stole that map from Buggy. Can we trust it? Mike questioned. We're climbing a mountain in a ship? Yippee! Iruma cheered, only to be playfully hit on the head by his girlfriend, Ameri. Stop joking around, Iruma. Please take this seriously, Ameri urged. Sorry, babe. Iruma said, leaning in to kiss her. Denki and Mina chimed in, must be Mystery Mountain. Aizawa asked, why do we have to go through an entrance, anyway? Can't we just sail south and go in from anywhere? No way. There's a good reason for it, Marui insisted. Denki added, it'd feel all wrong if we didn't go through the entrance. He was promptly hit in the head by his future love interest, Brittany. That's not it, she corrected. Hey, how weird, the storm's gone all of a sudden, Mina noted. Yeah, it's calm, Yui agreed. That's spooky. Reiko remarked. What? That's impossible. We're supposed to ride the storm right up to the entrance. Marui exclaimed. The weather's appealing. Jiro observed. What's going on? Monoma asked, confusion etched on his face. Clara laughed, and Marui was in shock at this revelation. Oh no, we're in the calm belt, he shouted. The calm belt? Izuku asked, bewildered. Calm belt? Midnight echoed. What's that? Izumi inquired. The storm is still raging over there, but there's not even a breeze here, Marui explained. I need all boys and girls to help with this ship. Cut the small talk. Lower the sail and start rowing. We've got to get back to that storm. Why are you so worked up, bro? Don't you know this is a sail ship? Denki questioned. Why do we have to get to the storm? Siro asked. Just do what I tell you. Marui yelled at the two. Aizawa intervened. Follow the navigator's orders. He stepped forward to help his students. But the weather's great, Mike pointed out. Fine, I'll explain it to you while we drift south, just like I said a moment ago, Marui replied, her tone firm. So, does that mean we've entered the Grand Line? Mike asked, curiosity evident in his voice. If it were that easy, anyone could do it. Marui retorted, her frustration rising. She gestured to the surrounding waters. The Grand Line is sandwiched between two other seas. She pointed out the three seas, the calm belt, the Grand Line, and the calm belt again. These are the calm belts where no winds blow. So what? So there's no wind, Mike said, but his thoughts were interrupted by a sudden noise. Hey, what was that? An earthquake. Alice exclaimed, her eyes wide with alarm. We're at sea, you fool. Marui shot back, exasperated. Class 1A, 1B and their teachers, including Izuku, Izumi, Rina, Anna, and Megumi, shouted in shock. What is this? It's a nest of Neptunians. Marui warned. Now listen. When these guys go under again, we row like mad. The boys nodded in agreement. Got it. Just then, the monster was about to sneeze, causing the ship to lurch. Rip! A giant frog croaked. A giant frog. Tsuyu exclaimed, her voice rising in panic. Don't get thrown overboard. Sean shouted, trying to maintain order. Jake fell. Iruma cried, stretching his arm to reach Jake. Whoa! Tsuyu gasped as thunder rumbled ominously in the distance. Thank goodness it's just a typhoon we have to deal with, Pony said, relief flooding her voice. Now do you see why we have to use the entrance? Marui asked, her tone a mix of urgency and determination. Yeah, I get it, Mike replied, finally understanding. That's it. Marui said, her excitement growing. The sea currents. If powerful currents from all four seas converge at that mountain, the waters would rush up the side through the canals, collide at the top, and flow out into the Grand Line. Reverse Mountain is a winter island, Marui explained. When the sea currents collide with it, the upper waters are forced back under. If a ship misses the canal, it breaks up and gets swallowed by the sea. Get it? Ha. In other words, it's Mystery Mountain, Denki laughed, his voice lightening the mood. No way. Jiro sighed, only to be hit on the head by Brittany again. I guess you wouldn't understand, Denki, Marui said with a sigh, shaking her head. I've never heard of anyone sailing over a mountain before, Mike admitted, his brow furrowing in thought. I think I have, Alice chimed in. About Mystery Mountain? Mike asked, intrigued. No, about the Grand Line, Alice clarified. I heard you've got to be half dead before you enter it. I knew it wouldn't be that easy. The UA students listened intently, shocked by her statement. There's the Mystery Mountain. Denki pointed out, excitement creeping into his voice. Wait, what's that shadow behind it? Siro asked, squinting into the distance. Whoa, Jiro said, his eyes widening. It's huge. Achiko exclaimed, her voice filled with awe. Izumi was talking to her friends about the Grand Line. That's the Red Line. The summit is lost in the clouds, Toru noted, her gaze fixed on the horizon. We're being eaten. Steer carefully. Iruma shouted, panic rising in his voice. Leave it to us, Captain. Jake and Alice said in unison, determination in their eyes. Aizawa, looking through binoculars, said, I don't believe it. Wow. Momo and Ibra said in awe, their eyes wide. It's true. Izuku exclaimed, a sense of wonder in his voice. It's the entrance to the canal. Midnight added, her excitement palpable. It's rushing up the mountain, Vlad King noted, his voice steady. We're a little off. More to the right. Right. Hiruma directed, urgency in his tone. Right? Means starboard. Jake corrected, trying to keep the crew focused. Here we go. Alice shouted as the starboard snapped off, widening everyone's eyes in shock. The WHP staff. Marui yelled, panic creeping into her voice. We're gonna crash. Anna cried, fear evident in her expression. I am too young to die. I don't get to have a baby with Izuku. Rina shouted, causing everyone to look at her in confusion. Next time, be quiet, cousin, Megumi advised, her tone exasperated. Ruma, grab my hand. Izuku called out, reaching for his friend. Iruma stretched his hand to grab Izuku's, determination on his face. We're in. Liz cheered, her voice cutting through the chaos. The UA students dropped to their knees, recovering from the craziness. Yikes. Tenya exclaimed, his eyes darting around. Now we just slide down. Itsuka said, a hint of excitement in her voice. Oh, Kirishima added, his eyes wide with anticipation. Wow. Izumi exclaimed. I see it. The Grand Line. She yelled, and her classmates and teachers were amazed by the sight. Izuku declared, I will become the #1 hero and the future symbol of peace. As they entered the Grand Line with Iruma's crew, Izuku exclaimed, this is the world's greatest ocean. Izumi cheered, let's go. Momo asked, what was that? Jiro inquired, did you hear something? Hiruma's friend Liz responded, who cares? Let's go. Tsuyu said, I want to see if the rumor Izumi mentioned is true. Marui speculated, maybe it's the wind. There are probably lots of unusual rock formations around here. Jake pointed out, hey, what's that? Alice exclaimed, Marui. I see a mountain up ahead. Marui replied, a mountain? That's not right. It should be open sea once we pass the Twin Capes. Mina corrected, it's no mountain. Ibra shouted, it's a whale. Awais remarked, I've seen a lot of weird things in my life. Kaibara added, this is by far the weirdest thing I've seen. Kendo agreed, I have to agree. Toru asked, what'll we do? Katsumi and Tagaru suggested, should we fight it? Marui exclaimed, are you nuts? We can't fight a monster like that. Nina pointed out, but it's blocking our way. Alice noted, up close, it's like a wall. Mike warned, but we're headed right for it. Tenya shouted, there's an opening to the left. Nina yelled, hard to port. Jake exclaimed, the WHP staff's broken. Mike urged, do something. I'll help you. Iruma said, hey guys, I've got an idea. Marui and Ameri asked, what are you going to do, Iruma? Jake shouted, hard to port. Hard to port. As Mike, Jake, and Alice struggled with the broken WHP staff, Ameri cried, it's no good. We're not turning. Suddenly, a cannonball was shot from the cannon. Alice and the others shouted, the cannon. Iruma asked, well, has the ship stopped? Class 1A, 1B, and the UA teachers were shocked by the stunt. Marui worried, this is bad. Am I dead? Iruma yelled, my special seat. The whale opened its eyes and stared at the group on the Going Merry. Mike stammered. Pony urged, let's get out of here while we can. Sean exclaimed, what the heck? Didn't it even notice the cannon? Jake wondered, or is it just slow? Marui said, who knows? But now's our chance. Achiko and Alice complained, oh to be, my ears. Marui shouted, well, just row. She looked at Iruma, who was furious at the whale. Iruma shouted, listen you big whale. That was my special seat. He used his devil fruit to punch the whale in the eye. Ameri exclaimed, Iruma, what did you do to it? The group shouted, you idiot. Kinoko warned, it's looking at us. Iruma yelled, come on, darn you. Izuku, Mike, and Jake kicked Iruma, telling him to, shut up, fool. The whale opened its mouth, sending the Going Merry flying. Class 1A, 1B, and the UA teachers screamed, Iruma. Iruma yelled, H. Kurwaro said, welcome darkness, my old friend. Juroda shouted, come on, it's not the time for that. Tenya urged, we have to show UA that we are the best students. Iruma panicked, I'm gonna fall in. Hanging over the whale's mouth, he shouted, I'm not gonna die. The whale closed its mouth and Iruma gasped, huff, huff, what do I do? He was shocked to find his friends, including Izuku and Izumi, were inside the whale. Iruma shouted in frustration, demanding the whale to return his friends. He struck the creature on the head, feeling a surge of determination. Oh, it's going to dive, he exclaimed, realizing the danger they were in. Hey, stop. Just a darn minute. Give me back my friends. We're all going on an adventure. I need them, he declared, scanning the area for any signs of escape. His eyes landed on a hatch and he wondered aloud, huh? That hatch. As the whale plunged back into the depths, the heroes found themselves in a precarious situation. Mike turned to the group, asking, what do I think? Alice replied, her voice tinged with uncertainty, I don't know what to think. Izuku chimed in, I was sure that whale swallowed us. Yui questioned, is this a dream? Reiko added, this is spooky. Marui stated, yeah, it's got to be a dream. Anna looked around, bewildered. What's going on? Rina exclaimed, what the hell? Megumi asked, where are we? Izuku explained, we are inside the large whale's mouth. Anna nodded, relieved. Izuku got us out of here. But Izuku shook his head. I can't. Rina yelled in frustration, why? Izumi stated matter-of-factly, there is no exit from here. Kozai pointed out, but what about that house on the island? Aizawa suggested, probably a hallucination. Suddenly, a large squid emerged in front of the Going Merry. Jozu asked, what's that? Marui and Jake yelled in unison, a Neptunian squid. In a flurry of action, the squid was defeated in 3 swift shots. Mike observed, it looks like somebody lives here. Alice hoped aloud, I hope they're human. Jake asked, hey, where's Iruma? Marui lamented, I hate this, I want to go home. Vlad King wondered, what killed the squid? Midnight speculated, it must be something that shot the squid. Just then, Iruma appeared, bewildered. Hey, what is this? What's all this stuff doing inside a whale? Jake suggested, should we fire the cannon at the island? Izuku cautioned, hold on. A figure emerged from the shadows, and Izuku's group, along with their teachers, found themselves in the Grand Line, blocked by the massive whale that had swallowed them whole. They stood on an island resembling a lighthouse, where Iruma encountered 2 dubious characters. Izuku declared with conviction, I will become the #1 hero and the future symbol of peace. As they surveyed their surroundings, Alice pointed excitedly at a man adorned with a flower on his head. It's a flower, she yelled. Mike echoed her enthusiasm, a flower. Izuku corrected them, no, it's a man. Jake asked, a man? Izuku, Alice, and Izumi exclaimed in unison, he took down that Neptunian squid like it was nothing. Marui and Achiko pondered, did he mean to save us, or was he just fishing? The Straw Hats, along with Izuku and his classmates, stared at the man expectantly. Are you going to say anything? They yelled in unison. Jake challenged him, you looking for a fight? We'll take you on. Liz added, we've got a cannon. A mysterious voice replied ominously, forget it, someone is going to die. Alice retorted defiantly, oh yeah? Who would that be? The voice answered, that would be me, locking eyes with Alice. Listen, she shouted back, her anger flaring. Mike placed a calming hand on her shoulder. Now don't get all steamed up, he said. Who are you, mister? And where the heck are we? Alice added. He thinks he can make a fool of me. The man responded coolly, isn't proper etiquette to introduce yourself before you start asking questions? Mike apologized, sorry about that. My name is Crocus, the man said, introducing himself. I'm the keeper of the Twin Capes Lighthouse. I'm 71 years old, a Gemini, and my blood type is AB. I'm gonna chop him up. Mike exclaimed, his frustration boiling over. Alice, returning the favor Mike had done for her, urged, calm down. Crocus continued, you want to know where this is? How dare you invade my personal resort and order me around like a bunch of big shots? Where do you think you are? In the belly of a whale. Jake gasped, realization dawning on him. Then that whale really swallowed us. Marui asked, what's going to happen to us? The girls from class 1A and 1B, along with Midnight, expressed their fears in unison. I don't want to be digested. While Izuku attempted to calm them, Midnight and the girls shot him a death glare, their anxiety palpable. Crocus pointed toward the main door. The exit's over there. Everyone exclaimed in unison, you mean we can get out? Momo questioned, why does the whale have an exit in its stomach, and why is there a door in the sky? Aizawa instructed, hold on, take a good look at the sky and the clouds. Vlad King observed, they're painted. Jake exclaimed, they're pictures painted on the inside of the whale's stomach. Crocus explained, it's a hobby of mine. Mike urged, forget him. There's the exit. Let's get out of here. Suddenly, a commotion erupted. Crocus warned, there he goes. Marui pointed out, look, it's not an island, it's a ship made of metal. Crocus clarified, then this isn't water, it's stomach acid. If we stay too long, my ship and yours will dissolve. Jake shouted, there goes the old man. Mina asked, what's happening? Crocus replied, this whale is ramming the red lines with its head. The group gasped collectively, what? Marui recalled, oh yeah, I saw those terrible scars. She added, and there was something mournful about its cries. Jake asked, huh? What do you mean, Marui? Marui explained, the whale is suffering. Jake realized, so that's what the old man's up to. Marui warned, he's going to kill the whale from the inside. Crocus said, let's see. Jake remarked, what a nasty way to end it. Mike insisted, once we know the answer to this mystery, we better go. Nina and Clara agreed, we'll lose our ship if we stay too long. Alice stated, well, I don't want to start a whaling debate, but I feel no obligation to save this whale. Denki urged, let's get out of here. Meanwhile, the whale continued to ram its head against the red line. At Iruma's location, he exclaimed, what was that? What's going on? Suddenly, he cried out, eh. A voice said, well, we've made it this far undetected, Ms. Wednesday. The stomach is just on the other side of this door. Another voice added, the old man is probably there. Ms. Wednesday declared, we have to finish him. Mr. Nine stated, if we want to take this whale. Ms. Wednesday affirmed, right, Mr. Nine, and our village needs this animal desperately. Iruma groaned, whoa, I'm getting sick. He crashed face first into the metal wall and then onto the floor. Now what? He wondered aloud. Looking around, Iruma remarked, is it a river? It looks like a canal. He noticed the tilting of the space around him. Whoa, it's tilting. Amari shouted, hey, with all this sloshing going on, we can't reach the exit. Izumi warned, if we don't get out of here, we could all be killed, including Iruma. Izuku said, I don't think he's here in the stomach, I saw him get tossed out of the whale's mouth. Jake pointed out, hey, the old man jumped in. Aizawa asked, what's he doing? Midnight exclaimed, he'll be dissolved. As Crocus swam deeper, he encountered skulls, swords, treasure chests, and a ship. Jake urged, he's heading for the exit. We'd better get out of here too before the whale gets any crazier. Alice exclaimed, whoa. Mike rallied the group, our chance is now. Come on. Mr. Nine turned to Ms. Wednesday with a grin. Okay, Ms. Wednesday will open it on 3, 2, 1 baby. Be ready to fight. Ms. Wednesday nodded in agreement. Roger, mister. Let's do it. As chaos erupted, Iruma shouted in panic, Aya, I can't stop. Help, while he ran frantically. What's that, Mr. Nine? Ms. Wednesday asked, her brow furrowing in concern. I don't know, Ms. Wednesday, he replied, his voice rising in alarm. Iruma. Izuku, Izumi, and the Straw Hat crew shouted in unison, their voices echoing through the air. This isn't good, Ms. Wednesday. That's a sea of stomach acid under us. Mr. Nine exclaimed, his eyes wide with fear. No-oh. Ms. Wednesday cried out, her voice filled with dread. Hey, Mike, are you guys okay? Iruma called out, desperation creeping into his tone. I, Iruma? Mike responded, sweat trickling down his face. Then save me. Iruma pleaded as Ms. Wednesday and Mr. Nine plunged into the water. Who are those strangers with Iruma? Marui wondered aloud. Hey, the old man's getting away. Jake shouted, pointing. Forget him. We've got to save Iruma, Mike insisted, determination in his voice. Crocus, resolute, thought to himself, stop it, Laboon. Stop hurting yourself. He injected a tranquilizer into Laboon's skin, hoping to calm the distressed whale. That rock wall separates the world seas. You couldn't break it if you pounded until your head turned to mush, Laboon, Crocus said, his voice steady. The whale calmed down, Marui noted, relief washing over him. Well? Izawa asked, his gaze fixed on the unfolding scene. Who are you guys? Vlad King inquired, eyeing the newcomers warily. Mr. Nine, these people are heroes and heroes in training from UA, Ms. Wednesday explained, her tone firm. I know, Ms. Wednesday, but surely they'll understand if I explain the situation to them, Mr. Nine replied, his voice wavering. As long as I live, you never harm Laboon. Crocus shouted, his passion igniting the air. Who is the old man? Iruma asked, confusion etched on his face. Ha ha ha, Ms. Wednesday chuckled, a sinister edge to her laughter. But we're already in his stomach. Mr. Nine exclaimed, panic rising. There's nothing to stop us from blasting a hole right through his side. They both yelled, their voices filled with menace. You can't stop us from wailing. You no good bullies. Crocus shouted as he began to run. Suddenly, they fired a rock launcher-like weapon at Crocus, sending him flying, while Class 1A and 1B prepared to use their quirks to fight the villains. Izawa activated his capture scarf, and Vlad King and Midnight joined the fray, with Izumi powering up her ki. That old man took the blasts for the whale. Jake exclaimed, astonished. Then was he protecting the whale? Marui asked, his eyes wide. Haha, your efforts are for nothing. You can't stop us. This whale's going to be food for our village. Ms. Wednesday and Mr. Nine laughed, their voices dripping with malice. Why is the old man? Jake questioned, his confusion deepening. What's going on? Marui added, glancing around. In a swift motion, Iruma punched Ms. Wednesday while Izuku kicked Mr. Nine in the head, knocking them both out cold. They had it coming. Iruma and Izuku declared in unison. Laboon is an island whale, a species that lives only in the West Blue, Crocus explained. They're the biggest whales in the world. The hero students and UA teachers absorbed this new information, their eyes widening in surprise. Those creeps are from a nearby village, Crocus continued. They're after Laboon's whale meat. They could feed their whole village for 2 or 3 years on his flesh. But I won't let them do it. He paused, his expression somber. There's a reason he keeps pounding against the red line and crying toward Reverse Mountain. Crocus shared the story of Laboon's past. They had been sailing the West Blue together. Their voyage was going to be fraught with danger, so they left Laboon behind, or so they thought. Normally, island whales travel with their pods, but for Laboon, these heroes were his kind. He continued, their ship was damaged, so they stayed at the Twin Capes for several months, and I got to be good friends with them. Then on the day they left, the captain asked me if I would take care of Laboon for him for a couple of years. We're going to circumnavigate the world and return here, the captain had said. Laboon understands, so we waited here together. That's why he keeps banging against the cliffs and calling to the other side. But then, that was 50 years ago. The hero students, Izawa, Vlad King, and Midnight widened their eyes at this revelation, and some of the female hero students began to cry. He still thinks his friends are coming back. Next week, after learning about Laboon's backstory, our heroes were deeply moved. Now they are heading out, but Mr. Nine and Ms. Wednesday have escaped from our heroes. More to come next time on the Hero of D, Cape Promise. I will become the #1 hero and the future symbol of peace. Izuku declared, his resolve unwavering. This waterway is cool. Hiruma exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. This is amazing. Izuku added, taking in the sights. I've never seen it before, Izumi said, her voice filled with wonder. And you built it inside the whale without getting killed? Momo and Marui asked, astonished. What made you do it, a whim? Jiro inquired, curiosity piqued. A whim? Yes, a doctor's whim, Crocus replied. I may not look it, but I'm a physician. I ran a clinic on the Cape years ago. I even spent a few years as a ship's doctor. A ship's doctor? Really? Iruma exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Then be our ship's doctor. That's not a smart move, Izuku cautioned, concern etched on his face. Yeah, we just met him and don't even know him, Yui added, shaking her head. Ridiculous. I'm too old to look after a bunch of reckless young fools, Crocus said, crossing his arms. So you're a doctor and you live inside a whale? Marui asked, intrigued. That's right. When they get this big, it's impossible to treat them from the outside, Crocus explained. I'm opening the doors, he announced. Wow. Hiruma exclaimed. We're outside. A real sky. Finally. Izuku added, relief flooding his voice. Thank goodness we're outside. Class 1A, 1B, Izawa, Vlad King, and Midnight cheered, their spirits lifted. What'll we do with these two? Mina asked, glancing at the unconscious villains. Throw them overboard. Reiko is, and Nina suggested eagerly. With a swift motion, Mina and Reiko tossed Ms. Wednesday and Mr. Nine into the water. What is this? Mr. Nine shouted, flailing as he splashed into the sea. A sea of gastric acid? Ms. Wednesday exclaimed, panic rising in her voice. No, it's the real sea, Ms. Wednesday. Mr. Nine corrected her, his eyes wide with shock. It seems, Mr. Nine, that those heroes knocked us out, Ms. Wednesday said, visibly upset. Who are you guys anyway? Iruma asked, curiosity getting the better of him. Shut up. Mind your own business. Ms. Wednesday snapped, her frustration boiling over. Wait, Ms. Wednesday, don't forget that our business is heroes, Mr. Nine reminded her, trying to regain control of the situation. That's right, mister. The organization will be very interested in them. Just you wait. Ms. Wednesday declared, her voice filled with determination. As they swam away, Ms. Wednesday and Mr. Nine shouted, We'll meet again, you hillbilly heroes. And Crocus. One day we'll get that whale. They disappeared into the depths, their threats lingering in the air. Alice remarked, Ms. Wednesday, eh? Woman of mystery. Clara chimed in, Alice, you better not cheat on Crossel. She pouted at Alice, who turned red at the mention of his girlfriend, Crossel. Izuku picked something up from the ground. What's this? They must have dropped it. Marui and Momo exchanged glances. Should we let them go? Won't they come after the whale again? Crocus shook his head. No matter what we do, some no-good whalers are sure to show up. Itsuka sighed. So he's been waiting 50 years. Jake added, and he still believes they're coming back for him. Iruma frowned. Those heroes have kept him waiting a long time. Alice crossed her arms, a hint of disdain in her voice. This is the Grand Line. They said they would be back in a couple of years, she continued. Izuku replied, it's been 50 years now. There's your answer. Achiko concluded softly, they're gone. Setsuna and Izumi exchanged glances, their expressions somber. He will wait for them till the end of time, Izumi said quietly. Jake, visibly frustrated, retorted, how can you be so cynical? You don't know that. They could still return. Pony and Ibra joined in, their voices filled with emotion. It's the heartbreaking story of a whale that never lost faith in his friends. Crocus shook his head, his tone serious. I'm afraid reality is even crueler than fiction. Those heroes fled the Grand Line. I have it from a reliable source. What? Jake exclaimed, shock evident on his face, mirrored by Pony and Ibra. And they abandoned the poor whale? I can't believe it. Marui cried out, disbelief etched across her features. But to flee the Grand Line, they had to cross the calm belt, she added, her voice rising. Precisely, Crocus replied. That's why their fate is uncertain. Even if they are alive, they can never return here. The season, the climate, the currents, everything about this place is unpredictable. The weight of Crocus's words shocked classes 1A and 1B, along with their teachers, Aizawa, Vlad King, and Midnight. They began to understand the seriousness of the Grand Line. On these seas, nothing is ever normal, Crocus continued. Weak hearts soon succumb to fear on the Grand Line. Alice and Izuku nodded in agreement. And the weak of heart cared more for their lives than for the promises they made. And hightailed it out of here, huh? Izuku remarked. Jake, Pony, and Ibra were visibly upset. They abandoned the whale. They lamented in unison. And after 50 years. Ibra shouted, her voice filled with anguish. He still believes in those J-arcs. Pony added, her frustration boiling over. It's too cruel. Jake exclaimed. But why don't you tell Laboon the truth? Marui suggested, her brow furrowed in concern. Kinoko chimed in, he can understand human speech, can't he? Crocus sighed. I told him the whole story. But he wouldn't listen. In a flashback, Crocus recalled his attempt to explain. Laboon, I have something to tell you. Those heroes who left you in my care have fled the Grand Line. I know they were your friends and they made you a promise. But they're never coming back. Listen to me, he had yelled, desperation in his voice. They'll never, I know you don't want to believe it, but you have to accept it. Please listen to me. The memory faded, and Crocus continued. Laboon turned toward Reverse Mountain and began to wail. He started ramming the red line with his head, convinced that any day now, the heroes would return from behind the mountain. I've tried explaining it to him many times, but he refuses to face the truth, Crocus admitted. That's some whale. Betrayed, yet still he believes, Izuku said, shaking his head. But he's waiting for nothing. Jake argued. As Ibra prayed for the whale, Crocus pressed on. Yes, he ignores what I say. He's afraid to lose his reason for waiting. After all this time, he's terrified of losing that hope. His home is the West Blue, which lies on the other side of the red line. But there's no way home from here. Those heroes he came with were not only his friends, they were his one hope for going home. Well, you can't help but feel sorry for him, Alice said softly. But they lied to you too, Izuku reminded Crocus. Why do you still take care of him? Tsu asked, placing a finger on her chin. Crocus looked at her thoughtfully. Look at those scars on his forehead. If Laboon continues to ram the red line, he will surely die. We have an odd relationship, but we've been together for 50 years. I can't stand by and watch him die. Suddenly, Iruma had an idea and dashed toward Laboon's side, drawing the attention of the Straw Hats, classes 1A and 1B, and their teachers. Wah! Iruma shouted as he ran. What? Ameri and Marui exclaimed in unison. Crocus's eyes widened in alarm. What is Iruma doing? Alice wondered aloud. Maybe he likes mountain climbing, Mike suggested, still half asleep. You take your eyes off him for 1 second and… Nina trailed off, watching in disbelief. I've reached the top. That is your newest wound. I've got a plan for that, Iruma declared confidently. Gum. Okay, he shouted, launching his attack. Hey, isn't that the mast of our ship? Mike noted, finally awake. Yeah, that's the main mast, Jake confirmed, concern creeping into his voice. Laboon wailed in pain, and the group erupted in chaos. What the hell are you doing, Iruma? Class 1A, 1B, Aizawa, Vlad King, Midnight, Rina, Anna, Megumi, the Straw Hats, and Crocus shouted in unison. Don't destroy our ship. Jake yelled. He's coming this way. Crocus warned. Watch out, old man. Marui shouted. He'll be all right. Not even that whale can smash Iruma. Ameri reassured everyone. Iruma, bruised but undeterred, got back up. Hee dummy, he taunted. Why you, he shouted, pulling his arm back to prepare for a punch. In an unexpected move, Iruma punched Laboon in the eye, sending himself flying into the lookout tower. What's he up to? Jake asked, bewildered. Iruma, what are you trying to do? Ameri cried. It's a draw. I'm pretty strong, huh? Iruma shouted, grinning. Laboon looked at him, confused. Our match isn't over yet. We still have to settle it. Your friend may be gone for good, but now you've got a rival, me. Iruma declared, his voice filled with determination. Laboon remained silent, tears welling in his eyes. I'm coming back here and we're gonna fight again. Iruma shouted, his voice echoing across the sea, surprising everyone around. Laboon wailed in happiness. Izuku declared with resolve, I will become the #1 hero and the future symbol of peace. As the group gathered, Iruma began painting over Laboon's injury scars. Izuku laughed. That mark is our contract. Really, Iruma? He continued, chuckling. Yeah, Iruma, I know you're not good with painting, Izumi added, causing the UA students to laugh while Iruma grew frustrated. So don't go ramming into stuff. Erasing it before we get back, he retorted, crossing his arms. Laboon responded with a cheerful wail, and smiles spread across the faces of the group, including Crocus and Izuku's classmates. Now then, let's plan out our voyage, Marui suggested. This elephant bluefin is a cook's dream, Alice remarked as she, Izuku, and Izumi prepared the fish. That darn whale. He almost wrecked our ship. Jake grumbled, calling out, Hey, gimme a hand here, Mike. Mike, still half asleep, didn't respond, while Kirishima, Tetsu, Kozai, and Ken helped Jake with the repairs. Suddenly, Marui screamed, "Aya!" drawing everyone's attention. "Hey, what's all the racket?" Iruma asked, looking around. "What's wrong, Nami? If it's lunch you want, I have it all ready." Alice chimed in. Clara, Mina, and Setsuna teased, "You are cheating on your girlfriend." "All right, time for lunch," Jake announced, trying to regain control of the situation. Mike continued to snooze, oblivious to the chaos. Marui panicked. "The compass. It's broken. It's spinning like crazy." Crocus replied, "You came to the Grand Line unprepared. Were you planning to throw your life away?" Classes 1A and 1B shouted, "Food." Alice, Izuku, and Izumi encouraged, "You can eat." Marui looked confused. Crocus explained, "There's nothing normal about this ocean. Your compass isn't broken." "Then what is it?" "A magnetic field." Marui inquired, trying to understand. "Exactly. The many islands of the Grand Line are rich in minerals," Crocus elaborated. "The region is filled with abnormal magnetic fields, and to make matters worse, the sea and wind currents follow no clear pattern. As a mariner, you must realize how dangerous that is. If you set sail without knowing this, you surely perish." As the UA students and teachers enjoyed their meal with the straw hats, Marui admitted, "I didn't know. This is bad. Can you handle it?" Denki exclaimed, his eyes wide with concern. Alice reassured him, "Marui, you're still cute even when you don't know something." Izuku, Yui, Momo, and Izumi gasped in unison, "That bad." "Shut up." Marui yelled at Jake and Alice. Hiruma interjected, "Hey, the bluefin trunk is good, Izumi, Izuku, Alice." They expressed their gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Iruma." Crocus continued, "You need a log pose if you're planning to sail the Grand Line." Ibra inquired, "A log pose?" Mina wondered aloud, "What's that?" Crocus explained, "It's a special compass that records magnetic fields. They have a unique shape." Denki chimed in, "You mean a weird compass?" Izuku pulled out a log pose and asked, "Like this?" "Yes, just like that," Crocus confirmed. "Getting into the Grand Line is challenging enough. Without a log pose, navigation is impossible." Marui pondered, "I see. But wait a second. Where did you get that?" She punched Izuku in the cheek, causing him to spit out his food. In response, Izumi retaliated by punching Marui back, shocking their teachers and classmates. "Don't punch my brother." Izumi defended. Izuku explained, "Mr. Nine and Ms. Wednesday dropped it when they left." Marui asked, "Those two?" Aizawa wrapped Izuku in his scarf, pulling him close. "Why didn't you inform me and Vlad King Midnight?" "I got the log pose while everyone was busy," Izuku replied. Aizawa scrutinized him for a moment before letting him go. "Fine, but tell us next time." Marui examined the log pose closely. "So this log pose has no markings." Izuku and his classmates listened intently as Crocus elaborated. "The many islands of the Grand Line have magnetic fields that operate according to their own peculiar laws. You must record the magnetic field that connects one island to another with the log pose and then sail to the next island. In this ocean, normal navigational instruments don't work. You have to rely on your log pose to display the magnetic fields." Crocus continued, "Using this mountain as your starting point, you must choose one of 7 magnetic fields. No matter which island you begin from, all the routes eventually converge. The last island of them all is Raftel, the final island of the Grand Line." He added, "In all of history, only one group of vigilantes is known to have landed there for sure. The crew of the Vigilante King." Jake exclaimed, "Is that where it is?" Sean asked, "The One Piece?" Izuku and Izumi exchanged knowing glances while Class 1A, 1B, and their teachers looked on in confusion. Crocus remarked, "Perhaps no other legend is as tempting, yet no one else has ever reached the island." Liz declared, "You mean until we get there?" Nina cheered, "All right, let's go." Iruma announced, "I'm done eating." Alice exclaimed, "You ate the whole thing." Jake added, "Gosh. He even ate the bones." Marui concluded, "A log pose, huh? I better be careful with it. The fate of our journey rests with this." Alice scolded, "You stretchy I made that for Marui, and I wanted her to have the best of it." Iruma groaned as Alice kicked him, while Ameri playfully kicked Alice in the back of the head, sending them both tumbling into the sea. "Go soak your head." Ameri shouted as Marui looked at Student Council President Jake. "Hey, wasn't that thing really important?" Jake exclaimed. "What do we do, Crocus?" "Our log pose is." Marui began, but Crocus interrupted her. "Don't panic. You can have mine as thanks for helping Laboon," Crocus reassured them. Ms. Wednesday called out, "Well, can you see them, Mr. Nine?" "I'm not sure what just happened, but I think the girl has it," Mr. Nine replied, looking through binoculars. "How could you lose our precious log pose?" Ms. Wednesday scolded. "I'm sorry, Ms. Wednesday. And without it, we can't get back home," he lamented. "We should have bagged that whale long ago. If we don't get back and explain things to the boss soon, he'll have our heads." Ms. Wednesday exclaimed. "We have to get it back somehow. We can't afford to wait even if we don't have any weapons," Mr. Nine insisted. Suddenly, they heard something they dreaded. "It can't be. It's the Unluckies." Mr. Nine yelled. "Drat. We've been gone too long." Ms. Wednesday shouted. "It's Mr. 13. Mr. Nine yelled, spotting the mysterious sea otter and the vulture, Ms. Friday. "Ms. Friday," she called out. "Wait, it wasn't our fault. Some heroes jumped us." Mr. Nine pleaded. "We'll explain everything to the boss. We didn't betray him." Ms. Wednesday added. Ms. Friday and Mr. 13 dropped a box with a rope onto Ms. Wednesday and Mr. The box exploded. As Iruma, Alice, Mr. Nine, and Ms. Wednesday emerged from the water, they breathed heavily, exchanging glances. "Huh!" Iruma exclaimed. "Allow me, Ms. Wednesday," Alice offered. "Oh, thank you," Ms. Wednesday replied. Alice pulled Ms. Wednesday out of the water, forgetting about Mr. Hey, he shouted at Alice. We have a request, Mr. Nine said. After Mr. Nine and Ms. Wednesday recounted their story, Jiro asked a question while Izuku, Izumi, Izawa, and Vlad King remained skeptical. Whiskey Peak? What's that? Jiro inquired. It's the name of our town, Mr. Nine explained. You lost your ship and you want us to take you home? Why should we help you? Mr. Nine, you tried to attack that whale, Marui challenged, glaring at him. Who are you guys anyway? Jake asked. I am a king, Mr. Nine declared. Marui pinched his cheek and replied, Liar. We can't tell you. Mr. Nine and Ms. Wednesday insisted, bowing before the Straw Hat crew and the UA students and teachers. We just want to go home. We promise to repay you, they pleaded. It's not our fault. Our work requires us to be secretive. Our company's motto is mystery. That's all we can reveal, Ms. Wednesday added. We appeal to your kindness and compassion, she implored. Crocus warned, don't trust them. Those two are no good. By the way, we broke the log pose you dropped, Marui said. Do you still want to come with us? She asked. What? You broke it? That log pose was mine. Mr. Nine exclaimed. We got down on our knees and begged, and you're stuck here too? Ms. Wednesday added. Oh, but we have one that Crocus gave us, Marui reassured them. We appeal to your kindness and compassion. Mr. Nine began again. Drat. She tricked us, that minx. Ms. Wednesday exclaimed. It's okay. You can come with us, Iruma said. It's time. The log pose should be full now, Marui announced. Did you use the map to set it? Crocus asked. Yup, it's all set. It's pointing to Whiskey Peak, Marui confirmed. Everyone boarded the Going Merry. Are you sure you want to take those two boys? Once you've chosen your course, there's no changing it, Crocus cautioned. If we don't like it, we'll just sail around again, Iruma replied confidently. So you will, Crocus smiled at Iruma, Izuku and Izumi. Stupid heroes. Mr. Nine and Ms. Wednesday chuckled, unaware that Izuku and Izumi sensed their true intentions. Goodbye, Crocus, Iruma called out. Thanks for the log pose. Marui added. Good luck to you, Crocus wished them. Goodbye, Laboon. Iruma and Izuku shouted in unison. Blah. Laboon wailed in farewell as Iruma and Izuku departed. Crocus mused, could that bunch be the heroes we've been waiting for all this time? That boy and the twins have a strange air about them. Roger? As the ship sailed on, the season shifted from winter to spring. Achoo! Mina sneezed. The Going Merry, having set sail from the Twin Capes at the foot of Reverse Mountain, headed straight for Whiskey Peak. Iruma and Izuku were busy building a snowman. Yeah, they cheered together. Done. It's the man who fell from the sky. Snowman, Iruma announced proudly, causing Izuku and their classmates, along with their teachers, to burst into laughter. Ha, your snowman is boring. Jake teased, puffing out his chest. Behold my soulful masterpiece. The Snow Queen. The UA students gasped in amazement. Wow, that's great. Liz exclaimed. All right, snowman. Iruma shouted, playfully striking his snowman, which caused a stick to hit Jake's creation. What are you doing, Iruma? Jake exclaimed, startled. My snowman. Iruma cried out, while Izuku and the others laughed at the playful banter. Meanwhile, Marui was looking out the window, watching the chaos unfold. How can they frolic like that in the cold? She muttered to herself. Marui, how long shall I keep shoveling this snow of love? Alice called out. Keep going until it stops, Marui replied, her voice laced with impatience. Yes, milady, Alice responded obediently. Hey! Stopping cheating on Crossel? Mina and Setsuna shouted, interrupting the moment. Keep shoveling. Alice insisted, continuing her work. Hey, doesn't this ship have a heater? Mr. Nine exclaimed, shivering from the cold. I'm cold, Ms. Wednesday added, rubbing her arms for warmth. Shut up. You're not guests here. Get out there and help shovel the snow. Marui shouted as thunder and rain began to roll in. She turned back to the window, her eyes wide. Thunder? What's with this weather? It was warm and sunny a minute ago. It's just like Crocus said. The weather here defies logic. You underestimated the Grand Line, Ms. Wednesday replied coolly. You've hardly been steering, is that wise? What do you mean? Marui asked, turning to face Ms. Wednesday and Mr. I just checked our course, Mr. Nine said, causing Marui to scream, which alerted the UA students, teachers, and the Straw Hats. Af! Marui shouted. What? Izuku responded, startled. What is it? Jake, along with Class 1A, Class 1B, and the teachers, asked in unison. What happened, Marui? Alice inquired, concern etched on her face. Impossible! Marui shouted as she realized something about the log pose. Turn the ship around 180 degrees. Hurry! Her urgency shocked everyone on board. 180 degrees? Why are we turning back? Jake asked, bewildered. Did you forget something? Liz added, her brow furrowing. No. Somehow, the ship got turned around. We're going back the way we came. Marui yelled, her frustration boiling over. I only took my eyes off the log pose for a second. And the sea was so smooth. The sea is having its way with us, Mr. Nine remarked, shaking his head. Are you sure you're a navigator? Ms. Wednesday questioned, noticing Marui's growing frustration. On the Grand Line, you can't trust the wind, the sky, the waves, or even the clouds. Everything is treacherous. The only thing you can count on is the log pose. Understand? Ms. Wednesday smirked, crossing her arms. I've had enough. Marui, kick their butts? Izumi declared, her voice rising. Oh, stop acting like you know everything and start helping. Marui yelled, shoving Mr. 3 and Ms. Wednesday aside. They both exclaimed in surprise. We'll take the wind from the starboard yard brace. Marui instructed. Turn the ship 180 degrees to port. Jake, watch Astron. Aye, Jake replied, determination in his voice. Alice, you take the WHP staff, Marui commanded. Leave it to me, Marui. Alice responded confidently. Shut up. Marui snapped back. Hey. Stopping cheating on Crossel. Mina, Setsuna, and Toru shouted again. She's so bossy and rude, Mr. Nine muttered under his breath. Hold it, the wind's changed. Jake announced, his eyes widening. The first wind of spring, Mr. Nine and Ms. Wednesday smirked, sharing a knowing glance. But why? Marui exclaimed, her frustration mounting. Wake up. It's an emergency. Jake yelled at Mike, who was still sleeping. Hey, I just saw dolphins jumping over there. Denki exclaimed, pointing excitedly. Let's go take a look. Liz suggested, her eyes sparkling. Shut up, Liz. Marui yelled, her patience wearing thin. The waves are getting bigger. Jake warned, his voice tense. Marui, there's fog. Alice shouted, her voice rising in alarm. Iceberg at 10 o'clock. Sean called out, his tone urgent. What kind of ocean is this? Marui, the UA students, and Aizawa, Midnight, and Vlad King shouted in shock. Mike, still asleep, mumbled, Zee. We scraped the iceberg. Nina shouted, panic in her voice. We're taking on water in the bilge. Iruma added, his expression serious. You have to stop the leak. Marui commanded, her voice firm. Right. Jake replied, grabbing a hammer and some wood. The clouds are moving fast. Marui noted, her eyes darting around. Lower the sails. The wind's too strong. You guys keep up your strength. Mr. Nine urged, trying to maintain morale. Right. Iruma replied, determination in his voice. You're eating too much. Marui ordered as Aizawa, Vlad King, and Midnight directed their students to help the Straw Hats. Oh no, the sail's gonna rip. Marui shouted, her voice rising in alarm. Hey, there's another leak in the bilge. Jake said, frustration evident in his tone. Darn it. Marui, what does the log pose show? He asked, his brow furrowing. We're off course again. Marui replied, her voice filled with dread. What? Jake exclaimed, disbelief written across his face. Suddenly, calm returned as Mike woke up from his nap. Wow, what a peaceful nap. He noticed everyone on the ground. Hey, I know it's, but shouldn't you guys be working? I hope we're sailing in the right direction. Why you? Everyone shouted at Mike, their frustration boiling over. Mike turned to Mr. Nine and Ms. Wednesday. What are you two doing here? Where have you been? Mr. Nine shouted, his voice filled with urgency. Iruma answered Mike's question. We're sailing to their town. You're not taking them home, are you? Mike asked, his expression serious. We don't owe them anything. No, we sure don't, Iruma confirmed, glancing at his friends. Mike, Izuku, and Izumi exchanged glances. You two look like you're up to something. Mr. Nine and Ms. Wednesday began to sweat under the scrutiny. What did you say your names were? Mike asked, narrowing his eyes. I'm Mr. Nine, he stammered, clearly intimidated. And I'm Wednesday, Ms. Wednesday added nervously. That's right, they've been stuck in my head, Mike said, a look of realization crossing his face. Mr. Nine and Ms. Wednesday looked confused. Seems like I've heard them somewhere before or maybe not. Mike concluded, scratching his head. Whatever, Marui said, hitting Mike on the head playfully. How could you sleep through everything? We tried waking you, but you wouldn't wake up. As the chapter came to a close, the moon rose over the revelry at Whiskey Peak. Jake was drinking while Sean was outside with Class 1A, 1B, Clara, Anna, Rena, Megumi, Nina, and Liz. And so then I said in a very cool way, hey you sea monsters, get your flippers off my friends. Jake recounted, a little red from the drink. Captain Jake is so cool, the extra girls exclaimed, hearts in their eyes. I must admit, our great escape from the comm belt had me shaking. Jake said, a hint of pride in his voice. With delight, the extras cheered, raising their beers in celebration. Jake won the drinking contest, with everyone cheering him on. I give up, one extra said, shaking his head in disbelief. Wow, amazing. He drank 10 beers under the table, another added, wide-eyed. Marui just finished her drink, and the crowd cheered again. Wow, she outdrank 12, someone exclaimed, astonished. She sure can hold her own, another added, nodding in admiration. Hiruma, feeling the effects of his devil fruit, called out, gimme more. The captain over there has eaten enough food for 20, one extra remarked, chuckling. No more, he sighed, giving up. The cook's down, another shouted, pointing at Hiruma. Alice was having a good time with the ladies while Aizawa, Vlad King, and Midnight passed out in the corner. The girls were laughing and enjoying themselves with Alice. Flirting with 20 girls at once. Alice exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Who are these people anyway? One of the extras wondered aloud. Igarapoy chuckled. This certainly has been. He coughed into his hand and started singing, an enjoyable evening. I'm so pleased you're having fun, he said, a smile on his face. Indeed, I truly am, Mr. Nine interjected. Our efforts to procure food for our town failed. However, to restore our honor, we succeeded in bringing this group to Cactus Island. That's what we'll report, Mr. Nine confirmed. Ms. Wednesday chimed in, and that's settled. Mr. Nine replied, I hope that puts us back in the boss's good graces. Yes, let's hurry and put the report in the mailbox for the unluckies. They'll deliver it to the boss for us, Ms. Wednesday urged. No, I can't take any more, Mike said, exhaustion evident in his voice. Whoa. He gave up after besting 13 people, one of the extras remarked. Marui was competing against a fake nun. Hey Mike, what a wimp, Marui teased. The fake nun shot back, isn't it time you stopped too? I've had it, I can't eat another bite, Iruma declared, dropping to the floor as laughter erupted around him. Ha ha ha. Marui laughed. She's a happy drunk, another extra noted. He's gone through 3 cooks. Sorry, I've had it, cook number 1 said equally. Exhausted. Marui grinned. I feel great. She's down. Jake exclaimed. What a great town. Alice remarked. This is paradise. Igarpoi observed. They're all passed out cold. Sweet dreams, brave adventurers. The scene revealed Iruma, Jake, Mike, Alice, Aizawa, Vlad King, and Midnight, all in deep slumber. Tonight, the cactus rocks seemed to dance so beautifully in the moonlight, Igarpoi mused. Unbeknownst to them, Izuku and his classmates were eavesdropping. You're a poet, Mr. 8. Mr. 9 said, sitting on the edge of the house with Ms. Wednesday before they jumped off. Oh, it's you too, Mr. 8 greeted. How are they? They've all fallen, Ms. Wednesday replied. What about the UA students? Mr. 8 asked. We don't know where they are, Mr. 9 admitted. It doesn't matter anyway. They've all fallen into the abyss, Mr. 8 declared. Igarpoi, also known as Mr. 8, remarked, oh my. They sure can put away the food and drink. The fake nun added, and I was only drinking carbonated barley tea. But was celebration really necessary for them? Ms. Monday, the sister, said, we should have finished them at the port. As it is, there's a food shortage and no whale meat is heading this way. Don't say that. Ms. Wednesday shouted. Yeah, we did our best. Mr. 9 yelled back. Calm down, take a look at this, Mr. 8 said, pulling out Iruma's bounty. 30 million berries, the others gasped. Only a fool judges a villain by his appearance, Miss Bunbay, Mr. 8 remarked. I'm ashamed, Ms. Monday admitted. Oh well, I've taken care of them. We can still make a favorable report to the boss. Take everything of value from their ship and tie up the UA students immediately. Mr. 8 ordered. If we have to kill them, their value drops by 30%. The government wants to execute them publicly. Izuku realized, that's why they brought us here. Izumi added, to capture us or steal our valuables. Class 1A and 1B, along with Sean, Liz and Nina, were shocked. Izuku sensed someone with observation haki. He drew his katana, and Izumi told their classmates to prepare for combat. Sorry, but would you let them sleep a while longer? Mike asked. They're tired from the voyage. Mr. 8. Ms. Monday, one of the extras shouted. One of them got away. You were passed out. Mr. 8 exclaimed as Izuku and his classmates appeared. Surprise. Izuku declared. Mr. 9 and Ms. Wednesday were taken aback. It's you with green hair and freckles on your face, Mr. 9 stammered. Mr. 8 was shocked, realizing they were not on the ship. A true swordsman never drinks himself into a stupor, Mike said confidently. That's right. Izuku smirked, and Class 1A and 1B stood ready. Mike continued, a den of bounty hunters can be a dangerous place. You trick heroes and villains into celebrating their passage on the Grand Line. The bounty hunters exchanged glances, assessing Mike and the UA students. Looks to be about 100 bounty hunters, Mike assessed. I'll take you on with Izuku and his friends from Baroque Works. Mr. 8 and the bounty hunters were shocked. Why you? How do you know the name of our secret society? Mr. 9 yelled, furious. Long ago, when I was in your line of work, your organization tried to recruit me, Mike explained. Naturally, I turned you down. There's total secrecy within your ranks. You even use code names. And of course, the identity of the boss and his whereabouts are a mystery to everyone. Your Baroque Works, a bunch of crooks who loyally obey him. Was that a secret? He smirked, while Izuku and Izumi laughed at their expense. This is unexpected, but if you and these teenagers know about our organization, you must die, Mr. 8 threatened. More tombstones to add to the cactus rocks. Kill them, he ordered, pointing at Mike. They're gone. Mr. 9 shouted, panic rising in his voice. Where did they go? Mr. 8 exclaimed, his eyes wide with fear as he realized the UA students were now surrounding him, with Izuku, Izumi, and Class 1A and 1B at the center. Izuku, Izumi, and Mike faced off against the bounty hunters. So you want to fight? One of the bounty hunters shouted, pointing guns at them. The tension escalated as Class 1A and 1B began exchanging fire with the bounty hunters. Don't take us for fools, another bounty hunter yelled, but Mr. 8, frustrated, shouted, you idiots. They disappeared again. Hurry up and find them. Just then, Izuku and Mike challenged the bounty hunters, suggesting they might prefer a dozen new tombstones instead. Stop. You'll shoot me as well. Mr. 8 yelled as the bounty hunters turned their guns on him. He pulled out his trumpet and played a tune that injured the bounty hunters. Phew, was that a shotgun? Mike remarked. You could hurt someone with that. Thanks for protecting us with your flames and haki, Izumi, Achiko said gratefully. You're welcome, Achiko, Izumi replied. Mr. 9 warned, we need to be careful with them, clearly annoyed with his fellow bounty hunters. Meanwhile, Izuku declared, I will become the #1 hero and the future symbol of peace. As the battle continued, Mr. 8 wondered where the swordsman and the teenagers had gone. Does he really think they can take us on alone? He questioned. Izuku and Mike saw this as the perfect opportunity to test their new swords. Class 1A and 1B, let's show them what UA can do, they shouted. Suddenly, a bounty hunter spotted them. There you are, he yelled, aiming his pistol. Izuku quickly devised a plan. Let's split up. Got it, Izuku. Class 1A and 1B responded in unison. As they dodged bullets, Izuku and Mike executed their moves. Mike slashed a table in half, startling the bounty hunters, while Izuku unleashed a flurry of slashes with his katana, knocking out several foes. That's a good katana, Izuku noted. Good sword and nice and light. Mike added. The bounty hunters regrouped and charged at them. They're heading for the roof, one yelled. Izuku and Mike quickly made their way up, dodging attacks. That was close, Mike said, relieved. Never mind that. Kill them. Ms. Monday shouted, her frustration boiling over. Thank you, Izuku, for saving me, Mike said, giving a thumbs up. Anytime. Izuku replied with enthusiasm. As the battle intensified, Izuku unleashed his conqueror haki, knocking out more bounty hunters, while Mike demonstrated the power of his legendary sword. Use that sorry trick on someone with a kinder heart, Mike declared, cutting down an enemy who attempted to deceive him. Ms. Monday shouted for her team to trap Izuku and Mike, but the duo was quick on their feet. They leaped to another building, evading gunfire as the bounty hunters continued their pursuit. Shoot them, one of the bounty hunters commanded, but Izuku and Mike dodged the bullets effortlessly, ready to continue their fight. With a smirk, Mike spotted more bounty hunters on the roof. Hawk.wave, he shouted. Moonbeam slicer. Izuku added, unleashing a wave of ki that struck the bounty hunters, causing them to feel burns across their bodies. The enemies they were fighting were swiftly taken out, but they sensed 5 more approaching. Izuku used Moonbeam Slicer again, knocking them unconscious. Look out for the hole I made, Mike warned. Ms. Monday attempted a sneak attack, but Mike and Izuku, utilizing observation haki, sensed her approach. They dodged just in time as a ladder smashed into the building wall. Hey, watch it. You nicked me, Mike exclaimed. Ms. Monday retaliated by kicking Izuku, sending him crashing into the wall. Brass knuckles, she shouted, landing a punch on Mike with her brass knuckles. What a waste, Mr. 8 remarked, shaking his head. Me of time, he added, his voice dripping with disdain. Izuku seized Ms. Monday's face, a trickle of blood on his own. Ms. Monday, the bounty hunters cried out in alarm. What? Mr. 8 exclaimed, shock evident in his expression as Ms. Monday screamed. You think you can threaten my classmates and friends just because you're strong? Izuku challenged, turning to Mike. Mike, stay out of this, please. I promise I owe you one. Mike nodded in agreement. Want to see who's stronger? Izuku asked, tightening his grip on Ms. Monday's face until she passed out. No way. Ms. Monday lost to the green-haired brat. The bounty hunters gasped in disbelief. Impossible. It can't be, they shouted. Shall we keep going, Baroque works? Izuku and Mike asked in unison. I like to finish what I start, Mike added, determination in his voice. Mr. 8, visibly angry, declared, it's all clear to me. The Navy got the wanted poster wrong. I can see how this guy could be worth 30 million berries. He must be the real captain. Mr. 9 said, frustration evident on his face. Very well then, let's fight him and that green-haired brat. Ms. Wednesday suggested, her interest piqued. Still asleep, mumbled, hey, any more of that meat left? It seems strange that a good-natured kid like him would be worth 30 million. Ms. Wednesday mused. How disgraceful. Losing to a lone swordsman and heroes in training, Mr. 8 scoffed. Izuku and Mike exchanged smirks with Mr. 8, Mr. 9, and Ms. Wednesday, who stared back at them defiantly. This means we've failed him, Mr. 8 muttered, playing his trumpet. Izuku used observation haki to dodge the move, with Mike following suit. Igarappa! Mr. 8 shouted. Whoa! Mike exclaimed as he narrowly avoided the attack. Ready, Ms. Wednesday? Mr. 9 asked. Ready, Mr. 9. Come, Karu, she commanded. Quack! Karu responded eagerly. Don't just wag your tail, move it. Ms. Wednesday urged, frustration creeping into her voice. Quack! Karu replied, confused. What is that? Izuku and Mike asked in unison, bewildered. Ha! I wouldn't turn your back if I were you, Mr. 9 warned. Can you keep up with my acrobatics? He challenged, jumping down from the building. Hot-blooded. Bat of guts, he yelled, launching an attack. Mike blocked Mr. 9's strike with his sword. Ah, careful now. Don't nick your sword. Mr. 9 taunted, laughing as Mike smirked. What's wrong? Too scared to move? Mr. 9 continued, his bravado unwavering. Izuku kept an eye on Ms. Wednesday while Mike pointed his sword at Mr. 9's face. Wah! Mr. 9 screamed as he blocked Mike's sword attacks with his metal bats. Where are your acrobatics now? Mike taunted. You want to see them so badly? Then take a good look. Mr. 9 shouted defiantly. W-ho, he gasped as he stumbled. Mike replied, unfazed. Ah! Mr. 9 cried out as he fell, prompting Izuku to burst into laughter. Isn't there anyone worth fighting around here? Mike asked, scanning the area. You want someone worth fighting? That would be me. Prepare to die, Mr. Bushido. Ms. Wednesday declared, stepping forward. Izuku and Mike exchanged glances with Ms. Wednesday and Karu. Take a good look at my outfit. Enchanting vertigo dance, she announced, captivating Mike, who dropped to his knees. Hee, good boy. And now for the finale. Ms. Wednesday continued, her confidence soaring. All right, Karu, peacock slasher, she commanded. Izuku laughed again as Karu went in the wrong direction. You're going the wrong way. Ms. Wednesday yelled, hitting Karu on the head. Stop. I'm falling, she cried out. I'm embarrassed to fight these guys, Mike admitted, shaking his head. I am loving this. Izuku exclaimed, thoroughly entertained. Igarappa! Mr. 8 yelled, starting to shoot at Mike, who dodged the bullets with agility. Fleeing down a rabbit hole won't save you, Mr. 8 taunted. Izuku and Mike jumped down from the building, sprinting away. Now I'll give you two a taste of real fear, Mr. 8 threatened. The duo quickly hid behind a building to recover. That's one nasty shotgun, Mike remarked. Thank God we survived, Izuku replied, catching his breath. Suddenly, Mr. 9 jumped up from the debris, scratched and bruised. Tada! That was some trick you pulled. But I'll get you for it, he vowed, preparing to fight back. It wasn't my fault you fell, Mike retorted. Home run hide a bat. Mr. 9 shouted, using iron wire to tie Izuku and Mike's arms. Ha! I've got their arms. Mr. 9 cackled. There they are, Mr. 8 confirmed. A steel rope, Mike noted, struggling against his restraints. Iron wire? Izuku questioned, glancing at his friend. Now. Do it, Mr. 8. Mr. 9 yelled triumphantly. Ha! We've got you now, he gloated. He's right. Ms. Wednesday chimed in, revealing herself as she held Aruma with a sword at his neck. Try anything stupid and I'll harm your precious friend. Izuku cursed himself for being reckless. Ha! Very good, Ms. Wednesday. Mr. 9 praised her. You can't run away, and you can't fight back, he added, reveling in their predicament. Hiruma, still half asleep, muttered, snore. Phil, at least be awake when you're taken hostage. Mike snapped. Prepare to fire. Mr. 8 shouted, his voice booming. Preparation complete, he announced, readying his weapon. What? Mike exclaimed in disbelief. Igara Papa. Mr. 8 yelled, unleashing a barrage of bullets at Mike and Izuku. In a split-second decision, Mike pulled Mr. 9 in front of him to take the hit. What is he? Some kind of toy? Mike exclaimed, bewildered. Gore. Mr. 8 growled in frustration. Oh. Ms. Wednesday gasped as she watched the chaos unfold. Ah. Mr. 9 cried out as Mike sent him crashing into the bullets, knocking him out cold. Mr. 9 was sent flying toward Ms. Wednesday and Karu. Igara Papa. Mr. 8 yelled again, shooting once more, but Mike dodged the bullet and leaped onto Iruma's belly. Lend me your belly, Iruma. Mike shouted. What is he? Mr. 8 wondered, astonished. With a swift motion, Mike slashed Mr. 8 across the chest, causing him to fall unconscious. All right, it's over, Mike declared, standing tall alongside Izuku, Class 1A, 1B, Sean, Liz, and Nina. I will become the #1 hero and the future symbol of peace. Izuku proclaimed, determination shining in his eyes. Hiruma stirred from his slumber, mumbling, why am I outside? Tummy's starting to hurt. But I'm so sleepy. Guess I'll take a nap, he concluded, drifting back into unconsciousness. More hunters from Class 1A, 1B, and the trio of Liz, Nina, and Sean were fleeing in panic. One of them exclaimed in disbelief, I can't believe 4 of our top agents just lost to those kids. Another urged, let's get out of here. A third added, we better lay low until those heroes leave the island. Suddenly, they were halted by the imposing figures of Mr. 13 and Ms. Friday, who landed nearby. The hunters screamed in terror at their appearance. One of them shouted. It's the Unluckies, another stammered. Hold on, we weren't running away. We just. Mr. 13 and Ms. Friday stared them down, prompting one hunter to shout that needed to use the restroom. With that, Mr. 13 and Ms. Friday took to the skies again, leaving the hunters to scream, H. A mysterious figure then emerged, commanding attention with a booming voice. Hold it. The town's awfully busy for the middle of the night. Another voice chimed in. This assignment is a bore, and so's this 2-bit outpost. Who are you? One hunter yelled, brandishing his pistols at the enigmatic duo. You better start talking. I'm Mr. 5, the man introduced himself, and the woman beside him added, I'm Ms. Valentine. Meanwhile, Mike and Izuku had just finished dealing with Ms. Wednesday, Mr. 9, and Mr. There, Izuku said, relieved. That's the last of them, Mike replied, sitting down to enjoy a bottle of sake while Izuku called his classmates to check on their well-being. They responded affirmatively. Phew. Finally. A nice quiet night, Mike sighed. Maybe it's just me but I have a funny feeling. Noticing Mike's unease, Izuku jumped down to investigate. Suddenly Mr. 8 gasped. Cough, as he coughed up blood. No way am I going to die here, he struggled to rise just as Mr. 5 and Ms. Valentine arrived on the scene. I have a special duty to. Mr. 8 began, but was cut off by Mr. Oh, the shame. Beaten by a couple of kids, and 2 of them are swordsmen. Mr. 8's eyes widened in shock. Mr. 5? And Ms. Valentine, he exclaimed. What are you fooling around for? Mr. 5 demanded. Ha! Ms. Valentine laughed heartily. Kia ha 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 ha. What do you expect from someone of his rank? Furious, Mr. 8 shot back. Did you come to laugh at us? No, that's just a bonus, Mr. 5 replied coolly. We're here on official business, of course, Ms. Valentine added with a grin. As Mr. 9 and Ms. Wednesday slowly regained their footing, Mr. 9 chuckled. Ha ha, glad to hear it. With your help, we can easily take them and the other kids. Yeah, hurry up and finish off the swordsman and the kid with green hair, Ms. Wednesday urged. You must be joking, Mr. 5 retorted, earning glares from Mr. 8 and Ms. Wednesday. Help you? Ms. Valentine interjected. You think we came all the way to the Grand Line to do your dirty work? Kia ha ha ha. Confused, Mr. 9 asked Mr. 5. What? Then why are you here? Don't you get it? Why would the boss send the 2 of us? Mr. 5 explained. The boss's exact words were, my secret is out, Ms. Valentine added. Of course, I don't know what the secret is. Our organization's motto is mystery. We never reveal the identity of any of our people, especially not the bosses, Mr. 5 continued. In our investigation, we discovered that agents of a certain monarchy have infiltrated Baroque works, Ms. Valentine stated. What? Hey, wait a minute. I may wear a crown, but I'm no king. Mr. 9 protested. I swear. Ms. Valentine exclaimed. Not you. Ms. Wednesday shouted back, her eyes wide with concern. Crew quacked loudly, and Mr. 8 panicked. Eye covers blown. I'm finished. Izuku quickly informed his classmates about the conversation he and Mike were overhearing between Mr. 5 and Ms. Valentine regarding Mr. 9, Mr. 8, and Ms. Wednesday. Mike noted, oh, Iruma's still flat on his back. Finishing his drink, Mr. 5 declared, the spy is someone who's gone missing from the kingdom of Alabasta. Die, Igarum, he shouted, shocking Izuku. I won't let you touch her. Mr. 8 yelled as the blast hit him. Mr. 8. Mr. 9 cried out in alarm. Igarum stood firm, declaring, on my honor as commander of the royal guard of the kingdom of Alabasta. Igarum. Ms. Wednesday yelled, fear gripping her voice at the thought of her commander being harmed. Run for it, please. Igarum shouted as Ms. Valentine pursued them, laughing maniacally. It's no use. Kia ha ha ha, she taunted. Ms. Wednesday's frustration boiled over. Igarum, she cried as he collapsed. Huh, she gasped, noticing Mr. 5 walking through the explosion. The enemy agents are Igarum, commander of the royal guard of the kingdom of Alabasta. The princess of Alabasta. Nefeltari Vivi, Mr. 5 announced, holding up a picture of Princess Vivi. You fiend. Vivi shouted. Ms. Wednesday, why you are a princess? Mr. 9 stammered. Cut it out, Mr. 9. Vivi yelled back. Meanwhile, Mike and Izuku were running. Geez, what a night. You guys have fun, Mike remarked. In the name of the boss of Baroque Works, I shall dispose of you. Mr. 5 threatened. You wish. Vivi retorted defiantly. Mr. 9 brandished his metal bat, ready to defend Vivi. I don't know what's going on, but you are my partner. I'll stall them for you. Mr. 9. Vivi shouted, alarmed. So long, baby. Mr. 9 rushed toward Mr. 5, yelling, hot-blooded bat of guts. Mr. 9. Vivi cried out in desperation. Mr. 5 smirked. Your only loyalty should be to Baroque Works. Anyone stupid enough to sacrifice himself for a partner deserves to die, he sneered. Here, I'll give you a taste of my nes. Plam. Gah. Mr. 9 yelled as Mr. 5 unleashed a powerful move, causing an explosion that sent Mr. 9 flying. Vivi was shocked, as were Izuku and Mike. Oh my gosh. Izuku exclaimed. Whoa, his boogers are a wallop. Mike added, searching for Iruma but unable to find him. Suddenly, Igaram grabbed Mike's leg. Huh? What do you want? Mike asked, startled. Mr. Bushido, you're strong. Please grant my humble request. Igaram pleaded. Get up. I don't want to hear it. Let go of me. Mike insisted. Those two are formidable fighters. There's no way I can defeat them. Igaram exclaimed. Please protect the princess for me. Izuku stepped forward, determined. It's our job as heroes in training to protect the innocent. Karu, run. Vivi shouted as Karu dashed away from the chaos. She got away, Ms. Valentine noted. No, there's no escape, Mr. 5 replied. After her, Ms. Valentine. Right, Mr. 5? She laughed as they began to chase after Karu. Please save my princess to Albasta, a great kingdom in the far east. Igaram begged. You shall be rewarded handsomely. I beg you. Please save her. You want some more? Mike challenged, but then Marui spoke up, catching their attention. Just how handsomely are we talking? Marui asked. Huh. Igaram replied, confused. We'll do it. For 1 billion berries, Marui stated confidently. Marui, the students of Class 1A and 1B exclaimed in unison. Of course she would ask for money, Izuku muttered, shaking his head. Igaram stammered, 1 billion. Ahem. You must still be tipsy. Mike remarked, sweat dropping. Marui crossed her arms defiantly. Do you really think I would get tipsy in a town that welcomes heroes? Give me more credit than that. That was all an act. I can drink way more than that. The students exchanged surprised glances. Igaram interjected, I am but a humble soldier. I cannot possibly guarantee such a sum. Marui shot back. What? Are you saying she isn't worth it? Pay up. That's blackmail, Marui. Class 1A and 1B shouted in unison. Igaram looked taken aback. Ahem. If you deliver the princess safely to her kingdom and negotiate the fee with her, there should be no problem, he stammered. Marui smirked. Are you expecting us to save her before we get our money? They may be harming her highness as we speak. Igaram shouted, his voice filled with urgency. All right, we'll save your princess first. Let's go, Mike. Marui declared. Are you crazy? Mike yelled back. Izuku chimed in, his excitement palpable. Okay, let's go. Mike protested. Why should I go along with your silly scheme? Marui turned to him, reminding him of the money he owed her. You're so foolish, she exclaimed. The money's mine, but the contract obligates the whole crew. What kind of logic is that? Mike yelled, incredulous. Come on, all you have to do is swing your sword a little. Marui insisted. I don't like being used. Mike retorted. I'm not like that foolish cook. Izuku, Izumi, and their classmates watched the exchange, while Iruma stood up, clearly intrigued. You don't think you can beat them, do you? Marui challenged Mike. What? Say that again, he shouted, his anger flaring. Iruma interrupted. Nature calls. Marui pressed on. I said, you don't think you can beat them. Stop repeating yourself. Mike yelled back. Marui reminded him, I think you've forgotten something. You owe me. What? No, I don't, Mike replied, bewildered. Remember the 100,000 berries I lent you to buy a sword in Logetown? I paid you back. Besides, I got that sword for free, so I didn't even need your money. Yeah, but you promised to pay me 300% interest. You still owe me 300,000 berries. In a flashback, Mike had said, there's something I want to buy. Marui had replied, I'll gladly lend you some money at 300% interest. Back in the present, Mike insisted, I gave back what I borrowed. Isn't that enough? No, Marui said firmly. Aren't you going to keep your word? If you help me, I'll forgive your debt. Frustration etched on his face. Mike shot back. You're going to pay in the afterlife. Izuku called out. Izumi, Momo, and Itsuka are in charge of our classes. Watch Marui and Igaram. Hey Mike, wait for me. Izuku ran after him. Marui sighed. I know I'm going to regret this. Igaram added. We owe you a great debt. If only I were stronger, then I could protect my princess. It's all right, Marui reassured him. Mike and Izuku are as strong as an ox. Igaram continued. If anything should happen to the princess, our kingdom would crumble. She must live. The UA students, Liz, Nina, Sean, and Marui were shocked by Igaram's statement. Meanwhile, Princess Vivi and Karu found themselves in a tight spot. They found us. Hurry, Karu. Vivi exclaimed, urgency in her voice. Karu quacked as he ran toward her. There's a boat docked behind Cactus Crag. Vivi shouted. Ms. Valentine laughed maniacally. Kia ha ha ha. Mr. 5 declared, it's futile. As Karu and Vivi made their way to the dock, they were blocked by Ms. Monday. Go on, board the boat. They won't get past here, she said firmly. But Vivi protested, but Ms. Monday interrupted. Thanks to the green kid and swordsman, we'll probably all be executed anyway. If that's the case, I'd rather die helping a friend. Now go. Thank you. Vivi shouted back. Mr. 5 sneered. First Mr. 9, now you, Ms. Monday? He prepared to unleash his devil fruit powers. Ms. Valentine laughed again. How funny. You are a disgrace, Mr. 5 said, charging toward Ms. Monday and attacking her with an explosion. Vivi watched in shock. I'm human dynamite. I can ignite my entire body. Mr. 5 boasted. You'll never escape, he threatened, aiming at Vivi. Nesplam. Cannon, he shouted, firing at her. But Mike blocked the attack with his sword, and Izuku activated armament hockey. Mr. Bushido. Vivi exclaimed, astonished. Who are these guys? Mr. 5 growled, his anger rising. I sliced your attack in two. Mike declared confidently. Darn it. Vivi grumbled, trying to attack Mike and Izuku, but they blocked her. They're such a nuisance. I don't have time for this, she said, exasperated. Not so fast. We're here to rescue you, Izuku stated firmly. What? Rescue me? Vivi was taken aback. Marui and Izumi asked in unison, so just what is Baroque Works? Igaram began to explain, it's a secret criminal organization, not a soul in it knows what the boss looks like. It deals in espionage, assassination, theft, and bounty hunting. The boss tells everyone what to do. You don't even know what he looks like? Izumi questioned, her brow furrowing. Then why do you all obey him? Marui added. The ultimate goal of Baroque Works is to create a utopia, Igaram explained. Those of us who work for Baroque Works have been promised high positions in that utopia. I see. Izumi and Marui sighed, understanding the gravity of the situation. Igaram continued. His code name is Mr. Zero. The higher your position, the more powerful you are. Those with code names below 5 are especially dangerous. Their power is immense. Iruma was walking nearby, feeling relieved. Phew, that's better. I think I'll go back to sleep, he thought, but then he turned his head and was shocked by what he saw. What the hell? He yelled. Back with Izuku, Mike, and Vivi, Ms. Valentine said, so you two are the ones knocking out our people? Mr. 5 asked, why would two kids like you want to protect a princess of Alabasta? I have my reasons, Mike replied, his tone serious. It's a hero's job to help a person in need, Izuku added, determination in his voice. Whatever. You're our enemy and you're in our way, Mr. 5 said, his eyes narrowing. Ms. Valentine laughed. Yeah, you two are in the way, and I'm going to use my devil fruit power to bury you deep in the ground. With that, Izuku and Mike prepared to fight Mr. 5 and Ms. Valentine. Suddenly, they heard a familiar voice. Iruma. And Izuku, he yelled, rushing toward them. Iruma. Mike and Izuku exclaimed in unison. How's it going? Look, you don't have to get involved in this. Or do you owe her money too? Mike smirked. Izuku's smile faded as he noticed Iruma's displeasure. I've had it with you too. We're gonna fight. Iruma shouted, his frustration boiling over. What? Mike and Izuku responded in disbelief. Iruma was determined to confront them. I will become #1 hero and the future symbol of peace, he declared, his resolve unwavering. After Izuku and Mike saved Vivi from Mr. 5 and Ms. Valentine, Iruma showed up, ready to confront them. What are you talking about? Mike yelled, bewildered. Yeah, this is a misunderstanding, Iruma. Izuku added, trying to calm him down. Shut up. I'm gonna pulverize you too, you ungrateful jerks. Iruma shouted, his anger palpable. Ungrateful? Izuku exclaimed, taken aback. That's right. Iruma retorted. Mr. 5 and Ms. Valentine, along with Princess Vivi, watched this unfold, their expressions a mix of confusion and amusement as Iruma's fury escalated. Iruma's voice rang out with anger, you're going to pay for that. In a flashback, he recalled the moment he realized the people he had encountered were bounty hunters. What happened? Who did this? He demanded, panic rising in his voice. One of the bounty hunters, a tall man with a rugged demeanor, replied, your partner, the swordsman and the green-haired kid. The flashback faded, and Iruma's fury erupted. The townspeople welcomed us, they fed us, they showered us with kindness. And you too went and chopped them up? Mike, Izuku, and Vivi exchanged incredulous glances, struggling to comprehend Iruma's accusations. Well yeah but... Mike stammered, sweat beading on his forehead as he attempted to explain. Vivi shook her head in disbelief. Can he really be that dense? Mr. 5, a cunning figure among the bounty hunters, smirked. Looks like he's the swordsman's and green-haired kid's friend. What an irritating trio. Ms. Valentine, a flamboyant woman with a wild laugh, chimed in, Kiaha, let's get rid of him. Anyone who interferes with our missions must be eliminated. Listen, Izuku began, trying to reason with him. But Iruma cut him off, shouting, I don't want to hear your excuses. Hey! Mike shouted back, using his powers to launch his fist at the wall in frustration. Izuku and Mike narrowly dodged the attack. You're really trying to kill me? Mike exclaimed. Really? Iruma. Izuku added, exasperated. That's right, die. Iruma yelled, his anger boiling over. Wah! Mike cried out. Why you? Izuku began, but Mike interrupted, listen to me. In a fit of frustration, Iruma slammed his head into the wall. That idiot. He's not kidding. Mike muttered, breathing heavily. Meanwhile, Mr. 5 and Ms. Valentine were plotting their next move. They seem busy with their own affairs, Ms. Valentine noted. In that case, let's get on with our mission. And finish Princess Vivi of Alabasta, Mr. 5 declared, rolling up his sleeve. Come, Ms. Valentine. Right, Mr. 5, she replied, and they charged toward Vivi, only to be sent flying into a nearby house by Iruma's sudden attack. Iruma, cut it out. Mike and Izuku shouted in unison, exasperated. That idiot. Mike breathed, watching the chaos unfold as Vivi stared in disbelief. You may be trying to kill each other, but you keep getting in our way. Mr. Five shouted, struggling to regain his footing. You clumsy fools. Miss Valentine added, trying to stand up. Mr. Five adjusted his shades, a determined look in his eyes. So, why don't we do the job for you? Iruma, witnessing the explosion he had caused with Mr. Five, pulled out and knocked out Mr. Five and exclaimed, all right, now let's get down to business. Iruma, calm down and listen to me, Mike urged. These people are all bounty hunters. Izuku added. They're our enemies, Mike reiterated. Don't ignore me. Miss Valentine shouted, her patience wearing thin. Stop lying. They never would have fed us like that if they were enemies. Iruma shouted back. Listen to me. I have the power to change my weight at will. From 1 to 10,000 kilograms. Miss Valentine declared, her voice booming. Feel my 10,000 kilo press? She launched herself toward the ground, crashing down as Izuku and Mike swiftly moved aside to avoid the impact. Luffy, talking to you is a waste of breath, Mike muttered, still focused on the chaos. I have no chance to better the situation with you, Izuku added, shaking his head. Mike pulled a rag from his pocket and placed it on his head, exclaiming, all right, you idiot. Have it your way. I'll fight for real. Don't come crying to me when I kill you. Fine. Iruma shouted back, rushing at Izuku and Mike. What's going on? Aren't they on the same side? Vivi wondered aloud, watching the escalating conflict. Iruma, gum, he began. Oni. Mike added. Collier shot. Izuku shouted. Bazooka. Iruma yelled. Giri. Mike finished, and the three clashed fiercely. Now we'll find out who's superior, the swordsman and the teenager or the fighter, Mike declared. Good. Let's settle this right now. Iruma shouted, and the force of their clash sent them crashing into a wall of houses. Vivi, riding on Karu, hesitated, unsure if it was safe to escape through the chaos. She watched as Mike slashed and Izuku kicked, with Iruma charging toward them. Gore! Izuku and Mike growled, while Iruma shouted, Gra! Mr. Five and Ms. Valentine are getting back up. Blast! They beat us, Mr. Five exclaimed, frustration evident in his voice. We're officer agents of Baroque Works. This is a disgrace. You're right, mister. So let's show them our true power. Ms. Valentine replied, determination shining in her eyes. Come on, Ms. Valentine. Mr. Five urged. Right, Mr. Five, she agreed, and the two charged at Izuku, Mike, and Iruma. The trio turned to face them. Shut up, they shouted in unison, causing Mr. Five and Ms. Valentine to pause, fear creeping into their expressions. Huh? Mr. Five stammered. You're interrupting, Ms. Valentine said, but before they could react, Iruma, Izuku, and Mike attacked, sending them flying. Our fight, they declared together. Vivi watched in shock, impressed by the strength of the boys. Incredible. Who would have thought that men like these could still be found at the start of the Grand Line? Want to finish this? Mike asked, determination in his eyes. Sure, Iruma replied, ready for action. No problem, Izuku added, and they rushed toward their opponents, ready to attack. Arash! They shouted, but then Marui, Ameri, and the rest of Izuku's group intervened, punching them in the face. Enough, boys. Marui yelled, stunning Vivi further. What do you think you're doing? She demanded, her voice rising. Well, the girl is okay, that's the main thing. Marui and Ameri grabbed Iruma and Mike, while Izuku's group held onto him. But do you realize you could have cost me 1 billion berries? Marui shouted. What do you mean? Vivi asked, confused. Why are you helping me? Oh well, we have business to discuss, Marui said, trying to regain control of the situation. What say we negotiate? Negotiate? Vivi echoed, still bewildered. Stop fighting. Marui exclaimed, hitting Iruma and Mike on the head, while the others sweat dropped at the absurdity of it all. Ha ha. Iruma laughed. Well, why didn't you say so? I thought you'd get mad and beat everyone up. That's something you would do. Mike and Izuku shouted back, causing Iruma to laugh even harder. That's impossible. Vivi said, her gratitude evident. But I'm very grateful to you guys for saving my life. The UA students listened intently as Vivi explained her situation. Thank you, she said again. But why? Marui asked, intrigued. You're a princess, aren't you? What do you know about Alabasta? Vivi replied, her expression serious. Never heard of it, Marui and Izumi admitted. You see, Alabasta was once the most civilized nation on the Grand Line. And the most peaceful, Vivi explained. But the citizens have grown rebellious in recent years. Riots and uprisings have thrown the kingdom into turmoil. Then one day, I learned about a secret organization called Baroque Works, she continued. Rumors suggested they were stirring up the citizens. I tried to uncover information to help fight these criminals. So you went to Igaram? Izuku asked, intrigued by her story. Vivi took a deep breath, recalling the years of care she had received. Yes, he has looked after me since I was a child. I hope to infiltrate Baroque Works to discover who was pulling the strings and learn their true intentions. Izuku admired her bravery. You're pretty brave for a princess. But isn't Baroque Works supposed to create the ideal country? Izumi asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. Then why would they cause chaos? Vivi's expression turned serious as she explained, the boss deceives his minions with promises of an ideal country. The true aim of Baroque Works is the conquest of Alabasta. I must return to my homeland and stop the rebellion before my people fall into their clutches. Marui began to grasp the situation. So that's how it is. But who is pulling the strings? Iruma inquired, his curiosity piqued. Vivi's face paled with fear. I can't tell you the boss's identity. If I did, they would hunt you down too. That's okay, you don't have to tell us, Marui reassured her. If he wants to take over a whole kingdom, he must be one scary guy. That he is, Vivi confirmed. You're all very strong, but you're no match for Sir Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. You just told us. Mike and Shinso exclaimed in unison, their surprise evident. Vivi gasped, covering her mouth in shock as everyone else turned to look at the unluckies. Marui grabbed Vivi by the collar, inadvertently waking Aizawa, Midnight, and Vlad King with her loud shout. The bird and the otter, she yelled, ready to face whatever came next. For they. Iruma and Izuku asked simultaneously. Hear that? One of the 7 warlords, Mike and Katsumi noted, excitement creeping into their voices. This could be fun, Marui shouted, though panic was rising in her tone. Are they going to report that you just told us the secret? I'm sorry, Vivi stammered, her voice trembling. It slipped out. Slipped out? Now those creeps will be after us too. Marui continued, her frustration palpable. Mina sighed, we finally reached the Grand Line, and we're already wanted by the 7 warlords of the sea. This is too much. We're lucky. We'll get to meet him soon, Mike said, a hint of anticipation in his voice. I wonder what he's like, Iruma mused. Shut up, you two. Marui yelled, starting to walk away. It was a brief partnership while it lasted. I'm out of here. Hey Marui, where are you going? Iruma called after her. He has no idea what I look like. I'm getting away from here. Marui replied, halting in her tracks as she noticed the unluckies had a picture of Class 1A, 1B, Clara, Marui, Iruma, Ameri, Mike, and Vivi. Wow, you're good, she remarked as the unluckies flew away from Whiskey Peak. Now there's nowhere left to run. Vivi said, her voice shaky. I'm sorry, she added, glancing at Iruma. Funny, isn't she? Iruma chuckled. Where were you planning to run anyway? Mike asked. All of UA students and Iruma's crew are on the Baroque Works hit list now, Izumi smirked. It's kind of exciting, Iruma said, while Marui sulked in the corner and Vivi comforted her. I have about 500,000 berries saved up, Vivi mentioned. Fear not, Igaram announced, drawing everyone's attention. Ahem. Me. Everything is under control. I have a plan. Igaram, why are you dressed like that? Vivi asked, puzzled. Wow, you look good, Mr. Igaram. Really? Iruma complimented. Geez, they're all insane. Marui muttered. Now listen carefully, Igaram instructed. Now that you're wanted by Baroque Works, they'll send someone right away, especially since you beat Mr. 5 and his partner. There's something else you should know. Right now, there's no bounty on the boss. He's one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Igaram explained. But Sir Crocodile once had a bounty of 80 million berries on his head. Wait, what? Denki interjected, confusion etched on his face. What are you talking about? Really jamming way he wants us to take her home, Jiro added. Oh, is that the deal? Okay, Izumi said. 80 million? That's 4 times what damned was worth. Turn it down. Marui exclaimed. Princess, please give me the eternal pose of Alabasta, Igaram requested. The eternal pose? What's that? Pony asked. Simply put, it's a permanent log pose, Igaram explained. A normal log pose guides you from one island to the next along the Grand Line. But the eternal pose remembers one location forever. No matter where you go, it always points to the same island. This is our eternal pose, he continued, holding it out. The magnetic coordinates of Alabasta are recorded in it. I've disguised myself as you, Igaram said to Vivi. I'm going to set out for Alabasta with dummies of these 3. While I divert Baroque Works' attention, you must go with these people on their ship and return to Alabasta by the usual route. I've never gone that way, but Alabasta should be only 2 or 3 log post stops from here. May we meet again in our homeland. At the docks, where Igaram's ship was waiting, he said, please take care of the princess. I will make sure that she is safe, Izuku promised, bowing deeply. Mister, that outfit really looks great. Daruma said. On who? Mike asked, confused. Igaram walked up to Vivi and shook her hand. Princess, it may be a difficult journey. Please be careful. You too, Igaram, Vivi replied, her voice steady despite the uncertainty ahead. As Igaram boarded the ship, it began to sail away. He's gone. That guy was a laugh to the very end, Iruma remarked. He may not like it, but he's very reliable, Mike added. Vivi reflected on Igaram's words. Princess Vivi, it's up to you to save the kingdom. Suddenly, Igaram's ship exploded, shocking the UA students and some of the Straw Hats. It can't be. They got him already? Vivi cried, her eyes wide with horror. I like that guy. Iruma shouted. Marui, how's the log pose? Mike asked, urgency in his voice. It's all set, Marui replied, her hands trembling. Then bring it. We're setting sail. Mike commanded. Princess Vivi. Marui urged. Hurry. If they find us, we're goners. Marui comforted Vivi with a hug, joined by the rest of Izuku's group. It's all right. She's a strong girl. We'll get you to Alabasta. Hey Iruma, wake the other 2 and the teachers, Mike instructed. I'm going to the ship. Those 4 saved the East Blue all by themselves with UA students on their side, a voice said. The 7 warlords of the sea? No problem. Izuku declared, I will become the #1 hero and the future symbol of peace. As Iruma grabbed Jake by the nose and Alice by his leg, Jake exclaimed, huh? Alice added, what? Iruma, what are you doing? Hey! Let's go! Hey, what's going on? He shouted. My nose is gonna break off. Jake complained. Hurry, Princess Vivi. Marui urged as she and Vivi ran toward the Going Merry. I can't find Karu. Vivi said, looking around frantically. Mike pulled down the anchor to prepare for departure. Mike let out a relieved sigh. Phew, he said, glancing around. Hey! Izuku called out, trying to get everyone's attention. I got him. Iruma exclaimed, excitement bubbling in his voice. Get aboard. We're ready to sail. Mike urged, his eyes scanning the horizon. Oh, Iruma muttered, realizing something was amiss. They went back to sleep, Izuku noted, disappointment creeping into his tone. We don't have time to look for the bird. Marui shouted, frustration evident in his voice. But I can't leave him here. Vivi protested, her concern for her pet evident. Hey, what's up? Mike asked, trying to gauge the situation. Her duck Karu is missing. He's supposed to come when she whistles. Marui explained, urgency in his words. Just then, Mike turned and spotted Karu next to him. You mean him? He pointed, a grin spreading across his face. He was on board when I got here. Quack. Karu responded, as if to confirm Mike's words. There you are. Marui and Vivi exclaimed in unison, relief washing over them. Sail the ship upriver. We can catch the current a little farther up, Vivi suggested, determination in her voice. That'll put us on course faster, at least. Let's go. Hiruma shouted, his enthusiasm infectious. Hey, I wonder how many agents they'll send after us. I don't know, Vivi replied, her brow furrowing in thought. Baroque Works has about 2,000 members, and I've heard there are other towns like Whiskey Peak in these waters. Izuku and Marui exchanged worried glances. We could have thousands of them after us, they said in unison. Achiko and Momo chimed in. It's possible they send that many to keep the boss's identity a secret. Suddenly, an explosion revealed a teenage girl wearing a cowboy hat and purple clothes. A decoy. How silly, she remarked, a smirk playing on her lips. The next morning, Alice woke up in a panic. Why are we sailing? Hey, what's going on? She asked, her voice rising in urgency. Wait, can't we stay one more night? It's a fun town, and the girls are really cute. Mina, Setsuna, and Toru shouted angrily, what about Crossel? Let's relax and have fun, we're heroes after all. Jake chimed in, trying to lighten the mood. It's not even morning yet. Let's go back. Are you listening? Mike turned to Marui. Explain things to those guys. I did, Marui replied, exasperated. The scene shifted to Jake and Alice on the ground, both with bumps on their faces. There's fog ahead, Marui announced, squinting into the distance. It's almost morning, Izuku added, looking at the horizon. Yeah, I can see it, Izumi confirmed. Be careful not to run on the rocks, a voice warned from the shadows. I'm so glad you managed to escape. Nice ship. Class 1A, 1B, Aizawa, Vlad King, Midnight, and the Straw Hats turned around to spot the girl on the ship. What? The UA students, teachers, and Straw Hats exclaimed in unison. Who's that? I met your friend Mr. 8 earlier. Ms. Wednesday, the girl said casually. Did you kill Igram? Vivi demanded, her voice trembling with anger. Forget about that. How did you get on our ship? Hiruma interrupted, his eyes narrowing. What are you doing here? Ms. All Sunday? Vivi shouted, her frustration boiling over. Ms. All Sunday, the Baroque Works vice president and supreme commander, raised an eyebrow. What now? Is she Mr. What's-his number's partner? She's Mr. Zero's partner. She was the only one who knew the boss's true identity, Vivi explained, her voice rising. So we followed her and found out who the boss was. The revelation caused Aizawa, Vlad King, and Midnight's eyes to widen in shock. Actually, I let you follow me, Ms. All Sunday said, a sly smile on her face. That was nice, Denki remarked, his tone dripping with sarcasm. We knew that, but then you told the boss that we learned his true identity. Vivi shouted, frustration evident in her voice. Well, that wasn't nice. Denki added, poking his eye with Jiro's earphone jack. Just what do you want? Vivi demanded, her patience wearing thin. I'm curious. You seemed so earnest. I just had to help you, Ms. All Sunday replied, her tone mocking. A princess and her friends declaring war on Baroque Works to save her country. How pathetic. Vivi's mind flashed back to Igram's words, may we meet again in our homeland. Don't underestimate us, she shouted defiantly. The UA students readied their quirks, except for Izuku and Izumi, who were using hockey. The Straw Hats prepared to attack Ms. All Sunday. Hey, you know what you're doing, right? Jake asked, glancing nervously at Alice. Not really, Alice admitted, but it looked like my beloved Ms. Wednesday was in danger. Ms. All Sunday smirked, using her devil fruit to create multiple hands that snatched Jake and Alice's weapons away. Don't point those things at me. It's dangerous, she warned. What? Jake exclaimed, shocked. Wah! Alice screamed, stumbling back. The crew was stunned into silence. What the? Mike exclaimed, bewildered. She must have devil fruit, Vivi started, but was cut off by Denki's surprise. Whoa! He shouted as Jake and Alice dropped to the ground. Huh? Marui said, confused. What? Mike asked, glancing around. Suddenly, Mike's swords and Marui's keyblade fell to the ground. She has devil fruit powers? Izumi shouted, her eyes wide with disbelief. What kind of power was that? Momo asked, astonished. Hey, she's appealing. Alice remarked, her eyes sparkling. Not now, Alice. Mina, Setsuna, and Toru shouted in unison, their irritation palpable. Hee, don't get excited. I'm not on an assignment, so I have no reason to fight you, Ms. All Sunday said, casually bringing Iruma's straw hat closer to her. So you're the captain of the Straw Hats heroes? Iruma Suzuki, she continued, a teasing tone in her voice. Hey! Iruma protested, reaching for his hat. And you two are Izuku Midoriya, the winner of the UA Sports Festival, and the girl next to you, Izumi de Midoriya, Ms. All Sunday added, her eyes glinting with mischief. I am surprised that UA let someone who is quirkless in, despite the discrimination that Japan has. Izuku and Izumi exchanged shocked glances, their expressions a mix of disbelief and anger. Give me back my hat. That's picking a fight. Hiruma shouted, his voice rising in frustration. You're our enemy. Now get lost. What rotten luck. You're being hunted by Baroque Works just because you befriended a princess, Ms. All Sunday replied, her tone dripping with sarcasm. And you, princess, your only protection is a bunch of heroes and teenagers from Japan who have never been to the Grand Line before. But the worst luck of all is where your log pose is sending you. You're headed for a place called Little Garden. I guess we needn't bother killing you after all. You'll never reach Alabasta. Or see Sir Crocodile's face. I am not surprised that UA got involved with this situation, but it makes sense that the hero school creates all might. We'll show you. Now give me back my hat. Iruma shouted defiantly. Dumbhead, Denki stammered, still trying to process the situation. That's telling her, Mike said, sweat beading on his forehead as he glanced at Denki. As the chapter came to a close, Alice sighed. I see. Sorry I missed the action, I'll have other chances to show stuff. She held her lollipop while Jake added, I'm glad I slept through it. Marui, do I detect a hint of jealousy? Alice teased. Nope, Marui replied, crossing his arms. Jake then showed Iruma's wanted poster to Vivi, Izuku, and their classmates and teachers. Well, you can count on me to help. Rumor has it that the 30 million berry reward on this wanted poster is mostly for me. Liar. Izuku and Izumi exclaimed in unison. Is it gonna snow? Iruma asked Mike, his eyes wide with excitement. No way, Mike replied, shaking his head. It's gonna snow. You don't know because you were asleep when it happened before, Iruma insisted, pointing at something in the distance. Hey, I think it's gonna snow again. Vivi interjected, it's not that it doesn't snow here, but the ocean back there was different. It was crazy because of the 7 magnetic fields coming from Reverse Mountain. Still, we can't relax yet. The seas may not be as rough as they were when we started, but they'll definitely be worse than normal oceans. Don't forget the cardinal rule, never underestimate the grand line. Turning around, Vivi noticed everyone was ignoring her, frustration bubbling to the surface. Hey guys, wanna try a special drink I made? Alice called out, trying to shift the mood. Vivi remained silent, a tick mark appearing on the back of her head. Are they supposed to be doing that? She yelled, her voice echoing across the ship. Marui looked at Vivi, a playful smile on her face. Why not? She took a sip of her drink and handed Vivi hers. They'll pitch if there's a blow. They don't want to die either. Have a drink. Vivi hesitated, her brow furrowing. Okay, but I still don't like it. Alice chimed in, her enthusiasm infectious. Wow, this drink's incredible. Do you like it? Drink up. Karu quacked in agreement. Iruma turned to Jake. Hey, make us some fishing gear. Mike nodded eagerly. Yeah, fishing sounds good. Jake grinned. I'll make us really elegant fishing poles. Marui leaned back, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Don't your worries just melt away on a ship like this? Vivi took a sip of her drink, savoring the moment. Yes, it's very relaxing. She glanced over at Izuku and his classmates, who were having fun. Hey, look everyone, a dolphin! Alice exclaimed, pointing excitedly. Wow! Mina gasped, her eyes wide with wonder. The rest of Izuku's group shared their amazement, while Toru cooed, oh, how cute! Denki shouted, it's huge! Iruma suddenly yelled, get back! Marui saluted playfully. Aye, Captain. She was focused on the log pose. There's no mistake. After Cactus Island, the next island on our course is that one. She pointed at a new island that appeared on the horizon. There it is. Iruma shouted, his excitement palpable. Izuku's eyes lit up. The second island of the Grand Line. Back on the Going Merry, Vivi's expression turned serious. We've got to be careful. I'm worried about what Ms. All Sunday said. Jake's eyes widened. You mean there are monsters? Alice and Izuku exchanged uncertain glances. I dunno, could be, they replied. Izumi chimed in, we better find provisions since we didn't stock up in Whiskey Peak. Denki looked around, astonished. Wow, this island's practically uncharted and overgrown. Vivi nodded. This is Little Garden. Reiko raised an eyebrow. That's crazy. Who would give a name like that to a place like this? Yui added, there's nothing little here. She felt a sense of unease as the Going Merry moved deeper into the forest of Little Garden. Marui exclaimed, I mean, everything's huge. Setsuna gazed at the strange plants surrounding them. I've never seen plants like these in any books. Suddenly, a noise echoed from the forest, causing Marui to cover her ears with her hands. What was that? Pony asked, her voice trembling. Ah, Pony, you're so cute when you're scared, Alice teased. Mina, Toru, and Setsuna exchanged worried glances. What about Crossel? Alice waved her hand dismissively. Don't worry, it was just a bird. And this is just a normal jungle, there's nothing to be afraid of. As everyone looked up, a bird flew over the ship, but then they heard the noise again. Does that sound like a normal jungle? Nina shouted, her fear evident. Jake shouted back. It's more like a volcano blue ice top. Momo's eyes widened. Is it a tiger? A tiger emerged from the jungle, only to collapse moments later. Marui yelled, there's nothing normal about this place. What kind of monster could attack a tiger like that? They're kings of the jungle, she exclaimed, panic rising in her voice. Jake responded firmly, I say we don't set foot on this island. Yeah, let's just wait on the ship for the log pose to reset. And get the heck away from here. Marui agreed. But we've got to get to Alabasta fast, Liz pointed out. Iruma interrupted, Alice, I need a lunchbox. A lunchbox? Alice echoed, surprised. Right, a hero lunchbox. I smell adventure. Iruma declared. Marui glared at him, frustration evident. Wait a minute you. Ameri stepped in, her hands on her hips. Where do you think you're going, Iruma? On an adventure, he replied with a grin, causing Ameri to blush. Darn you, she muttered, exasperated. Marui sighed. It's hopeless, there's no stopping him. He's too wound up. Iruma called out, Alice, my lunch. Okay, keep your hat on, Iruma, Alice replied, rolling her eyes. Vivi perked up. Hey, I can come too. Yeah, sure, Iruma said, waving her off. Izuku chimed in, I'm coming too, Iruma and Vivi. Izumi, you and the rest of the girls have to stay back, he added. Not you too? Marui exclaimed, incredulous. Vivi argued, why not? I'll just brood if I sit around here. This'll keep me busy while the log pose resets. I'll be alright. Karu will protect me. She smiled confidently, while Karu looked shocked. That duck's scared quackless, Marui muttered. I'll fix you a sweetheart lunch, princess, Alice promised. Suddenly, feeling a chill down his spine, Izuku turned to look at Iruma. Could you give Karu a drink too? Vivi asked. Yeah, let's go. Iruma shouted, raising his hand in excitement, with Izuku beside him. See you when we see you. Vivi called out as they prepared to leave. Vivi sure is brave, Jake remarked, watching her go. She had to infiltrate that gang of crooks, Marui added. I've got time to kill too. I think I'll take a walk, Mike said, stretching. Take a walk? Jake exclaimed, surprised. Liz, Nina, Clara, and Amari announced, we will be going with Izumi and the rest of the girls. They jumped over the ship, eager to follow. The boys from Class 1A and 1B decided to stay behind. We stay on the ship and train on our quirks, they said. Aizawa added, I and Vlad King will be supervising this training too. Alice called out, Mike? Wait. Mike jumped over when he heard Alice's voice. Huh, we're running out of food. If you come across anything that looks edible, bring it back, she instructed. Will do. I'll bring something you could never catch, Mike replied confidently. Alice, feeling competitive, shouted, hold it right there. Mike looked confused. Huh, those are fighting words. You think you can bag a bigger beast than I can? She challenged. Definitely. Mike declared. I challenge you to a hunt. With that, Mike and Alice went their separate ways to hunt for beasts, leaving Jake and Marui on the ship. However, the boys changed their minds and decided to train elsewhere, leaving the ship as well. Marui sighed, and then there were two. Why does it always end up like this? Tears welled in her eyes. Jake comforted her, I know the feeling. Don't cry. I'll be your friend. You're useless, Marui shot back. Same to you. Jake retorted. They both sat down, and then Marui suddenly exclaimed, wait a minute. I just remembered. I've read about this before. About what? Jake asked, curious. Little garden. Meanwhile, Iruma, Izuku, and Vivi were exploring. Iruma excitedly held up an ammonite. Here. Look at this. It's some kind of squid, he said, beaming. An armored one. Izuku remarked, puzzled by its design. Vivi chimed in, oh, that looks like an ammonite. That means armored squid, right? Iruma asked, eager for confirmation. Marui was still searching for the book. Not this one. Not this one. Hey. Iruma called out, trying to get her attention. Where was it? I forget. I feel like I just read about it. What's a Neptunian doing here? Izuku wondered aloud. Dinosaur. Vivi shouted, her eyes wide with shock. What the heck? Why is a dinosaur here? Izuku exclaimed, his voice rising in disbelief. This is a prehistoric island. Vivi explained, her excitement growing. Huh, Iruma replied, puzzled. The age of dinosaurs never ended here. Because it's so hard to travel on the Grand Line, the islands have been isolated, so each one has developed its own unique culture. That makes more sense, Izuku said, nodding in understanding. Some cultures are very advanced. Others have stayed unchanged for thousands of years. The unstable climate on the Grand Line makes this possible. This island is still in the dinosaur age. It's stuck in time. Get off that thing, Iruma. Vivi and Izuku yelled in unison. Back at the Going Merry, Marui called out, Jake? Jake. What? Did you find the book? Jake asked, his curiosity piqued. Big trouble. I know what island this is. Marui exclaimed, her voice filled with urgency. Suddenly, a huge noise erupted, and a massive shadow loomed over the Going Merry. Marui turned to look, her heart racing. Iwaj, she screamed. Aya. Jake shouted, his eyes wide with fear. Lewis Arnott's voice resonated through the air, declaring, to its inhabitants, the island is truly Little Garden. Therefore, let us call it Little Garden, Land of Giants. At that moment, Crossel interjected, hello, everyone. I just heard that Asmodeus is cheating on me right now. Alice quickly protested, what? No, but I would never cheat on you. Crossel rolled her eyes. Yeah, right, like I believe you. Anyway, back to my job. While Alice and Mike went hunting, Izumi and the girls decided to relax, leaving the boys to train. Marui and Jake remained on the ship, where they encountered a giant and learned about an impending duel. Next time on The Hero of D. Big. Izuku announced with enthusiasm. I will become the #1 hero and the future symbol of peace. Meanwhile, Alice suddenly exclaimed, what's that? I thought I heard Marui calling me. Just behind her, a Tyrannosaurus Rex prepared to attack. At the same time, Mike stared down a Triceratops, bewildered. What the? Is it edible? Back on the Going Merry, Marui and Jake were terrified, crying as they gazed at the giant. Broggy, the giant, inquired, do you have any ale? We have a little. Marui stammered. You do. Broggy replied, excitement lighting up his face. With a mighty roar, he bellowed, Gra. Jake screamed, as a dinosaur bit Broggy from behind. Broggy turned to confront the dinosaur. It's... Jake began. A dinosaur. Marui finished, panic evident in his voice. In a swift motion, Broggy chopped off the dinosaur's head. What edge? They screamed at the gruesome sight. Behold the mightiest warrior of Elbaf. Broggy, he declared with a hearty laugh. I've got meat. Now we feast. You're my guests. Play dead. Jake suggested, his voice trembling. Play dead, Marui echoed, and they both collapsed to the ground, terrified of Broggy's cheerful demeanor. Meanwhile, Iruma, Izuku, and Vivi marveled at the pterodactyls flying overhead. Yahoo, what a great view. Iruma exclaimed. I want to have my lunch up here. Hey look, volcanoes and huge caves, he added, standing atop a Brachiosaurus. Be careful. It may be gentle, but it's still a dinosaur. Vivi warned. Don't worry. This guy just wants to eat grass. I bet he doesn't even know I'm here, Iruma replied confidently. Look at those big caves over there, he pointed out. Suddenly, the Brachiosaurus moved its head and accidentally swallowed Iruma. I ate him. Izuku and Vivi shouted in shock. Then, a giant chopped off the Brachiosaurus's head. Huh, Iruma said, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Dori, the giant, laughed heartily. Here's a lively human. I haven't had a guest for a while. He caught Iruma in his enormous hand, which held a shield. Wow. You're huge. Are you human? Iruma asked, wide-eyed. I am Dori, the mightiest warrior of Elbaf. Dori boomed. Vivi gasped, G-dashed. It's a giant. Izuku exclaimed, astonished. I never thought they existed. He and Vivi were taken aback, while Karu lay unconscious nearby. Vivi added, I've heard of them but I've never seen one before. Dori, the giant, announced, you're all invited to my place. Vivi gasped, oh, he's seen us. At Bragi's home, the giant laughed heartily while cooking dinosaur meat. There, it's ready to eat. Marui hesitated. I'm not hungry. Jake, sweating nervously, pointed out, human bones. Marui replied, I see them. Bragi encouraged, don't be shy. Dinosaur meat is good. Marui and Jake exchanged worried glances. We're not hungry, they said in unison. Marui added, he obviously wants to fatten us up so he can have a change. With a hint of trepidation, she asked Bragi, Mr. Bragi, can I ask you a question? Bragi responded, huh? What is it, girl? Marui continued, on this island, how long does it take for a log pose to rest? Bragi answered, 1 year. Jake and Marui fell over in disbelief. Well, make yourselves comfortable. Bragi laughed. At Dori's home, Dori chuckled, ho ho ho. Your hero box lunch wasn't bad either. Taruma chimed in, ha, this sure is good, Mr. Giant. Dori replied, not very filling though. Taruma joked, of course it's good. I'd knock you down if you didn't like it. Vivi and Izuku observed, those two are like old friends, as they sweat-dropped at the scene. Iruma asked Dori, by the way, how come you live here all alone? Don't you have a village? Dori explained, yes, I come from a village. I'm from Elbaf, a village of warriors. It's located elsewhere on the Grand Line. He continued, in my village we lived by a code. When there's a dispute and neither side will yield, the god of Elbaf decides the matter. Our god protects the one who is right and lets him live. Dori added, I started some trouble and now I'm on this island, fighting another warrior. Whoever is right will win the battle and live. He laughed, but we've been at it for 100 years already. And nothing's been settled. Iruma was astonished. You've been fighting for 100 years? Izuku was equally stunned. Wow, just wow. Dori shrugged, oh, that's nothing. Our lifespans are 3 times those of humans. Vivi questioned, even if you do live that long, wouldn't you lose your passion for battle? What's the point anymore? Do you still want to fight each other? Suddenly, Iruma pointed at a volcano erupting. Wow, that volcano's erupting. Dori stood up. Well, I better be going. It was decided some time ago that the eruption of Dead Center Mountain would signal for combat. Vivi exclaimed, a hatred that makes you fight for 100 years? That's insane. What was the dispute about in the first place? Iruma quickly placed a hand over Vivi's mouth. Quiet. That doesn't matter. Dori affirmed, that's right. This is a matter of honor. He drew his large sword and walked toward Bragi. Bragi roared, ah. Together, Dori and Bragi declared, the reason we fight is long forgotten. They clashed, swords and axes striking against their shields. Iruma dropped to the ground. Vivi asked, huh? Izuku checked on Iruma, you okay? Vivi added, what's wrong? Iruma groaned, too much. Too big. Next week, the clash between Dori and Bragi continues, with Jake watching the fight and discovering his newfound determination. Izuku declared, I will become the #1 hero and the future symbol of peace. Meanwhile, Vivi pleaded with Dori, wait, we're innocent. We don't know anything about the exploding ale. Please don't attack us. Dori, furious, shouted, you humans dare to trick the mighty Dori? He raised his large sword at Izuku and Iruma. As Dori coughed, Iruma and Izuku prepared to defend themselves. Iruma shouted, gum gum. Izuku added, Collier. But they were sent flying to the ground as Dori struck with his shield. Getting back up, Iruma stretched his arms while Izuku grabbed him. Dori swung his sword down, and Iruma launched himself and Izuku toward a tree. Iruma yelled, gum gum. He stretched his arm to launch back at Dori. Izuku shouted, Collier. Epal. He kicked Dori in the chest, causing him to cough again. Together, they apologized, sorry Dori. Iruma launched an attack, and Dori fell to the ground with a loud cry. He quickly got back up, joining Izuku and Vivi. Izuku, Iruma. Vivi shouted, rushing toward them. Are you hurt? Iruma asked, how's the giant? I think he's all right, Vivi replied. On the bright side, this was probably the only way we could get him to rest. She handed Iruma his hat, which he placed on his head. Now I'm mad. Iruma declared. Now I am too. Izuku added, both of them visibly angry. Yes, Vivi agreed. The giant was right. Somebody spiked that ale. Izuku exclaimed. It sure wasn't the other giant. Iruma replied. And my crew would never pull a dirty trick like that. There's somebody else on this island, Izuku noted. Meanwhile, in another part of the island, a dinosaur attempted to eat a candle-like house but was feeling the side effects of something. Mr. 5 appeared with his partner. You're in my way, lizard, Mr. 5 said. Let me handle this, Miss Wednesday replied, using her devil fruit power from the air. 10,000 kill.0. Press. Miss Valentine shouted, bringing her weight down to attack the dinosaur. Inside Mr. Three's hideout, he looked up from his tea and book, noticing Mr. Five's arrival. Hey, you're back, Mr. Five? He said with a hint of disgust. Not bad. A quick house right in the jungle, Mr. Five replied. Look, this is still our mission. So stay out of it. We won't screw up again, Miss Valentine added, closing the door behind them. Screw up? That's not it, Mr. Three said. You two are weak. What? They shouted in disbelief. We were just a little careless. We didn't know the princess had heroes guarding her. Miss Valentine yelled. You didn't know? That's a childish excuse, Mr. Three retorted. We're professionals. We can't leave corpses lying around like announcing our existence to the world. We have to execute our missions perfectly. Because you had the persistence to follow them here, we'll give you 30% of the reward, he added, glaring at them. And if that's not acceptable, I'll take you both out right now. Don't look so perturbed, have some English tea, he said, trying to lighten the mood. This is a great opportunity. We can make a big score on this island without even getting our hands dirty. Surely you know about it, Mr. Five said. A big score? Miss Valentine echoed, glancing at the table displaying the bounties of Dory and Broggy. Look at this wanted poster. Mr. Three exclaimed. I was shocked when I saw it. This wanted poster is 100 years old. Once, there was a band of giants who ravaged the seas, burned towns, and terrorized the world. They were called the Giant Warrior Band, and their evil leaders were two legendary monsters, Dory the Blue and Broggy the Red. They're alive and kicking on this very island, and the bounty on their heads still holds 100 million berries each. That's 200 million for the two of them, Mr. Three said with a smug smile. 200 million? Mr. Five and Miss Valentine gasped. Now you understand? If we complete our mission and bring back their heads, we're sure to be promoted. So that's why you had us put the bomb in the giant's ale, Mr. Five realized. That's right. We wouldn't stand a chance against them in a fair fight. Just do as I say. A little creativity, and even the biggest mountain can be made to crumble. Back at Dory and Broggy's location, a volcano erupted again, signaling another fight. Ah! Hiruma exclaimed. Oh no! Izuku shouted. The volcano! Vivi warned. Ho ho! The call to battle. Broggy laughed. What a day! You're gonna fight? But your wounds? Marui protested. That wouldn't make any difference to him. Jake replied. In a fight to the finish with no quarter. It would be a disgrace to make excuses. Broggy declared, laughing as Dory rose to face him again, despite his injuries. Whoa, Iruma said. Hey, wait, Mr. Dory. Izuku called out. Don't go. No, Mr. Dory. You can't get up. Vivi pleaded. You'll die. Iruma warned. I am the warrior Dory, he shouted. I cannot disgrace the name of Elbaf. He smirked, ready for battle. As the scene unfolded, Dory trapped Iruma and Izuku with a piece of the mountain to prevent them from interrupting the fight while Mr. Three's plan was set in motion. Izuku vowed, I will become the #1 hero and the future symbol of peace. The chapter ended with tension building for the next encounter. Just hold it. Jake shouted. I can't do anything against dinosaurs. It's impossible for you to reach the ship through the jungle. He turned to Marui, who replied, I just heard you say you wanted to be a brave warrior. Jake sighed, I was just thinking out loud. I want to be a man who can be proud of the way he lives. Marui continued, well, Iruma, Izuku, and Vivi are at the other giant's place. Let's head over there. Jake declared, even if someday I lose everything and face death alone on a deserted isle, I'll die proud of the way I lived, and I'll say, I am Jake Castle, a brave warrior of the sea. Yeah, Marui said, dragging him along. I wish this bravery of yours would kick in already. Oh, right. Meanwhile, at Iruma's location, Dory brought his house down on Iruma and Izuku. Izuku, Iruma. Vivi shouted. But what's the idea, you big jerky? Iruma yelled. Please, Dory. Izuku pleaded. Get your house off me. Iruma slammed his hand on the ground. I must go to battle, Dory said, pointing his sword at them. 100 years ago, I picked this fight. If I didn't show up now, it would tarnish my name as a warrior. To lose my good name would be to lose my very self. Iruma was furious, while Izuku and Vivi looked on. Forgive me for suspecting you humans. Dory exclaimed. This is just judgment from Elbaf, the god of war. Divine protection was not with me. That's all. Gods? Divine protection? What's that got to do with anything? Iruma shouted, his anger boiling over. Would you give up your life just because the gods wanted you to? Your battle was interfered with. This fight's not fair. Silence, Dory commanded. You humans have only lived for 10 or 20 years. You can't possibly understand Elbaf's sacred words. Who cares about that? Get this mountain off me. Iruma yelled at Dory. Broggy laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, Dory, after all these years, wasn't that ale refreshing? Like the nectar of the gods. Dory replied. You big talking blowhard. Broggy teased, bringing his axe to Dory for protection. Izuku and Iruma growled in frustration. He was such a great warrior too. Izuku lamented. Vivi couldn't help but wonder why someone who had just met a giant would care so much. He doesn't act like an outlaw with a price on his head, she thought. Suddenly, a chorus of voices shouted, Who was it? Who did this? Hey, where's Karu? Vivi asked, scanning the area for her friend. Meanwhile, Mr. Three was plotting his next move. Victory can be achieved through psychological warfare, he mused. The Straw Hats are completely confused now, and the people from UA are our next targets. Our first target is Dory the Blue. I knew killing him wouldn't be enough, but that bomb did serious damage to his stomach. He's no match for us now. He set up photos of Iruma, Marui, Mike, Vivi, and others, intending to lure them into the jungle and pick them off one by one. At Mike's location, he was lost after an encounter with a Triceratops. I'm sure I saw this tree before. Turn left at the vine-wrapped tree, right? He turned around and spotted Marui. Hi Marui. What great timing. I'm lost and didn't know what to do. Anyway, what are you doing here? He greeted her. Meanwhile, Liz and Nino were searching for fruits when they were approached by a fake Jake. Hey Jake, what do you need? Liz asked, tilting her head at the smirking figure. Back with Jake and Marui, Marui suddenly screamed, WH! Dinosaur! Jake shouted, and they both took off running. Hey, slow down. Marui yelled, trying to keep up. Oh, that guy, she breathed, spotting Iruma. Iruma, thank goodness. What are you doing here? At the location of Sean, Ariel, Angela, Brittany, Izumi, and the others, they were relaxing when they noticed Izuku approaching. Hey, it's Deku-kun, Achiko exclaimed. Where are Iruma and Vivi? Ameri asked, her brow furrowing. The fake Izuku smirked but remained silent. Izumi sensed something was off with her brother but chose to ignore it for the moment. Back at Iruma's location, Jake was running when he heard Marui scream. Marui, he called out, panic rising in his voice. This is bad. Iramea, he yelled as he sprinted. In his haste, he tripped and fell, blood streaming down his face. This is terrible. Marui. A dinosaur ate Marui, he shouted, his voice filled with despair. Hiruma gasped. It what? Dinosaur ate Marui, are you sure, Jake? Izuku asked, his expression turning serious. Yes, Izuku. We were running through the jungle to escape the dinosaurs, and she suddenly disappeared. What have I done? Jake lamented. I'm responsible for my shipmate's fate, he cried, anguish evident in his voice. Wait a minute. Calm down, Jake. Vivi urged, trying to steady him. You said Marui suddenly disappeared, but didn't you go back to check on her? How could I? I was too scared. Jake replied, frustration boiling over. If it wasn't a dinosaur, then it was a wild beast. What else could it have been? I don't know, but what if some Baroque Works agents followed us to this island? Vivi suggested, her brow furrowing with concern. Of the two of you, Marui's the one they would take. After all, you're probably not even on their hit list. That ale might have been the work of the one who was after us before. Izuku chimed in, realization dawning on him. That makes more sense, Vivi. You're smart, he added, causing Vivi to blush. Ale? What are you talking about? Jake exclaimed, suddenly understanding. What? The ale exploded in his stomach? Jake's voice rose in disbelief. Then he went off to fight with his insides all torn up. But they've been fighting full tilt for 100 years. It can't end like this. Dori blocked Brogy's axe with his sword. What's wrong, Dori? You're off today. Brogy called out, concern etched on his face. I'm as good as ever. Dori replied, though his voice lacked conviction. This Dori is pretty tenacious, Mr. 3 observed, a sly grin forming on his face. Maybe I should lend a hand. He used his devil fruit powers to make Dori slip. You're mine, Dori, Brogy declared, raising his axe to strike. Meanwhile, Izuku and the others watched in shock as the scene unfolded. Dori was on the brink of unconsciousness, dropping to his knees. Hiruma and Izuku recalled Dori's words. This is the judgment of Elbaf, god of battle. Divine protection is not with me. That's all. Filled with anger, Iruma slammed his fist on the ground. Who are you? Show yourself, he shouted into the air. At that moment, Mr. 3 and Ms. Golden Week were nearby. I think I heard something, Ms. Golden Week said, narrowing her eyes. Mr. 3 chuckled, holding his cup of tea. Ah, how funny. You can hear the howl of a defeated dog in the jungle. Back at Brogy, he lamented, 73,467 battles. And one victory. Tears streamed down his face as he smiled, the weight of his struggles evident. You weep with joy because you won, eh? The simple-minded are so easily delighted, Mr. 3 taunted, stepping out from behind a tree. Congratulations are in order. For now. What would you know? Who are you? Brogy demanded, anger flaring. My codename is Mr. 3, and I work with wax, he replied, a sinister smile on his face. And this is my assistant, Ms. Golden Week, an artist of gravity. Now you're my prisoner. He used his powers to trap Brogy's legs, rendering him immobile. What? What is this? Brogy exclaimed in disbelief. Okay, Iruma. Izuku began, but Jake interrupted, his voice filled with rage. I'm gonna find whoever did this. And I'm gonna make them pay. I'll come with you. Vivi insisted, determination shining in her eyes. I can use the moral support. Jake replied. Suddenly, a familiar voice interrupted. No need for that. Mr. 5 called out. Iruma's anger flared. You guys did this, he shouted, shocking Izuku and Vivi. Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine appeared, having injured Karu and left him on the ground. You can have him back. We finished with him, Mr. 5 said nonchalantly. Karu! Vivi cried out, rushing to her friend. But he had nothing to do with this. Who are these guys? Jake asked, bewildered. They were at Whiskey Peak, Iruma explained, his eyes narrowing. Izuku, worried, tried to call their classmates, but no one answered. Why aren't they picking up? It's like the lines are disconnected. That's right. This bird had nothing to do with it. Mr. 5 sneered. The only danger to us was the boy in the straw hat and the quirkless boy. We needed to lure the princess away from him, so we used the duck to call out to her. But he was stubborn. Mr. 5 added, frustration creeping into his voice as he recalled their confrontation with Karu. Now quack and call your imps. Miss Valentine laughed, her voice echoing in the tense atmosphere. Kia ha ha ha. Just give us one loud quack and we'll let you go. Karu shook his head, refusing to betray Vivi. Mr. 5 frowned. Too bad. Then we'll have to make you quack. He called out, call the princess. As Mr. 5 slapped Karu multiple times, he shouted, quack, you stupid duck. But it looks like Straw Hat and the quirkless brat are already immobilized. So we don't need this duck anymore. Vivi, sweating and shaken, ran towards Karu. Karu! Miss Valentine laughed heartily, her voice ringing out with mockery. What a stupid bird. Vivi shot her a furious glare. You dirty. Her anger was palpable as she faced both Mr. Five and Miss Valentine. Jake's voice rose in outrage. Then it was you? You rigged the ale to explode. Mr. Five smirked, unfazed. Yes, that was us. Or you. Was he on the list? Miss Valentine chimed in. No, but he must be one of them. Let's rub him out. Jake's fury ignited further. You messed up the giants' battle. Struggling to break free, Izuku declared, you are going to pay for that. Iruma shouted, you did it. I'll rip you to pieces. Vivi brandished her peacock slasher, her determination evident. You're the ones who are going to be taken down. Mr. Five taunted her. Oh, so you want to play Ms. Wednesday? Miss Valentine laughed again, her voice dripping with derision. Think you can beat 2 officer agents? Vivi and Jake prepared to attack in unison. Peacock slasher. Vivi sent her weapon flying toward Mr. Five and Miss Valentine. Jake added, light bomb generation. He conjured a bomb of light aimed directly at them. The attack struck, but to their dismay, had no effect as Miss Valentine leaped into the air. Yeah. Jake cheered, but Miss Valentine merely cackled, what a blast. Jake's expression shifted to shock as he saw Mr. Five preparing an explosion. Nespalm cannon. The explosion hit Jake, and Miss Valentine laughed cruelly. My condolences. Iruma and Izuku shouted in unison, Jake? Then, Miss Valentine unleashed her power. 10,000 kilopress. She brought her weight crashing down on Jake. Vivi rushed at Mr. Five, but he used his devil fruit to send her flying, catching her by the throat. Now calm down. Don't get excited. We're not going to kill you guys yet. Vivi gasped in pain. Ack. Mr. Five continued, we're just here to capture you. Per Mr. Three's orders. Izuku cried out, Vivi. Vivi's eyes widened in shock. Mr. Three. The wax fruit man. He's here. Mr. Five confirmed, that's right. He uses the wax his body produces as a weapon. He's the human candle. Izuku was taken aback. No way. Meanwhile, Mr. Three had captured Broggy in his wax. Coward. What's your game? Broggy demanded. Mr. Three replied with a chuckle, huh? You want to know? Miss Valentine held Vivi tightly, her laughter echoing. Behave yourself. Did you really think someone like you could escape from Baroque works? Vivi glanced at Jake and Karu, who were near unconscious, while Iruma and Izuku remained conscious but in peril. Miss Valentine laughed again. Even the one worth 30 million berries turned out to be a loser. Kia ha ha. She turned her scorn toward Izuku. I was right. Quirkless can never be a hero. You're just a waste of space. Mr. Five added with a smirk. That pays him back for what he did at Whiskey Peak. You heroes shouldn't have involved yourselves in our affairs. Izuku responded resolutely. That's what a hero does, always willing to help people in need. Mr. Five was momentarily taken aback by Izuku's conviction. That's why heroism is on the decline. People like you want to help civilians in need, but when you're in danger, you have no one to help you. He continued, we've captured your swordsman, your crew, and your classmates. Hiruma shouted defiantly, you caught Mike and my crew? Then you're doomed. Izuku's heart sank at the realization that his classmates and teachers had been captured. Iruma yelled, drop dead, just before Mr. Five kicked both him and Izuku in the face. Miss Valentine taunted, pathetic. You made a mistake letting you in, you'll only hold the school back. Mr. Five then unleashed his devil fruit power, sending an explosion toward Izuku and Iruma. Izuku! Iruma! Vivi shouted, her voice filled with worry for her friends. Mr. Five bellowed, die! Vivi cried out again, Izuku! Iruma! Miss Valentine laughed maniacally as Mr. Five declared, let's go, Miss Valentine. Vivi turned her head, calling out for Jake and Karu. At Mr. Three's location, Broggy struggled against the wax. You little swine. Mr. Three laughed triumphantly. Give up. The candle jacket I put on you is harder than steel by now. You're my prisoner, giant. He displayed a wax version of himself. In your exultation over your victory, you let down your guard, Red Ogre. Miss Golden Week stared at Broggy, intrigued. Mr. Three continued, aren't you happy? Your long battle is finally over. So what if you won with the help of a human? Victory is still sweet. He wore a smug smile. Isn't it? Broggy growled in defiance. Coward. No. Mr. Three laughed gleefully. But I am the real winner here. Did you know that the bounty on your heads from long ago, that colossal sum of money, is still collectible? Broggy seethed with anger. You dirty little... Miss Valentine chimed in, so that's what you were after, Mr. Three? Mr. Three turned to see Miss Valentine, Vivi, and Mr. Five approaching. Mr. Five declared, we have her. Miss Valentine added with satisfaction, we caught the traitorous wench. Vivi shouted in outrage, what a cowardly trick. Planting a bomb in Mr. Dory's ale. Broggy was taken aback. Ale? The ale that I gave him? He recalled the moments before the fight, realizing the depth of the betrayal. Ho, Dory! After all these years, wasn't that ale refreshing? Broggy exclaimed. Aye. Like the nectar of the gods. Dory replied. Is that what it was, Dory, my friend? Broggy's eyes widened in realization. Mr. Three interjected. You gave away my secret. Vivi exclaimed, big mouth. Mr. Three used his devil fruit to trap Vivi. Candle lock, he commanded. Vivi cried out, Mr. Three ordered, Mr. Five, bring me the swordsman, the girl, that green-haired boy, classmates, and teacher too. It's time for my extra special candelabra. Mr. Five returned with Mike, Marui, Liz, Nina, Sean, Clara, Ameri, Angela, Ariel, Izumi, Class 1A, 1B, Aizawa, Vlad King, and Midnight. Ow! Marui exclaimed as she struggled. Achiko looked up to see everyone she knew trapped in a candle-like prison. I thought you were with Izuku and Iruma. Izumi cried out to Vivi. Yes, well. Vivi replied, glancing nervously. Mr. 5 responded to Izumi, if you mean your brother and the straw hat, I got him. This revelation shocked Izuku's HRM and his friends, but they clung to the hope that Izuku would not die. Oh yeah? Mike challenged. Heh. Mr. 3 smirked. Experience my extra special candelabra, folks, he announced, ordering the capture of Iruma's crew, his girlfriend, Izuku's HRM, classmates, and teachers. What's that spinning up there? Marui asked, her voice trembling. Now I know how it feels to be a candle on a birthday cake, Mike said, his humor fading. Really, Mike? Achiko snapped, her anger rising. I can't move my legs, Momo said, panic creeping into her voice. He's immobilized us, and I have a feeling it's not because he enjoys our company, Aizawa observed grimly. I can see why, we got involved in their business, Midnight added. Vivi shouted, something's raining down on us. Mr. 3 laughed maniacally. Savor it. My extra special candelabra. He reveled in the chaos as the candelabra spun, and a waxy mist began to rain down on the heroes. The waxy mist raining down on your heads will soon turn you into wax figures, he proclaimed. Not even my skill in the plastic arts could create such perfect human figures. You'll be wax figures with real souls, he continued. Die in the name of art. Forget it. Marui shouted, fear evident in her voice. We don't want to be your stupid art, she added defiantly. Bragi. Don't just lie there, fight. Class 1A and 1B gasped in shock as they turned to see a giant looming before them. Giants, they shouted in unison. Aizawa, Midnight, and Vlad King exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a shared sense of resignation. I am not surprised anymore, they remarked. Marui, her voice filled with urgency, warned, he'll turn you into wax too. Mike responded with a teasing tone, you must have eaten all your vegetables as a kid, huh? Mr. 3 scoffed, dismissing the conversation. It's no use talking to that one. He learned the truth a short while ago without realizing his friend Dory was hurt. After a battle lasting 100 years, he slew him. He was so filled with pride that he started crying. Were you weeping for your friend, or at your own stupidity? His laughter echoed mockingly. Ha, it doesn't matter. What's done is done, you great fool. He continued to laugh, his amusement growing. Bragi. Marui shouted, her heart sinking as she saw Bragi down. Miss Valentine cackled, Kia haha, the fool, reveling in Bragi's pain. Yuck, Mr. 5 added, his disgust evident. Miss Golden Week remained silent, observing the chaos. I underestimated him, Mr. 3 admitted, a hint of satisfaction in his voice. But I'm glad that girl with green hair is out cold. Giants are incredibly strong. I never thought he would be able to break my candle jacket. Bragi stirred, still breathing, but Mr. 3 was already using his wax powers to trap him again. I'll have to secure him more thoroughly, he declared, conjuring a wax sword from his devil fruit abilities. Wax arts. Sword. Now stay put, he commanded, throwing the wax sword at Bragi's hand, eliciting a pained scream from the giant. Bragi! Marui shouted in shock and worry, her heart racing. Mike, Vivi, Class 1A, Class 1B, Aizawa, Vlad King, Midnight, the Straw Hats, and Ameri watched helplessly. If you move, your hands and feet will be torn off. Mr. 3 threatened, his laughter ringing cruelly in the air. Ha ha ha. He reveled in Bragi's suffering, who was bleeding from his hand. Arg. Bragi cried out in pain. You cruel monster. Vivi yelled at Mr. 3, her voice filled with fury. Speed up, my extra special candelabra. Mr. 3 urged, his excitement palpable. Hurry up and turn them into wax figures. The candelabra began to spin, releasing wax that began to envelop their heroes, trapping all but Mike and Izumi. My chest hurts. Marui gasped, panic rising within her. Mike remained silent, his expression unreadable. The wax is getting in our lungs. Vivi exclaimed, her voice laced with fear. He means to turn us into wax figures from the inside out. The realization sent shockwaves through everyone trapped. Ha, that's right. Die in agony. Mr. 3 laughed, relishing Marui's distress. Agony is the look I seek. Let your bodies become monuments to horror. His smirk was pure malice. Forget your art, you twisted fiend. Marui shouted, coughing from the wax. How dare you do that to Bragi? You're going to pay for this. Do you hear me? Ha, shout your head off. Mr. 3 taunted, his laughter echoing in the chaos. Don't just stand there. Do something. Marui pleaded, desperation creeping into her voice. Bragi reflected on his battles with Dory. 100 years. Day after day. We fought each other. His voice trembled with emotion. We were warriors of Elbaf. Our pride made us fight on. If this is our end, oh Elbaf. It is too cruel. Would you deny me an honorable death in battle? He cried out, anguish evident in his tone. Mr. 3 laughed heartily, pointing at Bragi. Ha, what an expression. That look of tortured bitterness. I love it. Grief, torment. What a magnificent work of art. His laughter continued, a chilling sound amidst the despair. Miss Valentine joined in, cackling, Kia ha ha ha, as she reveled in the despair unfolding before her. Bragi shivered as he stood near the wax, calling out, Elbaf. Mr. 3 let out a loud, mocking laugh. Ha ha ha. Marui exclaimed, I can't move my hand. Achiko and Momo cried out in unison, no, I can't die like this. Jiro, Mina, Toru, and Iber joined in, desperately asking, isn't there some way out? Vivi added, our bodies are already beginning to harden. Mike, assessing the situation, said, you can still move, can't you, giant? A giant without hands and feet is still more useful than a dead man. He unsheathed his swords. If I cut off my legs, how about we crush these guys together? Marui gasped, your legs? Your own legs? You can't be serious. How can you say that at a time like this? Mike replied coolly, is there a better time to say it? What are you girls going to do? Vivi, feeling hopeless, responded, do. It's hopeless. Even if you do get down from here, they'll just trap you again. You never know until you try, right? Mike urged. Aizawa chimed in, we're dead if we stay here, that's for sure. I say we go out putting up the ugliest fight we can. Why lie down and die for these creeps? Mike added. Mr. 5, bewildered, shouted, what's he saying? Is he crazy? Mr. 3 scoffed. He's bluffing. He could never do it. Broggy laughed heartily, ha 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 ha. You're a cocky lad. I almost lost my will to fight, but I'm with you. I like your spirit. He smiled at Mike's words. Marui protested, what? You're not serious. Without your legs, how will you fight? I'll fight to win, Mike declared. Mr. 3 gulped, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. What's wrong with these people? They've lost their minds. Mr. 5 exclaimed. Vivi suddenly recalled a moment with Igaram, who had urged her, Princess Vivi, it's up to you to save the kingdom. This is ridiculous. I'll kill you all. Mr. 3 shouted, preparing to unleash his wax devil fruit powers. Let's do it. Broggy encouraged. Mike. Marui called out just as Iruma, Jake, Izuku, and Karu arrived, confronting Mr. 3, Mr. 5, Miss Golden Week, and Miss Valentine. Iruma kicked up Izuku, Jake, and Karu, who screamed, "Eh," as they flew away. Hey you jerks! Get ready to die! Iruma shouted at their foes. The group crashed to the ground, and Mr. 3 exclaimed, what the? Iruma stood up, adjusting his straw hat. Jake, Bird, Izuku get them. Right Iruma. Izuku replied, determination in his voice. All right. Jake added, while Karu quacked in agreement. Class 1A, 1B, UA teachers, the Straw Hats, and Ameri cheered upon seeing Iruma, Izuku, Karu, and Jake. Izuku, Izzy, and Deku. The girls from Class 1A and 1B shouted. Iruma! Marui and Ameri cried out, with Marui in tears and Ameri beaming with joy. Izuku, Karu. Vivi called out, her relief evident. Broggy shouted, Jake? Marui urged, batter these creeps beyond recognition and blow them far, far away. Mr. Broggy, we'll avenge you. Jake vowed. You got it. These guys spoiled the giants' battle. Iruma declared, cracking his fist in readiness. Mr. 3 sneered. So your head carries the highest price in all the East Blue, eh? The Navy certainly has lowered its standards. Iruma retorted, Yao. Look at that weird hair. Really, Iruma? Now's not the time, Izuku chided. Shut up, Mr. 3 shouted angrily. Whoa, it's a 3. And it's on fire. Iruma exclaimed. Shut up. Mr. 3 barked. Ameri urged, never mind that, Iruma. Marui added, break the pillar behind us. We're being turned into wax figures. Oh, Iruma replied, realizing the urgency. You're in danger? Mike asked, eyeing the group. Nope. No problem here, he said confidently. As Marui turned, she noticed Mike was bleeding. Hey, your legs are bleeding. Yeah, I guess I hacked about halfway through them. Heh. Mike replied nonchalantly. You call that no problem? Marui exclaimed, her concern growing. Anyway, Iruma, could you break the pillar? We'll let you finish up here, Mike suggested. Sure. Iruma agreed. I can't let you do that, Mr. 3 interjected, smirking at Iruma, Izuku, and Jake. I don't know what it is, but I'm gonna wreck it. Iruma declared. I am going to help you. Izuku added. Gotcha. I feel as good as new. Jake chimed in, while Karu quacked in support. Hurry up. We're getting stiff. Marui urged, glancing anxiously at their predicament. As Iruma, Jake, and Izuku faced off against Mr. 3, Mr. 5, Miss Valentine, and Miss Golden Week, Marui asked, what are you doing? Mike quipped, if I'm going to be a statue, I want this pose, striking a pose with one hand on his waist and the other holding his sword aloft. Vivi, Mike, Marui, Class 1A, 1B, Aizawa, Vlad King, Midnight, the Straw Hats, and Ameri all exclaimed in unison, idiot. This is no time to be playing around. Marui turned to them, saying, forget that. Do something to stop your leg from bleeding. Just looking at it hurts me. Mike responded, then don't look at it. What kind of fool cuts off his legs so he can run away? Marui questioned. You got it wrong. I was going to cut off my legs so I could fight, Mike clarified. That's even stupider, Marui shot back. Shut up, okay? Mike replied, as the others watched their interaction with amusement. Miss Golden Week commented to Mr. 3, nothing seems to rattle those people. The same is true of you, Miss Golden Week, Mr. 3 replied, sweat beading on his forehead as he contemplated the fight. Vivi interjected, we're still being turned into wax figures. It's almost as if they have no sense that we are in danger. Mr. 3 grumbled, these people don't seem to respect our power. That's the most annoying part. He glanced at Iruma and Izuku, noting, he doesn't look like any threat at all. But that can't be said about that boy with green hair and freckles. I can't underestimate him. Mr. 5 chimed in, Mr. 3, let us finish him and that boy off. Finish him off? Don't be ridiculous, Mr. 3 retorted. Just look at them. Your attacks on them failed miserably. They're still very much alive. Obviously, your team can't deal with them. He gestured dismissively. You two clean up that trash behind them. I'm going to add Straw Hat Iruma, the UA Sport Festival winner, to my collection of wax figures. Jake, growing serious, responded, you scumbags talk too much. You went too far. Karu quacked in agreement, and they decided to hide behind the trees. Okay, we'll back you up, Izuku. Jake called out. Iruma turned around, surprised. Did you say something? Thanks, Jake. We will need it. Izuku replied. Karu quacked again, and Broggy commented, it seems we don't get to fight after all, lad? Yeah, it looks like they'll be taking it from here, Mike agreed. Suddenly Mr. 3 shouted, "Take that! Candle lock!" He used his devil fruit to trap Iruma's legs, but Izuku dodged the attack using observation haki. He caught! Ameri exclaimed. Thank goodness Izuku escaped. Vivi and the others cheered. Iruma fell to the ground, confused. Hey, what's this? It's like my legs are stuck. What the heck is that? Jake asked, bewildered. Iruma, you should have used your haki, Izuku advised. Iruma responded, oh, this is perfect. Mr. 3 smirked. That was easy. Now for the hands. Candle lock. Iruma narrowly dodged the attack. Whoa! With Izuku's help, Iruma launched himself at the giant sword embedded in Brogy's hand. Grab onto the sword and destroy the pillars. Izuku urged him. Iruma stretched his hand toward the sword, catching Mr. 3's attention. Iruma grabbed onto the sword. Izuku encouraged. As Iruma began to spin around, Brogy cried out in pain. Wah! Blood seeped from Brogy's hand. Iruma's gum. Hammer, he shouted. What are you doing? Mike yelled at Iruma, confusion etched on his face. Mr. 3 looked perplexed by the unfolding events. Iruma! Ameri called out as Brogy's screams echoed in the air. When Iruma crashed into the candelabra's pillar, it started to crumble. What? Mr. 3 exclaimed, shocked by the sudden turn of events. All right. The wax pillars are falling. Ameri, Marui, and the others cheered. I did it. That thing on my legs broke off too. Iruma celebrated. Good job, Iruma. Izuku gave him a thumbs up, though they all shivered as wax began to rain down on them. I'm alive. Marui exclaimed. I still can't move. Mike admitted. We're saved, the others shouted in unison. Hey, it's dangerous here. Why aren't you running away? Iruma asked, bewildered. Because we can't move, they yelled back. But I wrecked the pillar like you said, Iruma insisted. Are we really entrusting our lives to this idiot? Mike and Aizawa questioned in disbelief. Mr. Bushido? Vivi exclaimed, her eyes wide. I have no choice. My arms have already hardened, Mike stated, resigned. Wait a minute. My body's hardening too. Marui realized, panic rising in his voice. I can't move at all now. Achiko, Momo, Jiro, Pony, Ibra, and Kendo cried out in unison. Mr. 3 laughed at their predicament. Ah, the candle is closer now, so you're hardening more quickly. Oh no! Izuku feared for his classmates, girlfriends, and teachers. I have to do something. If I don't, they will be done for. Fools. Haha, become my wax figures. Mr. 3 taunted. Hey, are you guys turning into wax figures or something? Iruma asked, still confused. That's what we've been trying to tell you. Ameri and Marui replied in exasperation. Just break this thing, Iruma. Vivi urged. Right, gotcha. Iruma responded, determination flashing in his eyes. Izuku turned to see Mr. 3 wielding a wax harpoon weapon and shouted, Iruma, watch out. Not if I can help it. Mr. 3 yelled back. But Art harpoon. Jake used his quirk to shoot a light beam at Mr. 3, but it was absorbed by My light spike projection technique. He ate it. Jake exclaimed in shock. How did he eat that attack without being damaged? Izuku wondered aloud. Mr. 5 commented, the flavor could be better. You don't use a lot of light for that attack to work, do you? This isn't good. It's really coming down fast now. Mike warned. Iruma. We're running out of time. Marui shouted, urgency creeping into his voice. Izuku, smash this thing already. Achiko urged, her eyes wide with concern. I know, Iruma and Izuku responded in unison. Then hurry up. Ameri insisted as the candelabra continued to spin, covering their bodies in wax. Izuku and Iruma shouted, I know, but I don't want to save you guys. Marui exclaimed, what are you talking about? Ameri added, we're about to become wax figures. Don't you get it? We're going to die. Iruma shrugged, yeah, but somehow I just don't feel like it. The Straw Hat crew, along with Class 1A, 1B, Aizawa, Midnight, and Vlad King, shouted in unison, you don't feel like it? Jake, frustrated, said, what's wrong with that idiot? Our friends are in danger. I'll bring him to his senses. He called to Karu, let's go. Quack. Karu responded, and they dashed toward their friends. Mr. 5 commented, it's hopeless. Those two are already caught in the trap. Miss Valentine added, do you see where their feet are? Jake looked down and gasped, their feet? He noticed Izuku and Iruma standing on a strange black symbol. What is it? Miss Valentine laughed, it's just ordinary paint. Jake shouted, paint? Mr. 5 warned, but it means you and your friends are doomed. He unleashed an explosion aimed at Jake and Karu. Jake jumped out of the way and leaped onto Karu's back. Let's retreat for now, Karu. Quack. Karu agreed and they sped away. Miss Valentine shouted, he's escaping on the duck. As Karu ran, Jake called out, wait, I'm not in the saddle yet. Miss Valentine urged, after them. Mr. 5 responded, right? Karu continued to run, turning to face Jake. Hey, stop, let me get on. Quack. Karu replied, still evading Jake. Jake exclaimed, why are you scared of me? Vivi confronted Miss Golden Week. This is your handiwork, isn't it? Miss Golden Week smirked. It's my colors trap, betrayal black. The black paint makes people want to betray their friends. She casually ate a cookie. Marui asked, what's she saying? What's going on? Mike and Aizawa explained, that girl is an artist who can accurately recreate the colors of emotions. Vivi added, she uses paint to create hypnotic images. Mike gasped, hypnotize? Oh no, hypnotic powers would be devastating against someone like Iruma. Momo pointed out, but doesn't Izuku notice he's stepping on the black paint? Jiro suggested, he should use his observation skills. Ameri urged, but can't he just step off the design? Marui shouted, Iruma, get away from there. Vivi cried, no, don't. Izuku and Iruma. Whatever you do, don't step out of the black circle. Miss Golden Week continued to eat her cookie, unfazed. Marui asked, Princess? What are you saying? Vivi insisted, we don't want you to save us. Izuku and Iruma responded defiantly, oh yeah, and stepped out of the black paint circle. Mike realized, now I get it. Iruma exclaimed, huh? Something was wrong with me just then. Izuku asked, what happened? Iruma declared, but I'll save you now. As Izuku turned to Iruma, who was laughing uncontrollably, he dodged a yellow paint circle. Iruma laughed, BW ha 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 ha, never mind that. I gotta laugh. The Straw Hat crew and the others shouted, huh? Now what? This commotion woke Izumi from her slumber, and she found herself embraced by her boyfriend, Shinso. Thank God you're okay, Izumi, he said, relief flooding his voice. What happened, Shinso? Why are you hugging me? She asked, confusion evident on her face as he explained everything. Iruma continued to laugh while Miss Golden Week threw paint at him, catching Izuku's attention. Color trap, laughter yellow, she declared. Now you mustn't move. Iruma dropped to the ground, clutching his side as laughter overtook him. Marui shouted, it's on your shirt. Quick, Iruma, take it off. Iruma replied, no way. I just want to laugh right now. Ha ha ha. Mike warned, with the wax falling so fast, we won't last another minute. Karu quacked as he and Jake ran past Izuku and Iruma. Jake yelped, and accidentally bumped into Izuku. Iruma laughed even harder, BW ha 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 ha. Mike and Aizawa shouted, did you guys just come here to play around? Vivi called, Ku. Mr. Five exclaimed, blast. They're too fast. He and Miss Valentine chased after Jake and Karu. Marui pointed out, look. When Jake and Karu hit Iruma, the paint on his shirt got activated. Iruma groaned. Did she do something to me again? He stood up as Izuku approached. Cut it out, you little witch. Iruma yelled at Miss Golden Week. Did you enjoy my laughter yellow? She taunted, a sly smile on her face. Iruma retorted, shut up. Are you crazy? He inhaled deeply, preparing to unleash his power. I've got to wreck that pumpkin. Bazooka. Miss Golden Week countered with a smirk, color traps, bull fight red. Izuku chimed in, don't forget about me too. Call your rep all. He helped launch Iruma with a kick, but Iruma's hand became trapped in the red circle paint. Miss Golden Week warned, no. Mr. 3 will be angry if you break it. With a mischievous grin, she added, now you'll stick to that pattern like a bull after a red cape, as she ensnared Izuku's legs in the red circle as well. Iruma shouted in frustration, hey, you're going to get it. Your history. Bazooka. But the move failed to connect. Having fun. Miss Golden Week taunted, her eyes glinting with mischief. Marui exclaimed, it's hopeless. She's too strong. His powers are useless. Miss Golden Week continued, and the finishing touch. Mixing the laughter yellow on your shirt with sorrowful blue. She threw paint on Iruma's back, declaring, colors trap, calming green. Suddenly, Iruma found himself seated and sipping tea with Miss Golden Week. The tea is good, he said cheerfully, oblivious to the chaos around him. The Straw Hat crew and their allies yelled in frustration, you moron. Marui asked, so now what? Mike added, see? You should have struck a pose like me. Your loss, he continued, while Vivi shook her head in disbelief. You're still making jokes? Meanwhile, at Jake and Karu's location, Mr. 5 shouted, Nesplam double cannon. He launched his attack at Jake and Karu. Jake laughed, ha, you missed. He turned to Karu saying, good duck, Karu. Then he unleashed Wave Motion Blast, sending a massive wave of light toward Mr. 5, who deftly dodged it. This running around is getting us nowhere, Mr. 5 muttered, pulling out his pistol to aim at Jake. I didn't want to use this on small fry like you, but... Jake shrugged off the threat. A pistol? That's okay. Let's see if we can dodge some bullets. Jake and Karu expertly dodged the bullets fired by Mr. Let's go back to our guys. Jake urged. The enemy told us about those color traps. When we bumped into Iruma earlier, the mark was painted on his shirt. That girl beside him must have done it. It has to be her. Charge. Quack. Karu agreed, and they began charging forward, but it was too late. Jake, Karu, and Izuku were shocked by the sight before them. All the Straw Hat crew, Class 1A, 1B, and their teachers were covered in wax. You'll never dodge the bullets from my 6-shot .44 caliber flintlock revolver, Mr. 5 boasted. It's the new rage of the South Blue. A rapid-fire death machine, and you'll never know what hit you. Iruma sighed. The tea is good. Iruma. Izuku. Jake called out, rushing over. What are you two doing? Izuku replied, I'm trapped in the red circle paint trap by Miss Golden Week. The tea is good. Iruma insisted, struggling against his bonds. Idiot, Jake muttered. Izuku, use your quirk on Iruma and me to get us out of this trap. You got it, Izuku replied, determination in his voice. Mr. 5 was blowing air into his pistol, aiming at Jake and Karu. You're done for now. This is my ultimate power. Darn, he's shooting. Death blow. Jake shouted. Miss Golden Week looked around, searching for the source of the light blast, fear creeping into her expression. Wave motion blast. Jake shouted again, and this time, the attack hit Iruma and Izuku in the face, freeing them from Miss Golden Week's trap. WH, they both exclaimed. Miss Valentine cackled, K. The fool shot his friends by mistake. Jake looked confused. Huh, he's not shooting. Breeze breath bomb. Mr. 5 shouted, and the blast hit Jake and Karu, sending them crashing to the ground. I forgot to tell you. My breath is explosive too, Mr. 5 sneered. Karu, you okay? Jake asked, coughing and noticing blood on his arms. Quack. Karu replied, shaking his head. This is ridiculous. Did he run out of bullets? Jake exclaimed, turning to Iruma. Are you awake now, you idiot? Yeah, I'm awake, Iruma replied groggily. Thanks, that paint won't work on us anymore, Izuku added. Miss Valentine fumed at this turn of events. He attacked his friends on purpose to burn his shirt and destroy the trap. Iruma and Izuku shouted in unison, "You're not gonna hurt my friends, classmates, teachers. Now we're really mad." Iruma declared, his determination renewed. Meanwhile, back at the Going Merry, Alice was with Rina, Anna, and Megumi, who were sleeping. Something's definitely wrong, Alice muttered, glancing around. Very wrong. They've been gone a long time. Why haven't they come back? Could something have happened to Marui or Vivi? If so, this is no time for me to be cooking a lizard dinner. Determined, Alice jumped off the ship and began searching for Marui and Vivi. That's it, I'm gonna go look for them. Marui. Vivi, he shouted, only to be interrupted by a roar from a saber-toothed tiger. Hey, you out there? He called. I love you. He found himself atop the saber-toothed tiger, which had a bump on its head. Huh, he said, stopping in front of a wax house, which he recognized as Mr. Three's place. What's this? Mr. Three laughed heartily. Ha, so what if you're mad? Look at your friends. Izuku and Iruma retorted, that's okay. They're still alive. Mr. Three scoffed, huh, I wouldn't be too sure about that. When Ms. Golden Week finishes her painting, they'll all be magnificent wax figures. Mr. Five added, it's too late. Straw hat and green-haired brat. Mr. Three smirked evilly. Taste the bitterness of despair. With a flourish, Mr. Three created a form using his devil fruit power. Attack. Candle champion. Jake gasped, shocked by Mr. Three's new form. Whoa! What is it? Iruma asked, eyes wide. It must be Mr. Three using his devil fruit to make a form out of the wax, Izuku explained. Mr. Five chimed in. He once took down a criminal worth 42 million berries with that thing. Miss Valentine added, that's Mr. Three's masterpiece. Mr. Three called to Miss Golden Week. Come, slap some paint on me with artistry. Then can I rest? She asked, a hint of exhaustion in her voice. I'll crush that impudent straw hat and his friend. Mr. Three declared. Why of course. In fact, don't help me. I'm already invincible. Mr. Three proclaimed. My special wax gently envelopes me in a carapace that's harder than steel. And there's no weak point in this armor. Hiruma looked on in awe. Cool. Izuku frowned at his friend. Don't praise him, Iruma. Jake shouted, don't admire him. Fight. Snapping back to reality, Iruma stretched his arm back. Oh, gum pistol. He aimed to punch Mr. Three's wax armor. Izuku followed up with, flanchette shoot, launching a kick toward Mr. Three to destroy it. Jake noticed the candelabra. A waxy mist. Miss Golden Week chimed in, the paint job's finished. Both Izuku and Iruma's attacks failed to break Mr. Three's armor. Championship fight, Little Garden. Mr. Three taunted, throwing a flurry of punches that Iruma and Izuku dodged. Iruma retaliated with gum stamp, kicking Mr. Three in the face, followed by Izuku's bad manner kick course, sending Mr. Three crashing to the ground. To Jake's shock, Mr. Three blocked their attacks effortlessly. Heh. But why didn't I see it sooner? Jake exclaimed. That mist is melted wax. Iruma, Izuku heat can melt the wax. No matter how hard it is, it's still wax. Jake urged, our guys and Esther Bragi haven't been solid for long. We can still save them. Karu quacked in agreement. Is that true? Hiruma asked, hope igniting in his eyes. Izuku added, I knew something was up with the wax. Ms. Golden Week confirmed that it was true. Mr. Three shouted angrily, warning her not to give away their secrets. He sneered, declaring that it wouldn't make any difference. You have no chance of winning. And there's no more time. They only have 30 seconds until their hearts stop forever. Right about now, the darkness is closing in on your friends, tormenting them with pain and the horror of death. I don't need 30 seconds, Jake declared resolutely. I'm going to save you now. Wave motion. But Mr. Five interrupted him, firing his pistol at Jake. Jake. Iruma cried out in alarm. Karu rushed to check on Jake, who had been knocked out. Darn it. We're running out of time. Iruma exclaimed, racing toward Mr. Five and Miss Valentine alongside Izuku. Mr. Three swung his waxy fists at them, demanding they give up. Mr. Five scoffed at their determination. Jake managed to utter, hey, take this rope. Karu understood and quacked in response. What are you two plotting? Won't you let me in on it? Miss Valentine taunted, her eyes glinting with malice. Go, Karu. Jake urged. Karu dashed away, the rope tied securely to his saddle. It's all over, Mr. Five declared smugly. Miss Valentine announced, crescendo stone. Let's see how many kilograms of pressure you can withstand. She sat on Jake, applying pressure. 10 kilos. 100 kilos. 200 kilos. Jake grunted in pain as the weight bore down on him. Karu skillfully dodged bullets fired by Mr. 500 kilos. Miss Valentine continued, her voice dripping with delight. Run around them. Jake gasped, blood trickling from his mouth. Impudent bird. Mr. Five shouted, his frustration mounting. Ah, give it up. They've already become my works of art. Mr. Three laughed maniacally. Izuku and Iruma, while dodging the wax fists, felt the urgency of the situation. Forget it. I'm losing my friends, my teachers, my classmates. Izuku exclaimed. Iruma grabbed Mr. Three's hair. He has the fire. Izuku urged, desperation in his voice. Iruma shouted defiantly, to the likes of you. Ow. Mr. Three yelped as Iruma seized his hair. If heat will melt the wax, then I'll use this fire right here. Iruma declared boldly. That flame's too small. Light Karu's rope. Jake instructed, his voice strained. The special rope that's soaked in oil. Huh? Miss Valentine asked, confusion flickering across her face. Gotcha. Okay. Iruma replied, determination igniting within him. Wake up, guys. Hey, wait. Stop. Mr. 3 shouted, panic creeping into his voice. It's going to get hot. But grit your teeth and bear it. Jake warned as Izuku helped Iruma carry and throw Mr. 3 at the candelabra. I'm burning up. Mr. 3 exclaimed, rage boiling within him. Blast you, straw hat and green-haired brat. It worked. Izuku cheered, relief flooding through him. That's a lot of heat. Will they be okay? Iruma asked, concern etched on his face. You dare to ruin my special candelabra? Mr. 3 shouted as he began to flee. Mr. 3 is running away? Izuku exclaimed in disbelief. Oh no, you don't. Iruma and Izuku shouted in unison, chasing after him. With Miss Golden Week running alongside Mr. 3, they fled from the disaster of the melting candelabra. They're underestimating us. Mr. 5 growled, frustration boiling over at Jake and Karu's determination. Giving us trouble, eh? Miss Valentine said, hitting Jake in the face. No more fun and games. She leaped into the air, ready to unleash her powers. Jake groaned under the weight of Miss Valentine. I'll crush your head to a pulp, she threatened, preparing to attack. Just then, a fireball shot toward her, striking Miss Valentine and sending her crashing to the ground, knocked out. Marui exclaimed, what terrible heat. Momo, alongside her classmates and teachers, remarked, wasn't there any other way? Jake replied, don't complain. You're lucky to be alive. Izumi glared at Miss Valentine. Payback's AB, she started but then added, that fireball was for knocking me out. You're right, thanks, Marui agreed, nodding. Vivi, still in disbelief, said, I can't believe it. We're alive. Suddenly, they heard a gun click and turned to see Mr. 5 pointing his weapon at them. Drat. The wax melted. What a pain, he muttered under his breath. Mr. 5. Miss Valentine called out. We can't afford to fail in our mission again. Izumi swiftly knocked her out once more, her resolve unyielding. Jake shouted, light bomb generation. He created a light bomb and threw it at Mr. 5, who swallowed it just before it exploded. Fool. I've shown you that explosives don't work on me. I'm a human bomb. Mr. 5 boasted, confidence radiating from him. Jake smirked, sorry, but that wasn't a bomb. It was my deluxe pepper sauce. Mr. 5 screamed in pain. Water. Jake laughed triumphantly, I personally checked its effectiveness. You lousy heroes. Heck. Mr. 5 struggled, desperation creeping into his voice. I'll blow you to bits with my full body blast. He lunged at Jake, but just then, Mike emerged from the flames. Flaming Onigiri. Mike shouted, cutting Mr. 5 in the chest. It's good to be alive, Mike said, sheathing his sword with a satisfied grin. Broggy, now free, laughed heartily. Aye. Jake nodded, and steer. Only 2 left to fight. Hiruma pointed, bird. Hiruma, it's called Karu. Izuku corrected him, shaking his head. Don't let them get away. Hiruma urged, determination shining in his eyes. Karu quacked in agreement, ready for action. Anyone who spoils a battle of honor is no man. Hiruma declared fiercely. Mr. 3 laughed, revealing multiple clones scattered around the jungle. Welcome to my wax mansion, he taunted, a sinister grin on his face. Izuku used his observation hockey to locate the real. Mr. Now, which is the real me? Can you tell? Mr. 3 mocked, confidence oozing from him. You've picked a bad enemy, he continued. We're the best brains of Baroque works and you'll never take us. I am Mr. 3, and I never fail in my mission. Izuku retorted, well, that ends today with your first mission failure. Come, step inside. But the moment you turn your back on me, you'll get a dagger in the heart. Mr. 3 laughed maniacally, his eyes glinting with malice. Izuku charged at the real Mr. 3 and punched him in the gut, determination fueling his every move. Iruma followed up with a T-boom stamp, kicking Mr. 3 in the face and knocking him out cold. How did you know where I was? Mr. 3 gasped, disbelief etched on his face. Instinct. Iruma replied confidently. Karu quacked loudly, spotting Miss Golden Week, who was crying and screaming in distress. Meanwhile, at Mr. 3's hideout, Alice realized, maybe I shouldn't be sitting here sipping tea. The girls might be waiting for me to save them. As she headed for the door, the ringing of a transponder snail caught her attention. Hey, a transponder snail, she said, answering it eagerly. Stop fooling around, you idiot. You're late with your report, a voice scolded from the other end. Report? Who is this? Alice asked, confusion clouding her mind. It's me, Mr. Zero, the voice replied, irritation evident in his tone. As the scene shifted, Izuku declared with determination, I will become the #1 hero and the future symbol of peace. In the background, information about Arrow, a powerful ally with a fire-based quirk, was revealed, showcasing her impressive abilities and her unwavering support for her friends' dreams of becoming heroes. She discovered that Izuku and Izumi were created at UA when her mother told her about the UA Sports Festival, and she and the others were shocked to learn that Izuku won the event. She was even more surprised that her friend and crush had his first bounty after a certain incident. She and her friends planned to visit Izuku and Izumi later, excitement bubbling within them. Broggy was crying over the supposed death of Dori. Wah, he wailed, causing Izuku, his classmates, and teachers, along with Iruma and his crew, to cover their ears to block out the noise. Even his tears are gigantic. Marui exclaimed, astonished. They're like a waterfall. Mike added, shaking his head in disbelief. A rainbow. Iruma pointed out, making Izumi sweat drop at his comment. Karu quacked in agreement, while Vivi complained, my ears. I know how Broggy feels, Jack said, tears streaming down his face. Not you too, Jake. Izuku exclaimed, frustration evident in his voice. At that moment, Dori appeared, alive and holding his injured arm, shocking everyone who had thought he was dead. I must have passed out, Dori explained. How? Broggy asked, bewildered. Dori. Vivi smiled, joining Izuku in his relief. Mr. Giant. Iruma cheered, while Ameri also expressed her happiness at Dori's survival. It must have been the weapons. Dori continued. The weapons? Jake wiped his tears away, realization dawning on him. Oh, I get it. Even weapons forged in Elbaf were out in a battle between giants that lasts 100 years, Dori elaborated. This is incredible. Jake exclaimed. It's a miracle. Izuku added. Broggy, don't hug me so hard. Dori winced as Broggy pulled him into a tight embrace. I'm just happy you're alive, old friend. Ho 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 ho. Broggy laughed, bringing his head close to Dori's. Hehehehe. Dori chuckled, tears still glistening in his eyes. What miracle? It's no surprise, Mike remarked. Those weapons haven't been cared for over the last century, and neither have their owners. This is a glorious day. Broggy declared. I give thanks to the gods of Elbaf. Ho 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 ho. Are you that proud of yourself just for knocking me out? Dori teased. Idiot. That's not what I meant. Broggy playfully punched Dori's arm. You hit my wound. Dori protested. Hehehehe. Broggy laughed, and soon they were playfully hitting each other again. Are you looking for a fight? Broggy challenged. Sure. I'll knock you out this time. Dori replied. You're at it again? Marui exclaimed, clearly annoyed by the antics of the two giants, while Izuku, Vivi, and their classmates exchanged exasperated glances. Meanwhile, at Mr. Three's hideout, Alice was in shock. Mr. Zero? Isn't he the leader of Vivi's enemies? She wondered. With Mr. Zero, also known as Crocodile, tapping his fingers on the table, Alice realized. So this is his transponder snail. This is the enemy's camp. The guy who wants to kill Vivi, Mr. Three, is on this island. I hope the others are okay. Mr. Zero poured himself a cup of wine. Why do you hesitate? Have you accomplished your mission, Mr. Three? Mission accomplished, Alice replied. Everyone who knew your secret has been eliminated. Mr. Zero picked up a flower. I see. Good work. The unluckies are on their way there now to confirm that the job is done and deliver something. Deliver something? Alice asked, confused. The eternal pose to Alabasta, Mr. Zero said, stirring the flower in his drink. I want you to head for Alabasta with Ms. Golden Week. The time has come to begin the most crucial part of our plan. Go to Alabasta and await further orders. As Alice observed the unluckies through the window of Mr. Three's hideout, Mr. Zero asked, What's the matter? Nothing. Alice replied nervously. Suddenly, 13 had his claws out, and Miss Friday was ready to attack Alice, igniting a fight. Miss Friday shot a missile at Alice, who barely managed to escape. What the heck is that? He shouted, dodging 13's claws. Whoa! Alice exclaimed, growing frustrated with the situation. You want to kill me? Just try. Four-eyed monkey. He kicked 13 away. Turning his attention to Miss Friday, he declared, Now. Darn. Minute. You overgrown chicken. He jumped over Miss Friday and landed a kick on her. What's going on? Mr. Zero inquired. Alice approached the transponder snail, answering, nothing really. Turns out the Straw Hats and their UA friends are still alive, but it's okay, I finished them really. Still alive? You say? Mr. Zero picked the flower and snapped it in half. Didn't you just tell me the mission was accomplished? I thought it was, but they weren't as dead as I thought, Alice stammered. In other words, you gave me a false report, Mr. Zero stated. Well, you make it sound bad. But I finished them for good this time, so there's no need to send anyone else after them. Okay. Anyway, you're to go straight to Alabasta, Mr. Zero said, suspicion creeping into his voice. This will be our last electronic communication. We can't have the Navy or any future heroes catching on to us. From now on, you'll receive your orders directly as in the past. That is all. I wish you success, Mr. Three. He hung up the transponder snail. Ms. All Sunday, he called. Yes, she replied. Dispatch Mr. Two to Little Garden, he instructed. Alice sighed. He hung up. You're so ruthless, Sir Crocodile, Ms. All Sunday remarked. Minions are replaceable, Mr. Zero replied, his tone cold. Are you talking back to me? No, I'll do as you say, she assured him, starting to walk up the stairs while Mr. Zero stared after her. Just who were these guys? Alice wondered aloud. Her gaze fell to the ground, where she spotted the eternal log pose. At the Grand Line, a Marine called out, Captain! Smoker! We just intercepted a very interesting transmission, another Marine reported. What? Smoker replied, intrigued. Listen closely to the two men talking, the Marine said, preparing to play the recording. The black transponder snail crackled to life. KRK, ZKKK. Did you? Princess Vivi and Straw Hats. You brats. ZZT. Yes. Mission accomp, BZZT. The call abruptly ended. Straw. The Straw Hats. Tashiji exclaimed, her eyes wide. Yes. The transmission is garbled, but we can make out 4 keywords from this conversation. Princess Vivi, Straw Hats, children from UA, Mr. Zero, and orders directly, Smoker explained. Tashiji pointed to the man they had captured, who was part of Mr. Zero's criminal organization. Is this Mr. Zero? Connected to Mr. 11, that dubious swordsman we captured recently? Maybe if 11 is his codename, he could be getting direct orders from some criminal organization, Smoker speculated. Mr. 11 scoffed. Hehe, Mr. Zero? A criminal organization? That's absurd. Smoker confronted Mr. 11, his voice steady and accusatory. Then explain those orders we found in your pocket. Mr. 11 stammered, panic evident on his face. What? I was sure I burned them. Sweat began to bead on his forehead as he realized he had been caught red-handed. Smoker smirked, relishing the moment. Gotcha. There was nothing in your pockets. He continued, Princess Vivi. She's the missing princess of Alabasta. Alabasta is a kingdom in the grip of rebellion. Do you think a criminal organization and the Straw Hats, along with the kids from UA, are somehow involved? I don't know, Smoker admitted, but this is our clue to the Straw Hat's whereabouts. Tashiji, her brow furrowed in concern, asked, then are we? Aye, Smoker replied firmly. Contact headquarters and get an eternal pose. Yes, sir, a Marine responded promptly. Set a course for the desert kingdom of Alabasta, Smoker ordered. On Little Garden, the island of giants, Bragi expressed his gratitude. You little people saved our lives. We want to repay you. Izuku smiled, shrugging off the praise. No problem, it's just what heroes do to save people. Dori laughed heartily. Har har har. We completely forgot there was a price on our heads. Vivi interjected, they only came to this island because of me. Marui pinched Vivi's cheek playfully. Don't say that. Shinso suddenly exclaimed, Izumi, your shirt is gone, and your chest is exposed. Please cover it up. Realizing her shirt had burned away, Izumi blushed in embarrassment. Thank you, she said, walking over to Shinso and kissing him. Shinso, ever the gentleman, took off his shirt and handed it to Izumi, having a backup in his pocket. Izuku reassured Vivi, she's right, don't worry about it. As they relaxed and enjoyed snacks, Iruma offered, want a rice cracker? Marui, Vivi, Aizawa, Midnight, Vlad King, Izumi, Mike, Nina, Ameri, Shans, Clara, Brittany, Ariel, and Angela all sweat-dropped at Iruma's casual offer. Where did you get those? Marui asked, bewildered. No one's mad at you, he added quickly. Jake cheered, all right, let's have a rice cracker party. Vivi blushed as she glanced at Izuku. Iruma laughed, ha, gee Jake, your eyes are about to pop out. Idiot, Jake muttered. Again, do it again. Iruma urged. Mike chimed in, it takes a year for the log pose to reset here. That's no good, he added, his expression serious. I'll say, we're in real trouble, Marui agreed. Is there anything you can do, giants? Iruma asked, looking hopeful. Dori shook his head. Are you kidding? We can't even control a log pose. Just then Alice arrived, spotting her friends. Marui, Vivi, you guys. Relief washed over her as she continued, you're all safe. Thank goodness. Hey, Alice. Iruma greeted. Jake scoffed. He wasn't around when we needed him, but he has the nerve to show up now? Alice's gaze fell on Dori, who was looking at her intently. What the? She exclaimed. Are you Mr. 3? Hey, how do you know about Mr. 3? Marui asked, surprised. Woo Marui, you're appealing. Alice exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. After Alice explained everything, Vivi's eyes widened. You mean a little while ago, you spoke with Mr. Zero? That's right, Alice confirmed. And you told him we were all dead? Vivi pressed. That's what I told him, Alice replied. Jake chimed in, Baroque Works is off our trail, but we're stuck on this island. Alice held up the eternal log pose triumphantly. We're stuck? What's to keep us here now that we have this? Everyone gasped in shock and rushed to hug Alice. The eternal pose to Alabasta, they exclaimed, except for Dori, Bragi, and Mike. You found it. Now we can go. Vivi said, her voice filled with gratitude. Thank you, Alice. I almost lost hope. Alice smiled shyly. It was nothing. I didn't know you'd be so happy. All right, it's rice cracker party time. Iruma declared. Jake interrupted. Hey, this won't work. We have 3 rice crackers. The party can wait. Let's go, Captain Iruma. Marui insisted. Ameri added, there's no time to waste. Oh, by the way, you haven't forgotten about our hunting challenge, have you? Alice asked. I bagged a huge rhino. Mike boasted. A rhino? I hope it's edible, Alice replied. Bragi and Dori exchanged confused glances. Hunting challenge? They asked in unison, trying to remember how it all started. Hey, you roly-poly giants. We have to go. Iruma urged. Bragi nodded. Oh, you seem to be in a hurry. Dori sighed. It's sad to see you go, but I won't stop you. I hope you're able to save your kingdom. Thank you, Vivi said. As everyone began to leave, Iruma and Izuku called out, don't kill each other. Alice smirked, just wait, mine's definitely bigger. Mike shot back, we'll see about that. Karu quacked in agreement. Jake waved goodbye. Goodbye, Timestes. One day I shall go to Elbaf. Bragi reflected, our friends are about to set sail on the Eastern Sea. Dori added, we can't let them go by themselves with that monster out there. How's your wound, Dori? Bragi asked, concerned. I'll live, Dori replied. My axe and your sword have had good lives, Bragi said, reminiscing. Do you have any regrets? Dori inquired. Of course. This axe has been my partner in battle for over 100 years, but if it's to help those people, it's well worth it. Bragi declared. Then it's settled, Dori agreed. Alice chimed in, take a good look, my lizard wins. Mike argued, are you blind? My rhino's bigger. Their banter continued as they debated whose animal was larger. Who cares? They both look good to eat, Iruma interjected. Alice and Mike shouted in unison, you shut up, Captain. Marui sighed, how long are you two going to keep bickering? Just cut them up and load as much as you can. It's time to sail. All right, Marui, Alice conceded. Mike turned to Jake. Right, Jake? Mine's bigger, right? I don't care, Jake shrugged. Vivi and Achiko chimed in, can't you call it a draw? There are no draws in a challenge. Mike insisted. Izuku and Izumi exchanged exasperated glances. Oh my gosh, they exclaimed in frustration. If we sail straight ahead, that'll take us to the east of the island, Marui pointed out. Hey, can't we carry any more meat? Iruma asked. The ship will hold. Alice assured him. Do you want to sink us? Jake added nervously. Izuku pointed at Bragi and Dori. Hey, look at Dori and Bragi. They came to see us off, Jake noted. Bragi declared, there's one big reason that you little people can't reach the next island. You risked your lives to defend our honor, Dori added. Now, no matter what, we will allow no enemy to trample on our friend's pride. Bragi proclaimed. Have faith in us, and sail straight ahead. No matter what happens, sail straight ahead. Dori urged. Okay. Iruma agreed, determination in his voice. What are they talking about? Mike asked puzzled. We'll sail straight ahead. Iruma reiterated. It's time to say goodbye, Izuku said, his voice heavy with emotion. I hope we meet again, Dori said, a hint of sadness in his tone. Yes, I hope so too, Bragi echoed. Marui pointed ahead. Up ahead. She indicated a massive fish surfacing in the sea. There it is. The island eater, Dori said, his expression serious. Bragi added, you will give way. The honor of Elbaf is at stake. Preview. Next week, Dori and Bragi will face a formidable fish, followed by a flashback to how the battle began with 2 people falling ill. Stay tuned for more in The Hero of D, Straight Ahead. Izuku declared, I will become the #1 hero and the future symbol of peace. Inka Kasugatani, a 16-year-old with pyrokinetic abilities activated by her Adala burst, had always been a supportive friend to Izuku and Izumi. Growing up in East Blue, she cherished their dreams of becoming heroes. Recently, she learned from her mother about the UA Sports Festival, where Izuku had astonished everyone by winning the event. The news left her and their friends in shock, especially when Izuku received his first bounty after a significant incident. Eager to reconnect, Inka and her friends planned a visit to see Izuku and Izumi. As the scene unfolded, Dori declared, we will allow no enemy to trample on our friend's pride. Bragi chimed in, have faith in us and sail straight ahead. Suddenly, Marui shouted in panic, something big came out of the sea. Sea monster. He frantically ordered Jake to steer the ship, urging, turn the ship. Hurry, or we'll be eaten. Jake White exclaimed, what the? It's huge. A goldfish? Denki added, a giant goldfish? I think I've heard of this somewhere. Izumi, frustrated, hit Denki on the head. I told you that, Kaminari. Reiko, feeling the tension, exclaimed, spooky. Her classmates and homeroom teacher looked at her in confusion, with Class 1B and Vault King shouting in unison, what the hell are you saying, spooky, for? We're about to be eaten. Class 1A echoed their alarm, what the hell is that? Meanwhile, Izuku and Izumi had just emerged from the ship. Jake, turn the wheel. Marui urged again. Karu quacked in distress. I can't. We're gonna sail straight ahead. Right, Iruma? Iruma confirmed, right? Of course. Momo interjected, don't be insane. This isn't like Laboon. Jake, trying to keep calm, offered, I know, don't panic. Here, have the last rice cracker. Mina declined, no, thank you. Forget that and turn the ship or wheel, Mike shouted, but Marui, munching on a rice cracker, retorted, Marui, resign yourself. Are you sure we can trust those giants? Marui asked, concern etched on his face. Unha, Iruma affirmed. Are you serious? Vivi exclaimed, her voice rising in disbelief. Are you really going to sail straight into that monster's mouth? Oh no, it's too late. Marui cried as the sea monster engulfed the ship. Dori shouted defiantly, Island Eater, you overgrown goldfish. Bragi added, it's not just that he's huge. That monster eats whole islands, and his waist is truly colossal. He continued, truly, they're as big as islands. Dori laughed heartily, reminiscing, remember the time we mistook one for a continent and landed on it? Bragi chuckled in agreement. Who could forget that? Dori sighed nostalgically, watching this takes me back to the good old days. The only thing we can't pierce is a snake soaked in blood. Behold the legendary spear of the giants of Elbaf, they declared as they prepared to attack the goldfish. Straight ahead. Straight ahead. Jake urged. Straight ahead. Iruma echoed. Straight ahead. Izuku joined in. Hakoku sovereignty. Bragi and Dori shouted as their attack struck the goldfish. Yahoo! Iruma cheered. We're flying out. Pony exclaimed, speaking in English that only Izuku and Izumi understood. Don't turn. Go straight ahead. Iruma insisted. It's huge. So huge. Jake cried out. They blasted a hole right through it. That's the power of the warriors of Elbaf. The ship landed back on the sea with a thud. Wow. Mina exclaimed. May good fortune accompany you. Bragi and Dori said, despite their broken weapons. GWAH ha 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 ha. Dori laughed, joined by Bragi. Narrator Shamar's voice filled the air. Long ago, a group of ruffians calling themselves the Vilganti Giants terrorized the seas. The two leaders, Bragi the Red and Dori the Blue, were warriors of unimaginable strength. No ordinary mortal could cross blades with them and survive, leaving them free to do as they pleased. But one day, a little girl changed all that. In a flashback, a young girl exclaimed, did you see what the chiefs caught today? I could hardly believe me eyes, another replied. They each caught humongous sea monsters. Even among the giants of Elbaf, the only ones who can catch such fearsome prey are our chiefs. Men? Ho 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 ho. Those might be the biggest ones ever, Bragi said. I think you're right. Dori agreed. Which one is bigger? The little girl asked. Which? Bragi replied. One. Dori added, pointing at two enormous dinosaur-like creatures. Look, Bragi, the girl pointed excitedly. I think mine's a little bigger, Bragi claimed. Don't kid yourself. Mine's almost 2 inches bigger. Dori retorted. What? They both exclaimed. Chiefs, please stop, the girl pleaded. The flashback faded, and Dori turned to Bragi. By the way, Bragi, there's something I can't remember. Same here, Bragi replied. Oh, there's the signal, Dori noted. Narrator Shamar continued, but that was a long time ago. Right, we'll work it out later, Bragi said as he and Dori clashed against each other. Meanwhile, the merry-go sailed peacefully over the ocean. You guys, someday I swear, I'm going to Elbaf, to the village of warriors. Jake declared. All right, let's do it. Iruma responded enthusiastically. Let's go to the land of the giants. Jake exclaimed. El baff baff el baff baff? Everyone is huge, 'cause they're giants. They're sure in a good mood, Marui noted, sweat beading on his forehead. Izumi shook her head, declaring, I am going to bed now, as Achiko offered to walk with her. Do you want me to walk with you to your bedroom? Achiko asked, and Izumi nodded in agreement. The two girls began walking together. I'm still exhausted from that adventure, Marui said, handing Vivi the log pose. Can you keep an eye on this? Vivi accepted the log pose with a smile, saying nothing. Now finally you can go home, Marui said. If we don't run into trouble between here and Alabasta, that is. Just, I've got to get home and save my kingdom, Vivi replied. In another flashback, Igaram urged, You're the only one, princess. Your father, the king, is powerless now. The people must hear the truth from your lips. Or this violence will not end. You must live. Whatever sacrifices must be made, even if you must betray others, you must live. No matter what. Princess Vivi, do you have the resolve to stay alive? The flashback ended and Vivi declared, I will live. And return to Alabasta. No need to worry, Vivi, Alice reassured her. You have me. You forget that you have someone else, Rena interjected, a hint of annoyance in her voice. Petit four? They're my treat of the day, Alice offered, presenting a choice of coffee or tea. Yum. Iruma and Jake said in unison, their eyes fixed on the food Alice had prepared. Yours is in the kitchen, Alice replied, prompting them to rush off with Izuku and their classmates, while Rina, Megumi, Anna, and the teachers followed to eat. Meanwhile, Mike was lifting weights, counting, 2,603, 2,604. He muttered to himself, if I had been able to destroy that candelabra, we wouldn't have been delayed so long. 2 lakhs. I have to get strong enough to shatter steel. Narrator Shamar announced, Sandy Island Harbor, the Kingdom of Alabasta. Mr. Tuban Clay, someone called out. The Swanda is ready. All right. Quiet. Mr. 2 commanded. Why all the fuss? Can't you handle Mr. 3 by yourselves? No way. Even if we attacked all at once, he will slaughter us. Please help us. It's the boss's orders. Weaklings. What a pain. Mr. 2 grumbled. Vivi, I'm sorry, I need some rest, Marui said, feeling the weight of their adventures. Okay, Marui. I'll watch the ship for you, Vivi said, her voice filled with concern. Go get some sleep. As Marui walked away, she suddenly collapsed to the ground, and Izumi followed suit, leaving Achiko in shock. Oh no, everyone come quickly. This is bad. Vivi shouted, panic rising in her voice. What's wrong, Vivi? Iruma asked, his mouth full of food. It's Marui. She's burning up with fever, Vivi replied urgently. Inside Izumi's room, Achiko noticed that Izuku's sister was unwell. Oh no, Izuku and Mr. Aizawa. Izumi is sick, she exclaimed. This news prompted Izuku, his friends, Aizawa, and Midnight to rush to Izumi's side. I will become the #1 hero and the future symbol of peace, Izuku declared, his determination unwavering. Shinso checked on Izumi, who was suffering from the same illness that had struck Marui. You will be fine, Izumi. Stay with me, he reassured her. Shinso, there's no way I am dying here on the Grand Line. I'm not ready to meet my mother again without accomplishing my dream of being a hero. Izumi protested fiercely. Izumi, you need to rest. You don't want your fever to get worse, do you? Izuku urged, worry etched on his face. Izumi nodded, acknowledging her brother's concern. Vivi chimed in, even a little cold can kill you if you're not careful. Isn't there anyone on board who knows a bit about medicine? Haruma, Jack, Liz, and Clara all pointed at Marui, shocking everyone except Alice, who was in tears. She just needs to eat some meat. That'll cure her. Right, Alice? Iruma suggested. Well, I'll cook up something she can eat, Alice replied, her voice steady. I'll join you, Alice, to help my sister get well. Izuku offered, eager to assist. That's basic care for any sick person, but it won't necessarily make her well. I've ensured their meals are well balanced with meat and vegetables, Alice explained. Hey! Jake interjected, annoyed by Alice's comment. It all tasted pretty good though. Ha ha ha. Iruma added, trying to lighten the mood. As long as I'm the ship's cook, you don't have to worry about basic nutrition. However, there are all sorts of special foods that are good for different diseases, but I don't know what she has, Alice continued. Then feed her all of them, Iruma suggested. That's a good way to make a healthy person sick. Alice retorted. Her fever's getting worse. Vivi cried out. There's sure to be a doctor in Alabasta, right? How much farther is it, Vivi? Jake asked, his voice filled with urgency. I'm not sure, but it'll take us at least a week. Vivi replied, her brow furrowed in worry. Does it hurt to be sick? Iruma asked, his confusion evident. The crew exchanged puzzled looks. Izuku, Katsumi, Class 1A, 1B, Aizawa, Midnight, and Vlad King all shouted in unison, how are you even a captain of this crew? Of course it hurts. A fever of 104 is catastrophic. It could kill her. Vivi exclaimed, her voice rising in alarm. Iruma, Jake, and Alice screamed in fear. Marui's gonna die? Iruma shouted. Marui, please don't die. Alice pleaded, tears streaming down her face. Stop running around and be quiet. We need to find a doctor. Vivi commanded, her voice firm. It's no good. Marui said weakly as she sat up from her bed. Oh? Marui? Vivi exclaimed, surprised. Hey, she's better. Iruma said, relief flooding his voice. Outside the Going Merry ship on the Grand Line, Mike sat on the deck, gazing at the sky. It can't be. Vivi murmured, her eyes scanning a newspaper with shocking news. What's wrong? Iruma asked, concerned. Is it about Alabasta, Vivi? Izuku inquired, sensing the gravity of the situation. This is terrible. 300,000 soldiers have defected from the royal army and joined the rebels. Vivi announced, her voice trembling. The royal army used to have 600,000 men, and the rebel army had 400. This changes everything, she continued, her expression grave. Now the violence in Alabasta will intensify. That newspaper's from 3 days ago. I'm sorry for hiding it from you, Marui added, her voice strained. Do you understand what Marui is saying, Iruma? Izuku asked, trying to gauge his friend's comprehension. I get the feeling it's pretty bad, Iruma replied, his brow furrowing. It is. I'm glad to see you're actually taking this seriously, Marui said, her tone serious. You need to see a doctor, Marui, Jake insisted. I'm fine. That thermometer must be broken, Marui replied dismissively. It's impossible to have a temperature of 104, Iruma pointed out. It was probably just sunstroke. I don't need to see a doctor, Marui insisted, standing up and walking outside. We have to stick to the plan and head straight for Alabasta. She turned to face Iruma and Jake. Thanks for worrying about me. Hey, is she really better? Iruma asked, uncertainty creeping into his voice. She always has to be so strong, Jake added, shaking his head. If I don't do something, the kingdom will be engulfed in a bloody war. I have to prevent that at all costs, or it will mean the end of Alabasta. Crocodile will take over. I don't just have to get home alive, but as soon as possible. I've got to get home, or millions of my people will kill each other in a senseless war, Vivi declared, her voice filled with determination. Iruma gasped, 1,000,000 people? Vivi, you have a heavy weight on your shoulders, Izuku noted, his expression serious. Outside the ship, Marui yelled at Mike, hey, what are you looking at? What? The ship's going straight ahead, Mike replied, unfazed. Straight ahead according to what? You have to look at the log pose. Marui retorted, frustration bubbling over. I don't need to, I just follow that big cloud over there, Mike said nonchalantly. Don't you know that clouds move and change shape? Oh, I can't take this. My head hurts, Marui exclaimed, placing her hand on her forehead, feeling dizzy. Just leave it to me, get some sleep, Mike said, still training with his dumbbell. I would if I could, but that would be suicide. Marui shot back, feeling the pressure in her head. The air is different. The air? Mike asked puzzled. It's been nice and sunny all day. Never mind, just call the others, Marui instructed, her voice firm. Hey you guys, come out here. Time to work. Mike shouted. We're gonna make a turn to the south. I don't take orders from you, Alice replied defiantly. Shut up and get to work. Hoist the sails and catch the wind to port, Mike commanded. Right? Jake agreed, following Mike's lead. What's going on, Marui? The sea's calm and the sky's clear, Alice asked, her curiosity piqued. The wind. There's a big wind coming up ahead, I think, Marui explained, her tone serious. Iruma put his hand on her forehead, felt the heat, and quickly withdrew it. You're hot. We have to get you to a doctor. That's not necessary. This is my normal temperature. So stop acting stupid and pull a rope. Marui insisted, her voice firm. Izuku cautioned, Marui, I know you want to help Vivi, but if you overexert yourself. I said I'm fine, Marui interrupted, her determination unwavering. Hey Marui, you better, Jake added, concern in his voice. Just hurry up and turn the ship. Marui urged. What's that? It doesn't sound like the wind. I have to get back to Alabasta as soon as possible. Everyone, I need to ask you a favor. I know this is selfish of me, after all you've done already, but my country is in grave peril, and I've got to get back right away. There's not a moment to spare. Vivi declared, her voice filled with urgency. She directed her plea to everyone except Achiko, who Shinso had asked to look after Izumi. So I want you to sail this ship at maximum speed and head straight for Alabasta. Marui smiled, her resolve strengthening. Of course. We promised you we would. Vivi continued, so let's look for an island with a doctor as soon as possible. This revelation shocked Marui. Vivi added, if we want to get to Alabasta, we need to get Marui and Izumi well so we can get there faster. Iruma smiled brightly, exclaiming, absolutely. And this ship can't go any faster than that. Izuku nodded in agreement, saying, no problem, Vivi. Jake raised an eyebrow, questioning, are you sure about this? What about those 1,000,000 people of yours? I'm sure. That's why we need to make Marui and Izumi well quickly, Vivi replied with determination. Well said, Vivi. I like you. Izuku added, a slight blush creeping onto his cheeks, his voice low enough that only Jiro could hear. She was taken aback but pleased. Mike smirked, you've got a big heart, as he held out his sword. Marui expressed her gratitude, thank you for your concern. Vivi cautioned, but Marui, don't push yourself so hard. Sorry Vivi, I think. I'm not completely well yet. Marui admitted, her words interrupted by Iruma's sudden scream. What the heck is that? Jiro and Marui exclaimed in unison, it's a cyclone. Vivi shouted, huh? Marui, hang on. Sean and Denki chimed in, it's enormous. Vivi observed, wait a minute. That direction. Izuku pointed out, that's the direction we were sailing before we turned. Momo realized the danger. If we continued on that course, we would have sailed straight into it. Iruma exclaimed, what a close call. We barely missed it. Vivi marveled, amazing. They say the cyclones on the Grand Line happen without warning, and yet Marui doesn't just use the wind and sky to predict the weather. It's as though she feels it in her bones. I've never seen a seafarer like her. All right, let's hurry. Iruma encouraged. As they navigated through the cyclones under Marui's guidance, everyone cheered, aye. We're gonna head south. We gotta find a doctor. Narrator Izuku noted, and so, ignoring the eternal log pose that pointed the way to Alabasta, we sailed the merry-go in search of a doctor. The very next day, Alice exclaimed, Vivi, what'll we do? Marui's fever isn't going down. Vivi replied urgently, Alice. Karu, be quiet. Mike called out, hey. Iruma asked, see any doctors? He and Jake looked up at the tower where Mike stood. Jake responded, you expect us to find a doctor out here? Mike pointed excitedly. Hey, guys, take a look. Is that somebody standing out there? Somebody's standing in the water? Mike remarked, his eyes wide. While snow fell softly in the background, Jake peered through his binoculars. That's impossible, Mike. Then what's that out there? Mike insisted. Iruma, Izuku, and Jake squinted at a figure standing in their way, bundled in warm clothes. Boy, sure is cold today, the figure said casually. Iruma, Jake, Izuku, and Mike exchanged surprised glances. Yeah, sure is, Iruma replied. Uh-huh, it's cold all right, Jake added. Yes, it is, Izuku confirmed. Really? The figure responded, startling them. Meanwhile, on Wapple's ship, Wapple shouted, increase buoyancy. Aye, sir, came the reply from his crew. Suddenly, a large ship emerged from beneath the water. What's that? Hiruma exclaimed. What the? Izuku echoed. A watermelon? Jake wondered aloud. Achiko, concerned, asked, what the heck is going on out there? She and the other girls checked on Izumi. I don't like this one bit, Momo said, her brow furrowed. Why is the ship shaking? Vivi exclaimed, her voice rising in panic. Hold her steady. If anything happens to Marui, I'll throw you overboard. That can't be a ship? Mike said shocked. Wapple laughed heartily. Baby haha. Were you surprised by my giant submersible attack ship? A flag was raised and Jake cursed, gosh darn it. Denki shouted, a villain ship? Wow, Iruma muttered, his eyes wide. We don't have time for this, Mike stated firmly. What? Izuku responded, bewildered. Vivi, take over here. Alice instructed. Okay, Vivi replied, her focus shifting. Alice ran outside to see what was happening. Hey, what's going on? She pulled out a lollipop and asked Iruma, so what happened? That ship attacked us, Iruma explained. Don't say it casually. Nina snapped, clearly upset with her captain. Suddenly, a group of men pointed guns at the heroes. I thought it was something like that. Alice murmured. From the looks of it, Mike added. Hey, we're in a hurry, Iruma said, trying to maintain control. The captain of the enemy ship was munching on meat from a sword. 4 of you? Can't be just the 4 of you, Wapple said, breaking a piece of the sword with a grin. Never mind, I've got a question, he continued. Iruma asked, who is that guy? Izuku replied, he just ate that knife, both of them shocked, while Mike looked disturbed. My mouth hurts just watching him. Jake exclaimed. Wapple declared, we want to go to the Drum Kingdom. Do you have an eternal pose or a log pose? Nope. And we've never heard of that place either, Alice replied. So, if you're done, go away. Iruma insisted. It's not good to rush through life. If you don't have either of those items, we'll take your treasure and your ship instead, Wapple threatened. What? Izuku exclaimed. Wapple inspected a piece of the ship. Just a moment. I'm still a bit hungry. What the heck is that guy? Jake asked incredulously. He's eating our ship. Iruma shouted, growing angrier. An anchor rope? Yum. Wapple said, savoring his meal. Don't move. Captain eating. One of the crew members shouted, pointing his gun at Iruma. Shut up. Iruma retorted, punching the crew member in the head. This action caused many men with guns and swords to aim at Iruma, Jake, Alice, and Izuku. Why, that dirty trick, the crew member exclaimed. That's what we should have done from the start, Mike said, drawing his sword, while Alice prepared to fight as well. What? We can fight? Alice asked, surprised. That's fine by me, Izuku replied, ready for action. Wait, we can talk this out. Urged, trying to dodge bullets from Wapple's ship. Chess and Kuramarimo observed the chaos, guessing that the Straw Hats were fighting them. They're fighting us, Chess noted. Those fools, they're rushing to their deaths, Kuramarimo added. Then Vivi and the other girls heard gunfire. Gunfire? Vivi exclaimed, alarmed. Karu, Koda, Reiko, watch Marui, okay? The 3 nodded in agreement. I'm tired of this. I'm heading out there. Vlad, you coming with me? Aizawa declared, determination in his voice. Aizawa and Vlad King headed out. You're not so tough, Izuku said, raising his foot to kick a crew member, slamming him to the ground. Reception. Party table kick course. Alice shouted, spinning on the ground and using his legs to kick the men off the ship. Mike slashed through more villains, declaring, they're all show. One crew member, covered by a gray scarf, was kicked in the head, sending him flying. It was revealed to be Shota Aizawa, while Vlad King used his quirk to trap their opponents. Aizawa jumped up, using the scarf to pull them together and knock them out cold. This ship is tasty. Wapple mused. Hey, how much are you gonna eat? Iruma shouted, pushing some of his men aside as he rushed toward Wapple. Hey you! Iruma called out. Wapple turned to face him, confused. Ha, you dare to challenge Captain Wapple? A crew member laughed. He'll devour you with the power of the munch fruit, another added. Iruma! Jake shouted, warning him. Wapple opened his mouth, preparing to eat Iruma. But what's this? Wapple said, surprised. Izuku joined Jake, Mike, Alice, Aizawa, and Vlad King as Vivi opened the door. Vivi, is Marui alright? Alice asked anxiously. What's going on? Vivi replied, her eyes wide with concern. Izuku was shocked to see his teachers outside, dealing with Wapple's men. Iruma's hands stretched too far, then he pulled them back, exclaiming, why, he's too chewy. Vivi gasped in shock, and Izuku rushed forward to kick Wapple in an attempt to help Iruma. Collier! Izuku shouted. Take off! Iruma urged. The villains were left confused. Captain Wapple? One of them stammered. They all sweat-dropped in disbelief. That man! Vivi exclaimed, realizing the gravity of the situation. She recognized the man who had been sent flying out of the ship, though she couldn't quite place him. Hello viewers! It's Kyuko Kisaragi here, bringing you the scoop on next week's chapter. After dealing with Wapple, our heroes are on a quest to find an island with a doctor for Marui and Izumi. Izuku declared with determination, I will become the #1 hero and the future symbol of peace. Eri Moiwana, a 17-year-old volleyball player born on April 24, 2007, had become a fan of Izuku during the sports festival. She dreamed of being the best volleyball player but hesitated to pursue a relationship with him because she was quirkless. What if we throw some water on her? Iruma suggested. Iruma, that's not how fever works. Izuku replied, exasperated. As Iruma received kicks and punches from Vivi and Alice, they shouted in unison, are you crazy? This is bad, the sun's going down, Vivi, Alice warned. I know. We have to drop anchor somewhere, Vivi agreed. While everyone else slept, Marui woke up. Ugh, see cold. So cold. Alice murmured, the moon will be full soon. The next morning, Mina wondered aloud, I wonder who they were? Huh. Alice replied, confused. Jake chimed in, those guys from yesterday, I never heard of this Wapple before, but that ship of his was awesome. Who cares? Forget about them, Alice said dismissively. In a flashback, Jess exclaimed, Captain Wapple. This is terrible. Captain Wapple's been hurled into space. It's a catastrophe. Captain Wapple can't swim. Kuromarimo added. We gotta rescue him. Chess insisted. Wapple's men climbed the ladder to join their ship. Remember US. We'll get you for this. Just you wait. Chess shouted. Remember US. Kuromarimo echoed. They're just a bunch of idiots, nothing to worry about, Izuku remarked. Never mind them. The weather's been unusually stable lately, Alice noted. Stable but cold. Yeah, it's not even dependably unpredictable here. Jake agreed. This sea. Jake began. It's a sign that there's land nearby. Alice, keep a sharp lookout, Vivi instructed. Got it. Alice replied. We must be approaching a winter island, Vivi continued. A winter island? Mina asked, intrigued. Vivi explained, climatically, the islands of the Grand Line can be divided into 4 types, summer islands, spring islands, autumn islands, and winter islands. Each of these islands generally experiences 4 seasons. In other words, when you sail the Grand Line, you'll have to endure at least 16 seasons, starting with summer on Summer Island and ending with winter on Winter Island. An illustration showed Vivi speaking. Of course, there are exceptions and unknown weather patterns. I see, if there are clusters of islands like that, it's no wonder the seas between them are so turbulent, Jake observed. Exactly, Vivi confirmed. That's why stable weather means there's an island nearby. Izuku added. You're right. I see it. Alice exclaimed. An island. Iruma shouted. As they approached the island, Iruma exclaimed, Marui, isn't this great? An island. You'll be cured soon. Don't worry, Izumi, you will survive this. Mike reassured her. Go have a look. It's so white. It's snow. A snow island. Iruma exclaimed. Just remember, Iruma, we're not here for an adventure this time, Alice cautioned. We're going to find a doctor for Izumi and Marui, then we're leaving immediately. Izuku stated firmly. It's no use, he's not listening, Alice sighed. Wait, are you sure it's safe? If there's snow, couldn't there be a snow monster? Jake questioned. Do we even know if there are people there? He added. Snow's so nice and white, Iruma remarked. Prepare to make landfall. Izuku commanded, his excitement palpable. Wow! Alice exclaimed, taking in the scenery. This is amazing. Look at those mountains. And all that snow. I'm in heaven. Iruma declared. Iruma, aren't you cold dressed like that? Jake asked, concerned. It's only 14 degrees out. That's the temperature at which bears get ready to hibernate, Vivi informed him. Huh, Iruma replied, confused. You just remembered now, Iruma? Izuku teased. You just noticed? Alice and Jake chimed in. It's a waterfall of melting snow. I think we can dock our ship here, Vivi said. Okay, who's going to look for a doctor? Mike asked. I guess we should try to find some kind of settlement. I'll go. Iruma volunteered. I will too, to watch Iruma, Izuku added. Me too. Alice joined in. Fine, go, Jake conceded. Stop right there. You villains, a civilian shouted. Class 1A, except for Achiko and Izumi, 1B, Aizawa, Vlad King, Midnight, Ameri, Clara, Liz, Nina, Sean, Ariel, Angela, Brittany, Anna, Rina, and Megumi appeared. Hey, there are people, Iruma noted. They look pretty hostile, Jake observed. Turn your vessel around and leave now, a civilian ordered. We came here to find a doctor. Iruma protested. We have 2 sick persons aboard. Vivi added. Don't try your tricks on us, you dirty villains, one civilian shouted. This is our country. We'll let no villains set foot here, another declared. Now raise your anchor and go, a third demanded. Or we'll blast your ship from the water, a fourth threatened. They really don't like us and we just met, Alice remarked. Suddenly, a civilian fired at Alice. They fired on us. Jake shouted. You can use your quirk to defend yourselves. Aizawa, Midnight, and Vlad King instructed. How dare you? Alice retorted. Wait, Alice. Vivi called out. Why you? Alice shouted back. Then some civilians shot at Vivi, causing her to drop to the ground. Vivi! Izuku cried, his fury evident. You jerks! Iruma shouted. Take aim, a civilian commanded. Izuku reached for his sword, but Vivi grabbed Iruma. Stop, we can't fight them. Don't worry about my wound. Midoriya, it's just a scratch, she insisted. Alright, we won't set foot on your island. But can you send us a doctor? Our navigator and my friend's sister need help. While their heroes were held at gunpoint, Iruma exclaimed, Vivi? You're failing as Captain, Iruma. Impulsiveness won't solve anything. If you get us all killed, what will happen to Marui and Izumi? Vivi admonished, bowing her head in disappointment. Realizing his mistake, Iruma replied, You're right, forgive me. I was wrong. Please call a doctor, Vivi urged. Please help our friend, Iruma pleaded, joining Izuku and the others in bowing their heads. Dalton stepped forward. I'll take you to the village. Come with me. See? He understands us, Vivi said with relief. Yeah, you sure are smart, Iruma replied. But I should warn you, there's only one doctor in this country, and she's a witch, Dalton added. Huh? Iruma responded, confused. This country has no name, Dalton explained. A country without a name? Vivi echoed, surprised. I've never heard of such a thing, Izuku said, intrigued. Suddenly, Jake shouted, What? The bear. Everybody play dead. Dalton reassured them, that's just the hiking bear. It's not dangerous, don't forget to bow, it's a mountaineer tradition. They all bowed to the hiking bear. Meanwhile, on the ship, Anna, Rina, and Megumi were sleeping, while Mike stood outside, barefoot and shirtless. Good, it's all better. See? He said, clapping his feet together. Now I can start training for real. I'm sick of taking it easy. Guarding the ship is getting boring too. I think I'll take a mind-clearing midwinter swim. As they arrived at the snow village Bighorn, Dalton announced, This is our village. There are some strange animals walking around here, Iruma noted. Boy, this really is snow country, Jake added. Alice and Izuku cheered, Maru Izumi. We're in a village. With people. We made it. A village. Thank you, everyone, Dalton said, addressing the group. Except for those on guard duty, you can all return to your work. A civilian stepped forward, concern etched on his face. Will you be all right alone, Dalton? They're heroes. Dalton reassured him, I don't think they mean us any harm. Trust me, I can feel it in my gut. Vivi interjected, they're not real soldiers? They're all civilians, Dalton confirmed. Please, come to my house for now. At that moment, a large figure appeared outside. Huh? Look, Iruma. The hiking bear. Jake exclaimed. Again? Iruma groaned in exasperation. A civilian approached Dalton, worry evident in his voice. I heard there were heroes. Are you all right? Yes, everything's fine. Don't worry, Dalton replied, though beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Another civilian chimed in, I'm looking forward to the election in 2 days. Everyone says they're voting for you, another added. Oh no, not me. I'm not worthy. Dalton protested. Put them on the bed over there. I'll get the room warmed up, he instructed, trying to maintain order. I didn't introduce myself. My name is Dalton, and I'm the protector of this island, he said, gathering his composure. Please forgive our hostile reception, Dalton continued. May I ask you a question? What is it? Vivi replied, her curiosity piqued. I have the feeling I've seen you somewhere before, Dalton remarked. It must be your imagination, but tell us about this witch, Vivi urged, shifting the focus. Dalton's expression turned serious. Her fever has been rising steadily for 3 days. If it goes any higher, these two will die. Yes, but we don't know the cause of their illness or how to treat it, Vivi said, her brow furrowing with concern. Look, we just need a doctor. Any doctor? Where's this witch? Alice demanded, her impatience growing. Calm down, Alice, Izuku said, trying to soothe her. Dalton pointed out the window. You see those mountains? The witch lives there. Whoa, it's big, Alice exclaimed, her eyes widening. Iruma added, it's a super snowman. Jake chimed in, it's a snow monster. He and Iruma exchanged high fives, excitement bubbling between them. Those mountains are the Drum Rockies, Dalton explained. See the castle on the highest peak? Right now, that's a castle without a king. A castle? Iruma said, intrigued. Man, this warms you up, he added, his enthusiasm palpable. Yeah, I see it, Alice said, her interest piqued. What about it? Vivi asked, eager for more information. The only doctor in this country, Dr. Kureha, whom people call the witch, lives there, Dalton revealed. What? Mina gasped, astonished. Why would she want to live way up there? Anyway, call her down here. It's an emergency. Alice insisted. I'd like to, but we have no way of contacting her, Dalton replied, frustration creeping into his voice. What? Alice exclaimed, incredulous. And she calls herself a doctor? What kind of woman is she? Her skills as a doctor are indisputable, but she's rather eccentric. She's nearly 140 years old, Dalton explained. What? 140? And she's still kicking? Setsuna exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. She likes pickled plums, Dalton added, a hint of amusement in his tone. What do the people here do when they get sick or injured? Momo asked, genuinely curious. She comes down the mountain whenever she feels like it, Dalton replied. Then she looks for patients, treats them, takes whatever she wants in compensation and goes home. Sounds like a nasty old lady, Jake remarked, shaking his head. Hey, she's just like a pirate, Bruma said, grinning. But how does a woman that old get down the mountain? Vivi questioned, puzzled. It sounds strange, but I've heard that on moonlit nights, she rides a sleigh through the sky and comes down the mountain. Some people even claim to have seen it. That's why they call her a witch, Dalton explained. Others say she comes with 2 teenage girls and a strange beast unlike anything they've seen before, he added, his tone growing more serious. I knew it. It's here. See? It's the abominable snowman. After all, this is a snow-covered mountain. Jake screamed, panic rising in his voice. I knew she'd be here. A witch and a snow monster, he panicked. Oh please, don't let me meet with them. She's our only doctor, but we don't like to get involved with her if we can help it, Dalton said. It's best to just wait here until she comes down the mountain. But, Vivi began, her concern evident. Alice exclaimed, you know one doctor for an entire country makes no sense. Iruma, can you hear me? He called out as Alice, Vivi, Jake, and Izuku reacted with concern. Achiko announced, hey, she and Marui are awake. Iruma replied, listen, the only doctor around here lives on top of a mountain. We're going to climb it. Don't be ridiculous. What are you trying to do to Marui? Alice protested, her voice rising. It's okay, I'll carry her on my back, and Izuku will do the same for Izumi, Iruma assured her, determination in his eyes. That will only make her and Izumi worse. Vivi argued, shaking her head. How come? The sooner she sees the doctor, the better, right? Iruma countered, his confidence unwavering. Well, yes, but it's impossible. Look at how tall and steep that peak is. Vivi insisted, her worry growing. I can make it, Iruma declared confidently, his resolve firm. Vivi pointed out, even if you can, it's too much for Marui. A fall from that mountain would be fatal. But there's soft snow below. Iruma replied, trying to reassure her. Her temperature is 9 degrees higher than normal. Do you realize that? Vivi exclaimed, her voice tinged with urgency. Marui and Izumi responded with weak, heh. Marui. Alice called out, her concern deepening. Marui and Izumi. Vivi echoed, her heart racing. I have to get better right away, Marui said, her determination shining through. I'm counting on you, she added, her voice resolute. Iruma slapped Marui's hand encouragingly. Atta girl, Marui. Leave everything to me. Jake expressed his frustration. I've had it. With our captain and our navigator. Do you realize how sick you are, Marui? Sean asked, concern etched on his face. Okay, give me some meat. Iruma demanded, his focus shifting. Marui and Izumi, are you sure about this? That climb will take many hours, Amari warned, her tone serious. Fine then, I'm going too. Alice declared, her determination matching Iruma's. Keep this in mind. If you lose your footing even once, Marui is going to die. Jake warned, his voice grave. Huh, even once? Iruma exclaimed, taken aback. Yes, Iruma, be careful with Marui. I have to be careful because I will have to carry Izumi on my back, Izuku said, glancing at Shoko. Wait, don't move. It has to be tied tight. Vivi shouted as she secured a rope around Marui and Izumi. That should do, she said, stepping back. I'll be waiting here. I'd only be a burden if I came along. All right, hang on tight, Marui and Izumi, Iruma and Izuku instructed, their voices steady. Marui and Izumi nodded, determination in their eyes. Aizawa and Midnight wished Izuku good luck. Good luck, problem child. Be careful, okay? Aizawa said, his voice filled with concern. Yes, please be safe, Midoriya. Midnight added, her tone gentle. The girls from both hero courses wished their boyfriends good luck, except for Shoko, who was accompanying Izuku. If you're serious about this, I won't stop you, but at least start the climb from the other side, Dalton advised, his tone cautious. There are rabbits on this side, they're vicious and dangerous. If you encounter a pack of them, it's certain death. Rabbits? We're in a hurry, we can handle them, Iruma said confidently. Right. Alice chimed in, her spirit unyielding. Yeah, I'll kick them while Shoko freezes them. Alice added, her determination shining through. Let's go, Alice. Before Marui dies. Iruma urged, his voice urgent. Don't say things like that. It's bad luck, you idiot. Alice retorted, rolling her eyes. Oh, Iruma, wait for me and Shoko. Izuku called as he and Shoko ran after them. I hope they'll be all right, Dalton murmured, watching them leave with a mix of hope and concern. Ah, no need to worry about those two, Jake said, trying to ease the tension. Vivi furrowed her brow, pondering aloud. The question is, will Marui and Izumi's strength hold up? I hope they make it in time, Dalton replied, glancing toward the door. What's the matter? Come inside, you two, it's cold out here, he added, gesturing for them to join him. That's all right, I'll stay out here for a while, Vivi insisted. Me too, Jake chimed in. Dalton nodded. I see. Then I'll keep you company, he said, settling down beside them. Long ago, we did have doctors, he reminisced. Huh? Vivi asked, intrigued. But circumstances caused them all to leave, Dalton explained, his expression turning somber. Only a few months ago, this country was defeated by villains. A wave of shock swept through the group. Huh? They all exclaimed in unison, except for Dalton. It was? Jake said, his surprise evident. No wonder everyone was so nervous when we showed up, he added, realization dawning on him. Yes, the mere mention of villains still makes us uneasy, Dalton continued. There were only 5 villains. The captain called himself Blackbeard. They were immensely powerful. We never had a chance. They defeated us before we knew what hit us, Dalton concluded, his voice heavy with the weight of memory. 5 villains? You must be kidding? Achiko exclaimed, her eyes wide. Blackbeard? Jake echoed, equally astonished. But some around here think it was a blessing. Dalton interjected. What can be good about a country being defeated? Vivi shouted, incredulous. Yeah, who would say anything so idiotic? Jake yelled, his frustration bubbling over. Dalton remained silent, his gaze distant. Until then, this land was ruled by a king, and the people were very unhappy, he explained. This land was called the Drum Kingdom, and the king's name was Wapple. He was the worst king ever. Everyone was shocked, except for Dalton, who seemed unfazed. Wapple. I remember now. Vivi exclaimed, her eyes lighting up with recognition. Wapple? Jake echoed, surprised by the connection. Hello viewers. It's Mei Oyachi, here to tell you about next week's chapter. With Izuku, Alice, Iruma, and Shoko starting their task to carry Marui and Izumi to the doctor while trying to climb the mountain where the old lady lives. Find out more next on the hero of D, Dr. Kureha. Izuku declared, I will become the #1 hero and the future symbol of peace. Wait, you know Wapple? Dalton asked, his surprise evident. Do we ever? Jake replied. That's the villain who attacked our ship. But I chased him off, he added, a hint of bravado in his voice. Actually, I remember him mentioning something about the Drum Kingdom, Jake continued, his brow furrowing in thought. Yes, I remember him clearly now, Vivi said, her voice steady. When I was a child, my father took me to a meeting of kings, and I met him there. A meeting of kings? Just who are? Dalton began, but Vivi interrupted. Oh no, I mean, she stammered, flustered. Anyway, I met this Wapple. It was yesterday on our way here. Is that so? Dalton asked, intrigued. What's going on here? This country was defeated, but the king's not only alive, he's turned villain. The villain part is a cover. Wapple is scouring the seas in search of this island, Vivi explained, her voice growing more urgent. Then those men on the ship were soldiers that the villains defeated and drove off the island? Vivi asked, piecing together the puzzle. Defeated? That's a laugh. Dalton said, anger creeping into his tone. When the villains arrived, Wapple's army didn't even attempt to fight. Huh. Vivi responded, shocked by this revelation. Believe it or not, when they saw the villain's strength, they abandoned the nation to its fate. They fled like rats from a sinking ship. Dalton said, his voice rising. Wapple escaped to the sea, he continued, his expression grim. And the country lost hope. That their own king would. Vivi, growing frustrated, screamed, how could a king do such a thing? Vivi. Achiko said softly, trying to calm her. It's despicable for a king to abandon his people. Vivi shouted, her voice filled with indignation. You're right, Dalton agreed. But now Wapple's evil reign is over. This island belongs to those of us who remain. The towns and villages are beginning to recover. Right now, we're united and trying to build a new nation. Which is why we fear Wapple's return more than anything, Dalton said, his tone serious. Until we're able to rebuild our country, the restoration of the monarchy is what we fear most. We want to build a new, peaceful nation. Meanwhile, Iruma, Alice, Jake, Izuku, and Shoko trudge through the snow together. It's getting colder and the wind's picking up, Iruma, Izuku remarked, pulling his coat tighter. Why aren't you wearing socks? Just looking at you makes my feet hurt, Alice said, shaking her head. It's my policy. Iruma replied defiantly. Really? Shoko questioned, raising an eyebrow. You mean policy? Alice corrected him. Yeah, that, Iruma said, shrugging. They continued walking until a giant carnivorous rabbit appeared, growling at them. By the way, did you know people who live in snow countries don't sleep? Iruma said, changing the subject. Why not? Alice asked, confused. Well, if they fall asleep they'll die, Shoko explained matter-of-factly. That's ridiculous, Shoko. Everyone has to sleep. Izuku protested. It's true, I heard it a long time ago from someone, Iruma insisted. Really, Iruma? Izuku replied, skeptical. Did Jake tell you that? Alice asked, narrowing her eyes. Nope, I heard it in a village tavern, Iruma said with a grin. Suddenly, the carnivorous rabbit lunged at them, biting a tree as they dodged. If that's the case, why would Dalton have a bed in his house? Izuku wondered aloud. You're right, that must be his deathbed, Iruma joked. You idiot. Alice exclaimed, rolling her eyes. Did you know this? Snow country women have silky smooth skin, Alice said, changing the topic. How come? Iruma asked, curious. Isn't it obvious? Alice replied, smirking. When it's cold, you rub your skin like this, right? That makes it soft and smooth. The carnivorous rabbit lunged at them again, and they dodged just in time. Smooth, translucent white skin, that's snow country women for you, Alice said, her tone playful. I wonder what makes it white, Iruma mused. The color of the snow gets absorbed into the skin, naturally, Alice explained. You know, I never knew you were so clueless, Izuku said, shaking his head. You're calling me clueless? Alice shouted, her voice rising. Anyway, Izuku said, trying to steer the conversation back on track. The carnivorous rabbit grew angrier as they continued to evade it. I'm getting tired of this, Alice declared, kicking the rabbit away. What was that thing anyway? Iruma asked, still holding Marui. Just hang on, Marui. We're going to get you to a doctor, Alice reassured him. It's really snowing hard up here, Iruma noted, glancing around. Yeah, Izuku agreed, shivering slightly. Shoko nodded in agreement. Huh, Iruma said, noticing Alice's sudden stillness. What's wrong now? Izuku asked, concerned. Alice stopped in her tracks, her eyes wide. What are they? Iruma squinted into the distance. They're big and white, so they must be polar bears. Yeah, that's it. Back with Dalton, he wondered aloud, I wonder if they're all right. I hope they don't encounter any lapins. Even if they're carnivorous, they're still just rabbits, right? Jake said, trying to sound brave. Yes, rabbits as big as bears with the quickness of rabbits that attack in packs, Dalton replied, his expression serious. What? Jake exclaimed, his confidence wavering. I hope they'll be all right. Are they really that big? Vivi asked, her concern growing. A civilian rushed in, calling out, Dalton. Dalton. I hear you're looking for the doctor. That's right, but they just took the patient. Dalton replied, his heart sinking. I heard. But the witch is over in the next town right now, the civilian said, excitement in his voice. Jake, Vivi, Dalton, and everyone else were left in shock. Meanwhile, Wapple stood on the deck of his ship, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Oh, Captain Wapple. Chess said, his voice low. Do you see their ship? Wapple asked, scanning the horizon. No, Captain Wapple, but we've finally come home. Chess exclaimed. What? Wapple replied, disbelief etched on his face. How many long, hard months has it been? Chess continued, a smile breaking through. It's our homeland. It's Drum Island, he declared. Are you sure? Wapple asked, his heart racing. In the neighboring town of Cocoweed, a boy was crying. Hey, shopkeeper, give me a break. One civilian shouted, frustration evident. Shut that kid up. I can't take it. Another civilian snapped. I'm sorry. What's wrong, Tama? Where does it hurt? The shopkeeper asked, rushing to the boy's side. If you keep crying, I'll lock you outside, a civilian warned, his voice sharp. Tama wailed, wah. Concern etched on the civilian's face. He called out, Tama. What's wrong? He repeated his threat. If you don't stop crying, I'll lock you outside. A girl with long light brown hair and freckles, dressed in a red jacket, black breathes and red shoes, walked by. Beside her was another girl with long brown hair, clad in a white jacket and light blue breathes with white shoes. The girl laughed. A child that won't stop crying must have something wrong with them. Another girl chimed in, we've got a bad father here. Just then, Dr. Kureha, MSTR physician, strode in with her reindeer, Tony Chopper, and two teenage girls, Koma and Myo. This is the shop, so stand back you two, Dr. Kureha instructed before she punched the door down. I'm coming in. Where's this sick child? The civilians gasped in shock. Kureha. Shall I cure him? She asked, her tone confident. Huh? Cure him of what? This child isn't sick, the civilian protested. Are you a doctor? Dr. Kureha smiled before turning to her companions. Let's go, Chopper, Koma, Myo. She moved toward the door but was halted by Tama's father. Hey, wait, he called out. On the table, Tama cried, my arm hurts. Your arm? How's this? Dr. Kureha said as she worked her magic. Now my leg hurts. Tama complained. See? You forgot all about the pain in your arm, didn't you? Dr. Kureha laughed. What are you doing? The civilian shouted. All right, stay still, Dr. Kureha instructed as she examined the injury. I barely touched your leg, your arms and legs are tender. You don't have a fever, but there's swelling in the affected area, and inflammation. You have bacteria in your bones. Chopper, get the antibiotic. Doctor, my child, the civilian exclaimed, panic rising in his voice. This disease has to be caught early, or there's no hope of survival, Dr. Kureha warned. Don't worry, he's going to be fine. But he could have been in serious trouble. Huh? He could have died? The civilian gasped. I'm going to make a small incision now, Dr. Kureha announced. Ag. Tama cried out. Hey, can't you at least give him a painkiller? The civilian pleaded. Okay, now for the injection, get ready, Dr. Kureha said, preparing her tools. Aff. Tama screamed. Don't be so rough. Dr. Kureha chided. My apologies, this is my fault, Dalton said, his tone regretful. I heard the doctor came down from the mountain yesterday, so I assumed she wouldn't come down again for several days. But it seems I jumped to conclusions. He was with Jake, Vivi, and the others at his home. Don't worry, it's not your fault. Jake reassured him. The problem now is those two unusually strong crewmates of mine. Even if we rush up the mountain, there's no way we could catch up to them. So if the doctor's in Cocoa Weed right now, we need to hurry and ask her to return to the castle. That's all we can do right now, Vivi agreed. Forgive me, it's my fault that this country doesn't have enough doctors, Dalton lamented. What? That's not your fault, Dalton. Vivi insisted. In any case, let's hurry. Jake urged. Shoko exclaimed, it jumped. She was referring to a huge carnivorous rabbit that Izuku, Shoko, Iruma, and Alice had to dodge. What in the world? How can it jump like that? Alice gasped. It's like a gorilla. Iruma shouted. No, it's a polar bear. Shoko corrected. Izuku yelled, no, it's a rabbit. But didn't you just say it was a gorilla? Shoko asked, puzzled. There are so many of them. Izuku pointed out. I guess it's expected of a snow creature to move this swiftly over thick snow. We're at a disadvantage here, Alice noted. Iruma and Izuku, don't lay a hand on any of them. Why not? Iruma questioned. You may be unaffected, but the impact of every blow you deliver or receive will be transferred to Marui and Izumi as well. Alice explained. So if that happens, she'll be in serious trouble. Shoko added. The carnivorous rabbit roared, and Izuku and Iruma shouted in unison, got it. We swear not to fight. They dodged the rabbit's claws. Just dodge for now. Dodge and run away. Alice instructed. But don't run too fast. That's way too hard. Iruma protested. Flanch it. Shoot. Alice kicked the carnivorous rabbit, sending it flying. Damn it, it's hard to get any good kicks with both feet stuck in deep snow. The group of carnivorous rabbits twitched, ready to attack. Alice had to create distance for Izuku, Shoko, Iruma, Izumi, and Murray. They're coming all at once. I'll cover you, so run to the forest, he shouted. The huge carnivorous rabbits jumped, preparing to attack. We have to shake them off somehow. If we seriously fight all of them, we'll be stuck here until the sun goes down. Alice warned as they brought their claws down at them. Stop, he yelled, grabbing Iruma's leg. I told you to leave them to me. Sorry. Iruma replied. This is a matter of life and death. Alice insisted. Hey Alice, we can climb up from here. Iruma suggested. All right, go on ahead. Alice agreed. Iruma and Izuku jumped onto the rabbits, while Shoko used her ice to dodge their claws. They're still after us. Izuku shouted. Just keep running all the way to the top. Alice urged. At the shore, a ship appeared, and a guard fell to the ground, covered in blood. Here at last. At my beloved Drum Kingdom. Wapple declared triumphantly. To think they'd put up watchguards in the short time I was gone. Chess held the head of a watchguard, while Kuromarimo had knocked the others out. Opening fire on us? What fools, Kuromarimo scoffed. Ah, those grand majestic mountains towering over all else as always. Wapple exclaimed. Chess, is my castle all right? It appears to be in good shape, your majesty, Chess replied. Wapple laughed heartily. Then let us be off. Back to the castle. It's time to stop being a villain and return to my life as a king. He mounted a woolly hippo. Onwards, Robson. Wapple commanded. What's the matter with you? Are you still angry that I killed your brother? Stop grumbling. I'll give you a nice reward soon enough. The hippo puffed steam out of its nose, indicating agreement. That's right. Your majesty. I have an urgent report. An extra shouted. What is it? Wapple demanded. The extra pointed to the straw hat ship. It's those heroes from yesterday. Their ship is docked by the river. What? Wapple exclaimed, shocked. Those straw hats dare tread upon my kingdom? Those scum have quite the nerve after what they did to me. Find and capture every last one of them at once. Well, none of them are presently on their ship. We're not sure where they went off to, the extra reported. What an incompetent bunch. Look at the footprints left behind in the snow, Chess remarked. Chief Staff Officer of the former Drum Kingdom, Kuremaramo, reported to Wapple. It seems they've headed for Bighorn, Your Majesty. Well done. Then we shall first head for Bighorn instead, Wapple declared. Let us celebrate the rebirth of Drum Kingdom with their extermination. Meanwhile, at Cocoa Weed, Jake exclaimed, What? She already left. We just missed her? A civilian spoke up, recalling, She treated me just a little while ago. Are you looking for the doctor, Dalton? Another person inquired. Yes, it's an emergency. Do you know where she went? Dalton replied, urgency lacing his voice. I think I heard someone mention she left for Jayatsa, a civilian added. Jayatsa? Where's that? Jake asked, confusion evident on his face. Dalton explained, it's a village by the lakeshore, much farther north from here. Ice skating is quite popular there. Vivi interjected, we don't have time to linger. We should go there immediately. Suddenly, the door burst open as watchguard number 8 rushed in. Dalton, are you there? What is it? Wait, aren't you supposed to be on guard duty today? Dalton questioned, concern creeping into his tone. All the guards except me were taken down. The ship just surfaced from beneath the sea and attacked everyone. Watchguard number 8 shouted. You have to come and help, Dalton. We. Dalton interrupted, calm down and speak. Who attacked the guards? It was Wapple. He's come back, the guard revealed. Wapple? The civilians gasped in shock. Where is he right now? Dalton demanded. He's at your village. Bighorn, the guard replied. Dalton mounted his horse, determination etched on his face. I have to settle this once and for all. I'm not doing this for justice or noble intentions. He transformed into a buffalo, declaring, After all, you and I are guilty of the same crimes. Just you wait, Wapple. Meanwhile, the townspeople armed themselves to defend their home. All those who can fight, grab your weapons and head for Bighorn, one shouted. Follow after Dalton. Wapple has returned. It's time to protect our country, another urged. Jake turned to Vivi. Hey, are you sure this is the right way to Jayatsa? I think so, but I'm not entirely sure, Vivi replied. That's not going to cut it, princess, Jake said, frustration creeping into his voice. Just imagine what will happen when the guys reach the mountaintop only to realize the doctor's missing. Who knows what they'll do then? Why does being a princess matter? Vivi retorted. Why don't you take a look at this map? There's nothing but snow out here. I wouldn't be able to tell north from south even with that map, she added. Well, there should be a sign pointing to Jayatsa along the way, so keep an eye out for that. Got it, Jake said, even as they missed the path by heading straight down. Meanwhile, Wapple was indulging in food. Delicious. Listen well, my citizens. Everything that exists in this country is nothing but food for me. Kuremaramo, tell the people why I'm so great. Wapple commanded. The fact that you are king proves your greatness, your majesty, Kuremaramo replied. Nothing like a nice roasted meal on a cold, snowy day. Wapple exclaimed. Kuremaramo continued, according to reports, it seems the Straw Hat heroes are headed for Drum Castle. What? And why is that? Wapple demanded, his irritation growing. It seems they're looking for that witch, Dr. Kureha. Apparently, she's made the castle her new home during your absence, Kuremaramo explained. What? That hag is living in my castle? Wapple shouted angrily. How long does that traitorous hag intend to make a fool out of me? I'll devour that hag along with those heroes. My subjects, prepare to leave for the castle at once. Dalton confronted Wapple, declaring, that's as far as you'll go. He swung his weapon, striking Wapple. Who's that? Kuremaramo exclaimed, furious. I've been cut. I'm going to die. Wapple cried out. Dalton. Kuremaramo and Chess shouted in unison. That's precisely why I came, and I'd be glad if you did, Dalton replied, his resolve unwavering. Wapple. Chess exclaimed, readying his bow. You were alive? Kuremaramo shouted in disbelief. How dare you harm his majesty, he added, rage boiling over. Dalton responded, my survival is hardly surprising, considering that Drum Kingdom was once renowned for its doctors and medical knowledge. Yes, speaking of which, come out 20 MD. External Wounds Unit. Kuremaramo commanded. Commence operation, the medical team replied, pulling out their supplies. Phew, I thought I was a goner for a second there, Wapple said, relief washing over him. Your head hasn't been sutured yet, your majesty, a medic exclaimed. Dalton warned, leave this island at once. This land has nothing more for us. Wapple scoffed. Wapple? That's your majesty for you, my subject, Dalton. A civilian shouted, D. Dalton isn't your subject anymore. Another added, Dalton was the only man in the former regime who actually fought for our country. He risked his life for us and this land. Wapple sneered, it's a shame you didn't die while you were still the captain of the Royal Guards. Ha ha ha. You've done well surviving for so long in a country without any doctors, Wapple continued. Dalton replied, although Drum Kingdom is renowned for its medical knowledge, very few outsiders would know that, save for the 20 doctors employed in the castle's research facility, all the other doctors were exiled from this country. Wapple shrugged. Oh, well, that's just this kingdom's law. Dalton shouted angrily, how dare you call such an absurdity a law? With the only doctors in this country locked up in your castle, the people have no choice but to beg you whenever they become sick. No law should turn a country's citizens into hostages. Such things are called crimes. Wapple glared at him. You said everything you wanted to? His men began pointing their guns at Dalton. Then it's time for you to die. Kill this former captain of the Royal Guards, men. Dalton declared, because I owe a great debt to your father, the former king, I had hoped you would one day realize the error of your ways, but now I see how futile that is. He began transforming into a buffalo, smoke billowing from his nostrils. A crew member shouted, "It's the power of the bison Madalashi Ashi fruit. Shoot!" They began firing at Dalton, who created multiple clones of himself to dodge the bullets. "He's dodging all the bullets." Wapple's crew members exclaimed. Dalton shouted, "I won't go easy on you just because you're my former subordinates." Fiddle Banff. He charged in to attack the enemy, sending them sprawling to the ground. The civilians gasped, "What's strength? So strong. This is the power of wild beasts that dwell in zoan-type devil fruits." Dalton proclaimed, "You people have no place here. A kingdom that would choose to abandon its people at the first sign of trouble is better off destroyed." Chess scoffed. "Look at him spout such arrogant words." Kuramarumo added, "The two of us and you used to form the 3 heads of staff. You should know that you stand no chance against both of us." Chess smirked, "Not only that, I've known you for far too long. That is your misfortune. I know all about your weaknesses." He readied his bow and aimed it at the civilians from Cocoa Weed Town. Dalton turned to see them. Waff. He was taken aback. "Civilians," he called out. "We've come to help you fight," they shouted in unison. Dalton jumped in front to shield them from the arrows, causing him to bleed. "Dalton," the civilians cried out in horror. Chess taunted, "That soft heart of yours is your weakness, Dalton." He smiled wickedly. Wapple laughed, "Ha! A most fitting death." "Dalton," the civilians shouted, their voices filled with desperation. Wapple paused, sensing a tremor. "What's that shaking?" "An earthquake." The group came to a halt, the thick snow obstructing their path. Jack turned to Vivi, his brow furrowed in concern. "We've come to a stop because the snow's too thick," he said. Vivi glanced around, her eyes widening. "And it looks like we headed up the mountain." Suddenly, Jack felt a tremor beneath his feet. "What's this trembling?" he asked, looking around nervously. Meanwhile, Iruma, Izuku, Shoko, and Alice were facing their own crisis. Alice exclaimed, "Those rabbits really did it." Shoko, still in disbelief, asked, "Please tell me I'm dreaming, right?" "No, Shoko, you are not dreaming right now," Izuku replied, his tone serious. Iruma turned to Alice, concern etched on his face. "What is it, Alice?" "Iruma, Izuku, Shoko, start running." Alice shouted, urgency in her voice. "Run where?" Iruma questioned, bewildered. "Anywhere's fine." Alice insisted. Izuku added, "Just as long as it's far away from here, because there's an avalanche headed right for us." With that, they began to sprint away from the impending avalanche. "Everyone, let's get out of here. It's coming at us," shouted a civilian from Cocoa Weed. "Avalanche," others yelled in panic. Iruma, Alice, Shoko, and Izuku raced away, adrenaline fueling their escape. "I swear that next time I see those rabbits, I will grill them with my own hands," Alice vowed. "I agree with you on this, Alice." Izuku and Shoko chimed in unison. "What are we gonna do?" Iruma shouted, his voice rising with panic. "Alice," he called out again. "How can I know? The only thing I know is that first, we must protect Marui and Izumi. Second, third, fourth, or even fifth, we must protect them with our own lives." Alice declared fiercely. "We know, but how can we protect them?" Izuku asked desperately. "Can you see that cliff?" he pointed out. "Let's run there. As long as we stay there, we should be okay," Alice suggested. They dashed toward the cliff, but Shoko's voice broke through the chaos. "It's coming." "Okay, we're safe," Izuku shouted as they reached the cliff. Alice's eyes widened in alarm. "What? We are not high enough. We will be covered with snow," Izuku warned. Iruma, thinking quickly, said, "What are we going to do?" "I got an idea. Alice, hold my hand, and Izuku, you hold Shoko's hand while you grab my other hand." They complied, forming a chain of support. "Are we safe?" Shoko asked, her voice trembling. "That's right," Alice and Izuku reassured her. "We are safe, but we are going down the mountain." Iruma explained. "Are you kidding? We've spent hours trying to climb this mountain," Alice protested. "We were so close to the top." Izuku added. "Can you find any way to stop this?" Shoko urged. "Dim those rabbits? I swear that I will put them in the hot pot next time." Alice fumed as the enormous rabbits pursued them. "Huh!" Alice gasped, while Iruma and Izuku exclaimed, "What the?" The rabbits lunged at them, and Izuku shouted, "Run!" "What's with them anyway?" Shoko asked, bewildered. Iruma jumped to dodge a rabbit's claws, while Alice yelled, "Hey!" as she narrowly avoided the creature's snapping jaws. "Look out, Iruma!" Izuku warned, dodging another attack. "A rock?" Alice shouted, spotting an obstacle ahead. "We're gonna hit it," Iruma cried. "But you're carrying Marui." "Gonna hurt her too," Alice protested. "A man should be gentle with a lady." Iruma smirked, pushing Alice, Izuku, and Shoko out of the way just in time. "Alice!" Izuku and Iruma shouted in unison as the avalanche continued to cascade down, taking Alice and the giant rabbits with it. "It works!" Alice exclaimed, but Iruma's voice rose in panic. "You idiot!" he yelled, stretching his arm to grab her. "Who told you to do that?" Iruma shouted, his heart racing. "Alice!" Back in Cocoa Weed, civilians were in a frenzy. "It's coming and it's getting stronger. I can't believe this. Our village will be covered with snow," one cried out. "Let's get out of here," Wapple ordered, rallying his men. "Chess, Kuramarumo, hop on Robson. Let's go." "Lord Vapalu, please take us with you," the doctors pleaded. "Shut up. Why don't you find the way by yourself? Hurry up, Robson." Wapple barked. "It's getting closer," Chess shouted as the avalanche loomed behind them. "Don't worry, Vivi. If you were swallowed by the avalanche, I would try to help you," Jake reassured her. "Maybe Iruma and the rest are." Vivi mused, her voice trailing off. Back with Iruma and his friends, he called out, "Are you okay, Marui?" Just hang on to my hand for me, I will be back, he promised, leaping to grab Alice while Izuku looked after Marui and Izumi. As chaos unfolded, Wapple emerged from the snow, disgusted. Yuck. You taste horrible, he exclaimed. It must be those brats. I see. Chess replied, piecing things together. You told me they were heading to the castle, right? It must have been them who triggered the avalanche to bury us. So, this is their evil plan after all. Is it true that one of the pulleys connected to the castle disappeared? Wapple asked. That's what the villagers told us, sir, Chess confirmed. Well then, let's go to the castle. I will teach them a lesson about fighting in the snow country. Wapple declared. Meanwhile, Iruma continued down the mountain, helping a child rabbit who was desperately trying to dig its mother out of the snow. I will take you there. Then don't die, both of you, with Izuku and Shoko, he promised, glancing back at the mother rabbit. Suddenly, a familiar voice broke through the chaos. Look, Lord Wapple. Chess shouted. Let's deal with them. Wapple responded, determination in his eyes. Next week, our heroes will face Wapple and his men while they try to get Marui and Izumi to the doctor before it's too late. Can they succeed? Find out next time on the Hero of D, Mountaintop. Izuku declared, I will become the #1 hero and the future symbol of peace. Information, name, Misaki Shinohara, age, 17, height, 166 centimeters, weight, 52 kilograms, affiliations, Class 2B girls basketball. She fell in love with Izuku after seeing him at the sports festival.